In the advanced Class 4 of Qingfeng City's first advanced Beastmaster School, the homeroom teacher hurriedly left after announcing the martial exam registration. A graceful blue-haired girl immediately approached Lin Yan. She was Fong Ling, the school's acknowledged beauty. Lin Yan, would you like to walk home together after school? Fong Ling's bright smile was particularly captivating in the sunlight. Not only did she possess outstanding looks and figure, but she also had a phoenix tail blue Luan with phoenix bloodline as her lifebound beast, making her a revered genius in the school. Since their families were neighbors, Fong Ling's parents had always taken good care of the orphan Lin Yan. They had grown up together, creating a deep bond. However, this close relationship made Lin Yan a target of jealousy among those who admired Fong Ling. Hey, Lin Yan, are you going to participate in the martial exam? Li Dali, who sat in the front row, turned around with a tone full of mockery. As one of Fong Ling's suitors, he relied on his family's influence to obtain a blazing lion as his lifebound beast, often flaunting his power at school. Does Lin Yan, this loser, really think he can enter the martial exam? His pathetic bug wouldn't even be enough nutrition for my blazing lion's lunch. Li Dali laughed loudly, and his followers chimed in. With his grades, he'll probably end up washing dishes in a restaurant after graduation. This world had undergone a transformation hundreds of years ago, connecting various planes with Blue Star, leading to beast invasions that nearly drove humanity to extinction. It wasn't until the emergence of the Beastmaster profession that the situation began to improve. The first step to becoming a Beastmaster was passing the martial exam and entering a specialized university for further training. Who said I'm not taking the martial exam? I am definitely participating this year. Lin Yan suddenly spoke up, drawing a wave of laughter. Li Dali arrogantly added, if you successfully register, I'll run across the playground doing a handstand. In reality, Lin Yan, who had transmigrated into this body 3 days ago, not only inherited the original owner's abilities, but also awakened a second talent, with his soul power receiving an unprecedented boost. He was confident he could pass the martial exam and not just settle for an ordinary university. However, when he went to the office to get the registration form, the teacher's attitude was unusually harsh. You want to register for the martial exam too? Don't waste your time here. In this school that valued talent above all, someone like Lin Yan, considered a failure, wasn't worth any attention. Every year, when the martial arts exam season arrives, there are always some students who harbor a bit of luck, hoping to give it a shot. The homeroom teacher, in order to maintain the school's pass rate for the exam, specifically requires each student to personally collect their registration form, intending to dissuade those with slim chances of passing. Lin Yan stood calmly before the homeroom teacher and said, Teacher, I haven't wasted time. I am determined to take this year's martial arts exam. The teacher frowned at Lin Yan's resolute expression, feeling displeased. It was well known that Lin Yan's beast was merely an ordinary insect, far too weak. He decided to use this as a reason to stop Lin Yan. Your beast hasn't even reached the first rank, first level. How can you register for the exam? The teacher said sternly. Here's the deal. I won't make it hard for you. As long as your beast reaches the first rank, first level, I'll let you register. With that, he turned away, convinced that it was an impossible task. Lin Yan didn't argue. He simply raised his hand slightly. A blue light flashed, and a sapphire ice snake appeared out of thin air. Simultaneously, an information panel appeared before Lin Yan. Species: ice snake underdeveloped due to owner's low soul power. Attribute: ice. Level: first rank, second level. Stage: infant. Ability: none. Status: weak. Evolution paths: 1. Dragon path. Enhance dragon bloodline. Improve all attributes. Next stage is Ice Jiao. Required material: low-grade ice spirit crystal. Potential: 9th rank. 2. Serpent path. Enhance close combat ability. Next stage is Ice Boa. Potential: 7th rank. If anyone saw this information, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. A beast with 9th rank potential is a priceless rarity on the market. Lin Yan knew that if he told the teacher this truth, he'd be dismissed as a madman. This was one of Lin Yan's innate abilities, the Eye of Data. It visualizes all of a beast's attributes and evolution paths, considered a divine skill in the beast taming world. A beast's growth largely depends on its bloodline potential, which is extremely difficult to enhance, with a minuscule probability of evolution. The Eye of Data, however, can discern the optimal evolution path, greatly enhancing a beast's potential. After gaining this ability, Lin Yan had already begun preliminary nurturing of the ice snake. Although time was limited and the ice snake hadn't fully recovered, it had at least reached the first rank, second level, just enough to qualify for the martial arts exam. The teacher stared in shock at the ice snake before him, incredulously asking, "Is this your beast?" He hadn't expected Lin Yan's notoriously weak spirit beast to break through to the first rank, and it appeared to be beyond just the first level. The homeroom teacher found himself in a dilemma. He had just promised Lin Yan that he could sign up for the martial arts exam as long as his beast reached level 1, and now Lin Yan's beast had surpassed that standard. However, allowing Lin Yan to register might lower the school's exam pass rate. The teacher took a deep breath and decided to take a roundabout approach. Lin Yan. He began seriously, looking directly into Lin Yan's eyes. I'm not forbidding you from signing up for the martial arts exam. But you should consider carefully. Is it more beneficial for your future to focus your energy on studying or to participate in an exam with a low chance of passing? As the teacher finished speaking, he noticed that Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. This gave him a sense of satisfaction, thinking his words had an effect. However, just as he was about to persuade further, Lin Yan suddenly reached out and swiftly grabbed the martial arts exam registration form from the desk. It all happened so fast that the teacher couldn't stop him. He watched in astonishment as Lin Yan turned and left the office before he could say anything. The teacher was almost fuming, but Lin Yan had already vanished through the door. Outside the office, Li Dali and his entourage were waiting to see the outcome. They were convinced Lin Yan wouldn't succeed in registering and were ready to mock him. Boss, what if he actually manages to register? One of the followers asked worriedly. Li Dali scoffed. Impossible. The teacher values the exam pass rate too much. He won't let someone like Lin Yan, who has no hope, sign up. Just then, Lin Yan emerged from the office. Li Dali immediately taunted. Lin Yan, where's your martial arts exam form? Su Fei chimed in sarcastically. Didn't someone just say they were going to take the exam? What happened? Chickened out. Fong Ling stepped in front of Lin Yan, glaring at them. What does it matter to you whether Lin Yan takes the exam or not? Li Dali retorted mockingly. Of course, it doesn't concern us, but he was the one who said he was going to participate today, not us forcing him. Faced with their ridicule, Lin Yan remained silent. He simply pulled out the registration form from behind him and waved it in front of Li Dali. The moment he saw the form, Li Dali's smile froze. He stared at the paper in disbelief, as if he had seen the impossible. So what if you can participate? Li Dali said, trying to maintain his composure. If you don't pass the exam, it won't make any difference. Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Whether I pass or not, shouldn't some people be fulfilling their earlier promises? Li Dali was at a loss for words, his face turning ashen. He tried to argue. Humph, I didn't make any bets with you earlier, and you didn't specify any penalties for not registering, so the bet doesn't count. Lin Yan merely smiled without further argument. Seeing this, Li Dali's followers started clamoring again. Exactly, you didn't agree to a bet. If you've got the guts, make a fair wager with our boss Li to decide the fate of Fong Ling. Hearing Li Dali and others drag Fong Ling into the conversation again, Lin Yan stopped in his tracks, his expression dark. Fong Ling gently tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and softly said, Brother Lin Yan, let's go home. Ignore them. However, Lin Yan remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Li Dali. Let me make it clear again. Lin Yan's voice was low and firm. Fong Ling is not your sister-in-law. I also have no say over Fong Ling's choices. But Li Dali, if you want to fight, I'm more than willing to oblige. These words caught the attention of the passers-by, who stopped to watch the unexpected confrontation. It was well known that Li Dali's spirit beast was formidable. Lin Yan's challenge surprised many. While onlookers thought Lin Yan was overestimating himself, Fong Ling sensed something unusual. Lin Yan usually ignored Li Dali's provocations. She wondered to herself, why is brother Lin Yan suddenly so impulsive? Is it because of me? Her cheeks flushed with the thought, adding to her charm. She resolved that if Lin Yan were in danger, she would step in to help. With her abilities, protecting Lin Yan from Li Dali wouldn't be difficult. Accepting Lin Yan's challenge, Li Dali sneered. Humph, if you're seeking death, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two of them headed to the school's special arena for martial arts students. The facilities here were designed to withstand the intense battles of Beast Tamers. Li Dali taunted, just fighting like this is boring. With so many people watching, why not add a little wager? By now, the area around the arena was packed. Even the boys who admired the school beauty Fong Ling gathered to witness the prowess of Li Dali's blazing lion. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Did Lin Yan lose his mind, challenging Li Dali? I heard it's because of a dispute over Fong Ling. Let's see how Lin Yan handles this. How long do you think Lin Yan can last against Li Dali? A minute. I doubt he can last 30 seconds. Suddenly, Su Fei pushed through the crowd, shouting, What are you guys thinking? With my big brother's strength, Lin Yan won't last even 10 seconds. On the arena stage, Lin Yan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. What if you lose? He asked. He had been wondering how to bring this up, but Li Dali's suggestion made it easier. Lin Yan's real aim in this challenge was to win some much-needed cultivation resources from Li Dali. Li Dali arrogantly lifted his head, confidence etched on his face. Impossible. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 federal coins. This was his entire allowance for a semester, but he was sure he wouldn't lose, so he exaggerated a bit to show off his wealth. Li Dali placed a bet of 10,000 Federation credits, a sum that made everyone present gasp. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. He knew Li Dali came from a wealthy family, but didn't expect him to casually wager an amount equivalent to a year's income for an average household. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy, thinking this money would be enough to restore his ice serpent to its peak condition. He looked directly at Li Dali and asked, "What if you lose? Do you really have 10,000 credits?" A sly look flashed in Li Dali's eyes as he revealed his true intention. "If I don't have the money, I'll run around the field shirtless shouting, 'I'm an idiot,' and then I'll be your lackey for a month." Li Dali knew Lin Yan couldn't possibly come up with that amount of money. This was merely an excuse to force Lin Yan into becoming his lackey. He thought smugly to himself, "Once you're following me around every day, Fong Ling won't have any interest in you anymore." Fong Ling hurriedly tried to intervene. "Lin Yan, don't agree to this." But before she could finish, Lin Yan had already agreed readily. "It's a deal." He wasn't about to refuse such a windfall. The referee looked at both of them and, confirming they were ready, announced, "Let the match begin." He then retreated to the edge of the field to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The battle was about to commence, and both released their spirit beasts simultaneously. A white light flashed, and Lin Yan's ice serpent appeared before the crowd. Li Dali paused, puzzled. Isn't Lin Yan's spirit beast just a small bug? But after sensing the ice serpent's mere first tier, second stage aura, he quickly regained his confidence. "Humph, I see why you dare to challenge me suddenly. So your spirit beast has gotten stronger. But you underestimate my blazing lion." With a loud shout, Li Dali summoned his beast. Compared to Lin Yan's ice serpent, the blazing lion's presence was far more intimidating. Its body was covered in fiery red fur with flames flickering across it, sending waves of heat across the arena. The audience instinctively stepped back, feeling the scorching intensity even from a distance. In the audience, Fong Ling was so nervous her palms were sweating. She noticed that Li Dali's blazing lion had changed significantly, clearly the result of careful nurturing over time. Li Dali boasted triumphantly, "Kid, it's not too late to surrender. My blazing lion has reached the 5th tier, first level. Your little bug might not even withstand a single blow." Despite Li Dali's taunts, Lin Yan remained calm and composed, which irritated Li Dali. Dropping his playful demeanor, Li Dali commanded decisively, "Attack." Although Li Dali didn't dare harm Lin Yan directly, he planned to deal with the seemingly weak ice serpent first. The blazing lion roared and charged at the ice serpent, flames blazing around it, as if determined to melt all the ice and snow in its path. Although the beast can be resurrected after death, the cost is significant. Li Dali calculated in his mind that once the blazing lion defeated Lin Yan's beast, he must give Lin Yan a good scare. Imagining Lin Yan trembling in fear before his blazing lion, much of the resentment in Li Dali's heart dissipated. The blazing lion was imposing, its pouncing stance enough to make anyone's heart race. Just as everyone thought Lin Yan's little ice serpent was doomed, an unexpected change occurred. A chilling cold suddenly spread through the air, causing the temperature to plummet. The audience, who had felt the heat from the blazing lion, involuntarily shivered from the cold. "Enhance!" Lin Yan shouted. In an instant, a massive, azure serpent several meters long appeared before Lin Yan. This was the confidence Lin Yan had in challenging Li Dali. Though, with the help of the data god's eye, Lin Yan's ice serpent had advanced to the 1st tier, 2nd level, it still wasn't enough to defeat Li Dali's blazing lion. However, Lin Yan possessed another little-known talent enhancement. The enhancement ability could temporarily elevate Lin Yan's beast's power by 1 tier, with the duration depending on Lin Yan's soul power. The previous owner of this body had too little soul power to fully utilize this skill, leading to the misconception that he had no beast master talent. But now, with Lin Yan's significantly increased soul power, using this ability had become effortless. With a thought, Lin Yan's little ice serpent rapidly expanded before Li Dali's astonished eyes, transforming into the size of an adult ice serpent. Its aura surged, instantly reaching the 2nd tier, 2nd level. The blazing lion's assault paused, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. Li Dali noticed the blazing lion's hesitation and was furious. "Attack. Defeat it." This must be some kind of illusion, only appearing strong. He had heard of certain beastmasters with the talent to create illusions and instinctively categorized what he saw as such. Obeying its master's command, the blazing lion charged at Lin Yan once more. Faced with the fierce blazing lion, the ice serpent merely opened its mouth slightly. Ice breath. With a whooshing sound, cold air gathered in the ice serpent's mouth, transforming into an extreme cold storm that roared out. The blazing lion was instantly enveloped in the explosive chill. The sudden transformation of the small ice serpent into a powerful ice serpent left everyone present stunned. Fong Ling, in particular, widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding on the arena. This was beyond their comprehension. Li Dali stood dumbfounded as the blazing lion was engulfed by the ice serpent's icy breath. Amidst a piercing howl, the chill in the arena slowly dissipated. At the center, the blazing lion had become a lifelike ice sculpture. The next second, with a crisp crack, the surface of the ice sculpture was covered in countless tiny cracks. Following that, the blazing lion, along with the ice sculpture, shattered to pieces on the spot. The moment the blazing lion fell, Li Dali's face turned ashen, and he instinctively bent over. The The soul backlash from the beast's death hit him like a tidal wave, leaving his mind blank and nearly causing him to collapse. Lin Yan looked coldly at Li Dali, who was kneeling on the platform, and said calmly, "Don't forget our bet." With that, he retracted his ice serpent and walked off the stage without looking back. The audience was silent for a few seconds, then erupted in astonishment as they realized what had just happened. Lin Yan had not only defeated Li Dali, but had done so with overwhelming force, a feat even the exceptionally talented Fong Ling wouldn't claim to achieve. This meant Lin Yan's power was at least 2 to 3 levels above that of the Blazing Lion. Lin Yan's display of strength completely captivated everyone present. Coupled with his good looks, he instantly attracted the attention of all the girls, who eagerly swarmed to get close to him. "Lin Yan, you're amazing. Can I have your contact?" "Lin Yan, my family is a major shareholder in Funghao Hotel. Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" "Lin Yan, could you come to my house and help me with my homework?" No one is home. Others nearby were equally amazed, as Lin Yan's performance far exceeded their expectations. After finally breaking free from the crowd, Lin Yan grabbed Fong Ling and prepared to leave. Just then, Li Dali's top lackey, Su Fei, suddenly blocked their path. The mocking expression on Su Fei's face had vanished, replaced by a stiff demeanor. "This is Brother Li's wager," Su Fei said, handing over a card with a slight tremor in his right hand. Lin Yan took the card, and Su Fei immediately turned and ran back to the pale-faced Li Dali. Knowing he couldn't back out in front of so many witnesses, Li Dali dared not play tricks in front of Lin Yan. After the Blazing Lion's defeat, he had no power to resist Lin Yan. Reviving the beast would come at a significant cost, adding to his frustration. "Thanks a lot," Lin Yan said, looking at the card in his hand with a broad smile. "Now I have the resources for the ice serpent's growth." With the bet secured, Lin Yan left the school with Fong Ling watching them walk away side by side. The weakened Li Dali was filled with anger and resentment, causing him to cough up blood. On the way home, Lin Yan suddenly turned to Fong Ling and said, "Fong Ling, I have some things to do. You head home by yourself today." "Okay, see you, Brother Lin Yan." Fong Ling waved goodbye. "Goodbye, stay safe on your way," Lin Yan advised. After parting ways, Lin Yan crossed the bustling downtown area to a brightly lit part of town. A lavishly decorated, spacious shop came into view. Lin Yan paused briefly at the entrance before stepping into the Beastmaster's store. He would never have set foot in such a place before. The items here often cost hundreds or even thousands of alliance coins. But now, with the 10,000 alliance coins he won from Li Dali, he decided to buy some spiritual items beneficial for his pet beast's growth. "Welcome. How can I assist you?" A salesperson greeted him warmly as he entered. "Hello, I need 5 portions of ice attribute spiritual liquid and 2 ice spirit tree leaves," Lin Yan stated directly. "Of course, please follow me," the salesperson said, leading Lin Yan to the counter and conversing with the staff there. Soon, the waiter brought over the items Lin Yan requested. As he glanced at the bill, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. 5 portions of ice element spiritual liquid, each costing 1,000 alliance coins, totaled 5,000. 2 ice spirit leaves, each priced at 1,500, added up to 3,000. Just like that, 8,000 of the 10,000 alliance coins he had just won vanished. Despite the expense, Lin Yan swiped his card without hesitation. "Nurturing my beast companion is the priority," he reminded himself, lamenting internally. Beast taming is indeed a bottomless pit. He realized that this was merely the cost of low-grade materials, and the future purchase of high-grade spiritual items would be even more daunting. With the precious spiritual items in hand, Lin Yan hurried home, eager to get started. He knew that with these, the ice snake could finally recover quickly. Normally, it would take at least a month for it to regain its full strength, but the preliminary martial exam was just over half a month away. Although Lin Yan's innate skill could increase the ice snake's level by an entire rank in a short time, the exam tested the beast's original level. It would be ironic to be eliminated just because the beast hadn't reached level 1. Carefully, Lin Yan took out an ice spirit leaf. It was crystal clear, resembling a piece of crystal, and felt cold to the touch. "Here, little one," he gently told the small ice snake in his arms. "Eat this, and you'll grow stronger." The little ice snake opened its mouth, struggling to bite into the leaf that was too large for it. Lin Yan watched patiently, occasionally whispering encouragement. "Take your time, no rush, it's all yours." When the little creature finally swallowed the entire leaf, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. "Don't choke, have some spiritual liquid," Lin Yan offered, handing over the ice element spiritual liquid, which the little ice snake gulped down in one go. In just 10 minutes, 2,500 alliance coins had gone into the little one's belly. After the spiritual liquid was consumed, Lin Yan immediately placed the small ice snake into the beast's space, where the absorption of spiritual items could be accelerated. Lin Yan dared to feed it so boldly because of his unique ability, the Data Divine Eye. This allowed him to see the most efficient hidden cultivation plan, far surpassing the official standard methods. Ordinary beast tamers could only follow the official guidelines step by step. with any deviation potentially resulting in stunted growth or even a permanent loss of evolution opportunities. But Lin Yan's method was so efficient that it would allow his beast to grow much faster than average, giving him the potential to reach heights other beast tamers could only dream of. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. As soon as Lin Yan opened his eyes, he eagerly accessed his beast space and summoned his ice serpent. After a night of rest and recovery, the ice serpent had fully absorbed the spiritual items it consumed the previous day, and its size was now comparable to an average beast. Lin Yan immediately activated his data vision to examine the specific details of the ice serpent. Species: Ice Serpent. Attribute: Ice. Level: Tier 1, Level 4. Stage: Growth. Ability: Ice Breath. Status: Healthy. The system also displayed 2 evolution paths. First, the Divine Dragon evolution path enhancing the dragon bloodline within, improving all attributes comprehensively. The next evolution form would be an Ice Jiao, requiring a low-grade Ice Spirit Crystal, with potential to ultimately evolve to Tier 9. Second, the Giant Snake evolution path focusing on enhancing close combat abilities. The next evolution form would be an Ice Python, with potential to ultimately evolve to Tier 7. Tier 1, Level 4. Lin Yan was thrilled. This meant that the Ice Serpent had mastered its first skill, Ice Breath. It was this very skill that, when enhanced by his innate talent, had one-hit KO'd Li Dali's Blaze Lion yesterday. Now, the Ice Serpent could independently perform this skill, and although its power wasn't as great as when enhanced, it was a significant improvement. Seeing his beloved pet's remarkable 2-level progress overnight, Lin Yan couldn't help but acknowledge the effectiveness of purchasing spiritual items. He promptly took out another Ice Spirit Leaf and a portion of Ice Attribute Spiritual Liquid to feed the Ice Serpent. This time, the serpent adeptly devoured the leaf in no time. Although the improvement might not be as significant as the last time, it would still lead to considerable growth and strength. Just as he finished feeding, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Opening it, he found Fong Ling standing there, looking charming in a pale yellow dress. According to school regulations, students who registered for the martial exam didn't need to wear uniforms, making Fong Ling look particularly striking in her outfit. Lin Yan, would you like to go to school together? Sure. Upon reaching the school, Li Dali's seat was empty, but his follower, Su Fei, had brought the martial exam registration form for him. It was likely that Li Dali was busy with his family, trying to revive his spirit beast. Although spirit beasts could be resurrected after death, the process was indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. As the school day ended, and everyone was packing up to leave, the homeroom teacher strode into the classroom and announced an exciting piece of news. Students, to improve Qingfeng City's martial exam pass rate, the school has collaborated with the city's education department to establish a special Beast Master training class. This class has no entry requirements, and any student participating in the martial exam can sign up. I hope everyone will actively participate. After the homeroom teacher made the announcements, he glanced at Lin Yan with a flicker in his eyes. Clearly, the news of Lin Yan defeating Li Dali the night before had reached his ears. Remembering how he had tried to stop the strongest student in the class from signing up, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Just as Lin Yan was contemplating whether to join the special training class, Fong Ling quietly leaned over and whispered, "Lin Yan, the education department is serious this time. I heard they've allocated a substantial budget for this Beastmaster training program." This information immediately dispelled Lin Yan's hesitation. With such significant official investment, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. After school, Lin Yan returned home and immediately summoned the data eye. A transparent data frame slowly unfolded before his eyes. Name: Lin Yan. Gender: male. Age: 17. Profession: Beastmaster. Rank: Tier 1. Beast: Ice Serpent Tier 1, Level 5. Soul Power: 12.2. Constitution: 2.1. Innate Skills: 1 Data Eye. 2. Enhancement consumes soul power to enhance beasts. Duration and extent are determined by soul power. The data confirmed Lin Yan's expectations. After the Ice Serpent consumed the Ice Spirit Tree leaves for the second time, it successfully advanced to Tier 1, Level 5. His own soul power, boosted by the Ice Serpent's strength feedback, had reached an impressive 12.2, surpassing most Tier 2 Beastmasters. Lin Yan understood that this extraordinary soul power likely stemmed from his identity as a transmigrant. His dual life experience made his soul unique, and its fusion with his predecessor's soul resulted in this remarkable value. He was now close to the 15 soul power points needed to unlock a second beast slot. The next morning, Lin Yan felt a growth in his inner strength. This was the feedback effect of the Ice Serpent's enhanced power. Although it was still at Tier 1, Level 5, it had made significant progress toward Tier 1, Level 6. Guided by the optimal training plan from the data eye, the Ice Serpent's progress remained impressive, even beyond the stage of compensating for innate weaknesses. Arriving at school, today marked the first day of the special training class. Unlike regular classes, the training sessions were held in the school's arena. As Lin Yan stepped into the arena, he immediately felt eyes piercing him from all directions like arrows. With his keen observation, he noticed the people around him took a small step back almost simultaneously, a subtle movement that didn't escape his notice. This unusual reaction sparked suspicion in Lin Yan, and he instinctively touched his face. Whispers and murmurs floated through the crowd, reaching Lin Yan's ears. Is that him? The one who defeated Li Dali, the Lin King of Hell? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He took down Li Dali's flaming lion in one move. I was there too. That lion shattered into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. I heard that flaming lion was a first-tier level 5, but it didn't last 10 seconds against Lin Yan. Isn't Lin Yan's beast taming supposed to be weak? Why don't you try challenging him yourself? Are you kidding? After Li Dali's crushing defeat, who would dare provoke him? Li Dali hasn't even returned to school yet. Sure, some are stronger than Li Dali, but not to the point of a one-hit defeat, right? Feeling the evasive glances around him, Lin Yan didn't pay much attention and walked straight towards Fong Ling. As he approached, Fong Ling greeted him with a teasing smile. Lin Yan, or should I say, Lin King of Hell, ha. Lin Yan's expression darkened, silently annoyed. Just because I beat Li Dali, they gave me such a nickname? If I find out who started this, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. At that moment, the arena doors creaked open. An elderly figure appeared at the entrance. The students exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. Why is it an old man? Is this old man going to teach us? Soon after, the school's head teacher followed behind the old man, cleared his throat, and addressed the students. Everyone, quiet down. Let me introduce you to your special training class instructor, Li Yan. Instructor Li is sent by the education department to lead this pre-exam intensive training. He will be in charge for the next half-month. The introduction caused a stir among the students, who were skeptical about the old man being their instructor, struggling to associate the image of a strong figure with the elderly man before them. However, the white-haired elder seemed unfazed by the surrounding chatter, maintaining a calm gaze upon the students. Lin Yan scrutinized the elder on stage. He wore an outdated shirt, his white hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, and his face was rugged with stubble, yet his sharp eyes stood out remarkably. While others continued to chatter, Lin Yan, with a serious demeanor, held on to Fong Ling and watched the seemingly gentle old man on stage, feeling a growing sense of unease. As the murmurs gradually subsided, the old man on the stage slowly opened his mouth, and a somewhat aged yet strong voice resonated throughout the arena. The voice seemed to carry a certain magic, compelling all the students to quiet down. It seems like you all have some concerns about me being your instructor, the old man said with a meaningful smile. In that case, let's move your practical combat class up to today. With these words, the newly appointed Beast Tamers buzzed with excitement, eager to showcase their beast's abilities. The old man observed their reactions, a slight smile playing on his lips. Your objective for today's practical class is simple: last 10 minutes against me. This statement was like a bombshell, igniting the entire arena. The students began to chatter. He's going to take on all of us? With so many of us, it should be a piece of cake. Even if he's a second-tier beast tamer, he won't stand a chance against our onslaught. Seeing the relaxed expressions around him, Lin Yan shook his head in resignation, aware that they had yet to realize the kind of opponent they were up against. If you can last 10 minutes against me, Instructor Li's voice rang out again. I'll reward you with a basic soul technique. The arena fell silent instantly. A soul technique. Even the most basic soul technique was highly valuable outside. No one doubted the old man's prowess. Now someone who could offer a soul technique as a reward had to be at least a second-tier beast tamer. The students quickly began strategizing. Release the beasts right away and form a defensive circle. Yes, don't let him pick us off one by one. We just need to last 10 minutes. No need for a fool-in assault. However, in the corner of the arena, Lin Yan's expression was unusually serious. He turned to Fong Ling beside him. Listen, as soon as the battle starts, we run in the opposite direction. Don't engage Heaton. But, Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan, puzzled. No time to explain, just trust me, Lin Yan insisted. Although Fong Ling didn't understand Lin Yan's caution, his unprecedented seriousness compelled her to trust him unconditionally. Time starts now. With Instructor Li's command, Lin Yan immediately grabbed Fong Ling and dashed towards the arena's exit. The other students released their beasts and charged forward. Seizing the chaos, Lin Yan and Fong Ling sprinted to the furthest open space from the arena within the school. Lin Yan, why aren't we joining them to fight Instructor Li? Fong Ling asked, unable to suppress the confusion and a hint of worry in her eyes, despite her unconditional trust in Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook his head gently, a slight smile playing on his lips. No need to rush. Once Instructor Li has defeated them all, he'll naturally come looking for us. I'm just buying us some time, he said, his shoulders easing slightly. Come looking for us, Fong Ling murmured, pondering the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, do you mean? You think even all of us together can't last 10 minutes against Instructor Li? Lin Yan remained unfazed, calmly responding. No, it's not that it's difficult. It's simply impossible. Is Instructor Li really that strong? Fong Ling asked in surprise. She thought, even for a second-level beast master, defeating over 40 people in a short time would be extremely challenging. The idea that the entire special training class couldn't last 10 minutes against Instructor Li was baffling to her. Lin Yan said plainly, "What if I told you that Instructor Li is a third-level beast master?" He explained that the moment Instructor Li stepped onto the platform, he had discerned through his data that Li Yan was indeed a third-level beast master. A third-level beast master? Fong Ling's voice trembled slightly. In Qingfeng City, a third-level beast master was considered among the strongest. If Instructor Li was truly a third-level beast master, everything made sense. Although the special training class had over 40 first-level beast masters, for a third-level beast master, dealing with students who hadn't even reached the second level was a breeze. Fong Ling didn't question how Lin Yan knew this. She simply accepted the fact. Nonetheless, the idea of a third-level beast master serving as their special training class instructor still felt somewhat surreal to her. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the arena. The air was filled with students' cries and the wails of their beasts. Most students bore bruises, especially those who had been the loudest earlier. Their faces showed more signs of battle, and their beast cries were particularly pitiful. The students below looked at Li Yan with fear in their eyes. The recent events were etched deeply into their memories. Li Yan's beast rampaged like an ancient beast, unstoppable through the crowd, with no student or beast able to withstand it. They were thoroughly humiliated under Li Yan's hands. Standing on the platform, Li Yan surveyed the disheveled students below, a satisfied smile on his face. Suddenly, he realized something, and his smile froze. Two are missing. He scanned the area, noting that there were 2 fewer people than before the practical class began. Then, Li Yan recalled that at the start of the practical class, 2 shadows seemed to have slipped out of the arena. Things are getting interesting. Those 2 are quite cunning. Li Yan's smile grew wider. But I like it. With that, Li Yan shot out of the arena. He mounted his howling moon wolf and sped through the school, beginning his pursuit of the 2 escapees. A minute later, Li Yan spotted Lin Yan and Fong Ling in the open area furthest from the arena. The 2 little ones were indeed hiding there. Li Yan's ability to find them so quickly surprised Lin Yan, making him realize he had underestimated the power of a third-tier beastmaster. Li Yan didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at his watch. 30 seconds left. That's enough, he muttered to himself. As Li Yan's howling moon wolf slowly approached, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming pressure. The aura of a third-tier spirit beast made it hard for him to breathe, but he clenched his teeth and fists, determined to fight. Ice Serpent, go! Lin Yan commanded. The ice serpent quickly positioned itself in front of Lin Yan, ready to face the charging howling moon wolf. Li Yan sneered. You think this little thing can stop my howling moon wolf? The howling moon wolf leaped towards the ice serpent, aiming to knock it out with a single blow. However, Lin Yan was not going to just sit back. Innate skill, enhance! Lin Yan shouted. The ice serpent's aura intensified rapidly, breaking through the second tier and finally stopping at level 5 of the second tier. Li Yan frowned slightly, seemingly realizing something. Although the power gap was still significant, the ice serpent now had a slight ability to resist. Ling Yan's goal was not to defeat Li Yan, but simply to hold on for 30 seconds. Icy breath, Lin Yan ordered. With a roar, a chilling mist enveloped the howling moon wolf. A violent gust erupted, sweeping through the area with force several times greater than before, even making Lin Yan secretly amazed. Caught off guard, the howling moon wolf's body was covered in a layer of frost. But as a third-tier spirit beast, it quickly reacted, unleashing a powerful wave that kept the icy mist at bay, as if it were wearing an invisible armor. Despite this, the ice serpent successfully delayed the howling moon wolf's attack. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 seconds had passed, and Lin Yan was halfway to success. However, he dared not relax, knowing that even with only 10 seconds left, a strong third-tier spirit beast could still turn the tables. Lin Yan kept his eyes fixed on his opponent, fully focused on preparing for the next assault. As each second ticked by, the hope of victory and the shadow of defeat intertwined within him. In the next moment, the howling moon wolf shot through the air like a silver lightning bolt, breaking through all obstacles and appearing directly above the ice serpent in an instant. Lin Yan couldn't even track the wolf's movement. All he saw was a blurred silver shadow streaking across the sky. The wolf's sharp claws struck down fiercely towards the ice serpent, the air filled with a piercing sound. Time was of the essence, and the wolf needed to finish the fight quickly to gain control over Fong Ling. Bang! Bang! The sound of the intense collision echoed around. As the dust settled, the ice serpent slowly lifted its head, having survived the fierce blow. Lin Yan was overjoyed. His spirit beast had shown unexpected resilience. Li Yan called back the howling moon wolf, refraining from further attacks. He realized that if this strike hadn't incapacitated the ice serpent, there wouldn't be enough time left. Not far away, Ling watched the fierce battle in astonishment, hiding with her phoenix-tailed green lawn bird. The strength displayed by the ice serpent far exceeded her expectations, and she was secretly amazed at how Lin Yan's spirit beast had become so powerful. As the battle intensified, Ling clenched her small fists in worry. Although she wanted to send her bird to assist Lin Yan, she knew it would only cause him more trouble. Lin Yan was quite surprised to see the ice serpent still able to move. Though he had instructed the howling moon wolf to use only half its strength to avoid killing the serpent outright, this level of force was typically enough to severely injure a second-tier spirit beast. The ice serpent managed to withstand the attack by using its unique ability, the ice armor. A layer of hard ice crystals covered its body, absorbing most of the damage. While the ice armor was shattered in the attack, it successfully helped Lin Yan pass the test. Lin Yan didn't expect a spirit beast with such strong casting abilities to also excel in close combat. It was rare for a spirit beast to be adept at both, as they usually specialized in one area. Time's up, teacher. Lin Yan glanced at the clock and looked up at Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan's expression was grim as he stared at Lin Yan. Did you use some kind of life force enhancing artifact on your spirit beast just now? Lin Yan questioned sternly. Such artifacts could cause significant harm to the spirit beast and greatly affect its future growth potential. Although these items were valuable, Lin Yan was unsure where Lin Yan could have obtained one. Seeing Lin Yan's serious demeanor, Lin Yan realized there might be a misunderstanding. Teacher, I didn't use any external items. What I used was my innate ability, Lin Yan quickly explained. Nonsense. You're still denying it. Lin Yan's expression darkened further, his tone tinged with anger. As a third-level beast master, Lin Yan prided himself on his knowledge, but had never heard of an innate ability that could elevate a spirit beast's power by an entire tier. He was convinced Lin Yan was lying to cover up the use of an artifact. But Instructor, I really am using my innate ability. Just watch, Lin Yan said, demonstrating his ability once more. The ice serpent, which had just recovered to level 1, stage 5, began to glow with a soft blue light under the mysterious force. Its body rapidly expanded, its scales became tougher and shinier, and its eyes gleamed with a sharper light. In a matter of moments, the ice serpent's power surged back to level 2, stage 5. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the transformation. His expression shifted from skepticism to shock, eventually accepting the astonishing reality. I never expected such an innate ability to exist. I must admit my ignorance. Lin Yan's tone softened, realizing his earlier attitude was unfounded. It's not your fault, Instructor. I should have explained it more clearly beforehand, Lin Yan replied tactfully. Seeing Lin Yan's understanding, Lin Yan nodded in approval. Building a good relationship with a level 3 beast master certainly had its advantages. Nonetheless, the shock within Lin Yan remained. An ability that could enhance power by an entire stage and be used twice in succession was nothing short of extraordinary. So, Instructor, does this mean we've passed the assessment? Lin Yan asked with a playful smile, clearly eager for the soul technique reward Lin Yan had promised earlier. Lin Yan immediately grasped Lin Yan's intention. As a level 3 beast master, he wouldn't break his word to a junior. However, he had only made the promise casually, without actually preparing any basic soul technique. He hadn't anticipated anyone enduring the full 10 minutes. Despite Lin Yan's clever maneuvering, he and his partner met the criteria Lin Yan had set. After pondering, Lin Yan said, as I mentioned, if you last 10 minutes, you'll be rewarded with a soul technique. Since both of you managed to do that, you'll get your reward. With that, Lin Yan rummaged through his storage ring and eventually pulled out a plain wooden box, tossing it to Lin Yan. Lin Yan caught the box, feeling a tinge of disappointment at its unimpressive appearance. It was hard to imagine anything valuable could be inside such an ordinary container. Noticing Lin Yan's doubtful expression, Lin Yan snorted, "Humph, if you don't want it, give it back. Inside is a beginner-level soul technique. If I hadn't been caught off guard, do you think I'd give it to you?" Hearing the words beginner-level soul technique, Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he clutched the box tightly. The value of a beginner-level soul technique far surpassed that of a basic one, as most on the market were merely basic techniques. Lin Yan's tone turned serious. There is one thing you must remember. Never casually share the contents of this technique. I acquired it through a rare opportunity, and it can be taught only twice. After I learned it myself, there's only one chance left. Once you learn it, the soul technique will disappear. Because spreading soul techniques recklessly is a major taboo in the world of Beast Tamers, anyone who violates this rule will be hunted by the Beast Tamer Association. Just as Lin Yan was about to continue explaining, Lin Yan interrupted him. Officer Li, why the rush? I haven't forgotten there's someone else here. Lin Yan immediately understood Lin Yan's intention. He glanced at Ling, who was standing nearby, and took out an emerald green crystal core from his storage ring. The crystal core gleamed under the sunlight, resembling a beautiful piece of art. I only have this one soul technique for now. This is a crystal core from a peak second-tier wind attribute beast, perfectly suitable for you. If you still want a soul technique, the value of this crystal core is more than enough to exchange for a basic soul technique in any shop. Fong Ling's eyes lit up as she quickly accepted the crystal core from Lin Yan. She caressed the precious item, which would greatly aid the advancement of her Feng Wei Qingwan bird. Lin Yan was secretly amazed, thinking that the value of this second-tier crystal core likely surpassed that of a basic soul technique. A third-tier beast tamer truly had deep pockets. In a short time, Lin Yan had already offered something worth tens of thousands of federal coins. But this wasn't without reason. It stemmed from his appreciation of talent. He saw potential in Lin Yan's aptitude and quick thinking, believing that his future achievements would surpass his own. As for Feng Ling, her talent was among the best in Qingfeng City, not to mention her beast with Phoenix bloodline, which had limitless growth potential. Back in the arena, everyone was still lamenting the earlier lesson. Seeing their bruised classmates, Feng Ling patted her chest, relieved that she had decisively followed Lin Yan out. With a mischievous smile, Lin Yan looked around. How do you feel? Do you think I'm qualified to be your special training instructor? This time, no one dared to voice opposition. Everyone stood in unison, listening intently to Lin Yan. But among you, there are still two smart ones. Lin Yan's gaze fell on Feng Ling and Lin Yan in the corner. The crowd's attention shifted towards them, and someone whispered, as expected, Lin Yan is exceptional. I knew it. Who else but Lin Yan could last until the 10th minute? Lin Yan's status in everyone's eyes rose several notches. Lin Yan's earlier lesson had already convinced everyone of his strength and authority. After all, a third-tier beast tamer was a significant figure in Qingfeng City. Training this group of students was an honor they wouldn't dare question. Since no one has any objections, let's begin our second training session of the day, physical training. Hearing the words, physical training, everyone felt a wave of relief. As beast tamers, their physical capabilities already exceeded those of ordinary people, so regular physical training was hardly a challenge. Little did they know what kind of hell awaited them. Lin Yan's next words hit the students like a sledgehammer. Today's training goal is to run 10 laps around the school's perimeter. No one can leave until it's done. What? 10 laps? The students were instantly filled with dread at the daunting number. The school's grounds were vast, and 10 laps seemed an insurmountable distance. Forget about having dinner on time. They'd be lucky to get home before dark. Seeing the reluctance on their faces, Lin Yan smirked slightly. Clearing his throat, he said casually, if you'd prefer, we can replace the endurance training with a practical combat session. As soon as he said this, the students, who had been frowning moments before, suddenly sprang into action like startled cats, racing out of the arena to start their long run around the school boundary. Given the choice between a long run and a beating from Lin Yan, they opted for the former. The thought of combat training was nothing more than a euphemism for a one-sided beating, where they couldn't even fight back. Lin Yan also joined the running crowd without hesitation. As a principled cultivator, he wouldn't use his innate abilities to cheat in such routine training. He understood that this level of exercise was crucial for enhancing a beast master's own strength. Time flew by, and as dusk fell, the regular students had long gone home, leaving only the special training class still struggling along the school's edge. By now, Lin Yan's stamina was significantly depleted, and his pace had slowed. Keep going, Lin Yan, just one more lap to go. Feng Ling encouraged him, running alongside. She was the only one who could match his pace, which was no coincidence. Her beast, the Feng Wei Qingwan bird, had reached stage 1 level 8, making her one of the top students, with a physique to match. Lin Yan watched from the stands, his sharp gaze following the students as they passed. When Lin Yan ran by, his eyes flickered with interest. He noticed that Lin Yan's physique wasn't much different from the average student, yet his control over his body was exceptional. This extraordinary control allowed him to maintain the fastest speed while conserving energy. As an experienced third-stage beast master, Lin Yan pondered silently. Such mastery over one's body requires either a powerful soul force or specialized training. Since Lin Yan hadn't undergone any special training, Lin Yan realized that the boy possessed remarkable innate abilities and an extraordinary soul force, making his future potential difficult to predict. Lin Yan noticed Feng Ling was glistening with sweat, her forehead damp, clearly exhausted. Not wanting to push her too hard, he subtly slowed his pace. Post-exercise, Feng Ling exuded youthful vitality, her clothes subtly outlining her perfect figure, making her even more beautiful. Meanwhile, those trailing behind Lin Yan found themselves struggling, left to chase the pair's retreating figures. Lin Yan not only had to endure physical pain, but also mental anguish. He gritted his teeth and kept running, his clothes soaked in sweat, while images of others leisurely going about their day kept flashing in his mind. This stark contrast ignited a fire of determination within him, pushing him to keep going. As the laps increased, Lin Yan could clearly feel his body being pushed to its limits. The soreness of his muscles and the pounding of his heart reminded him that this training was gradually transforming his physique. By the time he completed 10 laps, he was nearly exhausted, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Looking back, Lin Yan noticed that many others had yet to finish their training, but they too were persevering. This shared struggle provided him with a sense of solace. After the physical training, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the arena. By then, night had fully descended, and the clock showed it was 8 p.m. Entering the arena, they were greeted with a pleasant surprise. Lin Yan had prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. The hungry trainees, putting aside their usual restraint, eagerly grabbed their trays and started enjoying the feast. Lin Yan picked up his tray and carefully examined the food. He quickly realized this was no ordinary meat. Picking up a slice, he noticed its tender texture and enticing aroma. More importantly, he sensed the unique energy within the meat. It was undoubtedly precious beast meat. As he took a bite, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body, replenishing the energy he had just expended. He couldn't help but marvel at the resources the school and education department had invested in this special training class. Outside, a dish like this would cost hundreds of alliance coins, yet here it was freely available. Recognizing the rare opportunity, Lin Yan helped himself to another serving. He understood that consuming more beast meat would not only restore his energy, but also significantly enhance his physical condition. After dinner, the special training class left the school satisfied. Despite the grueling training, the lavish dinner made the 10 laps worth it. Back home, Lin Yan eagerly retrieved the beginner soul technique given to him by Lin Yan. He knew that with the aid of a soul technique, his abilities would improve significantly. Although for a beast master, the beasts are the main combat force, strengthening the master's own skills is equally crucial, greatly enhancing survival capabilities. When beasts are evenly matched, a beast master with a powerful soul technique can often change the course of a battle. Lin Yan carefully opened the wooden box to find a transparent jade slip inside, engraved with the words soul-piercing arrow. This was the method for cultivating the soul-piercing arrow technique. He gently took out the jade slip and slowly extended his soul power into it. Instantly, a vast amount of information surged into his mind. As soon as he imprinted the technique into his memory, the jade slip in his hand emitted a brilliant white light and then shattered into dust, disappearing. Lin Yan understood this was a protective measure to prevent the soul technique from being freely disseminated. Each jade slip had a fixed number of uses. After thoroughly studying the soul technique, Lin Yan gained a preliminary understanding of the soul-piercing arrow. Its most notable feature was its exceptional penetrating power, making a beast master's attacks significantly stronger than others at the same level. This discovery filled Lin Yan with anticipation for his future training. For Lin Yan, mastering the soul technique wasn't particularly challenging. It took him less than an hour to become thoroughly familiar with its usage. To test its power, Lin Yan left his room and headed to a deserted clearing. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and began to channel the soul technique. Soul breaker arrow, he muttered, and a luminous arrow shot from his fingertips, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Boom! The arrow struck a massive rock in the clearing, leaving a bullseye-sized hole with charred edges, wisps of smoke rising from it. Impressive for a basic soul technique, it's potent enough to threaten a second-tier spirit beast. Lin Yan marveled to himself. He understood that usually, a beast master's soul techniques served only as support in battles, but this soul breaker arrow provided him substantial independent combat power. This was undoubtedly due to his soul strength, which far surpassed that of his peers. Ordinary first-tier beast masters struggled to even use basic soul techniques effectively. What delighted Lin Yan even more was that the soul breaker arrow didn't significantly drain his soul power. This meant he could unleash multiple arrows in a single battle, greatly enhancing his sustained combat ability. Satisfied with the test, Lin Yan returned home. He entered his bedroom and gently called out his ice serpent. A soft hissing filled the air as the ice serpent, not in combat mode, shrank to its normal size, coiling up in a corner of the desk, looking particularly adorable. As Lin Yan gently stroked the serpent's head, he fed it ice element spirit liquid. Watching it greedily consume the liquid, Lin Yan couldn't help but remark, "You're quite the money pit." To ensure the ice serpent's rapid growth, Lin Yan fed it expensive ice element spirit liquid daily. Each portion cost 1,000 alliance coins, and the 5 portions he had previously bought were nearly gone. I need to find a way to earn some money, Lin Yan thought, slightly exasperated as he watched the contented serpent. He knew that a beast master's strength relied heavily on their beast's level, and he couldn't skimp on its nourishment. However, anything related to beast mastery was exorbitantly priced. What worried Lin Yan even more was that the ice serpent was entering its growth phase and would soon reach maturity. The materials needed for its evolution would be another significant expense. "Little one, it's time to find a place where you can practice for real tomorrow," Lin Yan gently told the ice serpent. "You'll have to work for your meals too, or I won't be able to afford you." Once the ice serpent finished the spirit liquid, Lin Yan returned it to the beast space. The next morning, Lin Yan arrived at school as usual. As he entered the classroom, he was greeted by the lively discussions among his classmates in the special training class. "Did you not sleep last night either? I was so excited the whole time." "Me too. I thought it was just me." I know, right? Last night's monster meat was so nourishing. I couldn't sleep after eating so much. Listening to his classmates, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. For most of them, except for a few from wealthy families, it was their first time tasting monster meat, so it was no surprise they got a bit carried away with excitement. Hearing the students' discussions, a slight smile appeared on Li Yan's face. He knew well that the spiritual energy contained in the beast meat was incredibly pure, and it would take an ordinary person a long time to digest it. The students, having devoured so much the previous night, found it understandable they couldn't sleep. However, Li Yan's gaze fell on Lin Yan and Fong Ling, whose skills far surpassed their classmates, making the absorption and digestion of the beast meat easy for them. As the classroom gradually filled with students, Li Yan glanced at the clock and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, time's up, let's begin the class. As soon as he spoke, the classroom fell silent. Ever since learning that Li Yan was a third-tier beast master, no student dared to act recklessly. Even those with prestigious backgrounds were insignificant in front of a third-tier beast master. Moreover, though the 10-lap run yesterday had exhausted them, its effects were evident. Their physical condition had noticeably improved. While the delicious beast meat played a role, without the intense exercise beforehand, the meat's effects wouldn't have been so pronounced. Li Yan surveyed the room and continued. Today, our training will focus on mental stress resistance. As he spoke, he produced a crystal-clear orb from somewhere. While most students were still confused, Lin Yan immediately recognized the treasure. A mental-type spiritual artifact, he thought to himself, recalling the last time he saw it in a Beastmaster shop, deterred by its exorbitant price. He hadn't expected the special training class to be so generous, using such a high-level artifact. Though not particularly useful in combat, this artifact could generate a field of mental pressure within a certain range. Training in such an environment could significantly benefit the growth of one's soul power. Seeing most students still bewildered, Li Yan patiently explained. In a moment, you won't need to do anything but sit in your seats and wait for the mental pressure to descend. Upon hearing mental pressure, the students finally understood the challenge they were about to face. Once everyone was ready, Li Yan slowly infused the crystal ball with his mental power. Instantly, an invisible pressure enveloped the classroom. Initially, the pressure was mild, and the students were in the adaptation phase. As time passed, Li Yan gradually increased the input of soul power. The students began feeling the pressure, which started to affect their ability to think. Focus and counter the pressure, Li Yan's voice echoed in the classroom. This mental pressure was akin to the gravity rooms used for physical training. Resisting it in such an environment could significantly enhance one's soul power. Oh, the classroom soon filled with exclamations. Students with lesser talent were starting to struggle. Their soul power was inherently weak, and their cultivation speed lagged behind others. However, this training environment was precisely what could greatly enhance their soul power. For these students, enduring the pressure meant they would gain benefits far beyond those of their peers. Lin Yan's soul power had reached 12 points, far surpassing his classmates, making ordinary training ineffective for him. At this moment, Instructor Li's mental pressure felt like a gentle breeze to him, offering no challenge. Lin Yan thought to himself that he must find a way to increase the overall intensity of the pressure for it to be beneficial. Suddenly inspired, he quietly utilized his soul power to absorb the mental pressure in the surrounding area. On the platform, Li Yan immediately sensed something unusual as his soul power consumption skyrocketed. He focused intently for a while, but couldn't pinpoint the cause. As time passed, the immense consumption became unbearable for Li Yan. Lin Yan's soul power was nearing the threshold of a third-tier beast master, and suppressing so many people at once, including someone close to the third tier like Lin Yan, was understandably taxing. Li Yan realized he couldn't continue like this, as dragging it out might lead to an ungraceful end due to depleted soul power. He promptly decided to increase the mental pressure intensity by several levels within just 10 seconds. This sudden change caught most students off guard, forcing many to withdraw. Those who remained struggled to cope, having to concentrate their soul power on enduring rather than resisting. Li Yan immediately felt a reduction in pressure and a significant decrease in consumption. Sensing the increased pressure, Lin Yan smiled to himself. This intensity finally had some effect on his soul power, but it wasn't enough. He knew that only by pushing his endurance to the limit could he achieve the best training results. Just as Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed a sharp increase in the soul power consumption of his mental-type artifact. He silently cursed, wondering if he had gotten a defective artifact. Despite his internal frustration, Li Yan maintained a composed exterior. With no other choice, Li Yan further intensified the mental pressure. This action caused the remaining students to suffer, as such a level of pressure was far beyond what a first-tier beast master could handle. The students turned pale and sweated profusely, struggling to endure this challenge that exceeded their limits. As the mental pressure training progressed, students began to drop out one after another, except for Lin Yan, who continued to persevere. The sudden increase in mental pressure in the last wave caught many students off guard. Wow, That last surge of mental pressure got really intense, exclaimed a student who had just exited the training to a companion nearby. Absolutely, another student agreed. There was a point earlier too where it suddenly ramped up a lot in a short time. Luckily, I reacted quickly and tightened my spiritual power instead of resisting it. Otherwise, I would have had to quit half an hour ago. You were lucky, a third student joined the discussion. I was a bit slow to react to that wave and couldn't handle it, so I got eliminated. But after that last mental pressure, I do feel like my spiritual power has improved quite a bit. I feel the same, another nodded. It seems like my spiritual power has become more solid. Just as everyone thought the training was over, someone noticed that Lin Yan on the platform was still infusing spiritual power into the crystal ball. Wait, is the training not over? A student asked in confusion. Why is Instructor Li still maintaining the crystal ball? Someone nearby quickly explained. That can't be right. The last wave of mental pressure was way beyond our capacity. Maybe there's something special about how this crystal ball is used, requiring more input even after it ends. As the group was about to accept this explanation, one person suddenly widened their eyes and tapped a companion on the shoulder. Look over there. It seems like Lin Yan is still training. How is that possible? Someone questioned. But soon they saw Lin Yan sitting motionless in his seat, just as he had been during the training. Wow, he really is. Is Lin Yan that strong? The group was amazed. They knew Lin Yan was skilled, but they hadn't expected his spiritual power to be this formidable. Someone speculated. Could it be that the mental pressure decreased again after that intense wave? Lin Yan might be a bit stronger than us, so he managed to withstand the peak and is still holding on. This explanation seemed reasonable, and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they were all first-level Beast Tamers and found it hard to believe Lin Yan could be that much stronger. Yeah, even Fong Ling, who has the highest cultivation level, has already dropped out, someone chimed in. A student suddenly proposed. Why don't I try entering the mental pressure again? With that, he directed his spiritual power into the range of the mental pressure released by the psychic spirit tool. As soon as he entered, the student's body suddenly became rigid, sitting motionless in his seat. Those around him assumed he was easily enduring the current mental pressure. See, I told you the mental pressure got weaker, someone remarked. He seems to be handling it just fine. However, at that moment, the student suddenly slumped forward onto the desk, motionless. Hey, are you okay? Those nearby rushed over to check on him, and after confirming his vital signs were fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. About a minute later, the student finally came around. The group immediately gathered around, eagerly asking what had just happened. The classmate who had just fainted still had a look of terror on their face, clearly having experienced something extremely frightening. I vividly remember that just moments ago, as my soul force touched that area filled with overwhelming mental pressure, it felt as if I had been struck by a heavy hammer, and I immediately lost consciousness. At this moment, the classroom was silent, and everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Lin Yan. He remained seated as steadily as a mountain, the only change being a slight furrow of his brow and a more serious expression. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of the classmates present. Ordinary people would faint just from a momentary contact with that mental pressure, yet Lin Yan could withstand it for so long. What kind of terrifying soul force must he possess? From this moment on, they mentally labeled Lin Yan as someone not to be provoked. Though soul force is not the only measure of a beast master's strength, a beast master with powerful soul force has growth potential far beyond the average person. At this point, Lin Yan was also reaching his limit, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Seeing this, Lin Yan intensified the power of the mental artifact in his hand to its maximum. As a third-tier beast master, Lin Yan had long noticed this young man's soul force was astonishingly strong. Even during yesterday's physical training, he had sensed Lin Yan's soul force was extraordinary, but the current display far exceeded his expectations. Finally, Lin Yan gradually retracted his soul force, looking exhausted. Such high-intensity training was a significant drain, even for him. On stage, Lin Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His soul force output was nearing its limit. If he couldn't outlast a junior, wouldn't all those years of training be wasted? Yet, the soul force Lin Yan displayed truly shocked him. In his decades-long career as a beast master, he had never seen a first-tier beast master with such strength. With Lin Yan's withdrawal, the mental pressure endurance training session concluded. The classmates dutifully returned to their seats, awaiting Lin Yan's next instructions. After a brief rest, each person received a vial of blue liquid. You are a fortunate batch, Lin Yan said as he surveyed the group. This time, to meet the examination tasks, the higher-ups have even allocated soul elixir, such a precious resource, as a regular training supply. He added with a hint of deeper meaning. To his knowledge, for this year's martial arts entrance exam, each region had been given minimum passing criteria, and failing to meet these would result in severe penalties. Consequently, the authorities spared no expense in cultivating more students capable of passing the exam. In just half a month, the special training class in Qingfeng City was in full swing. To cultivate more students who could pass the initial martial arts exam within this tight schedule, various precious resources were provided without regard to cost. When Lin Yan and the other students heard they would receive Soul Elixir, the entire training ground erupted with excitement. Lin Yan stared incredulously at the small vial in his hand. In the outside market, a dose of Soul Elixir would cost at least 2,000 alliance coins. Now, everyone was getting one, and the cost was unbelievably high. He quickly opened the cap and gulped down the elixir. A cool sensation rushed from his dantian to his brain, and Lin Yan immediately felt his recently depleted soul power rapidly replenishing. Moreover, he could sense the elixir nourishing his soul. That's it for today's training, Lin Yan announced. Everyone, go home this afternoon and properly absorb the soul elixir you just took. Don't waste it. Training in soul power was especially exhausting, and the students who had just completed mental endurance training indeed needed rest. Lin Yan glanced at the ice snake in his spirit beast space, planning to take it to earn its keep that afternoon. Thanks to the soul elixir, he could continue with his plan from the previous day. After leaving the school, Lin Yan headed straight for the forest behind the mountain. This was a small wild spirit beast reserve maintained by the military, accessible only to beastmasters. Although Lin Yan was already a first-tier beastmaster, the guard couldn't help but remind the young man to be careful. Thank you, big brother. I'll take care of myself, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Although he appeared to be just a first-tier beastmaster, his innate ability allowed him to match the strength of a second-tier beastmaster. With this confidence, he ventured into the depths of the forest. In the outermost area, Lin Yan occasionally encountered patrol teams. The authorities placed high importance on the spirit beasts in the forest behind the mountain, as even the intrusion of a first-tier beastmaster could result in significant casualties. After passing 2 groups of sentries, Lin Yan finally entered the back mountain forest area completely. Stepping into a zone where spirit beasts might appear, he remained vigilant and immediately released his ice serpent. Scout ahead and communicate with me if you notice anything unusual. Don't act impulsively. The ice serpent nodded like a pecking chick. Though it couldn't speak, it fully understood Lin Yan's instructions. The trees in the forest were much taller than those outside, and under the nourishment of abundant spiritual energy, they even had the potential to evolve into plant-type spirit beasts. Lin Yan cautiously observed his surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden dangers. After all, this was his first time stepping into the territory of wild spirit beasts, which, unlike those trained by humans, did not adhere to any rules about not attacking beastmasters. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Yan recalled the ice serpent to protect himself. Relying on his strong spiritual power and innate ability, Data Divine Eye, he was certain a spirit beast was hiding in the bushes. The ice serpent also kept a keen eye on the bushes, ready to strike. Sensing it had been discovered, the beast behind the bushes stopped hiding and walked out directly. The ice serpent immediately hissed threateningly. As the beast fully emerged, Lin Yan saw it was a giant tusked boar. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the boar had a pair of sharp tusks on its sides, making it a fearsome sight. Lin Yan quietly observed the fierce spirit beast, thinking he hadn't expected the first spirit beast he encountered to be so ferocious. Despite the tusked boar's considerable combat strength, it didn't have much of an advantage against the ice serpent. Lin Yan quickly analyzed. Species, giant tusked boar. Attribute, metal. Level, first tier, level 4. Stage, growth. Abilities. 1. Savage Charge. Launches a powerful impact forward, with its body enveloped in strong energy. 2. Sharp Tusk Stab. Delivers extremely sharp attacks with its pointed tusks. Status. Healthy, excited, bloodthirsty. Evolution path. Seeing that the tusked boar was conveniently at first tier, level 4, Lin Yan was quite satisfied, as it was a perfect practice opponent for the ice serpent. He realized that the combat style of this wild spirit beast was vastly different from those of the trained beasts at school, being much more aggressive and disorderly. Most students' beasts lack real combat experience, but this tusked wild boar was clearly a seasoned fighter. It charged out from the bushes without hesitation, its tusks glinting as it rushed towards the ice serpent. Lin Yan was prepared, commanding the ice serpent to attack. Ice breath. Lin Yan called out firmly. In an instant, a chilling gust roared out, creating a frosty patch on the wild boar's path. The boar's charge slowed significantly, a thin layer of ice covering its body, clearly injuring it. However, instead of retreating, the attack only fueled the boar's ferocity. It let out a deafening roar, eyes blazing red, and charged at the ice serpent again. Savage Charge. The strike was formidable, and the ice serpent dared not take it heeded. It deftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack that carried most of the boar's strength. As the boar missed, it tried to slow down to turn around. At that moment, the ice serpent seized the opportunity, lunging at the boar when its energy was spent. Lin Yan nodded to himself, pleased with the ice serpent's timing. The next moment, the black boar and the blue serpent were entangled in a rapid battle, their movements almost too quick to follow. The boar, trapped, let out frantic squeals and struggled wildly. But the higher-level ice serpent was not about to let go easily. In this close combat, the boar's prized tusks were of no use. With its dragon bloodline, the ice serpent possessed not only powerful skills, but also exceptional close combat abilities. Facing an opponent a level lower, it handled the situation with ease. Before long, under the serpent's constriction and biting, the boar finally stopped moving. Lin Yan quickly stepped forward, skillfully collecting materials from the boar and packing them into his backpack before leaving the scene. He knew well that the scent of blood could easily attract other spiritual beasts, and the recently battled ice serpent needed rest. Not far along, Lin Yan encountered a group of people. They appeared to be a team of Beast Tamers, as those venturing into this forest together were often Beast Tamers. "Hey there, are you here in the back mountain forest on your own?" A man who seemed more composed asked proactively. "Yes," Lin Yan replied succinctly. The team members were a bit concerned seeing such a young Lin Yan exploring alone. After all, there were second-level spiritual beasts in this forest, making solo exploration somewhat risky. "Would you like to join us? We have a second-level beast tamer in our team, so it's safer," the man suggested kindly. "Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to go alone," Lin Yan politely declined, not offering further explanation before leaving. These people, like the guard earlier, meant well. However, they didn't know that with his innate ability, Lin Yan already possessed the strength of a second-level beast tamer and could fully protect himself. Traveling with them might actually be more of a hindrance. Lin Yan politely declined the invitation to join his companions and ventured alone into the depths of the forest behind the mountain. He was well aware that the resources needed to cultivate the ice serpent were costly, and hunting low-level spirit beasts was inefficient. He had to delve deeper to find higher-level prey. As he progressed, Lin Yan noticed a significant increase in both the density and strength of the surrounding spirit beasts. Before long, he encountered his first second-tier spirit beast, a brightly colored spider. The spider was as large as a millstone, with limbs as sharp as blades, slicing through the air with force. Not daring to be careless, Lin Yan immediately activated his innate ability, Enhance. The aura of the ice serpent surged instantly, its level soaring from first-tier 6th level to second-tier 5th level. With the help of his data sensing ability, Lin Yan quickly determined that the colorful spider had only recently broken through to the second tier, with strength at just second-tier 1st level. Despite the spider's fierce approach, it was completely outmatched by the ice serpent's superior level. After an intense battle, the colorful spider finally succumbed to the ice serpent's icy breath. Lin Yan quickly collected materials from the spider and continued on his journey. Victory did not make Lin Yan complacent. He remained vigilant, pausing whenever there was a disturbance around him to carefully observe his surroundings. Only after confirming it was safe would he proceed with the ice serpent. With this second-tier 5th level ice serpent by his side, the likelihood of encountering deadly danger in the forest was significantly reduced. Suddenly, cries came from ahead. "Run, everyone!" Then another voice shouted, "No, Brother Huang. It was cut off urgently by another. There's no time. If we don't leave now, we won't make it." Looking ahead, Lin Yan saw intense fighting with a wide area affected. Many weaker spirit beasts were fleeing in all directions. Hearing the cries for help, Lin Yan didn't stand by idly. He quickly moved with the ice serpent towards the battle site. He thought, since they were all adventurers, he should lend a hand if possible. However, he remained cautious, ready to retreat if the situation became too dangerous. As he got closer, Lin Yan saw the situation clearly. Two massive lizards were fiercely attacking a group of human adventurers. The adventurers were in a precarious position, their defense circle on the verge of collapse. A closer look revealed that these were the same beast tamers who had invited him to join them at the base of the mountain. Ironically, they had encountered danger first. Lin Yan drove the ice serpent forward like an arrow towards the location under attack. Time was of the essence. Any delay could lead to disaster. The Beastmaster squad was in a tough battle, cornered by two fierce second-tier lizard spirit beasts. Suddenly, one team member keenly noticed someone approaching. "Reinforcements are coming," he shouted excitedly. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reigniting their will to survive. Despite having a second-tier Beastmaster in their ranks, they struggled against the onslaught of the two lizards of the same tier. Everyone thought that if another second-tier Beastmaster joined them, they could easily break free. This thought gave them strength, reinvigorating them to drive their beasts to resist fiercely. "Hold on, reinforcements will be here soon," the captain encouraged his teammates loudly. With everyone's concerted effort, the lizard spirit beast's offensive was temporarily held back. However, as Lin Yan drew closer, the Beastmaster squad noticed something unusual. "Wait, why does he look so young?" someone wondered aloud. "Haven't we seen him somewhere before?" another echoed. Suddenly, someone recognized Lin Yan. "Oh my gosh, isn't he the young man we met at the foot of the mountain?" The second in command even considered bringing him along. This revelation was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope that had just been ignited. How could it be him? He can't help, and might even get himself in trouble, someone said regretfully. Despite falling back into despair, they didn't forget to warn Lin Yan of the danger. Young man, don't come any closer. There are 2 second-tier spirit beasts here, a team member shouted. Lin Yan heard the warning but didn't slow his pace. He thought to himself that this Beastmaster squad was worth saving, not only because they had tried to recruit him, but also because even in a crisis, they remembered to warn him to stay away, showing a rare kindness. Seeing Lin Yan ignoring their warnings and continuing to approach, the team members were both anxious and helpless. Young man, didn't we tell you? It's too dangerous here, someone shouted again, their voice full of helplessness. Finally, Lin Yan reached the edge of the battlefield. By this time, the defensive circle of the Beastmaster squad was on the verge of collapse, and their beasts were struggling to hold on. The 2 lizards needed only to maintain their current offensive for the line to break. Without hesitation, Lin Yan activated his innate ability, and the enhanced ice serpent appeared before the 2 lizards. Young man, it's dangerous. Get BA, a team member began to shout, but the scene before them left everyone stunned. The ice serpent opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of cold air, like the onset of winter, instantly turning the surrounding forest into a frozen landscape. The 2 lizards, caught off guard by the sudden cold, slowed down as if stuck in a quagmire. With the pressure on the defensive circle suddenly relieved, the team could finally catch their breath. They looked at the young man before them in shock, their minds swirling with disbelief. He looks so young, yet his beast control is so powerful. Could he be from a prominent family? Someone whispered in speculation. Who else but someone from a prominent family could possess such strength at his age? Another agreed, their voice filled with awe and curiosity. As soon as the ice serpent entered the battlefield, the entire situation changed dramatically. Although the 2 giant lizards had the strength of second-tier level 2 and second-tier level 3, they were forced to retreat under the fierce assault of the ice serpent. Lin Yan had already used his data-enhanced vision to understand the characteristics of these 2 spirit beasts. They were chameleon lizards, capable of changing their color to blend with the environment and possessing incredible speed. The ice serpent quickly covered itself with an impenetrable armor of ice crystals and engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 chameleon lizards. A second-tier beast master in the team exclaimed, "This young man's beast must be at least second-tier level 5 to be able to take on 2 opponents and still have the upper hand." A middle-aged man, realizing the awkwardness of his earlier offer to protect such a formidable individual, remarked, "With talent like this, he'd be in high demand at any Beast Master Academy." During the battle, the ice serpent, protected by its powerful ice crystal armor, inflicted severe injuries on the 2 giant lizards while remaining unscathed. Suddenly, the 2 lizards let out a loud roar and vanished before everyone's eyes. Oh no, it's their invisibility ability. The group worried for Lin Yan, knowing that in battle, the element of surprise is crucial. However, Lin Yan scoffed, unfazed. Humph, showing off in front of an expert. Ice serpent, attack from behind. The ice serpent immediately turned and unleashed a torrent of freezing air. Under the chill, the outline of a lizard became visible. The crowd was amazed to see how effortlessly Lin Yan had countered the giant lizard's most lethal ability, their invisibility. Watching the giant lizard struck directly by the icy breath, Lin Yan's lips curled into a confident smile, assured of his victory. Under the sharp scan of the data god's eye, the 2 chameleons, perfectly blended with their surroundings, were revealed. Lin Yan clearly saw their positions, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Just then, one of the lizards unexpectedly ambushed the ice snake from behind, only to be struck heat-in by the ice breath at close range. In an instant, the severely injured lizard was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, frozen in place. The other giant lizard, sensing danger, immediately fled into the distance. A gleam of insight flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he thought, "This is walking alliance currency. The materials from a second-tier spirit beast are quite valuable." The ice snake quickly pursued and ensnared the still invisible chameleon tightly. Despite the lizard's desperate struggle, it ceased moving in less than a minute under the 2-known disadvantage. With the battle over, the nearby Beastmaster squad members came forward to express their gratitude. The captain, also a second-tier Beastmaster, sincerely said, "Young brother, you're quite accomplished for your age. Thank you for your assistance." Lin Yan modestly replied, "It was nothing, just a small effort." The squad members skillfully helped Lin Yan gather the spirit beast materials with astonishing speed. However, the materials from the 2 second-tier spirit beasts were so voluminous that, along with previous spoils, Lin Yan's backpack was overflowing. Noticing Lin Yan's predicament, the captain suggested, "Young brother, why not sell these materials to us?" After a brief consideration, Lin Yan agreed. The captain readily paid 20,000 alliance coins, a price slightly higher than Lin Yan would have received selling them himself. After exchanging contact information, the Beastmaster squad hurriedly departed with their injured members and the materials. Lin Yan, however, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he carefully searched the area near the battle site. recalling that the data god's eye indicated spirit herbs should grow near the chameleon's habitat. With his powerful soul force and the aid of the data god's eye, Lin Yan's search was swift. Suddenly, a flower with a vivid red and mottled appearance caught his eye. Blazing fire flower. This was a top-tier fire element spirit resource, with a market price of at least 50,000 alliance coins, and even the purchase price was over 30,000. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement, as if a small fortune was beckoning him. In an instant, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The location of the blazing flower was a distance away from the previous battlefield, which he was immensely grateful for. Even the slightest touch of the cold aura released by the ice serpent could have caused significant damage to this precious herb, drastically reducing its value. After scanning the area to ensure there were no other threats, Lin Yan took out his tools and carefully began collecting the blazing flower. His movements were gentle and precise, cautious not to harm this rare herb in the slightest. Once he finished collecting it, he securely placed the blazing flower into his backpack, feeling secretly pleased that he had accomplished his goal for the day. With this blazing flower, the items needed for the ice serpent's evolution were finally complete. Lin Yan glanced at the darkening sky and decided to leave the back mountain forest immediately with the ice serpent. Although he possessed the strength of a second-tier beast master, the recent battle had significantly drained his soul power. He knew that if he encountered 2 more battles of similar intensity, he might not be able to hold on. The reason Lin Yan's ice serpent had the strength of a second-tier beast was entirely due to his innate ability to enhance it. However, this enhancement consumed a great deal of soul power. Even though Lin Yan's soul power had reached 12 points, maintaining it over long periods was challenging. After leaving the forest, Lin Yan returned to the Beast Master shop where he had previously purchased beast materials. As soon as he reached the entrance, a cheerful young saleswoman greeted him warmly and opened the door for him. "Welcome. How can I assist you today?" she asked sweetly. Lin Yan got straight to the point. "I want to sell an herb." "Of course, please come this way," the young saleswoman said, leading Lin Yan to the counter to assist him. "May I ask which herb you wish to sell?" Lin Yan took the blazing flower out of his bag. The young saleswoman gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected this young man to produce such a valuable herb. With her experience, she knew well that blazing flowers were typically guarded by powerful beasts, making them difficult to obtain. After some checking, the young saleswoman provided a quote. "Our store offers 38,000 alliance coins for this blazing flower. Would you like to sell it?" "Yes, I would," Lin Yan replied without hesitation. The price matched his expectations. Although he was inwardly thrilled, he maintained a calm demeanor. With 38,000 alliance coins in hand, plus the 2,000 from selling beast materials and the remaining money, Lin Yan now had a total of 60,000 alliance coins of fortune to him. It amazed him how quickly beast masters could earn money. He was well aware that if he were an ordinary worker, it would take a long time to earn such an amount. Lin Yan also acknowledged that luck played a significant role in his earnings. If not for assisting a beast master team in defeating 2 chameleon lizards earlier, he might have only earned a little over 10,000 alliance coins. Nonetheless, this unexpected windfall filled Lin Yan with anticipation and excitement. If it weren't for the Beastmaster squad already wearing down the 2 shape-shifting lizards to some extent, Lin Yan wouldn't have found it so easy to defeat them. He felt a sense of relief and was pleased with his gains. Lin Yan stood at the counter of the Beastmaster shop, his eyes scanning the array of spiritual herbs. The fiery red petals of the flame flower glistened enticingly under the lights, each plant exceptionally precious. He carefully selected them, wary of missing any rare specimen. At checkout, the young saleswoman couldn't help but glance at Lin Yan a few more times. Her eyes held a hint of admiration, thinking that this young man must be a student from a nearby mid to high-level school. With such abilities, his future was undoubtedly promising. However, considering his young age, she eventually dismissed her thoughts. "Let me have 10 low-grade ice spirit crystals, 10 portions of ice attribute spiritual liquid, 1 cold heart grass, and a piece of earth dragon scale." Lin Yan's voice interrupted the saleswoman's thoughts. Hearing the list, the young saleswoman's eyes seemed to sparkle. She quickly calculated, her smile growing brighter. "Hello, these materials total 48,000 alliance coins. Will that be cash or card?" Lin Yan pulled out a card, feeling a pang of regret. Most of these materials were for the evolution of the ice serpent, especially the earth dragon scale worth 18,000 alliance coins, crucial for awakening the dragon bloodline within the ice serpent. The other spiritual items were to fortify its ice attribute abilities. With a bag full of spiritual items, Lin Yan left the shop, feeling the sting of his purchase, while the saleswoman's sweet voice trailed behind him. "Hope to see you again." A few days later, the atmosphere in the Beastmaster special training class at Qingfeng First High School suddenly became lively. "I have great news for everyone," Teacher Lin Yan announced enthusiastically. In a couple of days, the Beastmaster special training classes of all mid to high-level schools in Qingfeng City will jointly host the Qingfeng High School Beastmaster League. The winners of this league will receive extremely generous prizes. As he spoke, He handed a document to the students. Here are the details of this Qingfeng High School Beastmaster League. It's officially funded by Qingfeng City to encourage the Beastmasters from various mid to high-level schools to enhance their skills. Fong Ling quickly skimmed through the document and excitedly approached Lin Yan. Brother Lin Yan, let's sign up for this Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League together. I heard the prizes this time are very generous. All right, Lin Yan nodded in agreement, already planning in his mind. In past years, the official Beastmaster League wasn't given much attention, but this year was different. The prizes included a soul crystal, a miraculous item that could directly enhance a Beastmaster's soul power by 2 points. Although it was only usable by Beastmasters of the 2nd tier and below, for Lin Yan, this boost in soul power would be unrivaled. The surrounding classmates also began to stir with excitement. Although they knew they couldn't compete with Lin Yan and Fong Ling, the league was a 7-person team competition, with each school as a unit. Besides Lin Yan and Fong Ling, there were 5 more spots to vie for. Just being selected for the final 7-member team representing the school meant a guaranteed prize. The classroom was soon filled with lively discussions as everyone prepared for the upcoming league. Lin Yan, the teacher, stood on the podium and scanned the diverse expressions of the students below before announcing, "Today, we will conduct our 2nd practical training session and select representatives for the Qingfeng High School Beastmaster League." As soon as he finished speaking, a tense atmosphere filled the classroom. The students looked uneasy, as if the painful memories of the last practical training were fresh in their minds. Noticing their reactions, Lin Yan smiled slightly and reassured them. "Don't worry, this time your opponent won't be me." He continued, "Since this is a selection, we will have internal battles. Those who wish to participate should step forward, and others can choose to challenge them. If you win, you can take their place." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yan stood up resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. "I'm in." Lin Yan looked around and asked, "Does anyone want to challenge Lin Yan?" The classroom fell silent, with no one daring to step forward. "All right, the first spot goes to Lin Yan." Next, Lin Yan nodded in confirmation. Fong Ling was the next to step up. "Teacher, I want to participate too." Again, no one dared to challenge her. Lin Yan continued, "There are 5 spots left. Mu He, step forward. The 3rd spot is yours." This caused a stir, with someone questioning, "Why does he get a spot directly? Is it favoritism?" Lin Yan's eyes sharpened, and the classroom instantly quieted. He explained, "Because he is the only support-type Beastmaster in your class. Do you expect a support type to duel you on your own?" With this explanation, the doubts subsided. Lin Yan and Fong Ling's faces brightened, realizing the importance of having a support-type Beastmaster on their team. A seemingly quiet and youthful-looking boy timidly stepped out from the crowd to join Lin Yan and Fong Ling. He lowered his head and softly said, "Hello, I'm Mu He. Please take care of me." Curious, Lin Yan asked, "What's your beast?" Mu He's eyes lit up at the question, and he immediately replied, "My beast is the Tree of Life. It can heal injuries and help you quickly regain strength." As he spoke, he summoned his beast, a seemingly ordinary sapling. "It looks like we'll need your help to recover our strength and heal our injuries in the future." Lin Yan extended his hand to Mu He with a sincere smile on his face. Mu He was pleasantly surprised and enthusiastically shook Lin Yan's hand, his firm grip revealing his excitement. Lin Yan was secretly amazed to discover that Mu He's beast mastery not only had supportive capabilities, but also possessed rare healing abilities. Such talent was highly sought after anywhere, which explained why Instructor Lee insisted on including Mu He in the 7-member team despite opposition. Meanwhile, the other students in the special training class were fiercely competing for the remaining spots in the competition. Lin Yan, Fong Ling, and Mu He had already secured 3 positions, leaving the remaining 40 students to vie for the last 4 spots. Everyone knew that with Lin Yan and Fong Ling on the team, winning was almost guaranteed, so they all wanted to seize the opportunity to join forces with them. After all, the rewards for this competition were quite substantial. After a series of intense contests, the final 4 spots were decided. Instructor Lee announced, "Starting today, these 7 will undergo separate training, no longer alongside the rest of you." Lin Yan looked around at the other 6 and spoke first. "From now on, we're teammates. In the upcoming training and competition, the 7 of us need to work together. Let's introduce our abilities. I'll start. Lin Yan, Beast Mastery, Ice Serpent." He then turned his gaze to Fong Ling. Fong Ling confidently continued. "Fong Ling, Beast Mastery, Phoenix Tail, Azure Bird." Mu He followed suit. Mu He, Beast Mastery, Tree of Life. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and quickly introduced themselves. "Tian Chung, Beast Mastery, Extreme Ice Crocodile," said a tall, slender boy. "Feng Wu, Beast Mastery, Flame Bird." Feng Wu's striking figure caught everyone's attention, and though she wasn't quite on Fong Ling's level, she was undoubtedly considered a goddess among ordinary people. Wen Hong, Beast Mastery, Giant Scythe Mantis. Xiaoyan, Beast Mastery, Blue-Tailed Fox. With introductions complete, the atmosphere among the 7 noticeably became more familiar. Lin Yan seized the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of his teammates, knowing they would soon be fighting side by side in the competition. Mui noticed that some of the others had sustained injuries during the earlier battles and offered, "Let me heal everyone." The other four expressed their gratitude and released their spirit beasts for Muhi to heal. Muhi summoned the Tree of Life, and a green light enveloped the area. Under the magical glow, the wounds on the beasts began to heal at a visible pace. Although Lin Yan wasn't injured, he stood within the healing range and was also enveloped by the green light. Instantly, a refreshing sensation swept over him, and all his fatigue seemed to vanish. Lin Yan couldn't help but silently praise the experience. It was invigorating. After a while, everyone was amazed to see that the injuries on the mystical beast had miraculously healed significantly. This scene made everyone look at Mu He with newfound respect. Initially, they were worried that a support-type beast tamer might be a burden to the team, but now they realized his healing abilities were invaluable. With Mu He around, the team's endurance in battle would be greatly enhanced, far beyond ordinary combat capabilities. "Thank you, Mu He," the tall, thin man named Tian Chung expressed his sincere gratitude. Mu He responded with a cheerful smile, "It's what I'm here for. We're teammates, after all." Shortly after, Lin Yan arrived with a middle-aged man exuding a solemn aura and approached Lin Yan and the others. Lin Yan concisely announced, "In the coming days, U7 will undergo outdoor training to enhance team coordination. Instructor Wang will be in charge of the training content." "Understood, Instructor Li." Everyone replied in unison. Lin Yan then turned to Lin Yan. "From now on, Lin Yan, you are the captain of this team. All actions will be under your command." Lin Yan accepted the appointment with a serious expression. "Understood." With the handover complete, Lin Yan left to continue his duties with the special training class. Instructor Wang immediately issued instructions. "You will rest today and prepare supplies for 3 days. Tomorrow morning, gather at the school gate for a 3-day outdoor combat training." With that, he also turned and left. Lin Yan reminded his teammates, "Go home and rest. Don't forget to prepare enough food and water." Back at home, Lin Yan pondered, "I guess I need to evolve the ice serpent ahead of schedule." He immediately took out 2 portions of ice attribute spiritual liquid and fed them to the ice serpent. Originally, he planned to wait 2 more days for the ice serpent to break through to level 6 of stage 1 and enter the mature phase. However, considering the potential dangers of the upcoming outdoor training, Lin Yan decided to act in advance. "What a pity for my ice attribute spiritual liquid," Lin Yan thought with a twinge of heartache as he watched the ice serpent gulp down the 2 precious portions. Soon, the ice serpent's aura noticeably strengthened. Breakthrough successful. Using his data vision, Lin Yan joyfully confirmed that the ice serpent had entered the mature phase, meeting the conditions for evolution. He quickly took out dragon scales, cold heart grass, and ice spirit crystals, placing them neatly in front of the ice serpent. "Here, ice serpent, start with the dragon scales," Lin Yan instructed. The ice serpent deftly picked up the hard dragon scales and began to chew them voraciously. The crunch-crunch sound was incessant, as if it were biting into a piece of brittle chocolate. Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at the ice serpent's incredible bite, as the tough dragon scales were quickly crushed and swallowed. Following Lin Yan's meticulously arranged sequence, the ice serpent devoured the mystical items needed for its evolution. With the final material consumed, it closed its eyes contentedly, letting out a slight burp. Soon, the ice serpent's body began to emit a brilliant blue light, accompanied by subtle changes in its form. The evolution process had officially begun. Lin Yan stood nearby, hands clenched tightly, watching the wondrous transformation with unwavering attention. Unlike other beast tamers, Lin Yan felt no anxiety at this moment. His confidence stemmed from his unique data-driven insight, which ensured a 100% success rate in planning evolutionary paths. This advantage set him apart from others, giving him a head start on the path of a beast tamer. As the evolution progressed, the ice serpent's size rapidly expanded, doubling in scale. Its scales stretched out, increasingly resembling the legendary dragon scales. 2 small protrusions appeared on its head, indicating the formation of dragon horns. Simultaneously, limbs gradually grew from its sides. The entire evolution process lasted about a minute. As the blue light faded, a majestic dragon-like creature appeared before Lin Yan. This was the evolved form of the ice serpent now, an ice jiao. Its entire body was crystal clear, radiating a dazzling light, exuding a formidable presence. Lin Yan gazed at his newly transformed companion and, after a moment of thought, said, "We can't call you ice serpent anymore. You're a dragon now. From now on, you'll be known as Xiaobing." The aura emanating from the ice jiao was several times stronger than before. Eager to assess its enhanced abilities, Lin Yan used his data-driven insight. The data panel appeared. Species: ice jiao. Attribute: ice. Level: Tier 2, Level 2. Stage: juvenile. Abilities: ice storm, ice mirror, frenzy. Status: healthy excited. Evolution pathways: 1. Divine Dragon Evolution strengthens the dragon bloodline within the beast, enhancing all attributes. Next species evolution, Ice Spirit Divine Jiao. Evolution materials, mid-grade Ice Spirit Crystal, Jade Spirit Ice Flower. Evolution potential, Tier 9. 2. Giant Serpent Evolution enhances the beast's melee capabilities. Next evolution species, Ice Giant Python. Evolution materials. Evolution potential, Tier 7. Seeing the Ice Jiao's level leap directly to Tier 2, Level 2, Lin Yan couldn't hide his joy. The strength gained from this evolution far exceeded his expectations, largely due to the perfect evolution effect, surpassing other Beast Tamers. Jumping from Tier 1, Level 6 to Tier 2, Level 2 was an unimaginable leap for other Beast Tamers. Even in the mid to high-tier schools of Qingfeng City, most students' beasts were only around Tier 1, Level 7 or 8. Even the most gifted, like Fong Ling, had beasts barely reaching Tier 1, Level 9, still some distance from breaking into Tier 2. Lin Yan's Ice Jiao had already become a Tier 2 beast, marking him as a standout among Qingfeng City's younger generation. Even without using his innate abilities, Lin Yan could easily surpass other beast tamers. This achievement undoubtedly paved the way for his future endeavors. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Lin Yan and Fong Ling arrived early at the school gate, waiting for Instructor Wang to lead them in outdoor training. A gentle breeze blew, and the temperature in June was already rising, filling the air with the scent of summer. Lin Yan, I feel like you've gotten stronger, Fong Ling said with a cheerful smile, keenly noticing the subtle change in his demeanor. Lin Yan just smiled without saying much. Clearly, the improvement in his beast mastery had given him an indescribable aura. Before long, two striking figures came into view. Feng Wu, with her curvaceous figure, and another female team member, Xiao Yan, approached slowly. The other boys had yet to arrive. It's so hot, Fong Ling said, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Lin Yan looked around and, seeing that the others hadn't arrived yet, said to Fong Ling, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy some ice creams." "Okay, Lin Yan," Fong Ling replied obediently. Lin Yan had just left when Feng Wu's communicator suddenly beeped. Mu He's urgent voice came through. "Feng Wu, this is Mu He. Tianqing ran into some trouble at the school corner and can't make it here quickly. Can you explain to the instructor for us? Hong Wen is with us too. What kind of trouble did you run into? Do you need help?" Feng Wu asked anxiously, but all she heard in response was heated arguing before the call was abruptly cut off. "What should we do? It seems like Tianqing and the others have gotten into a conflict with someone who's not easy to deal with." Feng Wu turned to Fong Ling, her brow furrowed. "Let's wait for Lin Yan to come back and decide. The school corner is on a busy street. It shouldn't be too dangerous," Fong Ling analyzed calmly. As Lin Yan exited the supermarket, he saw the three girls rushing towards him. "What's going on?" he asked. "Lin Yan, something's wrong. Mu He and Tianqing got into a conflict at the school corner and can't get here for a while," Fong Ling quickly explained. "Let's go check it out directly," Lin Yan decided promptly, leading the three of them swiftly toward the school corner. 2 minutes later, as they neared the corner, they heard heated arguing. "You won't get away so easily today. Tianqing, if you don't kneel and apologize to my brother, I'll make you kneel on the ground," a rough voice shouted. "Not a chance. He was the one bullying the girl," Tianqing retorted defiantly, standing his ground. Mu He and Hong Wen held him tightly, fearing the situation might escalate. "Seems like you're asking for it then. Get ready for a beating." As the words were spoken, a burly, tattooed man prepared to throw a punch. "Stop," Lin Yan commanded sternly, his gaze sharp. The tattooed man paused in surprise, turning to glare fiercely at the unexpected presence of Lin Yan. "Who are you?" Lin Yan frowned, meeting his gaze heated, and the tension instantly escalated. The tattooed man was followed by several other men who looked equally menacing, all glaring fiercely at Tianqing and his friends. Just then, Lin Yan approached, and Tianqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured by his presence. "I'm Wen Hu, Wen Feng's brother." The burly man pointed at Tianqing, speaking in a deep voice. "This kid beat up my brother a few days ago." Tianqing was furious. He deserved it. He then turned to Lin Yan to explain. "Wen Feng is a student in our school's sophomore year. I saw him bullying a female classmate the other day, and after I stopped him, we got into a scuffle, and I taught him a lesson." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "You did the right thing. I'd have done the same." Wen Hu, angered by their words, stepped forward menacingly. "What did you say? Say it again." Lin Yan stood his ground. "I'll say it as many times as you want. He did the right thing. Don't go looking for trouble." Just as one who was about to lose his temper, he noticed Fong Ling and the others behind Lin Yan and paused. A lewd expression crossed his face. "Kid, you've got some luck with the ladies. How about you let them have dinner with me, and I'll let this slide?" Fong Wu, known for her fiery temper, snapped. "Get lost. Look in the mirror before you talk." Fong Ling instinctively moved closer behind Lin Yan. One whose lackeys immediately jumped in, shouting, "How dare you speak to my boss like that? You bunch of bitches. Know your place." Already upset by one whose harassment of Fong, Ling and the others, Lin Yan's anger boiled over upon hearing this. He swiftly stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the lackey's face, knocking him to the ground as his cheeks swelled visibly. "Boss, he hit me," the lackey stammered, struggling to speak clearly. Seeing this, Wenhu was enraged. "You're asking for it," he shouted, clenching his fists with a cracking sound. Tiancheng and the others turned pale, quickly warning. "Captain, be careful, he's a second-level beast master." Lin Yan, undaunted, stepped forward to shield everyone. Fong Ling called out anxiously. "Brother Lin Yan, be careful." Wenhu sneered. "You really have a death wish." With that, he swung his fist towards Lin Yan. Everyone held their breath, expecting the frail-looking Lin Yan to be easily defeated. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yan effortlessly caught Wenhu's fist, holding it firmly in place, rendering him immobile. This display left everyone present astonished. "No way." Wenhu's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Yan effortlessly blocked his punch. His face burned as if he had been slapped hard. What infuriated him even more was that no matter how much force he applied, his hand was firmly held in place by Lin Yan, like it was caught in a steel vise, unable to move. How can this guy be so strong? Wenhu's mind was a mix of shock and anger. By all accounts, a student from a mid to high level school shouldn't be able to match him in strength or development. As a member of the Wen family, he had access to all sorts of rare resources from a young age, which had significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Becoming a second-tier beast master was largely due to the support of his family's resources. Feeling humiliated, Wenhu immediately swung his other fist. Lin Yan, seeing this, didn't hold back and punched Wenhu directly in the face. The sound of fist meeting cheek echoed clearly in the silent air, followed by Wenhu's piercing scream. The force of the punch was so great that it sent Wenhu flying several meters backward. If not for his followers catching him, he would have crashed heavily to the ground. As he flew back, a few teeth were faintly seen flying out. The surroundings fell silent. Fong Ling and the others stared at Lin Yan in shock, not expecting him to possess such incredible physical strength in addition to his formidable beast mastery. Even Wenhu's followers dared not make a sound. Their leader, a second-tier beast master, had been beaten so badly. If they continued to provoke, it would be like seeking their own doom. After all, except for one or two first-tier beast masters among them, the rest were just ordinary people, all bark and no bite. Tian Chung blinked, thinking, is our captain really this good at fighting? Fong Ling was equally surprised. In her mind, Lin Yan had always been the gentle, neighborly big brother type, not someone who could fight so fiercely. On the other side, Wenhu struggled to stand with the help of his followers. He was now utterly humiliated. Being beaten so badly by a student from a mid to high level school would ruin his reputation if word got out. What Wenhu didn't know was that Lin Yan was also a second-tier beast master, and his beast had undergone an enhancement. The boost in the beast's power also reflected on the beast master's attributes, making Lin Yan's physical condition close to that of a third-tier beast master, handling someone like Wenhu effortlessly. Driven by extreme anger, Wenhu summoned his beast. A flash of light appeared, and a rabbit-like spirit beast the size of a millstone emerged before everyone. This rabbit was entirely gray-black, but its eyes were blood-red, filling its entire pupils. Rodent blood rabbit, Wenhu snarled through clenched teeth. "Damn it. I refuse to believe you can defeat my pet beast." Wenhu had completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted, as he recklessly unleashed his beast in the middle of the street. Lin Yan watched in shock, secretly astonished by Wenhu's audacity. "Are you not afraid of being punished by the Beastmaster enforcement team?" Lin Yan demanded sharply, disbelief evident in his voice. Wenhu's younger brother, seeing the situation, turned pale and hurried forward to intervene. "Brother, don't make things worse." His voice was filled with fear and concern. However, Wenhu dismissed his brother's worries arrogantly. "What is there to fear? In Qingfeng City, with the power of our Wen family, as long as I quickly deal with this bastard without causing too much trouble, the worst that can happen is paying some money." He glared at Lin Yan with a crazed glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Despite his bravado, a sliver of rationality lingered within Wenhu. He knew that unleashing his beast in battle was his limit. If someone were to get seriously hurt, it would be a crime beyond anyone's help. With a low growl, a massive Tier 2 rodent blood rabbit appeared before everyone. The faces of those present turned pale instantly. Although the rodent blood rabbit was not a high-level spirit beast and had limited growth potential, it was still a Tier 2 beast, fundamentally different from the Tier 1 beasts most people had. As the rodent blood rabbit approached their group, Lin Yan unhesitatingly waved his hand. Instantly, a chilling cold swept over them, dropping the temperature significantly. A large, fierce ice jiao appeared, standing protectively in front of everyone. The ice jiao remained motionless as the rodent blood rabbit charged, merely flicking its tail. In an instant, a fierce cold storm erupted, a terrifying blizzard filled with sharp ice crystals forming in the air. "Ice storm!" Lin Yan shouted. The next second, The violent ice storm, laden with ice crystals, roared towards the rodent blood rabbit. In the blink of an eye, the rabbit was engulfed in the storm. Within moments, it was torn to shreds by the ice crystals, its fur stripped away and bleeding profusely. This scene left Fong Ling and the others stunned. Fong Ling asked in surprise, "Is this another of Lin Yan's spirit beasts?" In her memory, Lin Yan's beast didn't look like this. Beside her, Feng Cheng pointed out, "No, the captain can't have a second spirit beast yet." Feng Wu was equally puzzled. They had all seen Lin Yan's ice snake in battle before, and the difference between a snake and a jiao was significant. As everyone looked on in confusion, the rodent blood rabbit was now completely drenched in its own blood, its body a glaring red except for its eyes. "Impossible," Wen Hu exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his blood rabbit's pitiful state. His Tier 2 Level 1 beast had been so easily defeated by Lin Yan's beast with just one skill. This meant Lin Yan was not only a Tier 2 beast master, but also much stronger than just Tier 2 Level 1. In reality, Lin Yan's ice snake had evolved to Tier 2 Level 2. With the increase in combat power after evolution, its actual fighting strength was 1 to 2 levels higher than its peers. Dealing with a Tier 2 Level 1 rodent blood rabbit was a breeze. Inside, Wen Hu was in turmoil. Is he really a student from a mid to high tier school? Having lived in Qingfeng City for so many years, he had never heard of a student reaching Tier 2 before the martial arts exam. And Lin Yan's strength clearly wasn't just a recent advancement to Level 2. Could he be from a prominent family? Wen Hu was burning with anger, mixed with a tinge of fear. But at this point, surrendering was no longer an option. He could only grit his teeth and command the rodent blood rabbit to continue fighting. "Keep going, engage it in close combat," Wen Hu shouted. In his mind, if Lin Yan's beast was so formidable at long-range attacks, its close combat abilities must be lacking. The rodent blood rabbit, now in a frenzy, charged straight at the ice dragon, its fangs glinting coldly. Wen Hu reassured himself. A beast's skills have cooldown periods, and Lin Yan's beast might have just been lucky to awaken a powerful long-range skill. Now was the perfect time to counterattack. However, what happened next shattered his wishful thinking completely. The ice dragon, like a blue lightning bolt, instantly pounced on the rodent blood rabbit, pinning it to the ground. Its massive claws held the prey firmly, and with a bite, a large chunk of flesh was torn from the rodent blood rabbit. In under a minute, the rodent blood rabbit was reduced to specks of light under the ice dragon's brutal assault, disappearing into the air. Wen Hu was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Fong Ling and the others were also shocked, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. This was a complete domination. A second-tier spirit beast was effortlessly killed with no chance to fight back. Fong Ling was especially astonished. Having known Lin Yan since childhood, she had witnessed his beast evolve from a non-combatant little bug to this mighty ice dragon in just a few days. Wen Hu and his companions turned pale. He never imagined that his beast would be so easily defeated by a high school student. He had come to stand up for his brother and teach a lesson to a first-tier Beast Tamer high schooler. Losing was never in his calculations. How did I end up provoking such a monster? Wen Hu thought bitterly, humiliated in front of everyone. Not only did he fail to stand up for his brother, but he also lost his beast. Although a beast can be revived after death, the cost is substantial. One whose followers shrank back, fearfully eyeing Lin Yan as if he were a demon king. "Let's get out of here, boss." They hastily pulled the weakened Wen Hu, who was suffering from the backlash of his beast's demise, away. Lin Yan snorted. "Humph. Think you can just leave? Not so fast." The ice dragon instantly understood, blocking Wen Hu and his group's escape route like a blue lightning bolt. With the menacing ice dragon so close, Wen Hu's followers were trembling, barely able to stand. The cold breath of the ice dragon made them feel as if they were in an ice cave, their hearts frozen with fear. "I was wrong. Big brother, I know I was wrong." Wen Hu pleaded, his voice trembling. "Please let us go this time. I promise I won't dare do it again." Another time, Lin Yan's eyes widened as he glared at Wen Hu. The ice dragon beside him let out a piercing screech, causing Wen Hu to tremble all over, his face turning ashen. "Brother, please, let's talk this out." Wen Hu stammered, pulling out a wad of cash with shaking hands. "There won't be a next time, I swear. Here are 20,000 alliance coins. Buy yourself something nice." He had never felt such fear before, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. One who knew all too well that he was the one who had summoned his spirit beast first. Even if the ice dragon devoured him on the spot, Lin Yan would face only minor punishment, perhaps none at all. Realizing this, he quickly turned to Tian Cheng and the others, knowing today's trouble had started because of Tian Cheng. "Brother Tian Cheng, I was wrong." Wen Hu's voice quivered. "I won't cause trouble again. Please, be the bigger person and let me off today. I promise to properly discipline Wen Fong. He won't bully his classmates again." As he spoke, he shot a vicious glare at Wen Fong. Tian Cheng snorted, turning away without a word. Seeing this, Wen Hu's anger boiled over, and he slapped Wen Fong hard across the face, the sound echoing around them. "What are you standing there for? Apologize to brother Tian Cheng." That slap seemed to release all of one whose pent-up frustration and rage. When Fong felt the world spin around him, if not for his regular training, he might have passed out right there. He steadied himself with difficulty and bowed his head to apologize to Tian Chung. I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong. Get lost. Lin Yan waved them off impatiently. Grateful for the reprieve, when Hu and the others scrambled away, terrified that Lin Yan might change his mind. However, they hadn't gone far when an official enforcement team in uniform blocked their path. Tian Chung and the others couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right. It's illegal to summon spirit beasts for a fight in the middle of the street. Lin Yan and his group, having acted in self-defense, were spared punishment. Still, Lin Yan muttered to himself. The enforcement team arrived awfully fast. Around the street corner, Li Yan and Wang Hong stood side by side, observing Lin Yan and his companions. Wang Hong, holding a phone, spoke with irritation. The Wen family is out of control, blatantly breaking the rules in broad daylight. This time, Brother Zhang must teach them a lesson and not let them off easily. Absolutely, replied the voice on the other end of the call. The Wen family's arrogance needs to be curbed. Attacking a student about to take the martial exam won't be tolerated by the authorities. After hanging up, Wang Hong turned to Li Yan, a smile returning to his face. Lin Yan's strength is truly surprising. No wonder you're so supportive of him, even sending him to my place for special training. Li Yan replied proudly. Of course. Among them, Lin Yan is the only one I believe has a real shot at getting into the Beastmaster University in Modu. Even Fong Ling won't stand a chance unless she reaches the second tier. Beastmaster University in Modu. Wang Hong exclaimed. If he gets in, the higher-ups will be thrilled. A student from there is worth 10 ordinary martial exam candidates. Seeing Wang Hong's skepticism, Li Yan chuckled. Just wait and see. Back at the school gate, Wang Hong was already waiting. A long military armored vehicle stood beside him, exuding a cold metallic sheen. Lin Yan and his 6 companions followed Wang Hong into the vehicle in single file. As the door closed, Lin Yan's mind raced, trying to deduce the true identities of Wang Hong and Li Yan. The armored vehicle started smoothly, and Lin Yan discreetly activated his data to scan Wang Hong. As expected, Wang Hong was also a third-tier Beastmaster. Despite this, Lin Yan felt little fear. His Ice Dragon, after enhancing its innate abilities, had the strength to rival typical third-tier spirit beasts. In less than half an hour, the vehicle left the city and headed towards an unknown danger zone. A hint of unease crossed the faces of Fong Ling and the others, as outside the city, in this era of catastrophe, many powerful beasts still roamed. Wang Hong's voice broke the silence in the vehicle. Your task is to survive in the primitive forest for 3 days and hunt down at least 2 second-tier spirit beasts and 5 first-tier spirit beasts. This mission startled everyone, as hunting spirit beasts in the primitive forest was far more challenging than imagined. What? Too dangerous? If you're scared, you can still back out now, Wang Hong said, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. However, none of the 7 backed down, their eyes resolutely fixed forward. In that case, let's get moving. Wang Hong tossed a signal gun to Lin Yan. Fire it if you encounter danger, but doing so means the mission is a failure. The armored vehicle passed through the city's defensive line, heading towards the primitive forest. The defensive line stood like a steel wall between the city and the forest. Massive fortifications bristled with heavy firepower, and squads of soldiers stood ready, eyes fixed on the forest depths from which beastly roars occasionally emerged. Watching these soldiers guarding the line, Lin Yan felt a surge of admiration. It was these selfless warriors who built a wall of safety with their lives to protect the city's residents. Inside the city, life continued in its vibrant hustle and bustle, while outside, the threat of wild beasts and the primitive forest loomed large. As they stepped into the forest, a subtle change came over everyone's expressions. The earlier seriousness was replaced by an inexplicable sense of ease. The unknown adventure was about to begin, where danger and opportunity coexisted, a spirit of youthful adventure quietly awakening. I brought some seasonings, so we can make a barbecue after we hunt the mystical beast, one team member said excitedly. I heard there are lots of wild fruits here, so I learned how to identify them before coming. Lin Yan frowned slightly at these words, thinking to himself that everyone seemed unaware of the dangers of the primal forest. However, he didn't dampen their enthusiasm, choosing instead to wait for reality to teach them a lesson. As the 7 ventured deeper into the forest, dense vegetation gradually enveloped them, and an unexplainable sense of oppression began to arise. The team members stopped laughing and joking, releasing their respective beasts and scanning their surroundings cautiously. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly assumed his role as the team leader and began organizing their formation. Xiaobing, you're the strongest, scout ahead. The ice dragon proudly lifted its head and flew to the front of the group. Tianqing's frost crocodile and Fengwu's flame bird have strong combat abilities. Keep watch on the sides. The 2 immediately commanded their beasts into position. Wang Hong, your scythe mantis is fast. Patrol the area and report any danger immediately. Wenhong nodded in agreement. Fong, your phoenix-tailed green Luan has excellent flying abilities. Scout from low altitude above us. A crisp got it, Lin Yan rang out. Xiaoyan, your blue-tailed fox is quick and has a keen sense of smell. Guard the rear. Xiaoyan and her fox moved to the back of the line. Mew, stay in the center, ready to assist and heal our beasts. Mew nodded repeatedly. The team maintained their formation as they steadily advanced, carefully exploring the surroundings. To complete their mission of hunting 2 second-tier mystical beasts, they had to penetrate deep into the heart of the forest. They avoided any mystical beasts they encountered along the way, only engaging when absolutely necessary to conserve their strength for stronger opponents. Many mystical beasts lurked in the dense woods, but most wisely avoided them upon sensing the powerful aura of the ice dragon. After all, survival in this survival-off-thefitist jungle required cunning. Suddenly, a wild roar echoed from ahead. The group immediately halted, holding their breath. Lin Yan quietly ordered, Scythe Mantis, go scout. Let's approach slowly. Xiao Bing, conceal your presence. The ice dragon understood at once, and the others followed suit, instructing their beasts to minimize noise. Lin Yan felt a sense of satisfaction as the team's synergy gradually improved. There's a powerful mystical beast ahead, Wenhong soon reported. Its exact level is unknown, but it is much stronger than my Scythe Mantis, at least second tier. Let's move forward, Lin Yan decisively commanded. Scythe Mantis, lead the way. The group cautiously approached the source of the roar, careful not to alert the unknown, powerful beast. Each step was taken with extreme care, and even the rustling of leaves and snapping of branches seemed unusually loud. The tension within the team was almost palpable, with everyone holding their breath, focused intently on observing every movement around them. Lin Yan made a silencing gesture, and everyone immediately held their breath and quieted down. He carefully pushed aside the leaves and finally got a clear view of the spirit beast. A massive black spirit beast came into sight, its body thicker than a tree trunk, with rough and heavy skin and impressively powerful limbs. Below its long trunk, 2 enormous tusks glinted coldly, sending a shiver down one's spine. A giant wild mammoth. Lin Yan was startled, quickly analyzing the characteristics of this formidable spirit beast. It was a second-tier, level 5 creature, with hardly any obvious weaknesses, yet still within the range of what they could attempt to tackle. Lin Yan's ice dragon, though only second-tier, level 2, could hold its own against typical second-tier, level 4 spirit beasts due to its mighty bloodline power. With the team's coordination, they should be able to take on this giant wild mammoth. Even if the situation became critical, Lin Yan could rely on his innate abilities to turn the tide, but he hoped to avoid using them, as the consumption of soul power was immense, and overexerting themselves in the primitive forest over 3 days would be extremely dangerous. Once the decision to attack was made, Lin Yan signaled, and the other 6 members immediately understood, directing their spirit beasts to launch an assault on the giant wild mammoth. The ice dragon was the first to unleash its signature move, the ice storm. Whoosh! Instantly, the surroundings turned into a frozen landscape. Following Lin Yan's instructions, the ice dragon left an open space to the rear left of the giant wild mammoth, allowing Fong Wu's Firebird room to attack, without diminishing the power of its flame attacks. Under the group's surprise attack, the giant wild mammoth quickly became covered in wounds. However, apart from Lin Yan's ice dragon, the other spirit beasts could only inflict superficial injuries. The gap between first-tier and second-tier spirit beasts was evident, especially since the giant wild mammoth was known for its defense. Wear it down. Lin Yan swiftly devised a new strategy. It would be difficult to defeat this giant beast quickly, and if not for the ice dragon bearing most of the pressure, the other spirit beasts might have been overwhelmed by the giant wild mammoth already. The main battle was a direct clash between the ice dragon and the giant wild mammoth, while the other spirit beasts harassed from the sidelines. Fortunately, the giant wild mammoth was not known for its speed, and under the ice dragon's ice attacks, its movements became even slower. Boom, boom. With everyone entangled in the fray, the giant wild mammoth became thoroughly enraged. It charged at the ice dragon with an unstoppable force. The ground trembled under its stomping, and everyone's faces turned pale. If struck heated by this giant beast, escape seemed unlikely. The ice dragon stood motionless, staring at the massive great wild mammoth charging towards it. As the colossal creature neared, the ice dragon calmly illuminated the horn on its head. In an instant, a dazzling light burst from the tip, forming a crystal-clear ice shield before it. The great wild mammoth's unstoppable force collided with the seemingly fragile ice barrier, only to be completely thwarted. This was one of the ice dragon's ultimate skills, the ice mirror. Ever since Xiao Bing evolved from an ice snake to an ice dragon, most of its abilities were channeled through its horn, concentrating its mastery over ice elements there. The powerful recoil severely injured the great wild mammoth's head, a gruesome wound opening up. This was the most significant damage it had sustained since the battle began. In contrast, Lin Yan's beasts, though bearing some scars, were largely unharmed. Keenly sensing the opportunity, Lin Yan signaled to Mu He, who was protected at the center. Mu He understood immediately and commanded the Tree of Life to emit a gentle light of life. In this ancient forest surrounded by towering trees, Mu He's powers were greatly amplified. In the blink of an eye, the wounds of all the spirit beasts in Lin Yan's camp healed completely, and much of their previous energy was restored. Seeing the ice dragon fully recovered, Lin Yan promptly ordered a fierce attack on the great wild mammoth. The spirit beasts of the other 5 people sprang into action as well. The great wild mammoth's pride was its impenetrable hide, akin to a wall of bronze. But now with a vulnerability exposed, the other beasts found a prime target to focus their assault. Fong Ling's phoenix tail Qinghuan bird, adept in wind elements, unleashed sharp wind blades that swept precisely towards the great wild mammoth's wound. In its prime, such attacks would have been mere scratches to the mammoth, but now each strike inflicted significant pain. Seeing the effectiveness of the assault, the others quickly directed their spirit beasts to join the fray. In no time, the great wild mammoth was besieged from all sides, its head wound tearing wider, and the blood coagulating into scabs that began to obscure its vision. Taking advantage of the situation, the ice dragon coiled tightly around the great wild mammoth. Already sluggish in movement, the behemoth was rendered almost immobile under such restraint, allowing the other spirit beasts to attack at will. The sharp claws of the blue-tailed fox ripped a large chunk of flesh from the mammoth's head, blood gushing out. Though unable to penetrate its tough hide, attacking the exposed soft flesh was effortless. In agony, the great wild mammoth thrashed about wildly, trying to shake off its constraints. Yet, the ice dragon clung to it like glue, unmoved by the mammoth's violent movements. Seizing the opportunity, the ice dragon bit down hard on the mammoth's back, creating a new wound in its seemingly impenetrable defense. As soon as the wound on the back of the giant wild mammoth appeared, the giant scythe mantis darted forward like lightning, its sharp blades slashing viciously to further tear the wound open. This scene, which should have been exhilarating, instead made Lin Yan frown. His gaze shifted to the ice jiao, and he sighed inwardly. Despite its majestic form, it still retained the combat instincts of a snake. The ice jiao wrapped itself around the giant wild mammoth like a massive rope. Lin Yan felt a pang of regret, having put so much effort into evolving the ice snake into a jiao, yet failing to change its deeply ingrained fighting style. Unaware of any shortcomings in its performance, the ice jiao looked at Lin Yan with pride, as if flaunting its cleverness. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly, realizing he needed to adjust the ice jiao's combat strategy in the future. After all, it was destined to evolve into a dragon and shouldn't remain at the level of a snake forever. Nevertheless, the constricting tactic proved somewhat effective. After more than 10 minutes of intense struggle, the giant wild mammoth finally collapsed due to excessive blood loss. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This difficult battle was manageable only because the giant wild mammoth was a defensive spirit beast. Had they faced an offensive one, they might not have had the chance to slowly wear it down. Successfully hunting a Tier 2 spirit beast on the first day greatly boosted the team's confidence. This victory significantly enhanced their cohesion and trust. Once they confirmed the giant wild mammoth was truly dead, the team immediately began collecting materials from the spirit beast. The Tier 2 giant wild mammoth was a treasure trove, especially its massive tusks, which were extremely valuable. Additionally, its tough hide, despite bearing many battle scars, could still fetch a good price if properly treated. However, the mammoth's massive size posed considerable challenges for material collection. Ultimately, with the help of the giant scythe mantis, they managed to complete the task successfully. Nearby, Mu He had the Tree of Life healing the other injured spirit beasts, helping them regain their strength. Although the skill had already been used once and couldn't immediately heal most of the wounds, the Tree of Life significantly accelerated the recovery process. It was then that Lin Yan realized Mu He's importance to the team. Without Mu He, just healing and recovery would have consumed a lot of time and resources. In the recent battle, Mu He's contribution was second only to Lin Yan's, surpassing that of all other team members. After this challenging fight, Lin Yan decided not to hunt another Tier 2 spirit beast today. For their team, hunting Tier 2 beasts still posed considerable risks, and it was only advisable when all members were in peak condition. Given that they have 3 days, and having already taken down a second-tier spirit beast, there's no need to rush. The group cautiously moved towards the edge of the forest, avoiding potential encounters with other second-tier spirit beasts. Along the way, they easily dispatched several first-tier beasts, which posed little challenge to the team members. Fong Ling's Fengwei Qinghuan bird had reached the peak of the first tier, just a step away from advancing to the second tier. The other team members' spirit beasts were also quite strong, except for Mu He's Tree of Life, which was at the first tier level 7. The rest were at level 8. It's typical for support-type beasts to grow at a slower pace. As night fell, the group ceased hunting. Lin Yan warned, fighting here at night is as good as asking for trouble. Any noise will be magnified and could attract hordes of spirit beasts. Even if they're just first tier, the sheer number could overwhelm us. He turned to Fong Ling. Send your Feng Wei Qingluan bird to scout for a safe camping spot. Everyone understood the importance of a good resting place in this perilous forest. Before long, Fong Ling excitedly reported, Lin Yan, there's a small canyon to the north that's perfect for resting. Lin Yan nodded. All right, let's go check it out. Upon reaching the canyon, Lin Yan surveyed the area with satisfaction. The terrain was defensible, with a natural cave in the cliff that could accommodate the whole team. The cave offered a wide view of the surroundings, allowing them to spot potential threats from afar. The group quickly set up their resting area inside the cave. Once everything was in place, they all breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted from the day's intense battles. Tian Chung suddenly suggested, how about we have a barbecue? We can use the meat from the giant wild mammoth we hunted earlier. He pulled out various seasonings from his backpack. Seeing the eager looks on everyone's faces, Lin Yan agreed. They had been snacking on dry rations during the day, so a hot meal would greatly help in restoring their strength. Soon, the enticing aroma filled the air. Feng Wu's Firebird played a crucial role. Without it, lighting a fire in the damp cold night with just their portable fire starters would have taken ages. Lin Yan smiled at Feng Wu. You eat first. Thanks to your Firebird, we can enjoy a hot meal so quickly. Just as everyone was about to enjoy their freshly prepared meal, the watchful Feng Wei Qingluan bird at the cave entrance let out a piercing warning cry. Everyone immediately put down their food and cautiously approached the cave entrance to assess the situation. There are a few people approaching us, the Feng Wei Qingluan bird reported in a low voice. This news tightened the group's nerves. In this primeval forest, encountering other beast tamers was rarely a good sign. In this lawless and unregulated wilderness, anything could happen. Lin Yan and the others knew well that each day here was like dancing on the edge of a knife, with all sorts of people possibly showing up. They couldn't help but recall the terrifying stories they'd heard of adventurers killing over a bit of loot or minor disputes. Sensing his companion's tension, Lin Yan quickly reassured them. Don't worry, we won't be in danger. He gazed in the direction of the approaching group and estimated, looks like 6 or 7 people, probably another team of beast tamers. They have their beasts with them. As the group drew closer, Lin Yan raised his voice and called out, Hey, folks below, this spot is already taken. Please find another place. He hoped the newcomers would abide by the unspoken rule of the forest. First come, first served at rest spots. However, when the people below saw Lin Yan's young face, disdain flickered in their eyes. They spoke openly, their voices clear to Lin Yan and his group. Just a bunch of kids, scoffed a scar-faced man leading the group. Then make them leave, said a burly man beside him, shouting. You can scram now. This cave is ours from now on. Feng Wu's temper flared instantly. She glared at the people below and retorted sharply. We found this place first. Why should we give it to you? Lin Yan frowned, realizing these people had no intention of following any rules and were trying to use their age to forcibly evict them. Tian Chung and the others also voiced their protests. Yeah, you should be the ones leaving. Is this forest your family's property? Don't you understand first come, first served? Faced with the young people's defiance, the group below became even more brazen. A man with a hooked nose leered at Feng Wu's fiery figure and said sleazily, Wow, this girl's got a temper. I like it. You girls don't have to leave. You can stay and keep us company for the night. With that, the 6 men burst into laughter, their eyes glinting with danger. Their beasts also emitted menacing growls, filling the air with a threatening aura. Lin Yan and his group immediately sensed a strong feeling of danger, realizing this conflict was unlikely to end peacefully. Just because we're stronger than you, you need to step aside, the scar-faced man threatened with a harsh, grating voice. This is your last chance, leave now, or if I change my mind later, you won't be able to walk away. Hearing these words, Lin Yan and his companions couldn't suppress their anger any longer. They simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts, positioning them protectively in front. The scar-faced man and his group had never intended to resolve things peacefully, and their foul language confirmed that Lin Yan and his team wouldn't waste any more words on them. So, you refuse to take the easy way out, the burly man sneered, waving his hand. Instantly, the spirit beasts behind them let out deafening roars, their eyes gleaming with danger, ready to attack at any moment. The scar-faced man and his crew eyed Lin Yan's group dismissively, easily guessing from their youthful faces that they were just students out for training. Suddenly, the scar-faced man's gaze fixed on the icy flood dragon beside Lin Yan. So, there's even a second-tier spirit beast here. He immediately noticed the difference in strength between this beast and the others. This discovery eased the last of the scar-faced man's concerns. For students of Lin Yan's age, possessing a second-tier beast was impressive, but it did not alter their plans. Among the 6 of them, 3 owned second-tier spirit beasts, making Lin Yan's group's talents insignificant in the face of their current strength. However, considering Lin Yan's group had a second-tier beast, the scar-faced man decided to give them one last chance. After all, defeating a second-tier Beastmaster wasn't a simple task, even for them. I'm giving you 5 more seconds, the scar-faced man threatened, his tone dripping with arrogance. After 5 seconds, if you're still here, don't blame our spirit beasts for being ruthless. The hooked-nosed man beside him watched Lin Yan's group with anticipation. Boss, he whispered, if they choose to fight, remember the girl in red is mine. He hoped Lin Yan's group wouldn't back down, but he wasn't too optimistic. The power gap was evident to anyone. To everyone's surprise, 5 seconds passed, and Lin Yan's group stood their ground, even wearing amused expressions as they looked down at their opponents. Seeing his words ignored, the scar-faced man felt his pride wounded and shouted furiously. So you really want to do this the hard way? You'll regret this choice soon enough. The burly man also wore a fierce expression. All right then, let's show them what we're made of. With the boss's orders, the hooked-nosed man eagerly focused on Fong Wu's direction. Remember, the girl in red is mine. No one else touch her, he declared, directing his spirit beast into action, thrilled by the unfolding scenario. The scar-faced man's and the burly man's second-tier spirit beasts charged straight for Lin Yan's icy flood dragon with overwhelming force. Fong Ling's phoenix tail blue luan and Tian Cheng's arctic crocodile worked together to fend off another second-tier beast. The rest engaged in combat, and chaos erupted on the scene. Seeing the 2 second-tier spirit beasts charging towards Lin Yan's position, Scarface already had a sinister grin on his face. He seemed to have envisioned Lin Yan kneeling and begging for mercy in just a few seconds. The others also displayed excited expressions, believing this simple battle would be over in less than a minute. The girl in red is for old 3, the other 2 can be a little fun for the brothers. I'll go first. A coarse voice carried a lewd undertone. Lin Yan remained calm, only letting out a barely audible sigh. Sigh, you leave me no choice. The ice dragon stood still beside Lin Yan, its aura serene. Lin Yan knew that with its current strength, the ice dragon couldn't contend with 3 second-tier spirit beasts. The only option was to activate its innate ability enhancement. As night descended, the ice dragon's body began to emit a faint azure glow. Its aura became restless, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Waves of cold air emanated from the ice dragon, causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet. Everyone present felt the sudden chill. Scarface noticed the change in the ice dragon and Lin Yan's indifferent demeanor, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Xiaohei, come back. Scarface realized something was amiss and urgently ordered his beast to retreat. However, it was already too late. From the moment Scarface ordered the attack, his and the chubby man's beasts had charged towards Lin Yan at an astonishing speed. At this point, they were less than 20 meters away from Lin Yan. For a second-tier beast, this distance could be covered in an instant. As the 2 spirit beasts, with their claws bared, were about to reach Lin Yan, a massive ice crystal mirror suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of him. This was the ice dragon's defensive skill, the ice mirror. The sight of this huge mirror left everyone in a daze. Although they had seen Lin Yan's beast use this skill during the day, the ice crystal mirror now was more than twice the size. The 2 second-tier spirit beasts couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into the ice mirror. The hard surface left them with bloody heads, a mist of blood bursting from their heads. The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. This wasn't just damage from a simple physical impact. The ice mirror not only served as a defense, but also had a rebound effect on attackers. The 2 second-tier spirit beasts were severely injured in front of the mirror. The spirit beasts, their attack thwarted, didn't continue their reckless assault, but quickly retreated following Scarface's orders. The chubby man also hurriedly recalled his beast. However, Lin Yan wasn't about to let them leave so easily. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to launch a counterattack. The movements of the ice dragon were as swift as lightning, with the horn on its head glowing a bright blue. A howling ice storm erupted instantly, filled with sharp ice shards, enveloping half of the canyon. The 2 second-tier spirit beasts on the opposite side were instantly swallowed by the endless ice crystals. As soon as the scar-faced man's beast touched the storm, its tough skin tore like paper, and its flesh dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scar-faced man stared in disbelief, muttering, "How is it possible? How could one skill turn my second-tier spirit beast into this?" Before he finished speaking, he was struck as if by a heavy blow and fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the soul backlash from his beast's death. Next, the fat man's beast was also caught in the storm. "It's dead. My beast is dead too," he howled in agony, the pain of the soul contract breaking clearly indicating that his beast had perished. In the blink of an eye, the ice dragon had killed 2 second-tier spirit beasts. However, it did not stop. Its eyes turned blood red, and a savage, bloodthirsty aura burst from its body. With a leap, the ice dragon landed behind the last second-tier spirit beast. This beast had just nearly defeated Fong Ling's phoenix green lawn bird and Tian Cheng's extreme ice crocodile. If not for the timely arrival of the ice dragon, Fong Ling and Tian Cheng would have likely been defeated. Lin Yan glared viciously at this second-tier spirit beast, cursing in his heart. Damn it. In the next second, the ice dragon tore it to shreds, flesh flying everywhere. Fong was also in a perilous situation, her flame bird being countered by the hooked-nosed man's beast, leaving her at a disadvantage. The ice dragon charged forward without hesitation, dealing with this first-tier beast master more easily than the previous ones. Wait, spare me. The hooked-nosed man's plea for mercy was cut short as the ice dragon exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing him and his beast into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice, the man's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock, with a hint of unwillingness. Lin Yan thought to himself that if there were to be a vote for the most despicable person tonight, it would undoubtedly be this hooked-nosed man. Although his strength was average, the foul language he spewed had already sentenced him to death in Lin Yan's mind. The remaining few were quickly subdued. The men who had previously spoken disrespectfully to the women in the team were now permanently turned into ice sculptures. Their actions had crossed Lin Yan's bottom line, and he dared not imagine what the outcome would have been if their side had been less skilled tonight. In an instant, the entire canyon fell silent. The beasts of the 6 men on the opposite side were completely annihilated, with no survivors. The scar-faced man finally snapped out of his daze, realizing what had happened. Their previously arrogant expressions vanished, and they stared in shock at the scene before them. 3-tier spirit beast. The fat man stared in disbelief at Lin Yan and the ice dragon beside him. In that brief moment, the strength displayed by Lin Yan's ice dragon was undoubtedly of a 3-tier spirit beast level. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Yan had managed to train a beast with combat power comparable to a 3-tier spirit beast at such a young age. The scar-faced man and his companions looked at Lin Yan and his group with expressions of shock and uncertainty. They were frozen in place, knowing they couldn't outrun Lin Yan's beast. The scar-faced man's face twitched, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Boss, we were wrong. He lowered his head in regret, wishing he could slap himself hard. We were blind to offend you. Please, show mercy and spare our lives. His underlings also put on ingratiating smiles, their eyes full of pleading. Lin Yan cast a cold glance at them, a smirk playing on his lips. Let you go? It's not that simple. Hand over everything you have, and then leave. The scar-faced man's face was filled with pain, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. These possessions were hard-earned from countless life-and-death situations. Just then, the ice dragon gave a loud sneeze and glared at them menacingly. It seemed to say, leave the goods behind, they're my feast. The ice dragon was very perceptive, knowing that Lin Yan would only spend money on food for it, so it was always especially eager in such situations. Lin Yan said coldly, I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. If you don't hand it over by then, don't blame me for being rude. He was repeating the words the scar-faced man had previously used on them. Although Lin Yan wasn't one to kill indiscriminately, he couldn't let these people off easily. To them, losing everything was likely worse than death. The scar-faced man sighed helplessly, signaling his men to drop their packs and prepare to leave in disgrace. Just as they turned, the ice dragon let out an excited screech and darted in front of the scar-faced man, blocking his path. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Yan angrily. Are you going to kill us to silence us? Do as you please, but why go back on your word? Tianqing and the others also looked at Lin Yan in confusion. This wasn't like him. However, Lin Yan was just as bewildered. He didn't understand why the ice dragon suddenly intervened. He approached the ice dragon and asked softly, What are you doing? The ice dragon's gaze was fixed on the scar-faced man's left hand, unmoving. Following the ice dragon's line of sight, Lin Yan saw a seemingly ordinary iron ring on the man's left hand. He immediately understood and commanded coldly, Leave the ring on your left hand. The scar-faced man immediately put on a performance, tears even welling up in his eyes. This is just an ordinary ring, the only keepsake from my mother. But Lin Yan had already seen through his little trick and stared at him coldly. Though he hadn't noticed the ring before, the ice dragon's alert made Lin Yan remember something important. When the man with the scarred face first arrived, he wore a ring with a green gemstone that emitted a glowing light. However, this ring had now mysteriously transformed into an ordinary iron band. The secret behind this sudden change was evident. The scar-faced man glanced at Lin Yan's cold expression and then at the fierce-looking ice dragon nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly removed the ring from his finger and handed it to Lin Yan. Seeing this, the ice dragon finally stepped aside, allowing the scar-faced man and his group to leave. The others, however, were still puzzled about what had just happened, not understanding why Lin Yan insisted on having what appeared to be a simple iron ring. Despite their doubts, they trusted Lin Yan and said nothing more. Noticing their confused expressions, Lin Yan explained, Do you know why I insisted he leave the ring behind? Everyone shook their heads, clearly not understanding Lin Yan's intention. Lin Yan continued calmly. Do you remember what kind of ring the scar-faced man was wearing when he first appeared? Ling suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Yes, when he arrived, he was wearing a green gemstone ring. That's right, It was a green gemstone ring. Others recalled, bringing the scene back to mind. As beast masters, their soul power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, giving them exceptional memory. They hadn't paid attention to this detail earlier, but Lin Yan's reminder brought it into focus. Lin Yan pointed out the key. Why did his ring change? Because this ring is a storage ring that can alter its appearance. Everyone realized the truth. The scar-faced man had deliberately changed the conspicuous green gemstone ring into a plain iron band to avoid attention. He thought he'd fooled everyone, but he hadn't counted on the ice dragon's sensory abilities, comparable to that of a third-tier spirit beast, detecting the unusual nature of the ring. Seeing the storage ring in Lin Yan's hand, everyone looked excited. Owning a storage ring indicated the scar-faced man's wealth, as ordinary second-tier beast masters couldn't afford such an item. More importantly, the contents of a storage ring were often valuable. We nearly let a big catch get away, Lin Yan remarked, as he effortlessly erased the soul imprint on the storage ring amidst the group's excited gazes. With Lin Yan's formidable soul power, the scar-faced man's imprint was insignificant. Lin Yan's soul power delved into the ring. Although the storage ring was not high-grade, with an internal space of only about 2 cubic meters, its contents made Lin Yan's eyes light up. With a wave of his hand, all the items in the ring appeared before the group. Wow, so many spiritual herbs, and so many spirit beast cores. There are also spirit elixirs and various spirit items. The group excitedly inventoried their unexpected windfall. Lin Yan spoke up. I'll select some items from here to enhance everyone's strength, and the rest will sell and split once we leave. Tian immediately objected. That won't do. You chased these people away all by yourself, and we didn't do much. Yeah, Captain, you should just keep these things for yourself. Others chimed in agreement. Lin Yan surveyed his team, his eyes shining with determination. His voice was steady and powerful, echoing through the forest air. We are a team, and the spoils should be shared. This storage ring is mine, but the rest will distribute among us. Only by increasing your strength can we all become stronger. Seeing Lin Yan's resolve, the team members no longer hesitated. They understood the extraordinary value of a storage ring. Lin Yan began distributing the spoils. He took out a phoenix tail herb from the ring and handed it to Fong Ling. This is for your azure luan bird. It will greatly enhance its abilities. Fong Ling accepted it with joy, gratitude evident on her face. Next, Lin Yan handed a Fox Clan demon core to Xiao Yan. He then gave insect heartgrass to Wen Hong, explaining it was meant for her giant mantis. When it was Tian Cheng's turn, Lin Yan gave him an ice heartgrass. Tian Cheng declined, saying, Captain, you should keep this for yourself since your beast is also ice type. Lin Yan smiled and explained, this level of spirit herb has limited effects on my ice dragon. You take it, it will be more beneficial for your frost crocodile. Tian Cheng then accepted the gift. Lin Yan turned to Feng Wu, taking a seemingly ordinary black stone from the corner of the ring. This is a sunstone, a rare fire-type spirit stone. It will greatly benefit your flame bird when it absorbs it. Although Feng Wu didn't understand the stone's value, her trust in Lin Yan led her to accept it without hesitation. Lin Yan thought to himself that this stone contained a trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline, which could further enhance the flame bird's lineage. If Feng Ling's azure luan bird weren't wind type, he would have given her the sunstone. Curious, Feng Ling asked, Lin Yan, how do you know so much about spirit herbs and items? I don't remember you ever learning about them. Lin Yan casually replied, haha, I learned it all online. He skillfully avoided the truth, not mentioning his ability to analyze data with his innate talent. After the distribution was complete, Lin Yan's gaze fell on Mu He. He was the only one who didn't receive a spirit herb, but it wasn't intentional. Mu He's life attribute was too unique, and Lin Yan couldn't immediately find a suitable spirit item for him. Lin Yan pondered, thinking about how to find the right resources for this special teammate. Mu He stood in the corner of the cave, holding various attribute elixirs given to him by Lin Yan, his brow furrowed. His gaze shifted back and forth between the tree of life and the elixirs in his hands, filled with hesitation and inner conflict. The spiritual items here don't include the right medicine for your tree of life. The captain's words echoed in his ears. Mu He sighed softly, thinking he hadn't held out much hope anyway. His life attribute was exceedingly rare, making it difficult to find suitable spiritual items on the market. This was the reason his cultivation was the lowest among the group, not because of a lack of talent, but due to the scarcity of absorbable spiritual items and heavenly materials. At that moment, Lin Yan retrieved all the elixirs except the ice attribute ones from his storage ring. These were originally meant for their own cultivation, but because prolonged exposure to air would cause the spiritual energy to dissipate, they were stored in the scar-faced man's spatial storage ring. Lin Yan placed the elixirs in front of Mu He, explaining with a smile, your tree of life doesn't actually need specific medicine. Any elixir will do. Trees just need watering. I'll keep the ice attribute for myself. The rest are for you. Mu He took the elixirs with half belief, still showing hesitation in his eyes. Sensing his doubt, Lin Yan continued, Your tree of life is inherently non-attribute, not with attribute. It can absorb elixirs of any attribute. Life attribute plants are very inclusive. After hearing this, Muhi nodded slowly, seemingly easing his concerns a little. After dividing up the items, the group returned to the cave. At everyone's request, Feng Wu reheated the barbecue that had gone cold. Once they were satisfied and full, everyone found a corner to begin nurturing their spirit beasts. The newly acquired spiritual items had everyone excited. Lin Yan took out a large batch of newly acquired ice attribute elixirs, gently stroking the head of his ice dragon. Go on, drink up. It's your reward. The ice dragon absorbed it contentedly, as if savoring fine nectar. Having just completed its evolution, it was in its juvenile stage, growing rapidly. The others also took out their spiritual items, feeding their spirit beasts. Only Muhi remained seated in the corner, holding various attribute elixirs, his gaze shifting between the tree of life and the elixirs, uncertain. He was well aware of the importance of using spiritual items during the spirit beast's growth stage. Any mistake could cause significant harm to the spirit beast. But if what the captain said was true, his future cultivation speed would significantly increase. Muhi had great talent, but had only reached his current level by relying on the Tree of Life's innate ability due to the lack of suitable spiritual items. He had long known the Tree of Life was not a wood attribute spirit beast, so he had never dared to feed it any spiritual items. On the market, life attribute spiritual items were extremely rare and highly sought after, with prices to match. Just as Muhi was lost in thought, a sudden commotion from Tian Cheng nearby interrupted his thoughts. Muhi looked up and saw the extreme ice crocodile in front of Tiancheng emitting a dazzling ice blue light, a clear sign of a level breakthrough. Tiancheng's face was filled with joy as he excitedly announced, "My extreme ice crocodile has advanced to level 9 of the first tier." In the mid to high level schools of Qingfeng City, this level was considered outstanding. Tiancheng sincerely thanked. "It's all thanks to the spiritual item the captain gave me. Otherwise I don't know how long it would have taken to reach this level." Lin Yan waved his hand modestly, responding, "Not at all. You deserve it." Before long, Xiaoyan also exclaimed with delight, "Oh, my green-tailed fox has leveled up too. I've also reached level 9 of the first tier." Seeing his teammates breaking through one after another, Muhi couldn't help but feel the gap between himself and his teammates. However, before he could dwell on it, he suddenly felt a massive surge of energy behind him, as a gentle breeze swept across his back. To his surprise, Muhi found that his phoenix-tailed azure lawn bird had also advanced, leaping to become a second-tier spirit beast. The newly advanced phoenix-tailed azure lawn bird was vastly different from before, its size increasing significantly, with its back now able to barely accommodate a person. At this moment, Muhi truly felt the pressure, as the team now had a second-tier beast master. But Muhi was not discouraged. Instead, he was inspired by his teammates' breakthroughs. He thought to himself, why not give it a try? With determination, he poured a bottle of wood attribute spiritual liquid at the base of the Tree of Life. Muhi reasoned that even if this method was incorrect, using a gentle wood attribute item would minimize any negative effects. Additionally, life attribute spirit beasts have the strongest self-healing abilities, so any impact should be manageable. The next moment, the Tree of Life's reaction made Muhi nervous. As soon as the spiritual liquid touched the roots, the branches began to shake vigorously as if they had been greatly stimulated. Just as Muhi started to worry, the changes in the Tree of Life eased his concerns. The tree's trunk visibly grew taller at an astonishing rate, clearly a sign of rapid development. In less than 2 minutes, the Tree of Life emitted a faint green glow, not as a skill, but as a sign of an impending breakthrough. Overjoyed, Muhi shouted, "My spirit beast is about to break through too." Since it was the first time absorbing spiritual liquid, the Tree of Life absorbed it rapidly, allowing it to level up in such a short time. The greatest benefit was for Muhi himself. Not only did his spirit beast advance a level, but more importantly, it solved the issue of the Tree of Life lacking spiritual items for cultivation. Previously, without any assistance, his Tree of Life was already among the top students, and now it could easily surpass others. Moreover, with a large supply of spiritual liquids of other attributes at his disposal, he had no worries about the Tree of Life's cultivation falling behind. A few minutes later, Muhi's other spirit beast, the giant scythe mantis, also completed its breakthrough. With this, the entire team's strength had significantly increased. The most notable improvement was in Fong Ling. The gap between a first-tier and a second-tier spirit beast is substantial. As a second-tier beast master, Fong Ling will be able to relieve Lin Yan of more pressure in future battles. Seeing Fong Ling become a second-tier beast master, a joyful smile spread across Lin Yan's face. He thought to himself that Fong Ling's increased strength would make their teamwork even more seamless in the future. Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the spiritual items they seized from Scarface and his group were worth over 200,000 alliance coins, a result of a team with 2 second-tier beast masters accumulating resources over time. Despite this, Lin Yan did not let it go to his head. He adhered to his principle of not harming others unless provoked, and only resorted to such drastic measures because Scarface and his group had gone too far. After a night's rest, everyone felt refreshed and in peak condition. The breakthrough in strength significantly eased the difficulty of completing their tasks. After tidying up and cleaning the cave, the group set off deeper into the forest, seeking opportunities to hunt second-tier spiritual beasts. At this moment, when Hong conveyed information from her giant scythe mantis, there's a valley up ahead, and it seems a lot of people are gathered there for some reason. Lin Yan thought for a moment and decisively said, "Let's go check it out." The group agreed unanimously. After the previous night's events, their trust and willingness to follow Lin Yan had reached an unconditional level. Led by Wen Hong's giant scythe mantis, they headed towards the valley. The task assigned by Instructor Wang Hong was nearing completion, with only one second-tier spiritual beast left to hunt. With 2 full days remaining, completing the task seemed inevitable. Upon reaching the valley, the scene before them was astonishing. Dozens of beast masters were scattered throughout the valley, seemingly searching for something. Even more surprising was the fact that these individuals were quite powerful, including several second-tier beast masters. Using his data god's eye, Lin Yan carefully observed the area. When his gaze fell on a particular spot at the bottom of the valley, a data frame suddenly appeared, displaying information that thrilled him: purple gold stone. This rare mineral was highly valuable in the market. Let's head over there. Lin Yan immediately led the team towards the location of the purple gold stone. After some effort, he finally extracted this precious mineral from the wall. Fong Ling recognized the stone's significance at once. Is this purple gold stone? A piece this large must be worth at least 10,000 alliance coins. The group wondered why such a valuable mineral was so easily obtained, questioning if everyone was there to collect the purple gold stone. At that moment, when Hong, who was usually quiet, suddenly spoke up. "I feel like I've seen this place somewhere before." Her words surprised the others, as this was supposedly Wen Hong's first time in the primordial forest. Wen Hong frowned as she gazed at the unfamiliar terrain before her, filled with confusion. She pulled a small electronic device from her backpack and quickly began to operate it. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Oh no, this is the purple gold valley." Everyone immediately gathered around, carefully comparing the images on the screen with the valley in front of them. It was indeed identical. Tian Chung asked puzzledly. But the current situation seems different from what the data describes. The group's attention returned to Wen Hong's screen. She explained, "Purple Gold Valley is rich in a rare mineral called purple gold stone, which is extremely valuable. However, it is also home to the purple gold demon bugs. These terrifying, social spirit beasts possess formidable combat power, with each one having the strength of a high-level first-tier beast. Even more frightening is that many of these bugs have evolved into purple gold demon bug generals due to the abundance of purple gold stone they consume, comparable to second-tier spirit beasts. This is why the valley is a forbidden zone for Beast Tamers. Despite the precious stones, no one dares to venture here." Yet, the scene before them was vastly different from Wen Hong's description. This usually desolate forbidden zone had unexpectedly turned into a bustling treasure hunt site. The fierce purple gold demon bugs were nowhere to be seen. Lin Yan stopped a passerby to inquire, "Hey, do you know why the purple gold demon bugs in the valley have all disappeared?" The person replied cheerfully, "I have no idea. A few days ago, they just vanished, and then we were called in to mine the purple gold stones." With that, he hurriedly rejoined the mining team. Lin Yan fell into deep thought, pondering the reason behind the disappearance of the purple gold demon bugs. Seeing this, Tian Chung advised, "Stop worrying about it, Captain. Why don't we join them in digging? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Despite his lingering doubts, Lin Yan agreed to the group's suggestion. During the excavation of the purple gold stones, Lin Yan, with his powerful soul force and data vision, far outperformed the others. The ground of Purple Gold Valley was a light purple color, with the stones only slightly darker, making it difficult for ordinary people to distinguish them. Tian Chung watched as Lin Yan unearthed his third purple gold stone while he had yet to find any, feeling a bit frustrated. He complained, "Captain, why do you always find the purple gold stones, and I can't even locate one?" Lin Yan smiled and said, "Why don't you dig here in my spot? I'll go find another one." He pointed to a spot beneath his feet, gesturing for Tian Chung to come over. "That's not right, Captain. You found it, so I'll keep searching on my own." Tian Chung sincerely declined, despite the preciousness of the purple gold stone, unwilling to take advantage of Lin Yan. Lin Yan commanded with authority, "I told you to come over, so come over. This one's a bit small. I'm going to dig up a bigger one." Under his stern gaze, Tian Chung had no choice but to obediently move to his side. "Then if we dig this stone out, half of it will belong to you, Captain." Tian Chung reluctantly agreed, though he felt Lin Yan's proposal made a lot of sense. Compared to just digging, having Lin Yan search for the purple gold stones was indeed much more efficient. Lin Yan looked around at his teammates and noticed that, except for Fong Ling, who had just advanced to a second-tier Beast Tamer. The others were not very capable of finding the stones. He quickly adjusted his strategy and began directing the team. Fong Wu, there's a piece here. Help me dig it out. Wen Hong, you go over there. Soon, Lin Yan became the team's detector, focusing on locating the purple gold stones while others did the digging. This division of labor greatly increased their efficiency, attracting envious glances from other diggers nearby. In just over 2 hours, Lin Yan's team members each dug up 3 or 4 pieces of purple gold stone, while others barely managed 2 or 3 pieces all day. This efficiency gap made some people envious, but under the watchful eyes of many, they didn't dare make any rash moves, only observing Lin Yan's team from a distance. As Lin Yan was concentrating on finding new purple gold stones, a dispute erupted in a corner of the canyon. A familiar female voice exclaimed, "I clearly found it first. Why should I give it to you?" A young man, arrogant and overbearing, retorted, "Humph, I've been standing here all along. How could it be you who found it?" The girl, flustered and red-faced, stammered in defense. "You're lying. I clearly found it just now. I went back to get help to dig it up." She pointed to 2 burly men behind her. The man waved dismissively. "Stop making a fuss here. Move along. I'm going to start digging up our purple gold stone." The girl stomped her foot in frustration as a crowd gathered around. It was clear to onlookers that the man was bullying the girl because he had more people on his side, coveting the sizable piece of purple gold stone worth at least 20,000 alliance coins. However, no one dared to step forward to speak up for the girl, unwilling to meddle in the affair. In a corner of Zijin Valley, a confrontation was unfolding. A young woman stood seemingly helpless against several burly men from the Liang Beast Taming group. The surrounding crowd murmured and shook their heads. "That girl probably won't get her purple gold stone back," a bystander whispered. "The Liang Beast Taming group is always so domineering." His companion tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go, don't get involved." Just as people were about to disperse, a shout pierced the silence of the valley. "What do you think you're doing?" A young man Tianxing rushed forward to stand protectively in front of the girl. The girl was Xiaoyan, a member of Lin Yan's team. Although she had just advanced to the first tier, level 9 the night before, she was clearly outmatched by the Liang Beast Taming group members, who had several second-tier spirit beasts. A young man from the Liang group sneered. "Kid, playing the hero to save the damsel in distress? Don't you know heroes never have good endings?" Tianxing was furious. What kind of men bully a girl like this? Is that supposed to be impressive? The young man waved his hand. "Get him, give him a good beating, and throw him out of the valley." Several men, accompanied by fierce spirit beasts, moved in. Seeing that Tianxing and Xiaoyan's first-tier spirit beasts were struggling to hold their ground, the crowd started to chatter. "This is bad. Not only will they lose their stuff, but they're also going to get beaten. Why bother going against the Liang Beast Taming group? That's the young master's group." At this critical moment, a voice rang out. "Let's see who dares to make a move." Lin Yan and Fong Ling, along with others, arrived just in time, positioning themselves in front of Tianxing and Xiaoyan. Among them were 2 second-tier Beast Tamers, and although they weren't strong enough to pose a direct threat to the Liang group, their presence made the situation less dire. The young master of the Liang Beast Taming group's expression shifted. Although these young people's strength wasn't enough to intimidate them, their age and demeanor made him wary. Such prowess at a young age suggested they might have powerful backing, possibly being core disciples sent by a prominent family for training. Tension hung thick in the air as both sides faced off, and a larger conflict seemed imminent. The young master of the Liang Beast Taming group wore a grim expression, his brows furrowed. He knew he couldn't afford to offend this group of young people who might hail from a powerful family, but he was also reluctant to give up the purple gold stone he had in hand. After weighing his options, he managed to force a smile and said, "How about this? You leave now, and I won't hold it against you." Lin Yan, however, stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. "We discovered this purple gold stone first. According to the rules here, it should belong to us." The young master's face darkened, anger rising within him. He said coldly, "It seems you don't know how to appreciate an opportunity. In that case, let me teach you that here, the real rule is the power of the fist." With that, he waved his hand, and the strong men behind him charged towards Lin Yan and his group. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, quickly assessing the situation. The Liang Beast Taming group had 4 or 5 second-tier Beast Tamers, and it would be difficult to handle them without using his innate abilities. Just as he hesitated about whether to reveal his trump card, a terrified shout suddenly echoed from afar. "Ah, run, the purple gold bugs are back." Following the sound, Lin Yan saw Beast Tamers near the valley's interior fleeing towards them in panic, their faces etched with extreme fear. Behind them, a flow of purple was rapidly spreading an enormous swarm of purple gold bugs. Purple gold bugs. Lin Yan instantly realized the urgency of the situation. "Let's go, forget the purple gold stone." He grabbed Fong Ling's hand, called out to his teammates, and sprinted towards the outskirts of Purple Gold Valley. The members of the Liang Tian Beast Taming group were also stunned. The young master cursed in frustration. Damn it. Why are there so many purple gold bugs? Weren't they gone? Forget about why, just run. Our lives are more important, someone shouted. By now, the swarm of purple gold bugs had covered half the valley, moving with astonishing speed. Although Lin Yan and his team were the first to flee, they still felt the swarm was right on their heels. Behind them, the screams of those overtaken by the bugs echoed, serving as a grim reminder of the danger and spurring the escaping group into greater urgency. Young master, hurry up, one of Lin Yan's teammates urged anxiously. Despite their best efforts, their speed paled in comparison to the purple gold bugs. In this life-or-death moment, everyone had only one thought left: escape. After a period of fleeing, Lin Yan and his group were at the forefront, with only a few members of Liang Tian's beast-taming corps and a handful of freelance adventurers closely following behind. Although the valley's exit was in sight, the swarm of purple gold demon insects was closing in, making the situation increasingly dire. Lin Yan frowned, realizing that at their current speed, they might not escape the valley before being caught. Meanwhile, the members of Liang Tian's beast-taming corps were anxiously discussing their options. Young master, at this rate, we'll never make it out, one of the subordinates exclaimed in a panic. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Liang Gu, the young master of the Liang Tian beast-taming corps. He retrieved a scroll-like object from his storage ring, and upon seeing it, the others' eyes lit up. Is that a soul technique scroll? Someone exclaimed. Judging by the complex patterns, could it be a fourth-tier one? That's right. Liang Gu nodded proudly. Although a fourth-tier soul technique might not inflict lethal damage on the purple gold demon insect army, it could delay them just long enough to escape. However, the direction in which Liang Gu released the soul technique stunned his subordinates. Following the trajectory of the soul technique, it was aimed directly at the escape route of Lin Yan's group. As long as they slow down, we can get out, Liang Gu said maliciously as he unleashed the soul technique. I want them to know the consequences of opposing the Liang Tian beast taming corps. Sensing the danger, Lin Yan looked up to see a powerful soul technique hurtling toward them. Damn it, these bastards. Lin Yan's team was instantly furious. You'll get what's coming to you. Aren't you afraid of going to hell for this? The angrier Lin Yan's group became, the more sinister Liang Gu's smile grew. In desperation, Lin Yan immediately had the ice dragon enhance its innate ability to reach the third tier. With a flash of blue light, a smooth ice mirror appeared in front of the ice dragon. Though the mirror quickly shattered against the fourth-tier soul technique, its reflective effect successfully bounced part of the force back towards Liang Tian's beast-taming corps. Liang Gu and his team were thrown into chaos. Although the reflected force was weakened, it still carried the power of a third-tier soul technique. They hurriedly employed various means to defend themselves. Under normal circumstances, dealing with a third-tier soul technique wouldn't be difficult for so many people. After all, soul techniques of the same tier are typically weaker than beast attacks and are often used for support. However, at this moment, they were too exhausted from fleeing to respond effectively. The soul technique struck, and the members of Liang Tian's beast-taming corps were hit, drastically reducing their speed. In an instant, they were overtaken by the swarm of purple gold demon insects, on the verge of being devoured. Liang Gu! Damn you! Someone shouted in fury at the last moment. If you hadn't provoked them, we wouldn't be in this mess. Liang Gu, the young master of the Liang Tian beast taming group, was currently caught in a life-or-death escape. His subordinates had fallen one by one under the attack of the purple gold demon worm, leaving him as the sole survivor thanks to a protective artifact. As he ran, Liang Gu calculated in his mind that he would surely face punishment from his father upon returning, but at least he could blame the purple gold demon worm, rather than admitting he had provoked others. As the people around him were devoured by the purple gold demon worm, Liang Gu managed to widen the gap between himself and the swarm. He felt a surge of relief, believing that escaping from Purple Gold Valley was now a certainty. Looking back, he thought that those few others would likely not survive either. Although Lin Yan's spirit beast was formidable, the power of a fourth-tier soul technique was not easily countered. However, events unfolded beyond Liang Gu's expectations. On Lin Yan's side, facing the fourth-tier soul technique unleashed by Liang Gu, even after being weakened by the ice mirror of the ice flood dragon, its power was still formidable. Fear was evident on the faces of Fong, Ling, and the others behind him. Just when they thought they couldn't withstand it, Lin Yan suddenly shot a light arrow from his hand, the soul-breaking arrow. This arrow collided with the soul technique, further diminishing its power. Yet, the residual force of the soul technique still surged towards Lin Yan and his group. In their shock, Lin Yan acted swiftly, releasing 5 more light arrows in succession, completely neutralizing the soul technique. If the power isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. Lin Yan's maneuver left everyone in awe. Typically, apart from continuous soul techniques like shields and chains, other soul techniques required a brief cooldown. Yet Lin Yan seemed tireless, casting soul techniques one after another. In the urgency of the situation, The group could only focus on escaping for their lives. Captain, I can't hold on much longer. I'm getting really tired too. The cries of his companions furrowed Lin Yan's brow, but there was nothing he could do. Hang on a bit longer. Once we escape the canyon, we'll be safe. The previous information said the purple gold demon worm won't leave Purple Gold Valley. Lin Yan encouraged them. Just then, a green light enveloped the group. Upon closer inspection, it was Mu-He's Tree of Life. Instantly, everyone felt lighter and rejuvenated. Their exhaustion swept away, allowing them to flee even faster. Meanwhile, outside the canyon, Lianggu hesitated. They should be dead, right? But I'd better keep moving, just in case they're not. He glanced back, saw no sign of Lin Yan and the others, and quickly resumed his escape. For Lianggu, escaping Purple Gold Valley was far from enough. He had offended many people by flaunting his young master status, and now, without his guards, he needed to make a speedy getaway. Finally escaping from the Purple Gold Valley, Tiansheng was seething with rage, muttering through gritted teeth, "That damned Lianggu, if I ever run into him, he won't get away with it." Reflecting on the perilous moments they had just endured, Tiansheng's anger only intensified. If it hadn't been for Lianggu's underhanded tactics, they wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Were it not for Lin Yan's exceptional strength, they might have already become a meal for the purple gold demon worms, leaving not even a trace behind. Lin Yan was equally furious, his eyes glinting with cold determination. All this over a conflict sparked by a single piece of purple gold stone, and Lianggu actually wanted them dead. This was a debt Lin Yan was not willing to let go unpaid. Lianggu's abilities are lacking. He's just a first-level beast master. I noticed earlier that his guards have all perished. Now is the perfect time for revenge. Lin Yan analyzed calmly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He always adhered to the principle of treating others as they treat you, but if anyone dared to cross his line, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Lianggu's recent actions had already sealed his fate in Lin Yan's mind. Release our spirit beasts to search for him. Lianggu is only a first-level beast master, and after what he's been through, he can't have gone far, Lin Yan ordered decisively. Got it, Captain. The others immediately responded, enthusiastically releasing their spirit beasts to scour the area for any sign of Lianggu. Lianggu's actions not only threatened Lin Yan, but also put them in danger, and now they shared the same deep-seated resentment towards him. Xiaobing, you go too. Lin Yan gestured, and his ice dragon immediately understood, soaring into the sky. The area surrounding Purple Gold Valley was one of the few places suitable for high-altitude flight by spirit beasts. Because of the purple gold demon worms within the valley, there were hardly any powerful spirit beasts in the vicinity. The search primarily relied on Lin Yan's ice dragon and Fong Ling's phoenix-tailed green swan bird, whose flying abilities made them far more efficient than others. Deploying the other spirit beasts was a precaution against Lianggu hiding in a blind spot from the air. Lin Yan was determined to give Lianggu no chance of escape. Besides his intent to kill Lianggu, he also had his eyes on Lianggu's storage ring. Earlier, Lin Yan had keenly observed that all the purple gold stones excavated by Liang Tian's Beastmaster group were stored in Lianggu's storage ring. This meant the ring contained a fortune in purple gold stones. Although Lin Yan's team had been efficient in mining, Liang Tian's group had been in the valley longer. This implied that Lianggu's storage ring must have substantial capacity, otherwise, it couldn't hold so many stones. As Lin Yan was pondering this, he was interrupted by Fong Ling's excited voice. "Brother Lin Yan." Turning, Lin Yan saw Fong Ling beaming at him. "My phoenix-tailed green swan bird has found Lianggu's location." Usually gentle and adorable, even Fong Ling was fuming at the mention of Lianggu, her cheeks puffed in anger, making Lin Yan want to pinch her face. But with urgent matters at hand, Lin Yan quickly turned to share the news with his companions. Upon hearing the news, everyone rushed in the direction pointed out by Fong Ling. Meanwhile, Lianggu was leaning against a large rock, panting heavily. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. "I've run so far. Surely they won't find me now," he thought, feeling a bit more secure behind the rock, unaware of the danger closing in. Seeing the direction the massive stone pointed, Lianggu knew he was not far from leaving the primordial forest. A slight smile appeared on his lips, knowing that once he was out, he could contact his family, and then he would be completely safe. From his storage ring, he took out a can of beef stew, grimacing as he forced down a couple of bites before tossing it aside. As the young master of the Liang Tian beast taming group, he had been accustomed to luxury from a young age, always surrounded by a retinue. On previous trips into the forest, he was always accompanied by a team of second-tier beast tamers as bodyguards who would hunt fresh food for him, never having to resort to industrialized meals. Just as he was about to leave, a thunderous shout shattered the silence. "You think you can just leave? Stay right here." Tiansheng was the first to charge out, followed by Lin Yan and others, surrounding Lianggu and plunging him into despair. "Humph, you think you can run after what you've done? It's not that easy," Lin Yan said coldly, with his ice dragon blocking Lianggu's escape route. Seeing no way out, Lianggu mustered a defiant threat. What do you intend to do? I'm the young master of the Liangtian Beast Taming Group. If you dare harm me, they won't let you off. His words caused hesitance among the others. Lianggu, thinking they were intimidated, became arrogant. However, if you escort me out of the forest, I'll not only forgive this but also reward you handsomely. But what if we kill you? Who would know? Lin Yan said calmly, as though discussing something trivial, but his icy tone made Lianggu feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. No, you wouldn't dare. My father, Liang Tian, will find the culprit. Lianggu's voice began to tremble. So what if he does? Lin Yan replied indifferently. In Qingfeng City, Liang Tian was indeed a formidable third-tier peak beast tamer, but to Lin Yan, whose power could rival a third tier during an outburst, such threats were meaningless. Moreover, he had countless ways to ensure the Liangtian Beast Taming Group found no trace, not even determining Lianggu's fate. You should be thinking about how you want to die. Lin Yan motioned for the others to step back, allowing his ice dragon to slowly advance on Lianggu. Stay back, in case he has some last-ditch trick that might harm you. Damn it, you wouldn't dare kill me. The Liangtian Beast Taming Group will never let you go. Lianggu's voice had become hysterical. Watching the ice dragon lunge towards him, Lianggu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Suddenly, a white light appeared on his body. It was the life-saving artifact he had acquired earlier. Lin Yan observed coldly and ordered the ice dragon to continue its attack. Thud, thud, thud. The ice dragon relentlessly slammed into the barrier, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. Lianggu's cries shifted from despair to pleading. No, I was wrong. I'll have my dad give you lots of money. You can have whatever you want. However, Lin Yan remained expressionless and unmoved. The ice dragon launched another assault, and the protective shield wavered. With a final strike, the barrier shattered completely. Lin Yan said coldly, "Take those words to the king of hell. I only want your life." Before the words faded, the ice dragon exhaled a breath of icy air, instantly freezing Lianggu into an ice sculpture, his life extinguished in an instant. Lin Yan understood that with people like this, you must eliminate them. Mercy would only lead to self-destruction. The others, witnessing the scene, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yan stepped forward, broke a piece off the ice sculpture, and retrieved Lianggu's storage ring. Fong Ling teased, "Lin Yan, you should be called Bandit Lin instead." Tiancheng joined in with a laugh. Haha, that name suits the captain perfectly. Lin Yan shot them a glance, and Tiancheng immediately fell silent, feeling wronged. It was clearly Fong Ling who said it first. After handling the spoils, Lin Yan ordered the ice dragon to throw Lianggu's ice sculpture in front of some nearby fierce beasts. Let's go. Time to divide the loot, he said casually. On the way back, Lin Yan approached Fong Ling and gave her a light tap on the head. Fong Ling clutched her head and complained. Lin Yan, why did you hit me? Her pitiful expression made Lin Yan want to ruffle her hair again. If I'm Bandit Lin, then you're all little bandits. You've never missed a share of the spoils, Lin Yan explained. I don't care, you're still Bandit Lin. Fong Ling retorted playfully. The other 5 pretended not to notice. The group returned to the canyon from the night before. Despite the minor incident, the location remained ideal. Back in the cave, they immediately started a fire to roast meat. Lin Yan announced, "We've all worked hard today, so let's rest tonight. Tomorrow, we finish the last task and head back." During the downtime, Lin Yan took out the ring he had seized from Lianggu, ready to divide the loot. Lin Yan effortlessly erased Lianggu's soul imprint with his soul power. As he delved into the space storage ring, he couldn't help but gasp. The internal space of the ring measured an astonishing 10 cubic meters, 10 times its original size. It was filled with precious spiritual herbs and purple gold stones, their value truly staggering. It seems Liang Tian really doted on this son. Lin Yan mused to himself, feeling secretly pleased that these treasures now benefited their group. After some discussion, everyone agreed to share this unexpected fortune with Lin Yan, but insisted that he take the largest portion. Ultimately, Lin Yan received the storage ring, while the others each received their share. Don't rush to sell these items when we get back, Lin Yan advised seriously. Keep what you can use for yourselves. We need to avoid arousing suspicion from Liang Tian's beast taming group. He continued, I'll sell off yesterday's haul first, which should be enough for everyone for a while. For the rest, wait until you're back at your respective beast tamer universities. Qingfeng City is too small, and a sudden influx of rare items might draw unwanted attention. The rewards from this venture were beyond expectations. The purple gold stones from Lianggu alone were worth over 400,000 alliance coins, with additional assets totaling around 300,000. Lin Yan received nearly 300,000 himself. Fong Ling got 100,000 plus a small storage ring, and the others each received 60,000. For those from ordinary backgrounds, this windfall was like a stroke of incredible luck. Resources are crucial on the path of a beast tamer, and accompanying Lin Yan had already given them a head start. After dividing the spoils, Lin Yan also distributed the purple gold stones they had previously collected. Knowing that a market flood might cause prices to drop, they decided to split them directly. Joy was evident among everyone, and Lin Yan couldn't hide his excitement either. This unexpected gain not only solved his immediate problems, but also paved the way for his future. Now I can consider acquiring a second spirit beast, Lin Yan thought to himself. Since the ice dragon evolved, his soul power had surged to 16 points, and his second beast slot had long been awakened. However, financial constraints had prevented him from purchasing a quality pet beast cub. With sufficient funds now, passing the initial test was certain, but to succeed in the retest for a top-tier Beast Tamer university, he needed to continue improving his strength. When it comes to such crucial matters for his future, Lin Yan always strives for perfection, allowing no room for error. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see a brighter future ahead. As dawn began to break, Lin Yan and his team of 7 were already up and packing their gear. Today marked the final day of their mission in the Primal Forest. They just needed to take down one more second-tier spirit beast before heading back to the city. Although the cave they stayed in offered reasonable conditions, it was nothing compared to the comfort of their own beds. For 3 days, they had remained on high alert, wary of the lurking dangers in the forest. Now, with the end in sight, each of them couldn't hide their excitement about leaving this place full of unknowns. Not long after setting off, Lin Yan's ice dragon discovered their target, a second-tier, level 4 earth-splitting bear. This was well within the capabilities of the ice dragon and the phoenix-tailed azure Luan, so Lin Yan didn't need to use his innate abilities. After an intense battle, the team finally brought down the thick-skinned beast. Exhausted, they sat on the ground beside the massive corpse of the earth-splitting bear. After a brief rest, Lin Yan directed them to collect materials from the spirit beast in preparation for their return. While processing the spoils, Lin Yan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the deeper part of the forest. It emanated an inexplicable sense of oppression that made his heart race every time he looked in that direction. This unease prompted him to hasten their preparations, eager to leave this perilous place behind. As they emerged from the primal forest, Instructor Wang Hong was already waiting. Seeing Lin Yan and his team return safely with all the mission materials, Wang Hong's stern expression relaxed a bit. He commended the team's performance, acknowledging that not every squad manages to complete their mission successfully on their first venture into the primal forest. On the ride back to the city in a military armored vehicle, Lin Yan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The experience in the primal forest made him appreciate the safety of the city even more and filled him with respect for the soldiers who tirelessly guard the city's outskirts. Reflecting on his own exhaustion after just 3 days, he couldn't help but admire those who stood watch for over a month. Back home, Lin Yan wasted no time in collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep sleep. In the primal forest, he had to remain vigilant even while resting. But now, he could finally relax and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Lin Yan woke up from a deep sleep feeling remarkably refreshed and energized. He quickly checked his attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul power had increased by 0.1 points. Without any delay, Lin Yan got up, washed, and prepared for his important task of the day, disposing of stolen goods. Lin Yan arrived at the familiar Beast Master shop, where the same friendly young woman who had previously assisted him stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yan, she immediately flashed her signature smile and warmly asked, "Is there anything you need?" She vividly remembered Lin Yan's generous spending last time, which had earned her a considerable commission. "I'd like to sell some items first," Lin Yan said, as he retrieved a large collection of pre-prepared spiritual items from his storage ring. The young woman was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many items and stammered for a moment. "Sure, sir." She quickly regained her composure. "Please hold on, I'll consult our store's accountant." With that, she hurried off to the back. Moments later, the young woman returned with a poised woman who was the accountant. She was also slightly surprised by the sheer volume of items. She politely addressed Lin Yan. "Hello, esteemed guest. The value and quantity of these items are quite significant. Please give us a moment to carefully assess them." While waiting for the assessment, the young woman led Lin Yan to the lounge. She enthusiastically asked, "Mr. Lin, is there anything else you need?" She calculated in her mind that even with a modest commission rate, the high value of these spiritual items would result in a substantial income. Lin Yan inquired, "Do you sell young spirit pets here?" "Yes, we do," the young woman replied excitedly. "Our store boasts the most extensive selection of young spirit pets in Qingfeng City." "Then show me, please." Following his request, the young woman promptly led Lin Yan to the second floor of the shop. The variety of goods was dazzling. Turning a corner, Lin Yan saw rows of shelves displaying young spirit beasts. Each shelf had over 10 transparent glass boxes, each containing a young spirit beast peacefully asleep. The entire area had at least 50 such shelves, meaning there were no less than 500 young spirit beasts available. The young woman introduced, "All these young spirit beasts have been specially trained and are ready to be tamed. You can choose freely, sir." She smiled at Lin Yan. thinking that the value of an ordinary young spirit beast was around 40 to 50,000, and with Lin Yan's means, he would certainly opt for higher grade ones, which would mean another significant commission for her. Thank you, Lin Yan said, as he began to carefully examine each glass box, his gaze shifting among the various intriguing young creatures in search of the perfect new partner for himself. After making a round, Lin Yan couldn't help but be taken aback by the prices of the spirit beast cubs. The ones displayed on the stands had growth potential capped at the 7th tier. Those with higher potential were clearly reserved for auction, not for regular sale. Even so, a cub with potential reaching the 7th tier was priced at nearly $1 million, far beyond what he could afford. Unwilling to give up so easily, Lin Yan decided to use the ability of his data god eye to carefully inspect each cub, hoping to find one with a hidden evolution path. After some observation, he discovered that only one in every 70 to 80 cubs had a hidden evolution path, and not all were ideal choices. Some were even less desirable than the visible paths, while others, although they advanced from the 4th or 5th tier to the 6th or 7th, still fell short of his expectations. As a perfectionist, Lin Yan was firm in his standards for choosing a pet. He would rather leave his pet slot vacant than settle for a partner with potential below the 9th tier. Having acquired such a divine skill as the data god eye, he was determined to maximize its value. After an hour of fruitless searching, Lin Yan still refused to give up. Although this store was indeed, as the cute salesgirl had claimed, the best Beast Tamer shop in Qingfeng City, with a stock exceeding that of all the others combined, he had made up his mind if necessary. He would try his luck in a big city. No matter what, he was determined to find a spirit beast cub with 9th tier potential. As he examined the last row of cubs, Lin Yan couldn't hide his disappointment. The highest potential he had seen so far was only 8th tier, and that was in a cub that already had 7th tier potential. Just as he was about to give up, a data panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, making him perk up. Species, Spirit of Light. Attribute, Light. Level, Tier 1, Level 5. Phase, Infant. Ability, Radiance. Status, Healthy, Sleeping. Evolution path. Evolution towards the Goddess of Light, transforming into a Master of Light's entity, with absolute control over light and unparalleled close combat ability. Lin Yan carefully examined the list of materials required for the next evolution stage of the Light Spirit. Lower grade Light Spirit Crystal, Light Gold Jade, with an evolution potential reaching up to the 9th tier. His attention was then drawn to the evolution path of the Photon Spirit, transforming into an ultimate light attribute energy being with absolute control over light attributes. Further down, the next evolution stage is the Light Crystal, with evolution materials and an evolution potential of the 7th tier. Lin Yan was thrilled. This light spirit not only had the potential to evolve to the 9th tier, perfectly meeting his requirements for a beast companion, but it was also a comprehensive beast with both elemental control and close combat abilities. When he saw the Goddess of Light on the evolution path, he couldn't help but feel excited. This indicated a powerful route that could evolve into a humanoid beast companion. It's well known that humanoid beast companions of the same tier are not weaker than dragons. Moreover, a female humanoid beast companion like the Goddess of Light could fetch a fortune on the market. Lin Yan secretly felt lucky for his fortune. Despite his inner excitement, Lin Yan pretended to be indifferent and waved to the cute salesgirl. "Could you come over here?" The salesgirl quickly ran over to him and respectfully asked, "What can I do for you, Mr. Lin?" Lin Yan pointed to the glass box containing the light spirit. "I want this beast companion cub." The salesgirl glanced at the price tag and replied, "Hello, Mr. Lin. The price for this beast companion cub is 80,000 alliance coins." "All right, deduct it from the items I just sold," Lin Yan replied straightforwardly. "Sure, Mr. Lin. The total offer for the spiritual items you just sold is 320,000 alliance coins. After deducting 80,000, you still have 240,000 remaining." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. The price seemed reasonable, though he couldn't help but lament how quickly money was spent. From the resources obtained during his jungle expedition, the other 6 members each received 30,000, while he got 140,000. Now, after purchasing the light spirit cub, he was left with only 60,000 alliance coins. Lin Yan was grateful for his previous savings. Otherwise, he would have been broke again. In addition to the light spirit, Lin Yan also purchased all the materials needed for its evolution. Although the light spirit was currently in its infancy, it had actually reached the growth stage, but was restricted by special means at the beast shop. Once a contract was signed with Lin Yan, it would immediately enter the growth stage. Lin Yan was confident that under his careful nurturing, the light spirit would soon reach maturity. With more funds at his disposal, he decided to invest more resources in the growth of his beast companions. He purchased a large amount of spiritual liquid needed for the ice jiao and light spirit, as well as some suitable rare materials. However, the total cost of these items reached 50,000 alliance coins, making Lin Yan feel the pinch once again. Back home, Lin Yan looked at the various spiritual items in his possession and realized he wouldn't have more money to spend in the short term. The remaining beast materials could only be sold in the city where the Beastmaster University was located. All the beast materials that could be sold in Qingfeng City without arousing suspicion had already been dealt with. The rest were not suitable for local transactions. After Lin Yan finished counting the materials of the non-spiritual beasts in his possession, he estimated their value to be around 300,000 alliance credits. This unexpected windfall brought him a sense of relief, ensuring that his initial expenses at the Beastmaster University would be covered. Eagerly, Lin Yan took out the light spirit. At the moment, it was just an ordinary small ball of light. Yet who would have thought it possessed the potential to evolve to the 9th tier? Lin Yan knew that discovering a hidden evolution path was a matter of luck, and even among the same species, such a rare individual was hard to come by. Holding his breath, Lin Yan focused his soul power to establish a beast contract. With a soul power strength of 16.1, the process was effortless. In less than 2 minutes, the contract was formed. Instantly, Lin Yan felt a subtle, yet strong connection with the light spirit. Composing himself, Lin Yan activated the data god Eye to check his latest attributes. The addition of a second beast resulted in a significant boost. Name: Lin Yan. Gender: male. Age: 17. Occupation: Beastmaster. Rank: Tier 2. Soul Technique: Soul Break Arrow Entry Level 20.25. Beasts: 1. Ice Jiao Tier 2, Level 3. 2. Light Spirit Tier 1, Level 5. Soul Power: 18.3. Physical Constitution: 5.3. Innate Skills: 1. Data God Eye. 2. Enhancement consumes soul power to enhance beasts, strength dependent on host's soul power. Seeing that his soul power and physical constitution had each increased by over 2 points, Lin Yan couldn't contain his excitement. This exceeded his expectations, filling him with anticipation for the future. At this rate, he would soon reach the threshold to contract a third beast, far outpacing his peers. Lin Yan secretly vowed to win the upcoming Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster Tournament. The soul crystal among the prizes could further enhance his soul power. With his strength comparable to a third-tier Beastmaster, he was already unmatched among the students in Qingfeng City. Come here, little one, Lin Yan gently called, taking out the growth spirit item prepared for the light spirit. The faint glow immediately floated happily before him. Go ahead, eat up, Lin Yan said warmly. Soon you'll have your own form. He watched the small floating ball of light, with a heart full of anticipation and warmth. Lin Yan carefully placed the spiritual creature in his palm and gently offered it to the spirit of light. This little entity, lacking a physical form, couldn't feed itself and had to rely on Lin Yan for sustenance. Nearby, the ice dragon noticed and immediately nudged Lin Yan's arm, eyes full of expectation. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten your share, Lin Yan reassured, patting the dragon's horns. With a flash from his storage ring, the ice dragon's food appeared instantly before it. Seeing the spiritual treat, the dragon eagerly pounced on it and began to eat heartily. The appearance of the spirit of light made the ice dragon feel a hint of rivalry. It secretly resolved to strengthen itself, aiming to become irreplaceable in Lin Yan's heart. After feeding his spirit pets, Lin Yan enjoyed a good night's sleep, preparing for the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League the next day. The following morning, when Lin Yan arrived at school, he found the other team members had been waiting in the classroom for some time. Morning, Captain. Mu He and the others greeted him, beaming with excitement. After receiving money from Lin Yan the previous night, they had all purchased spiritual items suitable for their beasts, leaving them in high spirits. Where are we competing today? Tianqing suddenly asked. Nanhao Province Experimental School, Qingfeng Branch. Lin Yan was about to answer when Feng Wu interrupted with a hint of irritation. The match is about to start and you don't even know the location? You're really not paying attention. With the captain here, no opponent is a challenge, Tianqing replied with a carefree smile, glancing at Lin Yan. However, Feng Ling stood nearby, her brow furrowed. Noticing her unease, Lin Yan asked with concern, what's wrong? You seem troubled. Brother Lin Yan, don't you think there's something odd about the competition's location? Feng Ling said worriedly. Why is a Qingfeng City competition being held at a branch in Nanfeng Province? They've never acknowledged being a Qingfeng City school. Lin Yan realized the peculiarity of the situation. Although the Qingfeng branch of Nanfeng Province Experimental School was located in Qingfeng City, it always claimed affiliation with Nanfeng Province, maintaining a tense relationship with Qingfeng City's education department. They had never participated in Qingfeng City's events before, making this sudden venue change suspicious. It seems to be a last-minute change, Xiaoyan added. It was supposed to be at our Qingfeng City Experimental School. After a moment of thought, Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. No worries, we'll handle whatever comes our way. Even if they're from the provincial experimental branch, we can handle them with ease. His words eased the tension in the room. The team felt reassured, knowing that with Lin Yan leading them, their strength surpassed the opposition. Although the unexpected venue change was puzzling, their confidence in victory remained unshaken with Lin Yan by their side. Tianqing was unconcerned about the arrival of students from the provincial experimental school. He was confident in his team's strength, especially in Lin Yan's abilities. This confidence stemmed from their experiences in the primal forest. Let's get going, Lin Yan said firmly as he looked around at everyone. He knew that in the face of absolute strength, any tricks were meaningless. The 7 of them arrived at the school gates, where the vehicle arranged by the school had been waiting for some time. They embarked on their journey, weaving through the streets of Qingfeng City. Although Qingfeng City wasn't large, it boasted over a dozen schools of varying levels. After more than an hour's drive, they reached the Nanfeng Provincial Experimental Branch School. There were still a few hours before the competition began, but the Nanfeng Experimental Branch was already bustling with activity. As soon as they entered the gate, they encountered Coach Li. You're here. Find a place to rest for a while. Today's competition won't be too intense, Coach Li said, though there was a hint of displeasure on his face. Noticing Coach Li's mood, they exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on. They first verified their identities at the registration desk, and then left the school to find accommodations nearby. Considering the competition might last 2 to 3 days, they would need to stay for a few nights unless they were eliminated on the first day. The group strolled leisurely down the street, showing no signs of pre-competition nerves. They relaxed as they searched for a suitable hotel. The environment and scenery here were noticeably better than around Qingfeng High School, and the bustling streets caught everyone's attention. Fong Ling habitually walked alongside Lin Yan, just as she did when they walked home from school. She seemed unaware of how noticeable their closeness was to others. They maintained a subtle distance, and the faint fragrance from Fong Ling continuously teased Lin Yan's senses. Despite having lived 2 lives, Lin Yan had never experienced such close contact with a girl before. This situation stirred his emotions, yet he was reluctant to disrupt the moment. Behind them, Tiansheng, Feng Wu, and the others exchanged knowing glances, observing the pair's intimate interaction in silence, not wanting to disturb the delicate atmosphere. Before they knew it, a beautifully decorated hotel appeared before them. Unlike the opulence of typical luxury hotels, this one exuded a cozy charm while maintaining high quality. This style immediately caught the girl's attention. Lin Yan, why don't we stay at this hotel? Feng Ling gently tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at him. Lin Yan glanced around and didn't have any specific requirements for the hotel. Seeing this, the other 5 nodded in agreement. He looked up at the elegantly decorated hotel that Feng Ling had chosen and said softly, all right, let's go with this one. The group of 7 entered one by one. Feng Ling quickly approached the front desk and enthusiastically said to the receptionist, hello, we'd like 7 rooms, please. The receptionist responded with a smile. Sure, please hold on while I process your request. After a moment of typing, she looked up with a slightly apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry, but the rooms we have available are on different floors. Would that be okay? Lin Yan understood the situation. Being close to the Nanfeng Provincial Experimental School and during the Qingfeng City College League, it was inevitable that the area would be crowded. He nodded and said, that's fine, as he handed over his bank card. Just as the receptionist reached for the card, an argument broke out. Lin Yan turned to see 7 young beastmasters in luxurious school uniforms standing at the counter. A blonde man among them was angrily questioning another receptionist. What's going on? Weren't there several rooms available just a moment ago? The young receptionist was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a middle-aged woman hurried over, directly approaching the group of young people, completely ignoring the receptionist with red-rimmed eyes. Esteemed guests, is there anything about our hotel that you're dissatisfied with? Please forgive us, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. The blonde man replied coldly. She said there were 7 rooms available, and then suddenly there aren't. The middle-aged woman frowned, whispered with the receptionist, and then turned to explain to the blonde man. Esteemed guests, we apologize. We have 2 reservation systems at the front desk. There were rooms available when you arrived, but they were booked by someone else while you were deciding. The blonde man suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Yan and his group, speaking with hostility. So you're the ones who took our rooms? Lin Yan frowned slightly, feeling that these people were acting quite aggressively. They had already booked their rooms, yet the others were still causing trouble. As he carefully observed their luxurious school uniforms, he found them somewhat familiar, resembling those of the Nanfeng Provincial Experimental School, but slightly different. For a moment, he couldn't quite recall which school these uniforms belonged to. Lin Yan faced the troublemakers without a hint of retreat. He cast a cold glance at the blonde man and his companions, his tone filled with impatience. We were here first. The blonde man looked over Lin Yan and his group's attire, a disdainful expression crossing his face. Qingfeng High School, he sneered, clearly unimpressed with Qingfeng High School's reputation. Lin Yan, unfazed and assertive, replied, so what if we are? He discreetly activated his data eye to assess the strength of the opposing group, and was slightly surprised to discover 3 second-tier Beast Tamers among them, with the others reaching first-tier level 9. At that moment, Xiaoyan whispered something in Lin Yan's ear. Astonished, Lin Yan looked at the 7 people across from him. You're from Nanfeng Province Experimental School? The blonde man puffed up with pride, confirmed, "That's right, Nanfeng Province Experimental School, not a branch. These are students from the main school." He continued arrogantly, "Now that you know, you should give up the room to us, and maybe I'll go easy on you in the competition." Lin Yan scoffed dismissively, wishful thinking. With that, he turned towards the elevator, unwilling to stir up trouble before the competition. The blonde man, feeling ignored, shouted furiously, "Stop right there. If you don't give up the room, you won't be leaving." Lin Yan looked back at him coolly, wishful thinking, "We were here first. The room was never yours." The blonde man, infuriated, veins bulging on his forehead, snapped, "Then you're not leaving." As he finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a brown leopard. The leopard's intimidating presence caused the crowd to step back. In the next moment, the brown leopard roared and transformed into a black streak, shooting towards Lin Yan and his group. Second-tier spirit beast, the onlookers gasped. The blonde man, being so young yet already a second-tier beast tamer, made them reassess his capabilities. However, Lin Yan remained absolutely still, unfazed. A striking woman in the blonde man's group laughed. Is he paralyzed with fear? The shadow leopard of Jean and charged towards Lin Yan like an arrow released from a bow, causing those around to gasp in surprise. A teammate quickly chimed in. "I agree, Jean and shadow leopard is not something an ordinary beast can match." At that moment, a man who had been silent in the group suddenly spoke up. "Jeanin, be mindful of the impact." His voice was deep and firm, tinged with a hint of concern. Hearing this, Jeanin frowned slightly, showing respect for his composed teammate. He reined in his shadow leopard, reducing its speed a bit. Seeing Jean's response, the composed man's tense expression relaxed slightly. The Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League was about to begin, and if Jean and injured contestants from other schools in public, it would undoubtedly cause negative repercussions. As students of Nanfeng Province Experimental High School, their participation in the Qingfeng City competition had already stirred controversy. Any further incidents could lead to unimaginable consequences. Despite this, Jean did not completely halt his attack. He thought that as long as no serious injuries were caused, minor injuries should be acceptable. However, just as the shadow leopard was about to reach Lin Yan, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. In an instant, a fiercer azure dragon appeared before Lin Yan. This ice dragon was docile as a pet in front of Lin Yan, but showed no mercy towards its enemies. Its presence immediately suppressed the shadow leopard. "Another tier 2 beast," the crowd exclaimed, their minds reeling. Wasn't it said that Qingfeng City High School hadn't seen a tier 2 beastmaster in a long time? Yet two had appeared today. Moreover, Lin Yan's dragon seemed far more powerful than just a newly promoted tier 2. Jinan, however, did not retreat. He encouraged himself, thinking, "I refuse to believe it. Although the opposing beast's aura seems stronger, my shadow leopard is incredibly fast. There's still a chance." What happened next left everyone stunned. The ice dragon exhaled a blast of cold air, instantly slowing the shadow leopard. Considering the crowd and the indoor setting, Lin Yan restrained the ice dragon from using large-scale destructive skills. With its speed hindered, the shadow leopard was at a disadvantage. The ice dragon, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, pounced and bit into the shadow leopard's back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh with its sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the shadow leopard fought back fiercely, its claws striking the ice dragon's scales. Unexpectedly, the shadow leopard's attack failed to penetrate, only leaving shallow marks on the ice dragon's scales. This scene shocked everyone. Initially, it was assumed that the two tier 2 beasts were evenly matched, yet the shadow leopard was so easily overpowered by Lin Yan's ice dragon. Jinan, unwilling to accept this, glared at Lin Yan's ice dragon, wanting to command his shadow leopard to launch a new attack. Just then, the composed man spoke again. "That's enough." Jinan pulled back. Hearing this, Jinan, though still reluctant, hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his shadow leopard. As he left, he couldn't resist throwing out a parting threat. "Just you wait. See you at the competition." Seeing the other party retreat, Lin Yan let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. 3 second-tier beast masters will naturally have a chance to compete during the match, he muttered to himself, his gaze sharp and determined. After the blonde man and his group left the hotel, Lin Yan and his companions also went back upstairs. The brief but intense confrontation had left quite an impression in the hotel lobby, with many lingering on, captivated by what had transpired. Meanwhile, a different kind of tension pervaded the meeting room of the Nanfeng Experimental School branch. In the spacious room, several key figures were engaged in a heated debate, the air thick with anticipation. Li Yan sat at the center, his expression serious. "Principal, this competition is for Qingfeng City. Isn't it inappropriate for participants from your province's main school to join?" A league judge broke the silence, his tone clearly displeased. His words only heightened the already tense atmosphere in the room. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch chuckled lightly. "I thought it was something major bringing us all together, but it's just about this. His feigned nonchalance immediately drew dissatisfaction from others. What do you mean by that? Are you saying we don't even have the right to question this? Lin Yan's gaze was piercing as he stared directly at the principal. The principal's face showed a hint of discomfort under such scrutiny. I didn't mean that, the principal said, softening his tone. Having a few students from the main school participate is harmless. A professor chimed in supportively. A little pressure on Qingfeng City's students isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, they aren't top-tier students. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking man immediately countered. That's easy for you to say. Clearly, they're after the soul crystal among the prizes. The resources they enjoy for training are nothing like what our Qingfeng City students have. Lin Yan's eyes were sharp, his tone firm. If Nanfeng Experimental's main school insists on participating, then put up 70,000 alliance coins as the champion's prize. Otherwise, don't expect to compete. The principal sighed. Lin Yan, must you be so aggressive? 70,000 is no small amount. No money, no easy participation, Lin Yan declared resolutely, ending his statement there. The principal turned to confer quietly with those beside him. Principal, maybe we should agree, an assistant suggested quietly. Lin Yan won't back down easily. Besides, there's a good chance the champion will be one of ours, so it won't really be a loss. The principal furrowed his brow, but 70,000 isn't trivial. If Lin Yan dares to make such demands, he must have something to rely on. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he whispered to his subordinate. Here's the plan. We can fund this, but Nanfeng Experimental will cover the cost themselves. Whatever happens, it won't be our responsibility. His subordinate immediately flattered him. You're wise, principal. With the decision made, the principal looked up at Lin Yan and said calmly. All right, let's proceed as you suggested. Make sure there are no more complications. Lin Yan, seeing that his suggestion was accepted, decided not to linger and promptly left the meeting room. The atmosphere turned tense, so others quickly stepped in to ease the situation. Let's wrap up for today. Everyone should prepare for their tasks. The Beastmaster League is about to start, and there are still things to finish. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and his group had settled into their rooms and arrived at the Nanfeng Experimental Middle School branch. Lin Yan looked around and couldn't help but nod in admiration. The environment here is indeed impressive. The campus is at least twice the size of ours. The Nanfeng Experimental Branch not only covers a large area, but also boasts a superior environment. Most of the school buildings are designed in a European style, making it appear a notch above Qingfeng No. 1 High School. Following the signs, the group made their way to the school's sports field. With less than an hour before the competition began, most of the participating teams were already on the field warming up. Although today was just the first day of the competition, it was structured as an elimination tournament. This meant that once a team lost, regardless of their strength, they would be out of the running for subsequent matches. To prevent strong teams from facing each other too early, the organizers had intentionally separated the seed teams randomly. This year's format was straightforward, focusing solely on individual battles. The goal of the competition was to enhance the ability of Qingfeng City's students to pass the martial arts exam and gain entry into the Beastmaster University. This also explained why the participation of students from Nanfeng Province garnered significant attention. Soul crystals, despite their high cost, were rare and difficult to obtain. Even for powerful factions, acquiring them required considerable luck. Both the initial and final stages of the martial arts exam tested the individual skills of a Beastmaster. Once the competition began, teams could freely send out participants to battle. Winners could choose to either rest or continue fighting, while losers would lose their chance to compete further in that round. Understanding the rules, the group felt a surge of confidence. This battle format greatly favored Lin Yan and his team. Their strength lay in individual prowess, and although their team was newly formed and often relied on Lin Yan during battles, they had Mu He, a support-type Beastmaster. In a 7-on-7 team battle, they might lack a frontline fighter, but in unknown matches, a winning team member could step down for recovery by Mu He, significantly enhancing their sustained combat capability. The stadium was packed with people, all drawn by the excitement of the Beastmaster League. It was a rare chance for ordinary folks to witness a Beastmaster duel. In the stands, 10 judges sat in a row, including the principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School, Lin Yan, Wang Hong, and other well-known figures. Lin Yan moved through the crowd, quietly observing his surroundings with his data-enhanced vision. To his surprise, several second-tier Beastmasters were among the contestants, showcasing formidable strength. Look over there, Wen Hong, Tian Chung exclaimed excitedly, pointing into the distance. Aren't those the beauties from Qingfeng Women's Academy? Following his gesture, a line of tall, attractive girls in matching uniforms came into view, exuding elegance with every movement. As Lin Yan admired the scene, a cold huff interrupted his thoughts. He snapped back to reality to find Fong Ling beside him, staring at him with displeasure. Ahem, I was just assessing their abilities, Lin Yan hurriedly explained, pretending to adjust his collar and avoiding looking in that direction again. Soon, The sound of heavy footsteps approached. It was the group led by the blonde man they had clashed with earlier. The blonde man walked straight up to Lin Yan and his companions, his eyes filled with hostility. "Just wait. We'll show you in the competition," the blonde man said through gritted teeth, still bitter about his earlier defeat. He refused to admit that his shadow leopard was inferior, insisting it was only because he held back due to the surroundings. "Huh? Who is it that got beaten into the ground by our captain earlier?" Fong Wu retorted, unimpressed by their arrogance. The students from Nanfeng experimental team glared at Lin Yan and his friends, tension filling the air. "What's your problem? If you're not here for anything, move along," Lin Yan said, giving no ground. "We'll see who comes out on top in the competition." The blonde man was furious at these words. As a talented student from the provincial capital, he looked down on small places like Qingfeng City. He couldn't believe he was being underestimated here. Others noticed the commotion. Pre-competition friction between teams was common, but when people realized one side was from the Nanfeng provincial capital, it drew even more attention. "Look, there's a fight with the Nanfeng experimental students over there. It seems to be students from Qingfeng High. I can't believe they dared to insult people from Nanfeng High. Good for them. I've had enough of those Nanfeng students acting superior. If they don't like it here, they shouldn't come." The atmosphere grew more tense, with the confrontation between the two teams becoming the most captivating pre-competition spectacle. Indeed, the provincial capital has more abundant resources, but that doesn't necessarily mean their students are better than those from Qingfeng. Lin Yan thought to himself that if both had the same resources, the outcome would be hard to predict. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the strength of Nanfeng Experimental School was formidable, and it was unwise to provoke them at this moment. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is being eliminated. They can only defeat our beasts, but they wouldn't dare do anything to us students, a classmate whispered. True, but losing a beast is still painful, another voice replied. Hearing these remarks, the blonde man's face twisted with anger. He had expected admiration and respect coming from Nanfeng to Qingfeng, but instead, he was met with humiliation. "You've gone too far," he muttered, extending his right hand as if to unleash something. A calm man in the group quickly grabbed the blonde man's arm. "Are you crazy? This is within the school grounds, and over there is." His gaze shifted toward the direction of the podium, implying a warning. The blonde man regained some composure. The competition was about to start, and any rash action would be severely punished. Even Nanfeng Experimental School couldn't protect him. They had already faced considerable resistance just to participate in this competition. "Interesting, let's meet in the competition," the calm man said to Lin Yan before pulling the blonde man away. "It seems this competition just got interesting," the calm man murmured to himself. He had only come for the soul crystal, thinking there wouldn't be any strong opponents in Qingfeng City, but he had already been at a disadvantage before the competition even began. Although the blonde man was arrogant, his abilities were indeed not weak. Suddenly, 3 loud bell chimes echoed across the field, resonating powerfully throughout Nanfeng Experimental School. Immediately after, a booming voice filled the air. "We are honored to have you all at Nanfeng Experimental School for the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League. I now declare the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League officially open." It was the principal of Nanfeng Experimental School speaking. As his words concluded, the crowd surged with applause. After the announcement, the principal returned to his seat, handing the microphone to the event host. "Hello everyone. Will the captains of each school please come to the podium to draw their opponents?" the host announced, then began explaining the competition rules. Lin Yan stepped forward and drew number 4, which wasn't too early in the lineup. As he was about to leave, Lin Yan called out sternly, "Kid, you better perform well. If you don't take first place, you'll be in trouble," Lin Yan warned in a low voice. Lin Yan returned to his spot, not thinking much of it. Taking first place was already one of his goals for the day. "Now, will the teams with number 1 please step forward for the competition?" the host announced. From the crowd, a team slowly made their way forward. Lin Yan glanced over and recognized them as the team from Qingfeng City's 7th High School, whose strength wasn't particularly impressive, with their strongest member only at the first tier, level 9. After significant investment from Qingfeng City's education department, the abilities of students across schools have generally improved, making a level 1, stage 9 achievement no longer astonishing. The atmosphere around the competition stage gradually grew tense. Suddenly, the team with number 1 stood up and headed toward the stage. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. It was none other than the team from Nanfeng Experimental School. Jean and striking blonde hair made him stand out in the crowd, and even though his teammates weren't as flamboyant, they still exuded an air of confidence in their every move. The host's voice rang out again. "Both teams, please prepare to send out your first-round contestants." He explained that in the first round, both sides must simultaneously field their competitors, with no changes allowed. In subsequent matches, the team that lost the previous round would have to send out their contestant first. This meant that the team winning the first round would gain an advantage throughout the competition. Among the students present, the highest level was a second-tier Beastmaster. Aside from anomalies like Lin Yan, Everyone else had only one spiritual beast. If they could force the opponent to appear first, they could strategically choose a contestant whose beast could counter the opponent's. The host enthusiastically announced, "Next, we have the exciting match between Nanfeng Experimental School and Qingfeng No. 7 High School. Let's await their performances with anticipation." As the first team to compete, Qingfeng No. 7 High School appeared somewhat excited. In the spotlight, their blood was pumping. Although they knew Nanfeng Experimental was strong, they were determined to give it their all. "Captain, why don't you go first?" a Qingfeng No. 7 team member suggested, hoping their strongest member would lead in this crucial opening battle. The captain took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The host picked up the microphone again. "Now, let's welcome the contestants from both teams." The captain of Qingfeng No. 7 walked onto the stage a bit nervously, as it was his first time fighting under so many watchful eyes. In contrast, the Nanfeng experimental team seemed carefree, chatting and laughing among themselves. When it was time to compete, a composed man from the Nanfeng experimental team casually pointed to someone. "Zhang Kong, you go." "Okay, Captain," Zhang Kong responded promptly, striding confidently towards the stage. "Both sides, please summon your beasts," the host announced. 2 flashes of light later, 2 fierce beasts appeared on the stage. "Wow, the blazing fire wolf," a Nanfeng experimental team member exclaimed. Zhang Kong had summoned a blazing fire wolf at the pinnacle of level 1, stage 9, just a step away from level 2. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng No. 7 captain's beast was a level 1, stage 9 Azure Ice Tiger. Ice against fire, a clash of elements, and their levels are similar. Zhang Kong seems at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, a Nanfeng experimental team member remarked to the composed man. The composed man replied calmly, "Attribute advantage only matters if the strength is equal." His tone carried an unwavering confidence in their team's abilities. The people nearby nodded slightly, acknowledging the superior skills of the Nanfeng experimental school students in their respective levels. With the referee's signal, the match commenced instantly. The fiery wolf darted forward like an arrow, fearlessly charging at the Azure Ice Tiger. Not to be outdone, the captain of Qingfeng's 7th school maintained his momentum. The 2 beasts collided in an instant, fire and ice clashing, plunging the arena into chaos. The audience watched intently as flashes of red and blue intertwined on the stage. However, the fiery wolf's flames seemed heavily suppressed, with the azure glow gradually gaining the upper hand. The Qingfeng 7th school team erupted in cheers, celebrating their captain's advantage. Zhang Kong, however, remained calm and composed, raising his hands and softly saying, "Let the frenzy begin." With his gesture, the fiery wolf seemed to go berserk, ignoring its injuries and relentlessly attacking the Azure Ice Tiger. Lin Yan keenly observed that not only was the fiery wolf's offensive more ferocious, but its overall aura had also noticeably increased. He knew well that this was due to Zhang Kang's innate ability frenzy. Although the frenzy's boost was not as powerful as Lin Yan's enhancement, it was enough to elevate the fiery wolf, originally at the first tier 9th level, close to the threshold of the 2nd tier, more than capable of dealing with the equally ranked Azure Ice Tiger. The captain of Qingfeng's 7th school suddenly found himself on the defensive, unable to cope with the fiery wolf's sudden outburst. As the wolf's shadow flashed, the Azure Ice Tiger's fur was torn open, blood flowing freely. Sensing the dire situation, the captain quickly shouted, "I concede." Zhang Kong immediately halted, and the fiery wolf ceased its attack. The referee promptly announced, "Round 1, victory to Zhang Kong." The Qingfeng 7th school team rushed forward, concernedly inquiring about their captain's condition. Although the captain insisted he was fine, he couldn't hide his inner guilt as the team leader who lost the first match. Ignoring convention, Zhang Kong stood on the arena and loudly declared, "Hurry up, I don't need a break. I'll go again, who's next?" His words were full of provocation, blatantly disregarding the usual 5-minute rest period and the opponent's right to choose first. This unexpected turn of events surprised everyone and added a layer of tension to the upcoming matches. The Qingfeng 7th school team exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to handle this sudden challenge. "How dare you?" A short-haired man from Qingfeng Team 7 suddenly stood up, seething with anger. "Captain, let me fight him." The captain hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. This short-haired man was the strongest in the team, second only to the captain, having reached the 1st tier, 9th level in strength. At this moment, there was no other choice but him. "Be careful," the captain whispered. The short-haired man stormed onto the arena, his eyes fixed like daggers on Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong sneered disdainfully. "What are you looking at? If you're not as good as me, you're just not as good. I hope you won't surrender like your useless captain." These words were a psychological blow. Zhang Kong, with his overwhelming strength and rich combat experience, had already mentally subdued his opponent. "Let's get started, referee." Zhang Kong impatiently turned to the referee. "Let the match begin," the referee announced. The short-haired man immediately summoned his beast, the Gale Leopard. This was a formidable spirit beast with a sleek build and fur glistening with a silvery sheen. It sensed its master's anger and immediately charged at Zhang Kang's fiery wolf. The fiery wolf was not one to back down, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged at the Gale leopard. The two spirit beasts clashed in a whirlwind of claws and fangs, sparks flying in their wake. However, the Gale leopard remained composed. Unlike the fiery wolf, which excelled in direct combat, the Gale leopard's strength lay in its speed. It deftly dodged the fiery wolf's attacks, constantly moving and searching for an opening. The fiery wolf roared once more, its powerful claws enveloped in raging flames as it slashed at the Gale leopard. The Gale leopard narrowly dodged this lethal blow, leaping sideways and launching sharp wind blades from its paws, which whistled toward the fiery wolf. Caught off guard, the fiery wolf's leg was struck by the wind blades, which exploded into a series of ghastly wounds. The Gale leopard, unfazed by its success, swiftly retreated, showcasing the short-haired man's expertise in maneuvering speed-based beasts. The fiery wolf, enraged by the pain, had its eyes turned blood red. It erupted in a violent firestorm, a massive blaze engulfing the arena, so intense that even the audience could feel the scorching heat. Seeing this, the Gale leopard immediately distanced itself, aware of its limited defense. It knew that a single touch from those flames could spell disaster. Unlike the previous opponent, the Azure Ice Tiger, the Gale leopard lacked the thick ice armor to withstand the fiery wolf heat. However, the arena was only so big. With the fiery wolf relentlessly closing in, the Gale leopard's space to maneuver was quickly diminishing. In the vast wilderness, it might have been able to evade and wait out the fiery wolf's rage, but here, there was nowhere to hide. Facing this dire situation, the Gale leopard did not give up. It suddenly accelerated, charging straight at the fiery wolf. As it ran, a massive amount of wind elements began gathering around it, like a hurricane about to unleash its fury. As a master of wind elements, the Gale wolf demonstrated its extraordinary abilities granted by nature. It skillfully manipulated the wind elements in the air, instantly whipping up a powerful gust on the arena, directing it straight towards the blaze wolf. This fierce wind acted like an invisible blade, pressing the flames on the blaze wolf tightly against its body, with some flames even forced to trail behind it, forming a long fiery tail. As the two beasts were about to collide, Zhang Kang's lips curled into a confident smile. He knew that even if the power of the flames was suppressed, the blaze wolf's physical strength in its berserk state was still unmatched by the Gale wolf. However, at the critical moment, the Gale wolf suddenly leaped into the air, almost as if it were flying, appearing high above. This scene caused the audience to gasp in surprise, wondering if the wolf could truly fly. Lin Yan, however, saw through the illusion. He astutely noticed that this was not true flight, but rather the Gale wolf cleverly combining its powerful jumping ability with wind element support to achieve a second leap, and then using the wind elements to control its descent, creating the illusion of flight. In the high air, the Gale wolf quickly adjusted its posture, diving down like an arrow released from a bow. This attack not only carried the Gale wolf's own impact force, but also leveraged the gravitational pull from its high-altitude fall. Facing the impending attack, the blaze wolf had no choice but to increase its fire element output, causing its flames to burn even more fiercely. Bang! The two beasts finally collided violently, but this time it was a vertical collision from above. In an instant, the raging wind and fire elements erupted on the arena, sending flames soaring and obscuring the audience's view. As the flames gradually dissipated, the crowd saw both the red and cyan wolves lying on the arena, both having lost their ability to move. The referee announced the result of the match, a draw. The short-haired man felt secretly pleased, while Zhang Kang's face turned grim. The short-haired man quickly stepped forward to retrieve the Gale wolf. Despite being covered in wounds, due to its advantage from the high ground, the Gale wolf's injuries were less severe than expected. He returned the Gale wolf to the beast space to aid its recovery. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The audience was full of praise for this spectacular duel, especially amazed that the slightly weaker short-haired man could hold his own against Zhang Kang. Zhang Kang returned to his seat in silence, feeling frustrated. Although he was confident that the Nanfeng experiment would eventually win, being forced to step down after defeating only two opponents was far from the original plan. Given his strength, nearly at the second tier after going berserk, he should have been able to single-handedly sweep through 7 opponents. Although the match ended in a draw, it was clear that Qingfeng's 7th high school strength was no match for Nanfeng Experimental School. Nanfeng Experimental then sent out a first-tier level 9 Beast Tamer, who effortlessly cut through the remaining 5 defenders of Qingfeng's 7th. With just 2 members, they swept through the 7 from Qingfeng's 7th, showcasing Nanfeng Experimental's formidable strength. The following 2 matches were closely contested, with both sides evenly matched, and each battle dragged on until the last person standing decided the outcome. Soon after, the host announced the appearance of the Qingfeng first high school team. Lin Yan led his team to the preparation area beside the arena. Their opponent was the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School. The crowd erupted with excitement. The Nanfeng Experimental Branch School was well known throughout Qingfeng City, and since the match was being held on their home ground, they had even more supporters than the main Nanfeng Experimental School. As soon as the host finished speaking, the Nanfeng Experimental Branch team appeared in view. Lin Yan scrutinized his opponents and noticed their formidable strength, including a second-tier Beast Tamer. He turned to Fong Ling and whispered, "Fong Ling, you're up first." With Fong Ling's significant increase in power after breaking through to the second tier, Lin Yan wanted to avoid revealing his own strength too early and hoped to give his teammates more opportunities to shine. Facing such a strong opponent, he prudently chose Fong Ling for the first match. Fong Ling nodded in agreement, confident in his Phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird's high bloodline, which made him nearly unbeatable at his level. Meanwhile, the Nanfeng Experimental Branch team was engaged in a quiet discussion. Despite being a branch school, they never considered themselves inferior to the main Nanfeng Experimental students. Someone muttered, "It's just Qingfeng First High School, we can handle them easily. Our real target is the main Nanfeng Experimental School. Why did they even send them here when we're more than capable?" The team captain immediately cautioned, "Watch your words, this is the principal's arrangement." The person fell silent at once. In the audience, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Having just witnessed Nanfeng Experimental's sweeping victory over Qingfeng 7th, the crowd was eager to see their own school take the stage, their enthusiasm palpable. "Go, let's sweep Qingfeng first with just 2 people as well." "Exactly. Let's show them that our branch school strength is on par with Nanfeng Experimental." Deafening cheers echoed, and the air around the arena seemed charged, setting the stage for the intense battle to come. The team from Qingfeng High School felt annoyed upon hearing their opponent's arrogant remarks. Lin Yan reassured them, "Don't worry about it. Once we beat them, they'll understand the difference." Feng Wu scoffed disdainfully. "They think 2 people can sweep us? It's a wonder if we don't sweep them instead." Despite their displeasure, they understood that this was the opponent's home ground, so such comments were not unexpected. After all, Qingfeng High School had not shown strong capabilities before. In another corner of the arena, the Nanfeng Experimental team was in conversation. A blond man reported to the captain, "Captain, the branch school's team is up against Qingfeng High School." A cold glint flashed in the composed captain's eyes. For him, Lin Yan had embarrassed him, and that was more serious than anything else. After contemplating for a moment, he said slowly, "The branch school is not a concern, but Qingfeng High School is worth paying attention to. Their captain's strength is formidable." The blond man uncharacteristically did not argue. He recalled his encounter with Lin Yan and thought, although he hadn't gone all out, who could say Lin Yan had? He secretly hoped, "I hope the branch school isn't too weak, so they can push the captain of Qingfeng High School to show more of his strength." If anyone overheard the Nanfeng Experimental team's conversation, they would be shocked. They actually believed the branch school couldn't possibly defeat Qingfeng High School, which would seem like a fantasy to outsiders. "Will both teams please take the stage?" announced the host, signaling the start of the match. Fong Ling skipped towards the platform, glancing back at Lin Yan. "I'm going, Brother Lin." Lin Yan calmly advised, "Be safe." He was confident and felt everything was under control. The host was surprised to see that Qingfeng High School sent a female team member instead of the captain. This was unusual in the current tournament format, as the outcome of the first match was crucial. Only teams with absolute confidence in their strength, like Nanfeng Experimental, would not have their captain fight the first match. Qingfeng High School's decision enraged the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School. However, they also didn't send their captain, opting for a regular team member instead. They hadn't taken Qingfeng High School seriously, believing that having a second-tier Beast Master would suffice to ensure victory. Both competitors quickly summoned their spirit beasts. Fong Ling gently waved her hand, and a graceful phoenix-tailed green Yuan appeared. On the opposite side, a fierce earth bear emerged. The Nanfeng Experimental Branch School's contestant, seeing his opponent was a beautiful young girl, couldn't help but tease, "Little girl, it's not too late to concede now, or don't blame me for being ruthless later." This remark caused Lin Yan's gaze from the stands to turn icy. Fong Ling also frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable with the way the male opponent looked at her. Apart from Lin Yan, any other man looking at her like that would make her uneasy. In the arena, both sides released their respective beasts, and the referee quickly retreated outside the field. A male student from Nanfeng Experimental School looked down on his opponent and confidently said, "Little girl, don't rush. Why don't you tell me your name first?" However, his arrogance was soon shattered. The Feng Wei Qingluan bird, a seemingly unremarkable beast, suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura, and the pressure of a second-tier beast swept across the entire arena. The audience widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle. "A second-tier beast!" the man exclaimed in shock, his previous flippancy gone as he stared intently at the approaching Feng Wei Qingluan bird. The bird emitted a powerful wave of energy, making it difficult for the audience to breathe. The referee, seeing the situation, immediately activated the arena's defensive shield to prevent any harm from the beast's abilities. The earth bear on the stage found itself in a perilous situation. The Feng Qingwan bird spread its broad wings, sending two sharp wind blades hurtling towards the earth bear. In an instant, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The earth bear let out a roar of fear, but it was to no avail. The wind blades sliced through like lightning, instantly tearing the earth bear's arms. Seeing the Qingwan bird preparing for a second wave of attacks, the earth bear's owner was terrified and quickly shouted, "I surrender." If not for Feng Ling's restraint, those wind blades could have easily cut the earth bear in half. The audience erupted. "A second-tier beast master," they exclaimed. This was the first time since the competition began that a second-tier beast master had revealed their true strength. Her power far exceeded expectations, effortlessly defeating the first-tier, 9th-level earth bear. Is Qingfeng #1 high school really this strong? Instantly, many spectators who initially supported Nanfeng Experimental School switched sides and began cheering for Qingfeng #1 high school. The defeated student from Nanfeng Experimental School walked dejectedly forward, retrieving his severely injured earth bear into the beast space. Any further delay, and the earth bear might have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Fong Ling returned triumphantly to her team at Qingfeng #1 high school. Lin Yan looked at her approvingly. "Well done," he said. Fong Ling happily acknowledged Lin Yan's praise. With the first victory secured, Qingfeng #1 high school gained the advantage of choosing their participant for the second match based on the opponent's choice. Lin Yan advised, "Get some rest. There's another second-tier beast master on the other side that you'll need to handle." "Got it, brother Lin Yan." Fong Ling responded cheerfully, preparing for the upcoming challenge. Fong Ling keenly sensed Lin Yan's intentions. Having her face a second-tier beast master was not only to provide her with more battle opportunities, but also to help her accumulate valuable combat experience. After all, with Lin Yan's strength, if he were to intervene personally, the entire match would likely end in an instant. Over at the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School, the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The news of the opponent having a second-tier beast master hit them like a heavy blow, shattering their initial confidence. "A second-tier beast master is not much," the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School said with a frown. "The key is we don't know if there's a second one on their side." His words were filled with deep concern. They also had a second-tier beast master on their side, so if the opponent only had one, the outcome was still uncertain. But if the opponent's captain was also a second-tier beast master, the scales of victory would tip dangerously. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School cast a sharp gaze across Qingfeng First High School's team and finally settled on one of their members. "Tian Tao, you're up next." "Got it, Captain." Tian Tao responded, quickly preparing himself and striding confidently toward the arena. Lin Yan watched Tian Tao from a distance, furrowing his brow slightly. After a moment of thought, he turned to Wen Hong and his team. "Your turn." Upon hearing this, Wen Hong felt a surge of excitement. "Yes, Captain." He understood that as the competition progressed, opportunities to compete would become scarcer. Now, while the opponent's strength wasn't overwhelming, it was the perfect time to hone his skills. Filled with enthusiasm, Wen Hong walked proudly onto the arena. Without any unnecessary exchanges, both sides released their beasts. The match commenced instantly. Wen Hong was taken aback to find that the opponent's beast was a long-range attack type Spirit Beasta Flame Mouse. As the match began, the Flame Mouse unhesitatingly launched a fireball at Wen Hong's giant scythe mantis. Though the fireball was small, Wen Hong sensed a powerful and unsettling energy within it. However, the giant scythe mantis prided itself on its incredible speed. It moved like a black lightning bolt, instantly covering several meters as it charged toward the Flame Mouse. Lin Yan had deliberately chosen this opponent for Wen Hong, knowing they wouldn't be easily subdued. In Lin Yan's view, Wen Hong's giant scythe mantis was actually a counter to the Flame Mouse. As a speed-type beast, the giant scythe mantis excelled in speed and explosive power, while the Flame Mouse, despite its proficiency in elemental control, was physically weaker. Once the giant scythe mantis got close, the Flame Mouse would be in serious trouble. Despite being at a disadvantage, the Flame Mouse didn't give up easily. It continuously released fireballs, trying to block the giant scythe mantis's path, while rapidly retreating. For a moment, the distance between them remained unchanged. The giant scythe mantis's advance was significantly hindered. To avoid the powerful fireballs, it had to frequently change its direction. Being a speed-type beast, its defense was not particularly strong. If it were hit by a fireball, it wouldn't be fatal, but it would suffer severe damage. The team members from Nanfeng Experimental Branch School wore grave expressions. It was clear to any observer that under the current circumstances, the Flame Mouse was in a perilous situation. "I'll go next," said the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School, unable to sit still as he watched the tense situation unfold. He knew that if they continued to lose like this, their morale would collapse even before the opponent made another move. After gradually getting used to the trajectory of the fireballs released by the Flame Mouse, the giant scythe mantis found its rhythm and steadily advanced towards the Flame Mouse. The Flame Mouse had retreated to the edge of the rectangular arena, leaving it with very little room to maneuver. The giant scythe mantis not only forced its opponent back, but also cleverly blocked its escape routes to the left and right, compelling the flame mouse to keep retreating. As the giant scythe mantis moved swiftly forward, its sharp sides sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whooshing sound. Each leap was like a knife, closing in on the flame mouse. Sensing danger, the flame mouse let out a high-pitched, piercing squeak. Its eyes turned red, and it looked fierce, as if gathering something. Suddenly, a massive ball of fire began to form above the flame mouse's head, containing more energy than all its previous attempts combined. This fireball gradually took the shape of an enlarged version of the flame mouse. The giant scythe mantis sensed the threat from this enormous fireball and immediately unleashed even greater power, its speed reaching a new level. To the spectators, the giant scythe mantis became a black blur as it charged towards the flame mouse. At this critical moment, the flame mouse released its attack. The enhanced fireball was formidable, like a small sun, sweeping towards the giant scythe mantis and precisely cutting off its path. Exhausted from releasing the giant fireball, the flame mouse collapsed to the ground. If this strike failed to hit the giant scythe mantis, it would lose its ability to fight back. Despite the larger size of the fireball, its speed had also increased. The giant scythe mantis did not retreat. Instead, it continued its assault on the flame mouse. As the fireball closed in, the giant scythe mantis suddenly dodged to the left, seemingly avoiding the attack. However, just as the spectators breathed a sigh of relief, the fireball unexpectedly changed direction and continued to pursue the giant scythe mantis. Tracking function, the audience exclaimed. The giant fireball had a tracking ability, catching everyone by surprise. After changing direction, the fireball locked onto the giant scythe mantis's position, its speed significantly increasing, eventually surpassing the giant scythe mantis and hurtling towards it. Boom! The fireball struck the spot where the giant scythe mantis stood, erupting in a deafening explosion. Bang! Dust and debris flew, enveloping most of the arena in a cloud of sand. The teammates from Qingfeng High School were taken aback and immediately looked towards their captain, Lin Yan. "Captain, this." They began, but Lin Yan quickly gestured, "Wait." Lin Yan reached out to stop his teammates, calmly watching the intense battle on the arena stage. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire venue, leaving a large hole in the arena. The audience held their breath, assuming that the giant scythe mantis had been hit by the fireball and was in grave danger. Just at that critical moment, a shadow flashed behind the fire mouse with lightning speed. A member of the Nanfeng experimental branch immediately shouted, "I concede." Although he didn't understand how the giant scythe mantis had teleported there, he knew clearly that if he didn't concede, the fire mouse would meet its end under the scythe-like arms of the mantis. The audience gasped in astonishment, unable to see how the mantis had moved. However, Lin Yan's sharp eyes missed nothing. He saw that just as the fireball was about to hit the mantis, it transformed into a black streak, skillfully evading the massive fireball's trajectory. The fireball, losing its target, crashed into the ground, causing a violent explosion. The referee decisively raised his right hand and announced, "Round 2. Qingfeng High School wins." When Hong ran back to the preparation area, overjoyed, Lin Yan smiled and praised, "Well done." He marveled internally at the speed of the mantis's final move, which even the ice dragon couldn't match. Fong Ling whispered, "Lin Yan, who's up next?" Lin Yan didn't answer immediately, but instead looked toward the preparation area of Nanfeng Experimental Branch. As the losing side of the previous round, they needed to determine their next contestant first. Lin Yan keenly noticed that the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch was already in the preparation area for the next match. He quickly made a decision. "I'll go next." Lin Yan's demeanor became serious. He knew that the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch was a formidable second-tier beastmaster. If Fong Ling went up, not only would the chances of winning be low, but she might also get hurt. Lin Yan would rather risk injury himself than see Fong Ling take that chance. Having made his decision, Lin Yan stood up and headed toward the arena. The captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch, seeing Lin Yan approaching, couldn't help but feel the pressure mounting. The previous scene of Fong Ling defeating the Earth Bear in an instant was still vivid in his mind, and as the captain of Qingfeng High School's team, Lin Yan's strength was undoubtedly even greater. Despite the immense pressure, the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch, playing on home turf, had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. He steeled himself, thinking, "Since it's come to this, let's do it. Whether I can win or not, he'll only know after the battle." As the host saw both contestants take the stage, they excitedly announced, "Next up are the captains, Wu Xiao from Nanfeng Experimental Branch and Lin Yan from Qingfeng High School." The crowd erupted in applause. The host continued, "As we know, Wu Xiao is already a second-tier beastmaster. With one second-tier beastmaster already in Qingfeng High School's team, what kind of strength does Captain Lin Yan possess? Let's watch and find out." With that, the host turned their attention to the arena. Wu Xiao stared intently at Lin Yan, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. As the referee signaled the start of the match, the arena was instantly filled with the presence of two imposing beasts. Beside Lin Yan, an ice blue, double-horned frost dragon elegantly coiled. Its claws were sharp, its scales glistened, and the aura of its dragon lineage was palpable. The audience erupted in excitement and astonishment. Dragon lineage. It's a spirit dragon. On the judges' panel, a few experts exchanged meaningful glances. One judge turned to a colleague and quietly asked, "Is Qingfeng High School the one under Li Yan's supervision?" Upon receiving a nod of confirmation, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. No wonder Li Yan made that request earlier. It seems he is confident about Qingfeng High School's chances of winning. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental School also felt the pressure. With Qingfeng High School already showcasing the strength of two second-tier Beast Tamers, along with the impressive performance of their other team members, they indeed posed a threat to the championship. He glanced regretfully at Li Yan, only to find that Li Yan remained expressionless, calmly observing the match as if everything was under control. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao summoned his Roaring Sea Divine Bull. This massive second-tier, level 2 beast was muscular and exuded an intimidating aura. Feeling immense pressure, Wu Xiao glared at the composed Lin Yan with burning anger. He couldn't believe that, as the captain of Nanfeng Experimental School's team, he was being so underestimated by a student from an ordinary high school. Attack! Wu Xiao commanded fiercely. The Roaring Sea Divine Bull let out an earth-shattering bellow and charged toward Lin Yan, leaving deep imprints on the hard arena floor with each step. The ground trembled with its advance, and the audience held their breath, eager for the impending fierce showdown. With such formidable strength, could Lin Yan possibly defeat Wu Xiao? The audience below buzzed with speculation, with most placing their confidence in Wu Xiao, the captain of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School. After all, Wu Xiao had been at the second stage for quite some time, and his abilities were nothing short of impressive. For Qingfeng High School to compel Wu Xiao to personally take action was already considered a commendable feat. However, on stage, Lin Yan stood motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. Some speculated that he might lack battle experience and was unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Wu Xiao felt a surge of joy and immediately commanded his beast to accelerate its charge, aiming to catch Lin Yan off guard. At this critical moment, a massive chill suddenly erupted from Lin Yan, instantly enveloping half of the arena. Under the blazing June sun, the audience felt a piercing cold, as though they were transported to the dead of winter. The referee in charge of safety turned pale and quickly increased the energy input to the arena's protective shield. This action slowed the outward seepage of cold but also trapped all the chill within the arena, causing the temperature inside to plummet rapidly. Lin Yan secretly rejoiced, as the dense chill greatly amplified the power of his ice dragon. This unexpectedly formed, simplified cold domain drastically reduced the charging speed of the Roaring Sea Divine Bull. Although the bull, being a water-type spirit beast, was less affected by the cold, its impact force was still significantly diminished. The ice dragon raised its head slightly, aiming its dragon horns at the oncoming Roaring Sea Divine Bull. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a fierce wind and swirling snow. Countless sharp ice blades formed in the air, their razor edges intimidating all who beheld them. In the next moment, all the ice blades shot forth like a barrage of arrows, whistling towards the Roaring Sea Divine Bull. Even though the bull was renowned for its defense, its tough hide couldn't withstand the relentless ice blade assault. Amidst its cries, the bull was left covered in wounds, with blood gushing from its injuries. Wu Xiao stared at the scene in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He knew his beast's defensive capabilities well, yet now they were easily breached by simple ice blades. This could only mean one thing. The ice dragon held a level advantage over the Roaring Sea Divine Bull. It's important to note that Wu Xiao had invested tremendous effort in nurturing the Roaring Sea Divine Bull, with the school sparing no expense in providing rare resources. Under such conditions, Wu Xiao had managed to break through to the second stage early, reaching the second level and nearing the third. However, Lin Yan's strength was suppressing him, which was beyond Wu Xiao's comprehension. Lin Yan didn't care about his opponent's shock. Seizing the opportunity of the Roaring Sea Divine Bull's injury, he immediately commanded the Ice Dragon to launch a fierce pursuit. In an instant, the Ice Dragon's horn lit up once more, gathering a massive amount of snow and ice energy. The overwhelming pressure made Wu Xiao's heart involuntarily clench. "Keep pushing," Wu Xiao ordered through gritted teeth. There was no room for hesitation now. Even knowing that the Roaring Sea Divine Bull might get injured, they had to forcefully break through. The Ice Dragon's mastery of elemental control was terrifying, and without closing the distance quickly, the sheer brute strength of the Roaring Sea Divine Bull was no match for such a spellcasting beast. The stakes in this battle were exceptionally high. Nanfeng Experimental Branch School had already lost 2 matches in a row, and another defeat would mean elimination in the first round of their home tournament. This outcome was simply unacceptable to Wu Xiao. As the Roaring Sea Divine Bull charged forward a few meters, the Ice Dragon unleashed its second-tier, powerful skill Ice Storm. The violent force of ice and snow erupted, instantly freezing the air into ice crystals that merged into the storm. The roaring sea divine bull was helplessly swept into the storm's center, unable to move. Inside the storm, the ice crystal particles were like countless sharp blades, frantically slicing the roaring sea divine bull's body. The wounds caused by the ice blades deepened with each cut, and blood gushed out continuously. Losing too much blood, the roaring sea divine bull gradually lost its ability to resist, and layers of frost began to form on its surface. I concede. Wu Xiao finally uttered the three words. Despite his reluctance, he knew that persisting any longer could cost the roaring sea divine bull its life. With only a few days left until the initial martial arts exam, losing a beast now would be too great a loss. Thank you for the match, Lin Yan said with a respectful nod before turning to leave the arena. The audience was already in an uproar. Although the home team lost, Lin Yan's display of strength won everyone over. It was well known that Wu Zhao's roaring sea divine bull was considered strong among second-tier beast masters, yet it couldn't even touch the scales of Lin Yan's ice dragon before being defeated. On the judges' platform, the principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch School wore a grim expression. He had always looked down on other schools in Qingfeng City, considering them not on the same level. But now, his team couldn't even beat Qingfeng No. 1 High School, and they were eliminated in the first round, leaving him humiliated. He had expected that even if they couldn't surpass Nanfeng Experimental's main campus, they would at least make the top 3. Clearly, he had overestimated them. I hope those from Nanfeng Experimental don't let me down, the principal thought to himself. The prowess of Qingfeng High School was truly astonishing. A spectator watched in disbelief as Lin Yan slowly walked off the competition stage. The match had ended so swiftly that many didn't even have time to catch the entire process. Having 2 second-tier Beast Tamers on the same team meant that the championship was almost certainly in the bag for Qingfeng High this year. They're incredibly strong. It's a shame our school got eliminated in the first round, lamented a student from Nanfeng Experimental School. However, his companion was unfazed, saying, Qingfeng High is indeed formidable, but the championship isn't set in stone yet. Don't forget, our team from Nanfeng Experimental is here too, and we're not to be underestimated. A blonde man, one of the team members from Nanfeng Experimental, watched Lin Yan's emotionless descent from the stage amid the roaring applause. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, enjoy your moment, but wait until you face our team. Then you'll know what despair tastes like. After Wu Zhao's defeat, the morale of the other contestants from Nanfeng Experimental plummeted. The subsequent matches held no surprises as the Qingfeng High team took turns easily securing victories. Qingfeng High versus Nanfeng Experimental School. Qingfeng High wins. The referee's booming voice announced the result. Do you want to keep watching the matches? Tianqing asked Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately understood his companion's intentions. They wanted to go out and have some fun. After scanning the remaining opponents, Lin Yan said, no need, let's head back. The only team that posed a threat, Nanfeng Experimental, had already competed today, and each team only had 1 match per day. Lin Yan found no other opponents worth noting among the remaining teams. Great, let's go to the Beast Treasure Street nearby. I heard there are lots of good things there, Fong Ling exclaimed excitedly. The others were equally enthused by the suggestion. Near Nanfeng Experimental School, the most famous spot was the Beast Treasure Street, known for selling all sorts of peculiar spiritual items, much like an underground market for Beast Tamers. Finding a treasure depended on one's own skills. Fong Ling, Tianqing, and the others weren't there to seek treasures, they just found the place interesting and novel. After all, few people truly discovered valuable items there. Treasure Street? Alright, let's go there, Lin Yan thought to himself. With his data-driven insight, few treasures could escape his keen eye. Perhaps he could indeed find something worthwhile. Before long, the group arrived at the Beast Treasure Street. As soon as they stepped onto the street, they were greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Wow, it's so lively, Fong Ling exclaimed, surveying the scene with delight. Lin Yan couldn't help but be secretly impressed. The crowd was far larger than they had anticipated, almost rivaling the bustle of a morning market. The group eagerly blended into the marketplace, but Lin Yan made sure to remind Fong Ling not to wander off. Such places were a mix of all sorts, with hidden dangers lurking. Students like Fong Ling, who had little worldly experience, were easy targets for scammers. Got it, brother Lin Yan, Fong Ling exclaimed eagerly, and immediately dashed towards the stalls on the Beast Treasure Street, beginning her treasure hunt. Watching her excited figure, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Once everyone entered the treasure street, they dispersed to start their own treasure hunting journeys. The street was bustling with activity, and amidst the cacophony of vendors shouting, terms like ancient spiritual artifacts and super pills could be heard everywhere. The shops were filled with a dazzling array of beast materials, authentic and fake, leaving it up to the buyer's discerning eyes to distinguish. There's a strict rule on this street. Once goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. Even if you buy a fake, you can only blame your own misfortune. This very rule allows Beast Treasure Street to persist over time. Although there are no middlemen to inflate prices, making beast materials relatively cheap, it also increases the risk for buyers. Lin Yan strolled along the street, his gaze casually sweeping over the surrounding shops. He paid special attention to those selling miscellaneous items because the prices at large beast material stores were transparent, making it unlikely to find a bargain. Instead, those small shops, where owners might not know the origins of some items and price them arbitrarily, could potentially hold hidden treasures. He recalled a story of a merchant who once unknowingly acquired a piece of extraterrestrial mysterious iron worth millions, only to sell it as a common metal for a mere 10,000. The merchant was smug until he learned the truth and regretted it deeply. However, after walking through most of the street, Lin Yan hadn't discovered anything worth buying. He sighed inwardly, having hoped to find a treasure and make a fortune here, only to find that all the merchants were shrewd. The so-called ancient divine pills and peerless divine swords were all fakes. Only then did Lin Yan realize he had been naive. Not only were there many counterfeit goods, but he couldn't find a single genuine item. He suddenly lost interest in this so-called Beast Treasure Street, thinking it was more fitting to call it Scam Street. The likelihood of finding a treasure here seemed less than stumbling upon something by chance in the wild. Despite this, seeing Qing Ling and the others still enthusiastically browsing, Lin Yan didn't dampen their spirits, but quietly followed along. Just as he was about to give up hope, an unassuming little stall caught his attention. On the stall, a seemingly ordinary stone amulet piqued Lin Yan's interest. To the average eye, this stone amulet appeared unremarkable, but to Lin Yan's data-driven insight, it radiated a unique glow, indicating an extraordinary value. Clearly, the stall owner was unaware of the pendant's special nature. Lin Yan's heartbeat quickened as he realized he might have actually found a treasure. Lin Yan walked into the Beast Treasure Street, his gaze casually sweeping over an inconspicuous stall. He knew the importance of staying calm at this moment. Acting rashly would ruin everything. So, he first wandered around a few nearby stalls, pretending to be indifferent as he approached his target. His eyes skimmed over the array of items on the stall, deliberately avoiding the inconspicuous stone talisman in the corner. He picked up a bracelet emitting a faint glow and asked, "What does this bracelet do?" The stall owner brightened up and enthusiastically explained, "This is a rare item. Wearing it can help you focus and clear your mind." Lin Yan was secretly pleased. The stall owner clearly didn't know the bracelet's true value. He tentatively asked, "Really? Can I try it on?" The stall owner handed the bracelet to Lin Yan without hesitation. Although the Beast Treasure Street was a mix of good and bad, it had its unspoken rules. Anyone daring to snatch items here would face dire consequences. Lin Yan put on the bracelet and immediately felt a refreshing sensation, his thoughts becoming unusually clear. While an ordinary person might only experience these surface effects, Lin Yan knew it was because his soul's power was being nourished. Feigning continued interest in the bracelet's effects, Lin Yan discreetly glanced at the stone talisman. In an instant, a data frame appeared in his vision. Treasure. Entry token to the stone statue ruins. Function. Guides to the stone statue ruins. Material. Soul-nurturing jade. It can nourish the soul's power and speed up its recovery. Long-term carrying can greatly enhance the soul's power. Status. Dormant. Activation method. Infuse a wisp of soul power. Inside, Lin Yan was ecstatic but suppressed his excitement. Soul-nurturing jade. And such a large piece. Plus, it's a token for a ruin. Such a treasure is practically priceless in the outside world. The bracelet's effect was merely due to a small piece of soul-nurturing jade embedded in it, while this talisman was crafted from a whole piece. Not to mention the ruin it represented, whose value must be extraordinary. Quickly calming his emotions, Lin Yan nonchalantly asked, "Boss, this bracelet is nice. How much is it?" The stall owner replied with a cheerful smile, "Not expensive at all, just 20,000 alliance coins." Hearing the price, Lin Yan was pleased. Clearly, the stall owner didn't understand the bracelet's true worth. But Lin Yan knew he couldn't agree too readily, lest he arouse suspicion. Lin Yan picked up the bracelet and examined it closely, his fingertips gently tracing its intricate patterns. The craftsmanship was indeed exquisite, but the true treasure lay within a rare spirit-nurturing jade worth at least 100,000 alliance coins. "Boss, 2,000 alliance coins is really a bit steep," Lin Yan said, feigning difficulty. "How about this? If you're sincere about selling, I'll offer 800 alliance coins. How does that sound?" The stall owner immediately looked troubled upon hearing this, and quickly waved his hands. "Young man, I can see you genuinely want this bracelet. But 800 is really too low, 1,000 is the lowest I can go, or I'll be losing money." Despite his words, the stall owner was secretly overjoyed, a beastmaster willing to pay 800 for what he had acquired cheaply from who knows where. If he weren't worried about the buyer changing his mind, he'd gladly give away the entire stall. Seeing the stall owner negotiating, Lin Yan knew his chance had arrived. 1,000 it is, he sighed, then quickly added, "But I have a condition, you need to throw in a few more items." He gestured toward other objects on the stall, his gaze subtly lingering on the talisman he was determined to acquire. The stall owner was ecstatic inside when he saw Lin Yan agree, but he pretended to be pained, frowning deeply. The items he considered worthless junk could now fetch an additional 200 alliance coins. He put on a show of great internal struggle before finally nodding in agreement. Pleasure doing business, the stall owner said, eagerly packing up all the items for Lin Yan as he received the alliance coins. Holding the items, Lin Yan could barely contain his excitement. He had made a killing on this deal. The bracelet alone was worth a fortune, not to mention the talisman. He examined the talisman closely and realized it was a token from an unexplored relic. In today's world, unexplored relics were few and far between, often fraught with unpredictable dangers and rewards. This talisman pointed to a relic untouched by others, promising both great opportunity and potential peril. He immediately infused a strand of his soul power to probe the talisman. As expected, the rough exterior gradually faded, revealing a jade-like core, warm to the touch and soothing to the spirit. Lin Yan quickly restored its appearance to that of an ordinary stone and tied it to his waist. The moment he wore the spirit-nurturing jade, the refreshing sensation he felt from the bracelet amplified 1,000-fold, so comfortable that he almost let out a sigh of pleasure. Lin Yan looked down at the bracelet on his wrist, inlaid with a soul-nurturing jade, and had a plan in mind. This jade had a noticeable effect when first worn, but he knew its efficacy would gradually diminish. As for the guidance to the relics, the stone talisman had little reaction, possibly due to the distance. Lin Yan didn't dwell on it, knowing that venturing into the relics with his current strength was too risky. While he was pondering, Ling suddenly appeared before him, carrying a bunch of items, some of which emitted a faint spiritual glow. Lin Yan, did you buy anything? Ling asked excitedly. Lin Yan took out the bracelet he had just bought and waved it in front of Ling. I just picked up a few things. What do you think of this bracelet? I got it for you. Ling's eyes lit up, captivated by the bracelet's exquisite craftsmanship. It's beautiful, thank you, Lin Yan. She eagerly took the bracelet. Try it on. This bracelet also nourishes the soul's power, Lin Yan reminded her. It can nurture the soul's power? Isn't that expensive? Ling looked at Lin Yan in surprise. It's not expensive. Just wear it. Following his suggestion, Ling put on the bracelet and immediately felt a sense of comfort. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked softly, Lin Yan, do I look good? Lin Yan looked up to see Ling's fair skin accentuating the delicate bracelet, like a captivating painting. You look beautiful, really beautiful, he answered without hesitation. Ling beamed, her sweet smile causing Lin Yan's heart to skip a beat. Lin Yan, I'm a bit hungry. Let's wait for Wu and the others, then we can go eat, Ling said, wrapping her arm around Lin Yan's and leaning on his shoulder. All right, I'm a bit hungry too. They should be done shopping by now. Lin Yan let Ling lean on him, waiting for the other team members to arrive. Before long, the others showed up. Everyone had had their fill of browsing the Beast Treasure Street, and the initial excitement had worn off. Xiaoyan suddenly suggested, I know there's a famous Nanfeng food street next to the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School. How about we go there to eat? Yes, I've heard about that food street too. There are lots of delicious things, Wu chimed in excitedly. Tian Chung grinned mischievously at everyone. Yeah, let's go to Nanfeng Food Street. I've heard there are plenty of girls from the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School there. Lin Yan turned his back to the group, pretending not to know them, while Wen Hong disdainfully turned her head away. Seeing this, the person shifted his gaze to the innocent Mu He, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Humph, always pretending to be serious. Come on, Mu He, let me show you some beautiful long-legged ladies. Lin Yan thought to himself, if you want to look at beautiful women, just do it quietly. Why announce it to everyone? You could always sneak a glance. He glanced at Ling beside him and swallowed his words. The group headed towards Nanfeng Food Street. Soon, a lavishly decorated shop caught their eye, its bustling entrance drawing everyone's attention. Large golden letters spelling Yue Lu hung prominently, glinting in the sunlight. Wu paused and glanced back at her companions. This place looks great, and it's really popular. How about we eat here? Tian Chung nodded in agreement. I've heard that Yue Lu is famous on Nanfeng Food Street. Not only is the taste top-notch, but the ingredients are carefully selected. Many dishes are made from spiritual beast ingredients. He added with a touch of awe. Of course, the prices are notoriously high. It's not affordable for the average person. Most customers here are Beast Tamers. Lin Yan thought to himself that in the past, they might have hesitated over the high prices. But now, with a bit of savings, the cost of a meal was no longer a concern. Having made their decision, they stepped inside the restaurant. The luxurious interior left them in awe once again. A smiling waiter approached them and led them to an elegant private room, then respectfully stepped out. Lin Yan glanced around, admiring the exquisite reliefs on the walls, and slowly opened the menu. The vast array of dishes made him take a deep breath. Despite being somewhat prepared, the variety of spiritual ingredients exceeded his expectations. This isn't just a restaurant. It's practically a Beast Tamer's shop, Lin Yan muttered to himself. There must be backing from a Beast Tamer's shop. Otherwise, where would they get such a complete range of spiritual ingredients? I wonder which family in Qingfeng City is behind this. A few minutes later, Lin Yan called the waiting waiter inside to order. We'll have a portion of jade lotus root, an 8-pound silver spirit fish, and a phoenix crown chicken. The waiter respectfully noted down the order and then bowed before leaving. Lin Yan thought to himself that they could actually afford these spiritual beasts, but they were usually reserved for their own spirit beasts. Eating them himself was a first. To their surprise, the dishes arrived remarkably quickly, all laid out on the table within just 10 minutes. Looking at the delicious spread before him, Lin Yan excitedly said to his companions, "Let's start eating. It's my first time trying these spiritual ingredients myself." The dishes on the table looked incredibly tempting, and Lin Yan couldn't help but feel his appetite grow. Everyone eagerly indulged in the meal, which was even more delicious than those from restaurants outside, with each bite leaving a lingering taste. Lin Yan finally understood why this place was so expensive yet still bustling with patrons. As they were immersed in their culinary enjoyment, familiar footsteps suddenly echoed outside the private room. Lin Yan looked up to see the blonde man and his teammates. Their eyes met, and a hint of tension filled the air. Surprisingly, the blonde man and his group did not confront them, but quickly entered the neighboring room. "Why are those guys here again? They're like a persistent shadow," Tianqing muttered in a low voice, discontented. The unpleasant encounter earlier in the day left the students from Qingfeng High School with a strong dislike for those from Nanfeng Experimental School. However, Lin Yan noticed a detail. As soon as the Nanfeng group entered their room, they closed the door cautiously. This unusual behavior aroused his suspicion. He quietly used his soul power to blend into the wall and began eavesdropping on the conversation next door. This was a new ability he gained after his soul power reached the 3rd stage, which was almost undetectable to anyone who hadn't reached the same level. Holding his breath, Lin Yan attentively listened to the voices coming from the other side. The first was Jin An's arrogant and unruly voice. "Captain, tell us, what's so important that you called us all here?" A steady male voice replied. "I just received a notification from the school. To allow us to participate in the Qingfeng City competition, the school spent 700,000 alliance coins, but it will be given as a bonus." 700,000 alliance coins. Even those present, who came from affluent families, were shocked by the figure. After a brief moment of surprise, the room fell silent again, awaiting further explanation from the captain. In other words, the captain's voice turned serious. "We must win this competition. Otherwise, not only will we miss out on the soul crystal, but we'll also lose 700,000 alliance coins. The school has made it clear that if we don't win, our families will have to cover the cost." As soon as the composed man's voice trailed off, the meeting room plunged into silence. He sat quietly in his seat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of others, observing their reactions. The blonde man was the first to break the silence, speaking with ease. "So, we just need to get the soul crystal, right? That's not difficult for us." He leaned casually on the armrest of his chair, looking confident. The other team members chimed in. "Yeah, Captain, how could we possibly lose? There's no team in Qingfeng City stronger than us." Their tone was filled with confidence. The composed man furrowed his brows slightly, reminding them seriously, "We can't let our guard down. This competition is very important, especially the sudden emergence of the Qingfeng High School team. Their strength is not to be underestimated." Hearing this, the expressions of the others turned serious. Qingfeng High School had 2 second-level Beast Tamers, and unless something unexpected happened, they would be the strongest team apart from their own. The composed man continued, "Especially the captain of Qingfeng High School. I haven't been able to gauge his strength yet. Does anyone have any strategies?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent again. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly realizing that in such a competition, the available strategies were quite limited. Lin Yan, sitting to the side, was secretly surprised upon hearing this information. 70,000 alliance coins as a prize was no small amount. He suddenly understood the meaning of Lin Yan's words during the draw. It turned out the significant increase in prize money for this competition had not been publicly announced, and was intended to be revealed only after the champion was decided. Lin Yan and others weren't aware of this beforehand. Only Lin Yan knew but didn't inform them. The man with glasses broke the silence. "Captain, stop keeping us in suspense. What can we possibly come up with? Since you brought it up, you must already have a plan. Just tell us." Jin En and the others suddenly realized. Indeed, as participants, what strategies could they think of other than fighting? Since the captain had mentioned it, he must already have a countermeasure. Jin En agreed. "Exactly, Captain, just tell us. If worst comes to worst, we'll confront them heat-in. They only have 2 second-level Beast Tamers, while we have 3. What's there to fear?" Lin Yan perked up at this, eager to hear what plan they had against him. The composed man took a deep breath, looked around, and continued. "Since everyone insists, I won't hide it anymore. The branch has also gathered some information. The strength Lin Yan displayed yesterday is at least above second-level 4th stage. comparable to mine. I'm not confident I can win against him. He paused, then lowered his voice. They've given us a pill that can temporarily boost a beast's strength by 3 levels, but it will cause some damage to the beast afterward. We're here today to find someone who will give this pill to their beast if I can't beat Lin Yan. After speaking, the composed man lowered his head and fell silent. The man with glasses, sitting in the corner, began to fidget, his gaze shifting among his teammates as if in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the team, the man with glasses slowly stood up. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly but resolute. Captain, give me the pill. When the time comes, I'll use it. The composed man seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He took out an exquisite pill bottle from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. The pills inside emitted a faint glow under the light. Fong, rest assured, the composed man said calmly. This is just our backup plan, to be used only in extreme situations. He paused before continuing. If it comes to that, we'll compensate you with 200,000 alliance coins. The bespectacled man, Fong, was silent for a moment before regaining his previous demeanor. He responded softly. Thank you, Captain. He acted indifferent, but a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. The composed man seemed to notice Fong's inner turmoil and reassured him again. Don't overthink it. The main issue is that Jin has already faced Lin Yan before. If his strength suddenly increases, Lin Yan will definitely notice something is off. The captain's words carried a hint of concern for Fong. Taking the pill would inevitably affect the potential of his beast to some extent, and a decrease in the beast's strength could impact the upcoming combat exams. To ease Fong's emotions, the captain made every effort to comfort him. Fong waved his hand, appearing nonchalant on the surface. It's fine, Captain. In reality, he understood that the pill was meant for his beast as soon as the composed man mentioned it. Apart from the composed man and Jin, he was the only second-tier beast master in the team. With the captain's second-tier, 4th-level strength, he clearly wouldn't need the pill, and Jin was even less likely to take it. The main reason for sending a representative team to Qingfeng City for the competition was largely because of Jin. They all knew that even if they won the championship, the Soul Crystal wouldn't be theirs, not even the captain's. Given Jin's background, the Soul Crystal was undoubtedly his, with no alternative. It was for this reason that Fong volunteered to take the pill. He calculated that doing so would leave a good impression on Jin, the future heir of a prominent family, and might even garner some assistance. Although they all came from certain families, the gap between direct and collateral branches was significant, especially since Jin's family was far more powerful than Fong's. Seeing Fong willingly accept the pill, Jin also spoke up. Fong, don't worry. Once the competition is over and I return to Nanfeng, I'll have a healer from my family treat your beast. It won't affect your initial combat exam. Thank you, young Master Jin, Fong replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Lin Yan retracted his soul power. His soul power was still relatively limited, and such external usage was quite draining. However, he had overheard enough of what he needed to know. Lin Yan was grateful to have discovered this information. Otherwise, his wind spirit might have been up against the bespectacled man. Within the Nanfeng experimental team, Fong was the weakest among the second-tier beast masters, only at the second-tier, 2nd level. Had Lin Yan been unaware of the prohibited drug, he might have sent Wind Spirit to face him, which could have had dire consequences. Wind Spirit's 2nd-tier, 1st-level strength against Fong 2nd-tier, 2nd level was already challenging, but due to Wind Spirit's powerful beast lineage, it still had a fighting chance. However, if Fong's beast took that pill, its strength would far surpass Wind Spirit's, putting Wind Spirit in serious danger. In the neighboring room, Jin was in high spirits after resolving the pill issue. He exuberantly told his teammates, order whatever you like, dinner's on me tonight. On the 2nd day of the competition, the morning light was just breaking. Lin Yan and his team arrived early at the Nanfeng experimental arena, while the audience gradually filled the seats. The team from Qingfeng High School appeared relaxed and confident, feeling no pressure. To them, apart from Nanfeng experimental, the other teams posed no threat. Lin Yan kept the discoveries from the previous night to himself, not wanting to worry his teammates. The arena buzzed with excitement, and the competition proceeded just like the day before. The number of participating teams had dwindled from 15 to 8, noticeably raising the overall level of competition. Once the judges were seated, the event commenced. However, today's matches seemed to lack some excitement. The reason was clear. The formidable Nanfeng experimental branch team had already faced Qingfeng High School the previous day. Unless these two teams met again, the outcomes of other matches seemed predictable. The organizers were clearly aware of this issue and deliberately avoided an early encounter between Nanfeng Experimental and Qingfeng High School to maintain the anticipation for the finals. Lin Yan began to suspect there might be more to their first-round matchup with Nanfeng Experimental. After learning that the prize money had increased by 700,000 alliance coins, he was more convinced it might have been a test from Nanfeng Experimental. In fact, Lin Yan's suspicions were mostly correct. Since Lin Yan proposed increasing the championship prize, the principal of Nanfeng Experimental had grown suspicious and arranged for a probing match against Qingfeng High School in the first round. Unexpectedly, Qingfeng's strength far exceeded expectations. Today's competition was divided into morning and afternoon rounds, and for Qingfeng High School, it was a breeze. Lin Yan didn't even need to participate for the team to secure victory. In the afternoon, the final match was intense. The Feng Wei Qingwan bird streaked across the sky like a blue meteor, knocking the opponent's beast out of the arena in a single strike. The referee immediately declared the match over, with Feng Ling from Qingfeng High School emerging victorious. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Over the 2 days, Feng Ling had become hugely popular among the contestants. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong was the consensus about her. As one of the few female second-level Beast Tamers, Feng Ling had garnered a large fan base. Feng Ling is amazing. Isn't this her 4th opponent she's defeated today? She's so strong and so beautiful, absolutely perfect. Listening to the audience's praise for Feng Ling, Lin Yan felt a sense of pride. He thought to himself, no matter how perfect she is, it has nothing to do with you all's mine. As the competition concluded, the host quickly returned to the stage to summarize the day's events. He enthusiastically congratulated the Qingfeng High School team on their victory and successful advancement to the finals. Following that, he extended his congratulations to the Nanfeng Experimental team, who also made it to the finals. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue erupted with thunderous applause, with the audience eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown between Qingfeng High School and Nanfeng Experimental. After the host announced the results, a blond man nearby sharply turned his head and glared at Lin Yan. He hadn't expected that the opponent he casually provoked would be so formidable, and now they would face off in tomorrow's competition. Despite this, he felt no regret, as their paths were destined to cross on the battlefield regardless. However, his unfulfilled threats left him feeling somewhat humiliated. As the event came to a close, the audience began to disperse. Lin Yan and his group didn't linger and left the arena. After a day of intense competition, they were all exhausted and in need of some relaxation. At that moment, Feng Ling stretched, and her striking figure caught Lin Yan's eye. Usually concealed by her clothing, her mature development was suddenly apparent to him. As Feng Ling turned her head, their eyes met, and a flush of color rose to her cheeks. She quickly withdrew her hands, and Lin Yan's expression froze as he hurriedly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Ahem. Lin Yan fake coughed to shift the focus. He turned to Mu He and said, "You fought so many battles today, it's normal to be tired. Let Mu He help you all recover later." "Got it, Captain," Mu He promptly agreed. To provide more experience for the other team members, Lin Yan hadn't participated in the matches. With Mu He as their support, the 5 of them were effectively battling against teams of 7, resulting in a significant number of matches for each member. On their way back, Mu He summoned the Tree of Life, continuously healing the group. Even Lin Yan, who hadn't fought, felt rejuvenated. The Light of Life not only had healing properties, but also aided in recovery and nourishment. Regular exposure to it significantly enhanced physical fitness. Under the soothing glow of the Light of Life, everyone enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The next morning, they awoke feeling refreshed. "Mu He, your Tree of Life is amazing," someone exclaimed. "It's like all the exhaustion from yesterday has nearly vanished overnight." "Yeah," another agreed. "I wish we could bask in it every day. Once I become stronger, I want a healing support beast too." The benefits of having a healing support beastmaster in the team were clear to everyone. Lin Yan interjected, "All right, you should focus on your combat path. Not all healing beasts have the same effect as Mu He's." Indeed, Mu He's Tree of Life was considered top tier among healing beasts. Its life attribute was incredibly rare and valuable. On the final day of the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League, the Nanfeng Branch School arena was packed with people, as spectators poured in like a tide. Fortunately, we had already taken our seats. Otherwise, we might not have had a chance to squeeze in. Feng Ling looked around and couldn't help but marvel at the unprecedented turnout. In stark contrast to the noisy audience, the competitors' area was quite deserted. In the large space, only the teams from Qingfeng High and Nanfeng Experimental were present, looking particularly solitary. Even though the match hadn't started yet, the audience erupted into deafening cheers, something unheard of in previous Beastmaster League finals. This year, due to the school's high level of attention and the significant improvement in the students' abilities, such a large crowd was drawn. In past finals, battles between second-tier Beastmasters were rare, but this year, both teams had several second-tier Beastmasters, undoubtedly raising the competition's level to new heights. Go Goddess Feng Ling. Beat Nanfeng Experimental. Yeah, what are Nanfeng schools doing here in Qingfeng City? Right. Show them that Qingfeng City isn't to be trifled with. Go Qingfeng High. The cheers from the audience made the faces of the Nanfeng Experimental team look grim. Although this was the Nanfeng Experimental branch, most of the audience was clearly there to support Qingfeng High. As the home team, with members boasting impressive looks, Qingfeng High naturally garnered more support. Despite being a branch school in name, there was little interaction between the two school students, and they weren't closely connected. At this moment, a male and a female host took the stage, replacing the previous single-host format, highlighting the organizers' emphasis on the finals. Thank you all for coming to watch the finals of the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League, the female host said enthusiastically. Next, we will have the Qingfeng High team compete against the Nanfeng experimental team. Let's welcome the competitors. As the host's words fell, the 7 members of Qingfeng High and Nanfeng experimental walked onto the arena from both sides, forming 2 lines in the center. After introducing the competitors, the host turned his gaze to the referee, standing in the center. The male host solemnly announced, "Today, I am honored to introduce our referee, Vice Principal Sun from Nanfeng Experimental Branch School." Only then did everyone notice Vice Principal Sun standing on the arena, wearing a referee's uniform. Lin Yan squinted slightly, a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. The referee for today was actually a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. Nanfeng Experimental Branch School was indeed going all out. The male host continued to explain, considering the strength of both teams in this match, to ensure the safety of both competitors and their beasts, we specially invited Vice Principal Sun to serve as the referee for this Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League final. Please give him a warm welcome. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lasting for a long time. All right, please return to your respective preparation areas. The match is about to begin, the host announced. At that moment, Fong Ling quietly approached Lin Yan and softly asked, "Brother Lin Yan, what's the plan for today?" All eyes were on Lin Yan, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan decisively announced, "I'll go first in today's match." He knew that Nanfeng Experimental School was a formidable opponent, and Fong Ling alone wouldn't suffice. It was crucial for him to take the lead in the first match. Moreover, Lin Yan anticipated that the opposing team might send out 3 second-tier Beast Tamers in succession, aiming to exhaust his stamina and deny him any chance to rest. A minute later, the female host picked up the microphone and announced, "Will the first-round participants from both teams please enter the arena? The match is about to begin." Without hesitation, Lin Yan stood up and walked towards the battle platform. At the same time, the captain of the Nanfeng experimental team also stepped forward from the opposite side. As the 2 captains set foot on the platform, the audience erupted in excitement. The crowd was thrilled. They had expected the captains to save their appearance for the final round, not realizing both teams would choose to have their captains lead the first match. The host couldn't hide her excitement either. Wow, both Qingfeng High School and Nanfeng Experimental have chosen to have their captains fight in the first round. It seems both sides are placing great importance on winning this initial match. As we all know, securing victory in the first match can provide a significant advantage. Both captains are incredibly strong, so let's see who will come out on top. In contrast to the audience's excitement, Lin Yan and the composed man opposite him wore serious expressions, their eyes locked on each other. With a wave of the referee's hand, the match began. A flash of cold light appeared, and the ice dragon serpent materialized on the platform. All eyes turned to the composed man from Nanfeng Experimental, as he had yet to make a move throughout the entire first round of eliminations. Everyone was curious about his abilities. Suddenly, a golden light streaked through the air, landing in front of the composed man. "Golden Flame Tiger," the audience exclaimed. No one expected the captain of Nanfeng Experimental to have a second-tier Golden Flame Tiger as his beast. This beast boasted rare golden flames with formidable power, difficult to shake off once touched, making it exceptionally challenging to deal with. As soon as the Golden Flame Tiger appeared, it charged at the Ice Dragon Serpent. Clearly aware of the Ice Dragon Serpent's powerful spellcasting abilities, its primary goal was to close the distance quickly. The Ice Dragon Serpent, understanding the strength of its opponent, wasted no time in activating its skills. The dragon horn on its head suddenly glowed, and Ice Storm descended instantly. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted, and even the spectators behind the protective shield felt the biting cold. In the rapidly dropping temperature, the flames on the Golden Flame Tiger were suppressed, significantly reducing its might. However, thanks to the protection of the golden flames, its speed remained unaffected, and it continued to approach the Ice Dragon Serpent with astonishing swiftness, covering half the platform in the blink of an eye. Despite this, the fully formed Ice Storm was not to be underestimated, presenting a formidable challenge for the Golden Flame Tiger. The bitter wind howled as snow and ice swept across the land, filling the air with an icy chill. The heat emanating from the Golden Flame Tiger could only fend off the cold in a small area. Suddenly, a snowstorm appeared out of nowhere in front of the tiger. Though it was unclear how Lin Yan conjured this move, the experienced Golden Flame Tiger remained unfazed. It knew there was no escaping now. Slowing down would only allow the Ice Dragon to unleash more skills and drain its energy. Facing the oncoming snowstorm, the Golden Flame Tiger let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the flames around it erupted, forming a giant golden fire tiger. This massive tiger, composed purely of energy, charged at the snowstorm alongside the physical Golden Flame Tiger. I don't believe a wide area skill can stop the Golden Flame Tiger's charge, a calm man muttered, eyes fixed on the scene, awaiting the collision's outcome. The fiery tiger shadow struck the snowstorm first. Despite its smaller size, its impact tore a large hole in the storm. The snowstorm's momentum was temporarily halted, and the calm man's lips curled into a slight smile as his fists clenched involuntarily. Just as he thought the Golden Flame Tiger was about to break through the storm, an unexpected event occurred. The tiger's speed suddenly decreased, and it was thrown back by an invisible force. The calm man's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief. How could the Golden Flame Tiger, having already torn through the storm, be repelled suddenly? Even more alarming was the realization that his Golden Flame Tiger seemed to have sustained considerable damage. The audience was equally stunned by this sudden turn of events, speculating on what had transpired. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, seated among the judges, smiled approvingly as he watched Lin Yan on the stage. This kid is as cunning as ever, he mused silently. The Golden Flame Tiger staggered back several meters, while the snowstorm gradually dissipated under the fiery tiger shadow's assault. However, as the storm faded, a massive ice shield emerged at the storm's center. This was Lin Yan's other signature move, the ice mirror. At this moment, the perplexed calm man finally understood. Lin Yan had cleverly layered the ice mirror with the snowstorm, causing the Golden Flame Tiger to inadvertently crash into the hidden ice mirror during its charge, suffering from the recoil. Damn it! The calm man felt tricked, yet he was helpless against Lin Yan's ingenious setup. Now, the flames on the Golden Flame Tiger had dwindled significantly, leaving only a faint glow less than a foot long on its surface, a stark contrast to its previous grandeur. The audience finally realized the truth, marveling at Lin Yan's precise elemental control over his beast. They couldn't help but exclaim, "My beast can barely execute a single skill accurately, yet it can control two skills with such precision." However, they didn't know that the Ice Dragon's elemental control alone couldn't achieve this. The real secret lay in Lin Yan's powerful soul force. It was with this assistance that the Ice Dragon could effortlessly achieve perfect skill control. "You force my hand." The composed man's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife, seemingly able to pierce through one's soul. On the stage, the Golden Flame Tiger let out a deafening roar, and the flames around it surged like a blazing sun. Its aura soared, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. The audience watched in astonishment as the previously wounded Golden Flame Tiger suddenly rejuvenated, appearing more formidable than ever. They marveled at the thrilling match, with both competitors showcasing an array of impressive techniques that left them thoroughly entertained. Lin Yan squinted slightly, scrutinizing the Golden Flame Tiger. With his data-powered vision, he could see through all his opponent's tricks. Although the tiger's flames had intensified, its body had become more hollow. Lin Yan understood this was because the opponent had ignited the tiger's inner source of golden flames, unleashing greater destructive power for a short time, but at the cost of being unable to use its flame ability for a long period afterward. Lin Yan pondered to himself, "Let's see whether your Golden Flame Tiger is stronger, or if my Ice Dragon will prevail." In the next moment, the Ice Dragon no longer waited in place, but instead sped swiftly towards the Golden Flame Tiger. The audience widened their eyes in surprise as the Ice Dragon approached the now more intimidating Golden Flame Tiger. They speculated whether the Ice Dragon intended to engage in close combat, as they had only witnessed its powerful elemental control before, not its melee capabilities. Lin Yan snorted softly, thinking, "I didn't let the Ice Dragon engage in close combat before because it was sufficient to defeat opponents from a distance." In reality, with its rich dragon lineage, the Ice Dragon's close combat abilities are no less formidable than its elemental control. Now, let them witness your true strength. In a flash, the Ice Dragon had swiftly closed in on the Golden Flame Tiger. Unwilling to be outdone, the tiger charged at the Ice Dragon, roaring thunderously. In the next second, the two beasts collided and became entangled in a fierce battle. The audience watched intently, finding it difficult to discern who had the upper hand. On the arena, the blue and gold figures twisted and turned with lightning speed. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, the Ice Dragon had a slight advantage. The Golden Flame Tiger's proud golden flames were ineffective against the Ice Dragon, forcing it to rely solely on its physical strength. In the past, the Golden Flame Tiger's flames, once they touched an enemy, were like an unshakable curse. But today, against the Ice Dragon's thick icy scales, the flames struggled to cling, only managing to inflict limited damage. Coupled with the tiger's prior injuries, as the battle dragged on, the Ice Dragon gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing his Golden Flame Tiger falling behind, the composed man lowered his head in resignation. He knew it was nearly impossible to defeat Lin Yan. Despite using all his tactics, he was still at a disadvantage with no hope of turning the tables. However, he hadn't completely given up. He lifted his head with a determined glint in his eyes. "Don't think it'll be easy for you." Defeating my golden flame tiger isn't going to come without a cost. Even if you win, I'll make sure you expend so much energy that you'll be unable to fight another battle. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. Oh really? Let's see how your golden flame tiger plans to drain my ice dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice dragon's eyes turned crimson, and its attacks became fiercely aggressive. It was the ice dragon's final skill berserk. Upon activation, all of its attributes were enhanced, significantly boosting its combat power. Although the ice dragon would become impulsive and lose its usual calmness in this state, rationality was no longer necessary at this point. The battle reached a fever pitch, and the ice dragon needed to defeat the golden flame tiger quickly to conserve energy. While the golden flame tiger wasn't affected by the negative side effects of berserk, it struggled to maintain its composure. With the power boost from berserk, the ice dragon's strength surged. The golden flame tiger, which had been slightly on the back foot, was quickly overwhelmed. Berserk was the final straw that broke the camel's back, and in under 2 minutes, the golden flame tiger was forced off the arena by the relentless assault. The composed man dared not let the golden flame tiger endure any longer, fearing it would be killed by the ice dragon if it persisted. Lin Yan immediately recalled the ice dragon back to his beast space. With limited rest time between matches, Lin Yan made the most of every second to let the ice dragon recover. Facing 3 second-tier beastmasters, he needed to conserve as much energy as possible. Although the ice dragon had quickly defeated the golden flame tiger using berserk, it had also expended significant energy. The referee announced, first round match ends. Qingfeng High School, Lin Yan wins. Lin Yan swiftly exited the stage and returned to the preparation area. He quickly released the ice dragon and said to Mu He, "It's up to you. I'll go again in the next match." Mu He understood immediately and released the Tree of Life to heal and restore Lin Yan. The ice dragon had strong defenses, so actual damage was minimal, but its energy consumption was significant and needed replenishment. Under the Tree of Life's influence, the ice dragon's energy quickly recovered, though the effect wasn't as pronounced due to the level difference. Fong Ling, noticing Lin Yan's fatigue, couldn't help but suggest, "Lin Yan, how about I take the next match?" Lin Yan shook his head. "No need, I'll go up next. They've been hiding their true strength, so you'll go after me. Once I deal with their second-tier beastmasters, the rest is up to you guys." Hearing Lin Yan's explanation, Fong Ling didn't question how Lin Yan knew the opponent was hiding their strength, nor did she insist on participating herself. Lin Yan's arrangements had never been wrong, and everyone had unconditional trust in him. 3 minutes later, the referee appeared on the arena again, announcing the end of the break. Lin Yan glanced at the opposing team, and, sure enough, saw Jin step onto the stage. The bespectacled man in the opposing team, Feng Qing, wore a complex expression, his eyes flickering with conflict. His captain's words still echoed in his ears. "I've done my best. Let Jin go next. Winning would be ideal, but if not, try to exhaust Lin Yan's strength to prepare for you to use the spirit medicine." Feng Qing understood all too well that using the spirit medicine today was inevitable. Jin had no real chance of winning. His purpose was merely to tire out the opponent. Seeing Jin step up, Lin Yan immediately stood and strode toward the arena. After a brief rest, his ice dragon had recovered about 70% of its strength, enough to face Jin's challenge. Knowing the value of time, the referee quickly retreated to the edge of the arena once both competitors were in place, loudly declaring, "The match begins." In an instant, the shadow leopard appeared on the arena like a black lightning bolt, showcasing its incredible burst of speed as it charged toward Lin Yan's ice dragon. The ice dragon was not to be outdone, instantly unleashing an ice storm. The entire area was enveloped in intense cold, ice crystals swirling through the air, as if entering a world of snow and ice. Recovered so quickly, Jin's face showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the ice dragon's spirit power to recover so rapidly, capable of deploying a wide-range attack skill again in just a few minutes. They only knew that Lin Yan's team had a healing-type beast master, unaware that this master could also help restore spirit power. Even more surprising to Lin Yan was that, because of the dense ice element residue from previous skills, this time the ice storm was more powerful and consumed less energy. Faced with the fierce assault of the ice storm, the shadow leopard used its incredible speed to continuously dodge. The tragic result of the golden flame tiger clashing head-on with the ice storm was still fresh in their minds, so Jin naturally didn't dare let his pet beast repeat the mistake. Nonetheless, the cold still somewhat slowed the shadow leopard's speed. The ice dragon, seeing the shadow leopard, was visibly excited. It vividly remembered their brief encounter that day, but had to hold back to avoid affecting nearby buildings. Today, it could finally fight without restraint. The ice dragon swiftly flew towards the shadow leopard. At this moment, its other 2 skills were still on cooldown. Using the ice storm twice in such a short period had already placed a considerable burden on the ice dragon, and using other skills might damage its dragon horns. Even without a frenzied boost, the ice dragon's condition wasn't at its peak, yet it still managed to overpower the Shadow Leopard. This wasn't just a matter of strength, but a significant gap in levels. As the battle commenced, the Shadow Leopard dashed across the arena like a bolt of black lightning, its speed astonishing. However, the Ice Dragon's crystalline ice armor perfectly neutralized the leopard's attacks. The Shadow Leopard's claws managed to leave a noticeable scratch on the dragon's scales, but this small victory was short-lived. Wound healed rapidly before their eyes. Witnessing this, Jean felt a twinge of despair. The Ice Dragon's outermost defense, a layer between the scales and the ice crystals, could constantly repair itself as long as it had enough spiritual power. To seriously harm the Ice Dragon, one would need to break through both this defense and the scales beneath, a feat the Shadow Leopard's attacks couldn't achieve. With no other choice, Jean directed the Shadow Leopard to keep maneuvering, hoping to wear down the opponent. However, just as the leopard was about to launch another attack, the Ice Dragon keenly anticipated its path. A blast of icy breath froze the leopard's movements in an instant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Ice Dragon struck with its tail, slamming the Shadow Leopard to the ground. It swiftly advanced, claws piercing the leopard's body, tearing into it with powerful jaws. A large chunk of flesh was ripped away, causing the Shadow Leopard to bleed profusely. Yet, in the ultra-cold environment created by the Ice Dragon, the blood quickly congealed and ceased to flow. Jean felt a flicker of hope, thinking that this might prevent excessive blood loss and prolong the battle, thus draining more of the Ice Dragon's energy and spiritual power. Lin Yan observed everything, a slight smile playing on his lips. It wasn't long before Jean realized something was wrong. The Shadow Leopard's speed began to plummet. It was then that Jean came to a harsh realization, but it was too late. Without its speed advantage, the Shadow Leopard was like a lamb to the slaughter before the Ice Dragon. He finally understood that although the Ice Dragon had frozen the leopard's wounds to reduce bleeding, the cold had also invaded its bloodstream, spreading throughout its body. Had he noticed earlier, he might have been able to force the cold out of the wounds in time, but now there was no chance. With the Ice Dragon's final blow, the Shadow Leopard's sturdy body was sent flying out of the arena. The Ice Dragon secured yet another victory, continuing its winning streak. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. Lin Yan's solo feat of consecutively defeating two second-tier Beast Tamers from Nanfeng Experimental left everyone in awe. Jean stood by, dumbfounded, as he watched his Shadow Leopard fall from the arena. He had assumed he and Lin Yan were evenly matched, but now realized the chasm between their abilities. Even after being drained by the captain, Lin Yan could still defeat him with ease. In an instant, Jean's pride was shattered. As a student of Nanfeng Experimental, losing to a visitor from the once despised Qingfeng town was a humiliating blow. After the referee announced Lin Yan's victory in the second round for Qingfeng No. 1 High School, Jean slunk back to Nanfeng Experimental's preparation area, seething. He gritted his teeth and said to Fong Qing, "Damn Lin Yan. Fong Qing, you have to take out his beast next. He's already spent a lot of energy, and your beast, after taking the elixir, is sure to win." Fong Qing's beast was originally second-tier level 2, but with the elixir, it could reach second-tier level 5, which Jean believed would be more than enough to handle the exhausted Ice Dragon. Meanwhile, in Qingfeng No. 1 High School's preparation area, Muhi was tirelessly helping Lin Yan recover, hoping he could regain his strength quickly. Feng Ling, concerned, suggested, "Brother Lin Yan, Fong Qing's strength is only second-tier level 2. I can handle him. If it gets tough, you can step in." Against Fong Qing's original level, Feng Ling's Phoenix Tail Azure Bird could definitely compete. However, if Fong Qing's level was boosted to second-tier level 5, Feng Ling would be at a disadvantage. Lin Yan replied calmly, "There's something off about Fong Qing. I'll go next." With that, he continued focusing on his recovery. Hearing this, Feng Ling didn't insist further, well aware of Lin Yan's true strength, which could withstand significant depletion. 3 minutes later, the match resumed. Nanfeng Experimental took to the stage first, and as expected, their final second-tier Beast Tamer, Fong Qing, appeared. The host excitedly introduced. In the third round, Nanfeng Experimental sends out Fong Qing. As we know, Fong Qing has already advanced to second-tier Beast Tamer, making him the third second-tier contestant from Nanfeng Experimental. Truly impressive. However, Qingfeng No. 1 High School is not to be underestimated, boasting not only the formidable Lin Yan, but also the popular second-tier Beast Tamer Feng Ling. Will this beautiful Beast Tamer take the stage next? But in the next moment, the host's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked toward Qingfeng No. 1 High School's preparation area. What? Lin Yan is standing up again. Is he going to face Nanfeng Experimental's Fong Qing for the third time? The audience turned their gaze towards Qingfeng No. 1 High School. Lin Yan walked towards the arena without hesitation or looking back. As Lin Yan ascended the steps to the arena, the audience erupted, their cheers deafening. The host could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "My goodness! Lin Yan is preparing to fight 3 consecutive matches, challenging all of Nanfeng Experimental's second-tier Beast Tamers alone." The audience, already amazed by Lin Yan's 2 consecutive victories, was now in a frenzy, realizing he hadn't reached his limit and was determined to continue with a third match. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating this thrilling showdown. The judges in the stands began to stir, whispering among themselves. Their attention was fixed on the young man on stage who appeared calm and composed. Lin Yan. After 2 intense battles, can he really recover? One judge whispered. Even with a healing Beastmaster, it's impossible to fully recover in such a short time. Another judge responded with a frown. Lin Yan stood motionless on the stage. He was well aware that his beast, the Ice Dragon, had less than 30% of its spiritual and physical energy left. But in order to force his opponent Fong to reveal his use of illegal drugs, he had no choice. Fong clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glared at Lin Yan, a hint of menace in his voice. Lin Yan, there's still time to concede. Otherwise, don't blame me if my beast is too ruthless. Lin Yan returned the gaze coldly. Cut the nonsense and bring it on if you can. Fong face darkened, his eyes bloodshot. He knew he had to make his beast take that forbidden drug today. Although it would cause great harm to his beast and the consequences would be severe if discovered, he had no other option. You brought this on yourself. Fong growled menacingly, secretly commanding the spirit beast in his beast space to swallow the unknown forbidden pill. In an instant, a ferocious white rhino appeared before everyone. This was Fong beast, the armored white rhino, renowned for its incredible strength and defense. As soon as the armored white rhino stepped onto the arena, it left a deep crater, snorting heavy white mist from its nostrils as it wildly surveyed its surroundings. Tier 2, Level 5, came the exclamations from the judges' seats. As Tier 3 Beastmasters, they could instantly tell that this armored white rhino's aura far surpassed that of the golden flame tiger and the shadow leopard that had appeared earlier. The audience buzzed with discussions. Lin Yan is in trouble now. I didn't expect Nan Fong Experimental to hold back their strongest member until the end. The armored white rhino has balanced attributes with virtually no weaknesses. Even at his best, Lin Yan would struggle, let alone now. Only Li Yan remained calmly seated, a trace of doubt in his eyes as he quietly observed the armored white rhino on stage. Fong sneered at Lin Yan. I want to see if you'll still be smiling soon. The armored white rhino began to charge, each step causing the ground to tremble and gravel to scatter. People in the stands even felt as if an earthquake was occurring. Fong strength is too overwhelming. Lin Yan is likely to fall here today. Such a pity. I thought Qing Fong High School had a chance to win the championship this year. Who knew Nan Fong Experimental would suddenly emerge? The audience's chatter continued unabated, with all eyes focused on the arena, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this crucial showdown. This year, to everyone's surprise, Nanfeng Experimental College unexpectedly participated in the Qingfeng City College Beast Taming Tournament, sending a powerful team. Lin Yan looked at the thick-armored white rhinoceros in front of him and sighed. If the Ice Jiao were at full strength, it might stand a chance, but its energy was more than half depleted, making it difficult to execute any strong skills. I wanted a fair competition, but it seems you've resorted to scheming. Fine, I won't pretend anymore, Lin Yan muttered to himself, a resolute gleam in his eyes. Seeing Lin Yan still standing there with an air of calm, not taking him seriously at all, Feng Qing was infuriated. He had gone to great lengths to have his beast take forbidden drugs to gain such power, yet Lin Yan remained unimpressed, fueling his rage. Crush that Jiao, Feng Qing roared. The thick-armored white rhinoceros activated its charge skill, its speed and attack power surging. Feng Qing's lips curled into a sinister smile as he envisioned the Ice Jiao being knocked away. However, at this critical moment, Lin Yan moved. He slowly raised his right hand and calmly uttered 2 words, enhance. Instantly, the aura of the Ice Jiao surged, its oppressive presence sweeping across the arena like a tidal wave. The surrounding spectators felt their breath catch, with some even fainting. That's a third-tier beast, the judges exclaimed in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. They weren't sure what Lin Yan had done, but the terrifying aura of the Ice Jiao was unmistakable, marking it as a standout among third-tier beasts. Fear spread like a plague among the audience. A raging third-tier beast was intimidating enough, and the freezing aura filled the entire arena, causing cracks to appear in the protective barrier. The referee's face turned pale. Ignoring the state of the match, he rushed to the barrier control panel, shouting, "Increase the barrier strength." At this point, the match was no longer important. If the barrier broke, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most of the audience were ordinary people, unable to withstand the aftermath of a third-tier beast battle, let alone one with the Ice Jiao's wide-range destructive skills. Thankfully, with the support of Vice Principal Sun, also a third-tier beast master, the arena's barrier stabilized. The cracks gradually disappeared, restoring calm. However, the battle on stage was just beginning. Vice Principal Sun breathed a sigh of relief as the protective shield stabilized once more. He turned his gaze to the arena, focusing on the ice dragon, feeling a sense of shock. Who would have thought that a third-tier beast would appear in an ordinary high school Beastmaster competition in Qingfeng City? It was unheard of. This brat didn't even give a heads up, almost causing a disaster. Vice Principal Sun muttered to himself. He had only intended to act as a referee symbolically, not expecting it to be so taxing. Fortunately, the arena's protective shield was originally designed to withstand third-tier beasts, though it had been set to a second-tier level to conserve energy. With the shield re-established, isolating the cold and pressure, the audience below finally relaxed, the oppressive feeling dissipating and leaving them with a sense of relief. However, Fong on stage was not as at ease. His earlier provocation had enraged the ice dragon, which was furious that such a lowly creature dared challenge it. The enraged ice dragon charged towards the armored white rhino on the arena like a violent storm. Lin Yan quickly shouted, "Xiao Bing, spare it, I need it." He knew that without intervention, even the rhino's corpse might not remain. Keeping the rhino was essential for Lin Yan to prove that Fong had used forbidden substances. With a single swipe, the ice dragon shattered the white rhino's prized armor. The blow was so powerful that it sent the rhino flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Lin Yan hurriedly reminded again, "Xiao Bing," fearing the rhino might be killed on the spot. The audience below was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. A second-tier, level 5 defensive beast couldn't withstand even one attack from the ice dragon. The power of a third-tier beast was terrifying indeed. As the ice dragon retracted its aura, and the white rhino lost its ability to resist, Vice Principal Sun returned to the arena and announced, "The match is over. Qingfeng High School, Lin Yan wins." Upon hearing the result, the audience seemed to remain in a dreamlike state, incredulous at what had just transpired. Some began to question, did Lin Yan use some kind of forbidden substance? How did his strength increase so much? I don't know, the strength boost is too significant. What kind of drug could be this effective? I find it strange too. Who would use forbidden substances so blatantly, treating the judges like they're blind? On the side of Nanfeng Experimental School, the atmosphere was dead silent, no one speaking. They knew today's match was a lost cause. After paying such a high price, losing so miserably left them with a deep sense of defeat. On stage, Fong, hearing the referee announce the result, finally snapped back to reality. He looked at the motionless white rhino lying in the center of the arena, like a corpse, filled with shock and confusion. If Fong hadn't sensed the life force of the thick-armored white rhino through the beast contract, he would have thought it was dead. Yet, even though it was alive, its severe injuries left it not far from death. Coupled with the side effects of the forbidden drug it had taken earlier, recovery seemed unlikely. With a face ashen and steps heavy, Fong walked towards the center of the arena, ready to return the dying thick-armored white rhino to the beast space. Just as he was about to touch the rhino, the ice Jiao suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Lin Yan, what are you doing? The match is over." Vice Principal Sun shouted sternly, mistakenly thinking Lin Yan was about to attack Fong. His beast appeared beside him in an instant, glaring menacingly at the ice Jiao. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Everyone's nerves stretched to the limit. Lin Yan on the stage stood up abruptly, shouting, "Lin Yan, stop." Urgent voices also came from the Qingfeng High School preparation area. "Brother Lin Yan, don't." Everyone tried to stop Lin Yan's next move. Lin Yan slowly turned his head, meeting Vice Principal Sun's gaze. "Principal Sun, you misunderstand. I have no intention of attacking him." He gestured for the ice Jiao to retreat slowly. However, Lin Yan's voice suddenly turned serious. "He can't take this beast back yet." These words sent a chill through the hearts of those from Nanfeng Experimental School, sensing something was amiss. Fong suddenly realized something was wrong, and wanted to rush forward to retrieve the thick-armored white rhino, but didn't dare move rashly. He could feel the ice Jiao's presence locked onto him. Lin Yan's next words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the arena. "I want to report that I suspect Fong used forbidden drugs on his beast." His gaze pierced through Fong, as if trying to see through him. Fong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. Jin immediately jumped in to defend his teammate. "You're talking nonsense. What makes you suspect that? I could say the same about you, with your sudden surge in power. Do you think we're all blind?" All eyes turned back to Lin Yan. Jin's words touched on a suspicion many held there was indeed doubt about Lin Yan's sudden increase in strength. Seeing this, Jin pressed his advantage. "Fong beast needs immediate treatment. If something happens, can you take responsibility?" Vice Principal Sun frowned deeply, his expression stern as he looked at Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, are you certain Fong used forbidden drugs? You need to be accountable for your words. Using forbidden drugs in a match is a serious violation, and if Lin Yan's accusation was true, the consequences would be severe." Lin Yan snorted coldly, his tone firm. "Whether he used them or not, you can investigate. As for treatment, it can be done here." As soon as he finished speaking, Muhi had already arrived on the arena to start treating the dying, thick-armored white rhino. When the light of life touched the rhino's body, its vital signs immediately stabilized. In the judges' seats, the principal of Nanfeng Experimental School suddenly stood up, his expression as dark as thunder. He glared at Lin Yan, his voice low and threatening. Lin Yan, do you know the consequences of falsely accusing others? Retract your statement now, and I might let it go. Otherwise, if it's confirmed that you're slandering the Nanfeng Experimental team, there will be severe consequences. The principal turned to the other judges, his tone slightly softened. I ask you all to verify this personally. Lin Yan straightened up, meeting the principal's gaze with determination. Then please, go and take a look. Li Yan, who had remained silent, spoke up at this moment. To confirm whether Feng Qing's beast has used banned substances, we only need to probe with our soul power. If used, there will certainly be traces within the armored white rhino. The other judges agreed, acknowledging it as their duty as judges of the Beastmaster League. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental School hesitated, then could only shake his head in resignation. In the audience, Jinan looked anxiously at the principal, but received only a helpless look in return. The judges went up to the arena, carefully observing the armored white rhino. They released their soul power, probing the beast's body. Moments later, they exchanged grave looks and whispered among themselves. One judge turned to the principal, speaking heavily. Principal, there are indeed traces of banned substances in the armored white rhino, confirming recent use. They then moved to the ice dragon, and after checking, added, Lin Yan's beast has not used any banned substances. There is no trace of drug influence in its body. The judges returned to their seats, and the audience erupted into a buzz of discussion. Students from Nanfeng Experimental actually used banned substances so openly. They act all high and mighty, but look at them now. Thank goodness for Lin Yan. Otherwise these wrongdoers would have succeeded. Lin Yan is amazing. He defeated them even though they used banned substances. Using drugs in a competition is a disgrace to beast masters. Lin Yan is so cool, he's my hero. On the arena, Lin Yan coldly told Feng Qing, you can take your beast back now. He signaled Mu He to stop treating the armored white rhino. At this moment, the fate of Feng Qing's beast was no longer Lin Yan's concern. It was now up to the judges to decide what to do. Even if Feng Qing's beast were to die now, it was no longer Lin Yan's responsibility. Bold Feng Qing dared to use banned substances openly, showing blatant disregard for the competition rules, and deserved severe punishment. On the field, the referee's voice was thunderous. The results for the Nanfeng Experimental team are null and void, and the winners of the finals are the Qingfeng No. 1 high school team. Lin Yan heard the announcement, but didn't show the expected joy on his face. He knew full well that even without his participation, his team would easily win. After all, he had already defeated all the second-tier beast masters from Nanfeng Experimental, and Qingfeng No. 1 still had their ace player, Feng Ling, ready to go. The principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch stood on stage, solemnly declaring, regarding Feng Qing's violation of using banned substances, our school is to blame. In addition to the championship prize awarded to Qingfeng No. 1, we will add an extra 350,000 alliance coins as compensation, with each team member receiving 50,000 alliance coins. Upon hearing this, a slight smile finally appeared on Lin Yan's lips. This was the real purpose behind his efforts to expose Feng Qing. As for Feng Qing's punishment, it was of no concern to him, but the extra alliance coins were a tangible benefit. The principal's face twitched slightly as he finished speaking. Another 350,000 alliance coins. This trip had been a significant loss for Nanfeng Experimental. Including the original 700,000 in prizes, they had spent over 1 million alliance coins. Everyone present understood that this money would ultimately end up with Jin, and undoubtedly, Jin was pulling the strings behind this incident. Given Feng Qing's abilities, even if he won, the Soul Stone would still be out of his reach. His risk in using banned substances was clearly under someone's orders. Ironically, the biggest loser here was Jin. After spending over 1 million alliance coins, he gained nothing. The Soul Stone was now in Qingfeng No. 1's possession. Worse still, he had to let Feng Qing take the fall. Not only did he have to fulfill previous promises to Feng Qing, but he also needed to offer more benefits to appease him. What troubled Jin further was that they were representing Nanfeng Experimental in the competition. Such a scandal would not be taken lightly by the school. Their actions had brought great disgrace to Nanfeng Experimental, and upon returning, they would have to pay a hefty price to quell the school's anger. This series of losses was overwhelming even for someone from a prominent family like Jin. Although the amount wasn't astronomical for the Jin family, it wasn't trivial either. After all, the Jin family wasn't dominated by a single person, and Jin wasn't the sole heir, just a favored member of the direct line. This blunder could shake his standing within the family, especially with competitors eagerly waiting for his misstep. Following the announcement of the results, Feng Qing was immediately taken away by the enforcement team of Nanfeng Experimental Branch. The host then carried on as if nothing had happened, organizing the award ceremony. Although the atmosphere on the field was calm, undercurrents swirled as everyone calculated the impact of this incident. Let's congratulate Qingfeng No. 1 High School for winning the Qingfeng High School Beastmaster League Championship. As soon as the host finished speaking, Lin Yan casually walked up to the stage. Mr. Nan Li, the principal of Nanfeng Experimental Branch, personally handed him the prize, and the dazzling trophy shone brightly under the spotlight. Thank you, Principal, Lin Yan said politely as he accepted the prize, and then returned to his teammates. They gathered around, excitedly inspecting the generous rewards. In addition to the precious soul crystal, there were various rare elixirs and spiritual items. Lin Yan decisively took the soul crystal, leaving the other spiritual items for his teammates. The value of this crystal was comparable to all the other items combined, and his teammates understood this without objection. After all, Lin Yan's strength was well known, and there was only one soul crystal. Even if he didn't take it, the others couldn't divide it. Let's distribute the prizes like this, Lin Yan said. The alliance coins will be directly transferred to your accounts, 150,000 each. Wow, 150,000 alliance coins, one teammate exclaimed. These prizes are so generous. Wasn't it supposed to be 50,000? How did it become 150,000? Lin Yan explained. I forgot to tell you, when Nanfeng Experimental was going to compete, Teacher Li Yin managed to secure an additional 700,000 champion reward for us. Nanfeng Experimental was confident, but we ended up benefiting. The teammates suddenly understood and expressed their intention to thank Instructor Li. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind them. Apart from the alert Lin Yan, no one else noticed. No need to thank me. Li Yan's voice startled the others. You won this with your own strength. If you weren't strong enough, that 700,000 wouldn't have been yours. Hello, Instructor Li. Everyone quickly greeted. All right, Li Yan said. The spoils have been divided, and it's time to head back. Pack up, get ready to leave. Everyone responded promptly, and soon they boarded the return vehicle. Along the way, the team members were in high spirits, discussing the exciting moments of the competition. However, Lin Yan seemed thoughtful and asked Li Yan on the bus, Instructor Li, where did they get that forbidden drug from, and how did they obtain it? Li Yan explained, don't think about that forbidden drug. They are acquired from ruins, extremely scarce, and we haven't mastered the refining methods. Once used, they're gone, and they're basically extinct. The one that appeared today was likely a family heirloom from a long-standing lineage. In earlier years, these drugs were slightly more common. Lin Yan frowned, pondering. Then why would they be willing to use such a rare elixir in a competition? Logically, such a precious elixir that can boost strength by 3 levels should be saved for a strong person to use at a critical moment. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yan suddenly understood. It turned out that although this forbidden drug was rare, it could only be used by beasts below the 3rd level and couldn't surpass the 3rd level limit. No wonder those people were so perfunctory during the inspection. There was no need to delve deeper. He pondered to himself that the value of this forbidden drug was indeed limited. Outside of competitions, one could easily hire someone to do the job, and the cost wouldn't exceed the expense of healing after taking the drug. Moreover, its use was prohibited in competitions, making it quite useless. No wonder Jean and would casually bring it out. After returning to school, Li Yan continued teaching the special training class while Lin Yan and the others all took leave. Li Yan gladly approved, as everyone had gained a lot from the competition and needed time to process it. The martial arts exam preliminary was just a few days away, and any progress before then would certainly lead to better results. The 7 of them got off the bus at the school gate. Lin Yan advised, make sure to organize what you've learned from this experience. The materials I selected for each of you are very suitable. Although they may not lead directly to advancement, they can significantly enhance your strength and lay the groundwork for breaking through the 2nd level. Tian Chung and the others looked at Lin Yan gratefully. In just half a month, with Lin Yan's help, their strength had greatly increased, and their wealth had multiplied many times over, with each having at least 200,000 alliance coins, a figure they couldn't have imagined before. Lin Yan waved his hand with a smile. No worries, we're all friends here. After parting ways, Lin Yan turned to Fong Ling. Let's head home too. Fong Ling naturally took Lin Yan's arm, and they walked side by side. Lin Yan observed, Fong Ling, the bloodline power of your phoenix-tailed Qingwan bird is strengthening. You might want to feed it more Fengwan stones when we get back. It could help with its evolution. Although he couldn't directly see the evolution paths of other beasts, he could sense changes in their bloodlines and offer advice. Fong Ling nodded. Okay, brother Lin Yan, I just received some phoenix tail stones today, so I'll try it when we get back. As they chatted while walking, the setting sun cast a rosy glow on Fong Ling's face. Lin Yan felt his heart beating faster than usual. Normally composed, he only experienced such reactions in Fong Ling's presence. Goodbye, Lin Yan. Fong Ling's farewell still echoed in his ears as Lin Yan quickly returned home. He went straight to his bedroom, gently closed the door, and leaned against it, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm the emotions stirred by Fong Ling. Once he felt slightly calmer, Lin Yan eagerly opened his spatial ring and took out the prize he had received today, the Soul Stone. Though small, this stone held the magical power to directly enhance his soul strength by 2 points. For an ordinary person, this might seem insignificant, but for Lin Yan, whose soul strength was already at 18.3, it represented a significant leap. Lin Yan carefully held the soul stone, applying slight pressure with his fingertips. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. He swiftly placed it into a prepared bowl and applied more force. With a crack, the soul stone shattered, releasing a clear liquid from a fine fissure, which collected in the bowl. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan lifted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. As soon as it touched his lips, a tingling sensation like an electric current surged through his body, followed by a coolness rising from his feet to his head. Lin Yan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if an invisible force was gently enveloping his mind, nourishing his soul. He could clearly feel his soul strength steadily increasing under the influence of this mysterious power. 10 minutes later, the special energy gradually dissipated, and the enhancement of his soul strength leveled off. Lin Yan, still relishing the state of total relaxation, quickly remembered his priorities. He immediately checked his soul strength data. With a thought, a transparent data frame appeared before him. Name: Lin Yan. Gender: male. Age: 17. Occupation: Beastmaster. Rank: 2nd tier. Soul technique: Soul Break Arrow, low tier, 20.50. Beast companions: 1. Ice Dragon, 2nd tier, level 4. 2. Light Spirit, 1st tier, level 6. Soul Strength, 21.2. Physique, 5.7. Innate skills: 1. Data visualization. 2. Enhancement, consumes a certain amount of soul strength to enhance the host's beast companion. The duration and extent of enhancement depend on the host's soul strength. Seeing these stats, Lin Yan was ecstatic. Not only had his soul strength surpassed 20, but it had also reached the threshold of an average 4th tier Beastmaster. This meant that his soul strength could now rival that of some weaker 4th tier Beastmasters. Lin Yan might be the most powerful 2nd tier Beastmaster in terms of soul strength in history. Of course, this was closely tied to Lin Yan's unique nature. If not for his naturally strong soul strength, which allowed him to unlock a second beast slot at the 2nd tier and contract the highly evolving Light Spirit, his soul strength wouldn't have increased so rapidly. After absorbing the Soul Stone, Lin Yan summoned his Ice Dragon and Light Spirit. Previously, due to being busy and limited in resources, he hadn't focused much on nurturing the Light Spirit. Now, it was time to reassess and plan accordingly. After acquiring new resources, Lin Yan eagerly began nurturing the Spirit of Light. He gazed at the tiny light cluster before him, filled with anticipation. The Spirit of Light's evolutionary path was towards a humanoid pet beast, and Lin Yan couldn't help but imagine its appearance once it evolved into the Goddess of Light. At this moment, the Spirit of Light was in its growth phase, just one step away from maturity and evolution. Lin Yan carefully placed some luminous stones in front of the Spirit of Light. These translucent stones were the best resources to promote its growth. He also took out several bottles of faintly glowing spiritual liquid to use in conjunction. Lin Yan estimated that the Spirit of Light would enter its mature phase at around level 7 of the 1st tier. Evolution was not far off, possibly within the next few days. If it could complete its evolution before the martial arts exam, it would undoubtedly give him a significant advantage in the preliminary test. While Lin Yan focused on the Spirit of Light, the nearby Ice Jiao showed a look of grievance. It gazed at Lin Yan with a reproachful expression, as if silently accusing him of being unfaithful and forgetting the old companion who had always fought for him. Sensing the Ice Jiao's emotions, Lin Yan felt uneasy. Through the beast contract, he vaguely perceived the Ice Jiao's thoughts. He gently tapped its head and reassured it, saying, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you." The tap, however, only made the Ice Jiao feel more aggrieved, and it turned its head slightly, assuming a stance that suggested it wouldn't be easily appeased today. Yet, when Lin Yan took out its favorite ice attribute Spirit Crystal, the Ice Jiao immediately approached obediently. Unlike the Spirit of Light's careful nibbling, the Ice Jiao swallowed all the spiritual items in one gulp, slowly digesting them. Lin Yan watched the little ice with resignation, noting that it still retained many habits from its time as an ice snake. This led to Little Ice seeming unaware that it had become a Jiao, still behaving like an ice snake in battles and feeding. Faced with Lin Yan's reprimands, Little Ice appeared indifferent, seemingly seeing nothing wrong with its behavior. Lin Yan could only hope that with its next evolution, the strengthening of its dragon lineage would bring about some changes. Once the Spirit of Light had finished eating, Lin Yan waved his hand and returned them to the beast space. The Spirit of Light was easy enough to manage, but Little Ice's increasing size with each level made it take up too much room in the house. After handling the two beasts, Lin Yan went to the open space near his home. Focusing his energy, he swiftly shot 2 soul-piercing arrows. With 2 sharp whoosh sounds, The arrows struck the ground heavily, leaving 2 deep, long holes in the hard earth. The date for the initial martial arts exam was fast approaching, and Lin Yan was determined to enhance his skills comprehensively. Besides continuing to level up his 2 companion beasts, he focused on his soul break arrow. Although this skill had been seldom used due to Xiao Bing's formidable strength, its potential was undeniable. Now, with a soul power comparable to that of a 4th-tier beast master, Lin Yan's soul break arrow could pose a threat to 3rd-tier beasts. For days, Lin Yan tirelessly practiced the accuracy and release speed of his soul break arrow. However, he had to abandon his original practice ground due to complaints from residents. Despite being some distance from the residential area, the power of the soul break arrow was indeed considerable. Additionally, the rocks on the ground had long been reduced to fragments during his training, making the area inadequate for his needs. After careful consideration, Lin Yan decided to find a new training location. He informed Wang Hong, and then headed into the primitive forest outside the city. This place, far from human habitation, eliminated the risk of disturbing others and allowed him to hunt wild beasts while practicing his soul Technicaso win-win situation. Entering the forest this time, Lin Yan traveled light, thanks to his spatial storage ring, sparing him from carrying a heavy pack as before. However, as he stepped into the forest, a pair of hidden eyes closely watched his every move. Once Lin Yan's figure vanished into the dense woods, the mysterious observer slowly took out a black communicator and dialed a number. "Boss, Lin Yan has entered the primitive forest. I saw it with my own eyes just a minute ago." The person on the other end gave a brief response, "Got it," before hanging up. The call was received by a fierce-looking middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, evidently from lack of sleep. After ending the call, he gripped the communicator tightly, a glint of excitement and malice in his eyes. "Heaven helps me," he murmured to himself. "I thought I had no chance, but you walked right into my trap." With that, he grabbed his car keys and hurried out, taking nothing else with him. As Lin Yan re-entered the primitive forest, the oppressive feeling once again enveloped him. Being cautious, he avoided the depths and chose to hunt within the range of 2nd-tier beasts. After leaving last time, he had specifically researched the forest and learned that the strongest beast ever recorded here had reached the 4th tier. Under the azure sky, towering trees with interlocking branches stood tall. In the forest, a 2nd-tier wind phantom wolf was cautiously searching for prey, unaware that it had become someone else's target. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and a transparent light arrow shot through, heading straight for the wind phantom wolf. The wind phantom wolf suddenly looked up as a translucent arrow shot through the air. Instinctively, it tried to dodge, but couldn't completely evade the strike. The arrow pierced its right hind leg with unstoppable force. Pain surged through it, but survival instincts prevailed. Ignoring the injury, the wind phantom wolf desperately limped away. From the treetops, Lin Yan calmly observed the prey's movements. "Xiao Bing, don't let it escape." Before the words fully left his mouth, another soul-piercing arrow whistled through the air. This time, the arrow didn't aim directly at the wind phantom wolf, but precisely blocked its escape route. Forced to change direction, the wind phantom wolf was about to turn when the ice dragon was already upon it. In an instant, a powerful chill swept the area, covering the trees and grass with a layer of sparkling frost. While not enough to severely injure the wolf, it significantly slowed its speed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan released 3 soul-piercing arrows simultaneously. The arrows flashed like lightning, tearing through the wind phantom wolf's body, with one even shattering its once proud, tough skull. The wolf collapsed without a sound, dead on the spot. Satisfied with the power of the soul-piercing arrows, Lin Yan was about to descend to collect materials from the beast when he sensed a fierce wind behind him. He leaped swiftly, and the ice dragon caught him just in time. The next moment, a blazing fireball crashed into where Lin Yan had just been standing. The tree was instantly reduced to ashes, and the surroundings turned into a sea of flames. The scorching heat wave rushed toward Lin Yan, and even from several meters away, he could feel the suffocating high temperature. Xiao Bing roared, unleashing a torrent of icy air that formed a solid ice wall at the edge of the fire, keeping the raging flames tens of meters away. Lin Yan's face darkened as he felt a lingering fear. If not for his strong soul power, sensing the danger in advance, he might have been the one lying on the ground now. He shouted in the direction from which the fireball had come. "Who are you? And why attack me?" Simultaneously, Lin Yan secretly activated his innate ability, Enhance, boosting Xiao Bing to the 3rd tier. Judging by the power of the fireball, the attacker must be a 3rd-tier beast master. Lin Yan was puzzled about when he had offended such a powerful individual, who would resort to trailing him and launching a surprise attack. Having missed the opportunity, Lin Yan was now on guard. He decided not to dwell on it further and waited for the adversary to reveal themselves. With the element of surprise lost, succeeding in another attack would not be so easy. As Lin Yan had anticipated, a middle-aged man appeared in view with a massive fire-armored lion. This lion was enormous, covered in thick scales adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Humph. You reacted quickly, kid, but your luck is about to run out. The man glared at Lin Yan with eyes filled with intense hatred. Lin Yan instantly recognized him as Liang Tian, the leader of Liang Tian's beast taming group, and the father of the young master Lin had killed in the primordial forest. After that incident, Lin Yan had secretly investigated Liang Tian's background, preparing for this potential revenge battle. Let's see if you have what it takes, Lin Yan said calmly, stepping back swiftly and signaling the ice dragon to stand in front of him. This wasn't a sparring match at school. It was a true battle to the death. As a beast tamer, he knew his mortal body couldn't withstand the aftermath of a battle between beasts. Liang Tian was surprised by Lin Yan's composure. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Since you came here personally, you must already know the answer. Why waste words? Lin Yan replied, still calm. So it was indeed you who killed my son. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Liang Tian roared. He had been obsessively investigating his son's death. Given the protective treasures his son had, he concluded it wasn't a simple insect swarm accident. Through torturous interrogation of a beast tamer who had left the Purple Gold Canyon, he gathered all the information. Initially, he didn't suspect Lin Yan. How could a student take on Liang Gu, who was heavily guarded? But when Lin Yan displayed power comparable to a Tier 3 beast tamer at the Nanfeng Experimental Branch School days ago, the truth became clear. We'll see who comes out on top, Lin Yan coldly responded, staring at the notorious leader of the Liang Tian beast taming group. Arrogant. He'll show you the true power of a Tier 3 beast tamer. Liang Tian had learned that Lin Yan was actually just a Tier 2 beast tamer, merely using special means to barely match a Tier 3. Before he finished speaking, the fire-armored lion lunged at the ice dragon like an avalanche. In the critical moment, Lin Yan activated his data eye, carefully searching for the fire-armored lion's weaknesses. Through his data insight, Lin Yan was surprised to discover that the fire-armored lion, covered in scales, possessed a trace of Chameleon bloodline, explaining its formidable strength. Facing such an intimidating opponent, Xiao Bing showed no fear and instead advanced boldly. The ice dragon harbored a potent dragon lineage, far surpassing the fire-armored lion's trace of Chameleon blood. Instantly, the battlefield split in two. One side engulfed in the lion's blazing flames, the other enveloped in the ice dragon's chilling frost. The opposing forces held each other in a tense standoff. Lin Yan was not alarmed. Rather, he was somewhat excited. This was his first direct confrontation with a genuine Tier 3 Beastmaster, and it was a valuable opportunity for Xiao Bing to adapt to battles among Tier 3 beasts. The battle erupted instantly. The fire-armored lion opened its massive jaws and lunged at the ice dragon's tail. The ice dragon, agile and swift like a fish in water, deftly evaded the attack. It then swung its tail with tremendous force at the lion's head, tearing through the air with a deafening sound. Unwilling to be outdone, the fire-armored lion raised its head and met the ice dragon's strike with its sharp claws. With a ripping sound, the lion's claws scraped against the dragon's scales, sending ice shards flying. Despite the dragon's formidable defense, the lion's claws left a deep wound the first time the dragon's reinforced scales had been breached. However, the lion was also in a precarious situation. Although it managed to fend off the dragon's strike, the immense recoil left its claws numb and its body injured. Seizing the moment, the ice dragon, ignoring its own injuries, soared above the off-balanced lion. Just as it was about to tear into its opponent with its sharp claws, it realized the lion's scales were equally impenetrable. The dragon's claws barely cut through, leaving only a shallow wound. When the ice dragon attempted to inject its chilling energy through the wound, the lion's internal fire quickly neutralized the cold. In mere seconds, the beasts had exchanged several blows, unleashing shockwaves that cleared the surrounding area of debris and uprooted ancient trees. Lin Yan frowned slightly, observing the battle. The fire-armored lion's strength was on par with the ice dragon's, and it was even a level higher. Under Liang Tian's years of cultivation, the lion had reached Tier 3, Level 5. Yet, the ice dragon, with its evolved and powerful bloodline, stood its ground without yielding. Lin Yan discreetly gave precise instructions to Xiao Bing. Attack the fire-armored lion's right hind leg and abdomen. Through his data-driven insight, he keenly detected that these areas had hidden injuries, likely from severe past trauma that hadn't fully healed. These concealed weaknesses were hard to discern in ordinary battles, and even Liang Tian himself hadn't noticed them. However, against an evenly matched opponent like the ice dragon, such flaws were undoubtedly fatal. Following the command, the ice dragon immediately focused its attack on the fire-armored lion's right hind leg. As expected, the lion's response was noticeably sluggish, and the ice dragon seized the opportunity to take a vicious bite out of its flesh. Liang Tian's previously composed demeanor changed instantly, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in the battle. When he noticed the injury on the lion's right hind leg, a trace of astonishment flickered across his face, as if recalling something. The battle began to tilt in favor of the ice dragon, with the fire-armored lion in an increasingly perilous position. Liang Tian grew restless, having assumed that Lin Yan's method of enhancing his beast's power was unsustainable. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lin Yan's beast showed no signs of exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, Liang Tian said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky to have discovered my fire-armored lion's hidden injuries. But if you think this means victory, you're gravely mistaken. Today, I'll show you the true gap between you and a third-rank beastmaster." Before he finished speaking, a streak of black light flashed before Liang Tian, and a semi-transparent black mist appeared on the ground. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately recognized it as a second-rank, level 9 beast. He realized it was Liang Tian's second beast, but hadn't expected its power to be so close to the third rank. Liang Tian laughed maniacally. "Let's see how you defend against my Death Black Spirit." However, upon hearing the words, Death Black Spirit, Lin Yan's brow furrowed, noticing a hint of madness on Liang Tian's face. Lin Yan cautiously asked, "Is this a dark beast? Don't you know it's forbidden?" He sensed something amiss with Liang Tian and remained on high alert. Although dark beasts are powerful and grow rapidly, they have a fatal flaw: they erode the beast master's mind, turning them evil. Over time, the beast master could be completely controlled by the dark beast, which is why official regulations prohibit forming contracts with them. Liang Tian's voice became hysterical. "Dark beast? That's just an excuse from the authorities. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? But you won't be leaving this place today." As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Black Spirit launched itself at Lin Yan like an arrow. The Ice Dragon wanted to help, but was already exhausted. Liang Tian shouted arrogantly, "Let's see how you handle my Death Black Spirit." Liang Tian stared at Lin Yan with a mischievous grin, as if he had already envisioned Lin Yan being torn apart and devoured by the ferocious Dark Spirit Beast. Confidently, he said, "The combat prowess of the Dark Beast is exceptionally strong. Its bizarre abilities allow it to challenge even an average third-tier beast. If your second beast was of another type, I might have been worried. But you chose a dark beast, which means you're destined to fail here." Lin Yan didn't respond to Liang Tian's taunt. Instead, he gently raised his hand, and a golden orb of light appeared out of thin air, hovering before him. "Innate ability, enhance," Lin Yan murmured softly. Instantly, the orb grew intensely bright and expanded in size. Liang Tian's expression changed immediately, staring in shock at the orb as he exclaimed, "A light-type spirit beast? Impossible. You're just a second-tier beastmaster. How can you have a second beast?" His expression shifted from smug confidence to disbelief, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Before Liang Tian could react, the light spirit began its actions. A powerful burst of golden light erupted from it, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the enhancement of Lin Yan's innate ability, the light spirit's level had been elevated to second tier, level 6. As the golden light touched the dark spirit, it let out a piercing scream. The dark spirit's body began to dissolve under the illumination, wisps of smoke rising from it. Despite being 3 levels higher than the light spirit, the dark spirit was utterly powerless under the absolute suppression of the light attribute over the dark, and could only flee in disarray. Sensing the dire situation, Liang Tian immediately turned to run, fully aware that his chances of winning were gone. Seeing this, Lin Yan waved his right hand, releasing a soul-shattering arrow that shot straight towards Liang Tian's head. Just as the arrow was about to hit, a transparent shield appeared around Liang Tian, blocking the attack. Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Defensive soul technique." He hadn't anticipated that Liang Tian had such a trick up his sleeve. Liang Tian boasted, "Huh, kid, you're still too green to play with soul techniques against me." With that, he quickened his pace to escape. He knew full well that once the light spirit dealt with the dark spirit, he would be in real danger. Unwilling to let Liang Tian escape so easily, Lin Yan quickly launched 3 more soul-shattering arrows, striking Liang Tian's soul shield with precision. The shield began to tremble violently, with energy ripples spreading across its surface. Liang Tian's escape seemed not to be as smooth as he had imagined. Liang Tian quickened his pace, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. As the leader of the Liang Tian Beastmaster group and a third-rank Beastmaster, being chased by a student who hadn't even graduated yet was a blow to his pride. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I refuse to believe your soul power exceeds mine. If you dare come after me, be prepared to stay here." Lin Yan followed closely behind, his soul-piercing arrows shooting through the air relentlessly. Although Liang Tian had already run several hundred meters, Lin Yan was still hot on his heels. To Liang Tian's despair, his soul power was nearly depleted, while Lin Yan's arrows seemed endless. Liang Tian had no choice but to maintain his soul shield, as a single arrow could be fatal. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Yan's attack had left cracks in his shield, pushing his defenses to their limit. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. "Liang Tian, today is your end." He intensified the release of his arrows, determined to seize the opportunity. In the next moment, Liang Tian watched in horror as his soul shield shattered. He didn't even have time to dodge before an arrow pierced his forehead. Wide-eyed with disbelief, he stared at Lin Yan as his body slowly collapsed. Even in his final moments, he couldn't fathom how Lin Yan, a second-rank beastmaster, possessed such immense soul power. Finally, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, his own soul power nearly exhausted. Maintaining the chase with soul arts while keeping Xiao Bing and the light spirit in their enhanced states had taken a significant toll. After a brief pause, Lin Yan quickly retrieved Liang Tian's storage ring and then rushed towards the direction where the Ice Jiao and the Fire Armor Lion were battling. Upon reaching the battlefield, he found the Fire Armor Lion reduced to a cold corpse, and the Dark Demon Spirit had vanished, leaving only a black orb behind. To Lin Yan's surprise, the Light Spirit, with its light attribute, showed great interest in the Dark Attribute Beast core, circling it eagerly. Lin Yan picked up the orb to examine it, but found nothing unusual. He looked down and asked, "Do you want this?" The nonverbal Light Spirit nodded enthusiastically. Seeing its eagerness, Lin Yan hesitated for a moment but eventually tossed the orb to it. "Take it." Lin Yan hesitated. The black orb in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with this precious spiritual item, but he was worried that his light elemental beast, the Light Spirit, might suffer adverse effects from ingesting an orb of such opposing attributes. However, before he could make a decision, the Light Spirit had already swallowed the orb in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly cradled the Light Spirit in his hands, carefully checking its condition. His heart raced, fearing the horrifying possibility of the beast exploding due to the attribute conflict. Fortunately, the Light Spirit seemed unharmed, though its belly was noticeably swollen, resembling a little creature that had overeaten. "You little glutton," Lin Yan sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, then placed the Light Spirit back into the beast's space, hoping this would accelerate the digestion process. He could sense the Light Spirit's energy steadily increasing, indicating it was nearing maturity. Aware that the recent intense battle could attract others, Lin Yan swiftly cleaned up the area and hurried away with Xiao Bing. His spiritual energy was greatly depleted, and he needed rest, so he quickly returned to the city. Back home, Lin Yan was delighted to find that the Light Spirit had advanced to the 7th level of the first tier, reaching maturity. Moreover, its strength continued to rise gradually. Lin Yan waited patiently, knowing that this growth was crucial for the Light Spirit's future evolution. Over 3 hours later, the Light Spirit's energy finally stabilized at the peak of the first tier's 7th level. Lin Yan immediately retrieved the spiritual items he had prepared for its evolution: inferior grade light crystals, light jade, light attribute spiritual liquid, and more. Upon seeing the food, the Light Spirit became instantly excited. Unlike the ravenous devouring of the Ice Jiao, it elegantly savored each spiritual item in small bites, as if enjoying a grand feast. Lin Yan watched this scene quietly, filled with anticipation, waiting for the Light Spirit's transformation. The Light Spirit swiftly absorbed the spiritual essence necessary for evolution, and Lin Yan watched with eager anticipation. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within the Light Spirit, so intense that Lin Yan could barely keep his eyes open. Amid this blinding brilliance, the Light Spirit's size rapidly expanded, growing several times larger within seconds until it reached nearly a meter in height before stopping. Then, its form began to change dramatically. The round body elongated, its width shrinking sharply, as if an invisible hand was sculpting its shape. Gradually, a humanoid silhouette emerged from the glowing mass. Just as the Light Spirit was about to fully transform into a human shape, the light intensified several times over, forcing Lin Yan to close his eyes. When he opened them again, the original Light Spirit was gone, replaced by a figure resembling a girl of about 13 or 14. This girl appeared more ethereal than a typical human, with a pair of translucent, wing-like appendages on her back. The aura she emitted was exceptionally powerful. A transparent data frame instantly appeared before Lin Yan, detailing the attributes of this new life form. Her race was Light Spirit Wielder, her attribute was Light, and she was at Tier 2, Level 3, in the growth phase. Her abilities included Light Judgment, Light Spirit Sword, and Light Wing Slash. Her status was shown as healthy, active, and excited. The data frame also listed 2 potential evolution paths. One was to become a Goddess of Light, mastering the tangible form of light, with absolute control over it, and exceptional close combat skills, with the next stage being a Light Angel and an evolution potential of Tier 9. The other was to become a Photon Sprite, transforming into a pure light attribute energy form, with absolute control over light attributes, with the next stage being a Light Crystal and an evolution potential of Tier 7. Lin Yan was ecstatic. Not only had the Light Spirit successfully evolved, but it had also advanced 5 levels, leaping from the peak of Tier 1, Level 7, directly to the peak of Tier 2, Level 3. This meant his own strength had significantly increased as well. While other talents of his generation were still struggling to cultivate a Tier 2 beast, Lin Yan now possessed his second Tier 2 beast. Looking at the light spirit wielder before him, Lin Yan decided to give her a name. Considering her potential to ultimately evolve into a goddess of light, he thought for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction and said, "I'll call you Xiaoguang." Very fitting. With Xiaoguang's evolution, Lin Yan's own attributes also saw an enhancement. Using his data eye, he checked his own stats. His physical fitness had improved to 7.5, and his soul power had reached 22.0. Although his soul power had attained the level of a Tier 4 Beast Tamer, the feedback effect from the improved beast strength was beginning to diminish, resulting in a smaller increase in his soul power attribute. Lin Yan carefully sensed the changes brought about by the evolution of his beast. Although the total amount of soul power fed back to him hadn't decreased, the increase in attributes now required more soul power per point. He sighed softly, and then took out a delicately crafted spatial storage ring from his pocket, the very one he had taken from Liang Tian earlier that day. The wealth inside the ring left Lin Yan astonished. After a rough estimate, the value of the spiritual items and alliance currency inside reached nearly 1 million. Even more surprising was the presence of a jade token, reminiscent of the jade slip that contained the soul-breaking arrow. Upon close examination, Lin Yan confirmed that this was indeed the training method for the soul shield technique used by Liang Tian. Recalling the power he had experienced firsthand during the day, Lin Yan felt fortunate. Had Liang Tian's soul power not been depleted, he might never have been able to break through that shield. With this defensive soul technique, Lin Yan's previous vulnerability in defense was finally addressed. With his abundant soul power, the shield would undoubtedly be even more powerful in his hands. In the days that followed, Lin Yan only needed to wait for Xiaoguang, who had just advanced, to stabilize its state while he familiarized himself with the newly acquired soul shield. As the date of the martial arts examination's preliminary test drew nearer, he was finally able to relax a little. Time flew by, and the day of the preliminary martial arts exam arrived in no time. In the morning, all the students participating in the exam had gathered in the special training class of Qingfeng High School. Today, they would head to Nanfeng Province to participate in this year's preliminary martial arts examination. For many, this was a crucial day that would determine their future. Passing the preliminary test would grant them entry to the Beast Master University, promising a bright future. Failing, however, would mean waiting another year, falling behind during these prime years of cultivation, and widening the gap with their peers. Lin Yan. Fong Ling's eyes widened as soon as she saw Lin Yan enter the classroom. Lin Yan looked around and noticed Li Dali, whom he hadn't seen for a while, was also there. However, upon seeing Lin Yan, Li Dali immediately shrank into a corner of the classroom, looking dejected. Clearly, he had heard about Lin Yan's recent accomplishments and knew he no longer stood a chance against him. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered with Li Dali, considering his first pot of gold had come from him. Once everyone was present, Teacher Li Yan appeared in the classroom and led the students to the bus at the school gate. The preliminary martial arts exam would be held at the branch of the Beast Master Association in Nanfeng Province, requiring all students in the province to travel to the provincial capital. Fortunately, Nanfeng's capital was centrally located, making it relatively accessible from all areas. On the bus, Lin Yan naturally sat with Fong Ling, Tian Cheng, and others. He didn't mention his encounter with Liang Tian, but instead joined everyone in discussing the upcoming preliminary martial arts exam. The air was filled with tension and anticipation as everyone made their final preparations for the imminent challenge. Feng Wu turned and asked, "How strong are you all now?" "I'm just aiming to pass the second level of the preliminary test this time." Xiaoyan shook her head with a sigh. "I think I can only get through the second level of the martial exam. Although the Qingfeng City High School Beastmaster League provided us with plenty of resources, passing the third level exam still seems out of reach." Everyone nodded in agreement. Only a second-tier Beastmaster has a chance of passing the gold-level martial exam, and it's already quite an achievement for them to confidently pass the silver-level preliminary test. Without Lin Yan's help, they might not even reach the silver level. Lin Yan waved his hand modestly and said, "Not at all. Everything was earned through your own efforts. Without your hard work, we wouldn't have these resources." Fong Ling said anxiously, "If I'm lucky, I might be able to pass the third-level preliminary test." She had recently improved her strength, reaching second tier, level 2, but she still wasn't completely confident about the third-level exam. After a brief discussion, the group closed their eyes to rest and make final preparations for the upcoming martial exam preliminary test. 2 hours later, an official high-speed bus transported them to the Southern Wind Province Beastmaster Association. After getting off the bus, the students from Qingfeng First High School lined up in an orderly fashion and were led to a designated area to wait. The surroundings were already bustling with people, mostly students from local or nearby schools in the Southern Wind Province. As Lin Yan and his group arrived, murmurs broke out around them. "Where are these students from? They seem to be from Qingfeng City. Their uniforms say Qingfeng First High School." "Oh, they're from Qingfeng? Then there's nothing to worry about. Their skills aren't strong." Similar disdainful comments were heard frequently. The The students from Qingfeng First High School felt a mix of anger and frustration, but had to swallow their pride. What made it even more unbearable was a group of students nearby openly discussing. Qingfeng? What kind of strong beast masters could come from such a small place? I bet this year will be just like the previous ones, only a few passing the second level would be considered geniuses, haha. I think so too. The area was filled with such chatter, and most people at least avoided speaking directly toward Qingfeng's students. However, the group right in front of Lin Yan and his friends made no effort to lower their voices, seemingly intent on ensuring the students from Qingfeng could hear every word. Lin Yan frowned at the people in front of him. Although Qingfeng City was one of the less developed areas in Nanfeng Province, it had been experiencing good growth recently. These people were blatantly belittling it in front of the locals, showing a lack of judgment. As Lin Yan's anger began to rise, and he was about to speak, Feng Wu could no longer hold back. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize Qingfeng? Feng Wu pointed at the man who had spoken the worst, her voice trembling with anger. The man, embarrassed and angry at being rebuked in public, retorted, "How dare you insult me?" He raised his hand, ready to strike. At that critical moment, a figure flashed by. With a thud, Lin Yan kicked the man several meters away. Tiancheng followed up with another kick, saying, "Spitting on someone who hits women shameless. How dare you fight?" The man's companions glared and charged at Lin Yan. Lin Yan sneered and kicked another one to the ground. "Consider that a warning. Next time you run your mouth, you'll get it worse." Suddenly, two students in school uniforms approached. A blonde boy shouted, "What's going on? Who dares to hit someone from Nanfeng Experimental?" The two on the ground, seeing a savior, quickly complained. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "So they're your people. No wonder they're so obnoxious." The blonde boy and his companions' expressions changed as they recognized Lin Yan. He was the one who had recently defeated the Nanfeng Experimental Team captain and Jinan. Lin Yan smirked. "Keep your people in line, or next time I'll take you down too." With that, he turned to leave. "You think you can just leave after hitting us? It's not that simple." The person on the ground persisted. Before he finished speaking, there was a sharp slap. Jinan slapped his own underling to the ground. "Shut up." Then he walked away without looking back. The students from Qingfeng watched as the man held his swollen face in shock, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The commotion finally ended, leaving behind a mess and a mix of emotions among everyone present. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the group was led into the interior of the Beastmaster Association. The spacious hall comfortably accommodated over 1,000 people without feeling crowded. Staff members quickly distributed simple helmets, sparking a wave of curious whispers among the participants. Suddenly, two middle-aged men stepped onto the podium at the front. One wore a gentle smile, while the other had a stern expression and remained silent. The man with the gentle demeanor cleared his throat and began, "It is an honor to host the preliminary martial exam. Please put on the virtual helmets that were distributed earlier, channel a thread of your soul power into them, and await the start of the exam." Following the instructions, Lin Yan channeled his soul power into the bronze token in his hand. Instantly, a strong suction force overwhelmed him, as if being drawn into a vortex, causing the world to spin. A few seconds later, his consciousness returned, and the scene before him had completely transformed. The skyscrapers had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of plains. Lin Yan quickly surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the other participants were still in a dazed state. Only the two hosts on the stage remained alert, looking at him with surprise. "Who is this kid? His soul power is so strong." The gentleman secretly communicated to his stern companion. The latter flipped through the list in his hand and responded quietly. "Lin Yan from Qingfeng High School, recorded at level 2, stage 4. He's quite capable, but not as exceptional as a few top students from Nanfeng." About a minute later, the other participants gradually regained their senses. The gentleman spoke again. "Welcome to the virtual world. Everything here is replicated 1:1 based on real-world data. You can exert your full abilities without worrying about safety." Lin Yan carefully sensed himself, confirming no difference from reality. The man continued, "Please enter your respective test spaces. The system will randomly assign opponents, and upon defeat, your consciousness will automatically return to your body." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings shifted once more. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan found himself in a deep, dark valley, alone. A mechanical voice announced, "The martial exam is about to begin. Please release your beast." As soon as the electronic notification sounded in Lin Yan's ear, he unhesitatingly released his ice dragon. A beast's roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, and the ice dragon immediately followed the sound, launching a proactive attack. Just 3 seconds later, it returned with the corpse of a first-tier, level 6 crocodile, having effortlessly defeated it. "Congratulations, candidate. You have passed the first-level assessment. The second-level assessment will begin in 10 seconds, the system's voice announced timely. Meanwhile, outside the examination arena, the large screen suddenly displayed a new name on the list of those who passed the first level. "Look, someone's already passed the first level, and the test just started." An observant spectator quickly noticed the anomaly. "What? It's been less than 5 seconds. Don't be so surprised. It's not difficult for geniuses from various places to achieve this, someone remarked nonchalantly. Sure enough, several more names soon appeared on the list. The crowd calmed down slightly, and someone analyzed. A second-tier beast master can indeed easily handle the first-level assessment beasts. Lin Yan just killed it so quickly that it drew attention. But this speed is impressive even among second-tier beast masters. Unexpectedly, just 10 seconds later, Lin Yan's name appeared again on the list of those who passed the second-level assessment. Could there be a system malfunction? How could he pass the second level so quickly? Who is Lin Yan? Which prominent family is he from? What school is he a genius of? The name sounds familiar. Isn't he from Qingfeng? Qingfeng actually has a genius of this caliber? In the virtual world, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, candidate. You have passed the second-level assessment. The third-level assessment will begin in 10 seconds. Lin Yan realized that after each level, his condition would fully recover, so he decisively had Xiaobing enter an enhanced state to quickly clear the level, instantly defeating the second-level assessment beast. Moments later, the third-level assessment beast appeared before Lin Yan, a vine emitting a green mist extended from the edge of a cliff, revealing itself to be a second-tier, level 3 plant-type beast. Such beasts are extremely rare. Since becoming a beast master, Lin Yan had only seen one example, Muhi's Tree of Life. Seeing the green mist emitted by the vine, Lin Yan immediately realized it was a poisonous beast. He quickly formed a transparent shield around himself for protection. Although the vine's strength was negligible compared to Xiaobing, he never underestimated poison-type attacks, as even a slight contact with the toxic mist could cause significant trouble. Xiaobing, take it down. At Lin Yan's command, a fierce ice storm materialized out of thin air, surging toward the vine beast. The vine retaliated by extending its tendrils toward Lin Yan while releasing a dense toxic mist. Despite the third-tier beast master aura emanating from Xiaobing, it showed no signs of retreat. Lin Yan noticed that the beasts in this virtual world seemed to lack intelligence and emotional fluctuations, retaining only their most primitive combat instincts. The vine spirit beast, despite its fearless nature, ultimately could not escape being swiftly killed by the ice jiao. As the icy storm swept through, the moisture in the air instantly froze into ice crystals, drawn into the storm's center. The branches extended by the vine spirit beast became rigid and fragile in the extreme cold, and then shattered into countless ice shards under the violent gusts, scattering in all directions. Vine spirit beast defeated. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the third-level assessment, the cold electronic voice of the system announced. In 10 seconds, the fourth-level assessment will begin. Real-time combat broadcasting will also commence, projecting all battle scenes onto the big screen in the real world. Lin Yan was indifferent to his battle being broadcasted and instead grew more intrigued by this virtual world. Meanwhile, outside, excitement was building. The big screen suddenly lit up, displaying Lin Yan's figure. The audience finally understood why only the list of those who passed the first 3 levels had been shown. It was because the real-time broadcast started from the 4th level. I remember now, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Isn't that Lin Yan, the one who single-handedly defeated the Nanfeng province team a few days ago? He used an ice jiao. Yes, that's him. I heard someone from Nanfeng Experimental even used forbidden drugs, yet they were still defeated by him. Although Jin Mao and others tried hard to suppress the news upon returning, the story had already spread to other cities in Nanfeng province. At this moment, on the big screen, apart from Lin Yan who had cleared the level the fastest, other candidates were still struggling at the second level. The scene shifted to reveal a lightning crane, its whole body shimmering with electricity, appearing in everyone's view. Wow, a second-tier level 9 lightning-type beast, gasps erupted from the audience. What bad luck, Lin Yan might be stopped here. Everyone knew that the 4th level assessment randomly chose opponents from the late second tier, and lightning-type beasts were notoriously the most formidable in attack power among spirit beasts. However, Lin Yan remained unusually calm, leisurely sitting on a chair formed of ice, watching the lightning crane with a relaxed expression. Assessment begins. With the system's prompt, the lightning crane immediately launched its attack. Yet, Lin Yan stayed completely still, merely waving his hand gently, and his ice jiao soared into the air, meeting the electrifying figure Heaton. Lin Yan is really something, isn't he? Just standing there without moving an inch. The crowd started to murmur. What if he accidentally gets struck by lightning? He won't even need to be struck. His beast can't possibly defeat that lightning crane. People around nodded in agreement. An experienced spectator explained. In previous years, some did pass the 4th level test, but only because they were lucky enough to draw a weak second-tier, 7th level beast. The battle erupted instantly as the ice dragon and lightning crane collided fiercely. Just when everyone thought the ice dragon was doomed, the scene before their eyes left them stunned. The ice dragon pinned the lightning crane to the ground, feathers flying amidst its pitiful cries, completely overturning its once majestic image. Could this be a fake lightning crane? How could it be beaten so badly? Damn, Did Lin Yan cheat or something? How is he so strong? From the corner, someone timidly questioned. Maybe the lightning crane just looks strong on the outside. The two examiners in charge were also closely watching the big screen. Hearing the doubts below, they couldn't help but feel uncertain. The aloof man immediately pulled up the back-end data for a thorough check, and under the gentleman's anxious inquiries, he shook his head, indicating, everything's normal. Only then did the gentleman feel slightly reassured. The lightning crane fought back desperately, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning, lighting up the entire canyon. Yet, these attacks were mere tickles to the ice dragon, which only seemed to excite it more. In less than 30 seconds, the ice dragon ripped the lightning crane to shreds. Considering the audience's sensibilities, Lin Yan instructed the ice dragon to inject cold air, freezing the opponent's blood to prevent the scene from being too gory. This spectacle left all the spectators in awe. Lin Yan passed the devilishly difficult 4th level with ease, seemingly at his leisure. The ice dragon, full of pride, returned to Lin Yan's side, as if seeking praise. Lin Yan affectionately patted its head. Good job, little ice. The audience continued their heated discussion. This time, Lin Yan's passing of the 4th level is definitely the highest ever in terms of difficulty. The previous record was just a 2nd tier, 8th level vine monster, which is no match for the lightning crane. I wonder how Lin Yan trains. He's about our age, yet his strength is off the charts. If it were me facing the lightning crane, I probably wouldn't last a single round. Be confident, take out probably, you definitely wouldn't last. As the chatter continued, the 5th level test was about to begin. The 5th level of the assessment, a hurdle that countless geniuses have failed to overcome, has never been surpassed in the history of Nanfeng Academy. It's said that the original purpose of this challenge was to teach these prodigies that there's always someone better and a greater world beyond their own, rather than expecting anyone to actually pass it. Outside the examination hall, people were eagerly discussing Lin Yan's fate. If even the top talents from the capital can't pass this test, how could someone from Nanfeng possibly break the record? One spectator shook his head in disbelief. The 4th level featured a 2nd tier, 9th level lightning spirit beast. The 5th level is bound to have at least a 3rd tier beast. The gap between these two levels is like night and day, another person analyzed. Inside the examination hall, however, Lin Yan appeared calm and resolute, his gaze fixed as he awaited the final challenge. In his mind, the existence of a 5th level meant it was meant to be conquered by someone. The word impossible simply wasn't in his vocabulary. In the monitoring room, 2 examiners watched everything closely. The amiable examiner turned to his aloof colleague and softly asked, "Do you think Lin Yan might create a miracle?" The aloof examiner, unusually thoughtful, didn't dismiss the idea right away. The chances are slim. Although he has shown capabilities akin to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, the 5th level is designed for true 3rd-tier Beastmasters. Unless, he paused, unless his soul power has reached the 3rd tier and he has contracted a 2nd spirit beast of equal strength. The 5th level truly is worlds apart from the 4th, the amiable examiner realized. Despite their pessimism about Lin Yan's chances, both examiners remained focused on the screen. Even if Lin Yan didn't pass the final level, his remarkable abilities would undoubtedly attract the attention of top Beastmaster academies nationwide. As the electronic prompt sounded, the 5th level assessment officially began. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened instantly, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. The final challenge? Let's make this quick. Xiao Bing, release the chill. At Lin Yan's command, the ice dragon soared into the sky, circling above the canyon and unleashing a vast wave of cold air. In an instant, the entire enclosed canyon transformed into a frozen landscape. In this environment, the ice dragon's combat power would be significantly enhanced. Smart, making good use of the environment. The examiners couldn't help but nod in approval. The gentleman couldn't help but nod as he witnessed the scene. He understood that Lin Yan had cleverly utilized the brief intervals before each assessment beast appeared. As the ice jiao released its chilling aura, a deafening crash suddenly echoed from the depths of the canyon. The ground shook violently with the thunderous roar, and the outline of a massive creature gradually emerged in Lin Yan's view. It was a gigantic entity seemingly formed from solid earth, with a body covered in menacing muscle lines. Its dark skin glistened eerily under the sunlight, and every inch of its form radiated formidable strength. Gazing at this colossal monster, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "I see. No wonder no one has passed the 5th level assessment before. This earth-splitting spirit beast has reached the 3rd tier, 4th level, possessing mid-3rd tier cultivation, rather than the early 3rd tier everyone expected. This is truly a hell-level challenge." The crowd in the audience gasped. To pass this level, either the Beastmaster himself must reach mid-3rd tier before graduation, or they must train a 2nd beast to reach the 3rd tier level. Even 2 early 3rd tier beasts joining forces would find it nearly impossible to combat a mid-3rd tier earth-splitting spirit beast. Lin Yan is in trouble now, someone in the crowd whispered. This earth-splitting spirit beast is known for its tough skin and thick hide, and it's said to be able to tear opponents apart with its bare hands. The audience held their breath, intently focused on the screen, knowing that observing a battle between strong opponents would be beneficial. The ferocious earth-splitting spirit beast charged at the ice Jiao as soon as it saw it, racing from the other end of the canyon. Despite its massive size, its movements were not clumsy in the slightest, and it covered hundreds of meters in no time. The ice Jiao was not intimidated by this formidable opponent. After its enhancement, its strength also reached the third tier, fourth level, matching that of the earth-splitting spirit beast. Without waiting for Lin Yan's command, the ice Jiao soared into the air, seizing the high ground to launch its attack. Ice Storm. This move was a world apart from its second-tier version. Now, the Ice Storm's power was astonishing, instantly engulfing the entire canyon. The raging cold swept through, uprooting all vegetation and covering the ground with a thick layer of ice. The audience's view was obscured by the blinding storm, and despite straining their eyes, they couldn't see the battle scene clearly. The immense power of the storm wreaked havoc across the land, its fury unrelenting. Even the massive earth-rending beast wavered under its violent force. Yet, it quickly regained its balance, slamming its fists into the ground, causing a web of cracks to spread instantly over the surface, the frost covering its body vanishing without a trace. Lin Yan's data-enhanced vision captured an astonishing scene. The earth-rending beast was frantically absorbing the power of the earth's veins, rendering the frost attacks of the ice Jiao ineffective. Faced with this situation, the ice Jiao soaring high in the sky decisively changed its tactics, tucking in its long tail and diving down like an arrow released from a bow. Its sharp horns sliced through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom. The earth-rending beast did not dodge. Instead, it raised its fists high above its head. The two giant fists gradually merged, forming a thick earthen shield. In the next instant, the ice Jiao's sharp horns collided forcefully with the shield, causing the entire space to tremble. This blow exacted a heavy toll on both sides. Although the ice Jiao's horns penetrated the earthen shield, slicing off half of the earth-rending beast's head, the spikes on the shield also deeply embedded themselves in the ice Jiao's head scales, blood trickling down its dragon scales. However, what seemed like a fatal injury was insignificant to the earth-rending beast. Lin Yan watched as its head regenerated rapidly, understanding its true vulnerability. As an elemental beast, the earth-rending beast's real weakness lay in its spirit core. Shattering this source of power would completely dismantle it. Yet, striking the well-protected spirit core was a daunting task, even for the equally powerful ice Jiao. No wonder this is known as a challenge that was never meant to be overcome, Lin Yan remarked, admiring the formidable earth-rending beast before him. He realized that ordinary cultivators would struggle against such a daunting opponent. But then, a confident smile played on his lips. But am I ordinary? Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Before he finished speaking, a golden light coalesced before Lin Yan. Xiaowang, go help Xiaobing take down this ugly creature. I must admit, the earth-splitting beast was truly hideous, enough to make children on the street burst into tears at the sight of it. However, to Lin Yan's surprise, this ugly creature seemed to understand his words and charged at him in a rage like an arrow released from a bow. This reaction puzzled Lin Yan. Unlike the spirit beasts he had encountered before, which only had a battle instinct, this earth-splitting beast showed signs of intelligence. Nevertheless, no matter how ferocious the earth-splitting beast was, it posed no threat to Lin Yan. Although the ice dragon couldn't kill it, the earth-splitting beast was equally powerless against the ice dragon. Moreover, with the light spirit master present, no danger could come close to Lin Yan. As soon as the light spirit master appeared, the entire space was illuminated. In his hand was a giant sword formed from pure light, the light spirit sword. The light spirit master, like a deity descended to the mortal realm, swiftly flew towards the earth-splitting beast. He raised the light spirit sword, gathering all his strength, and struck down fiercely on the creature. Sensing a mortal threat, the earth-splitting beast struggled frantically, trying to evade. However, the ice dragon wouldn't give it the chance. A dazzling blue light burst from the ice dragon, instantly forming thick ice crystals on the creature, significantly reducing its mobility. To ensure success, the ice dragon wrapped itself around the earth-splitting beast. As the light spirit master's deadly strike approached, the earth-splitting beast was unable to move despite its struggles. A brilliant beam of light pierced the sky, accurately penetrating the creature's body. The gigantic beast shuddered violently for a moment, then lost all life. The ice dragon released its hold, and the massive body collapsed, dissolving into tiny specks of light that faded into the air. Witnessing the light spirit master's incredible combat prowess, Lin Yan couldn't help but be amazed. Even with his enhancements, the light spirit master was only at the third tier, level 3. Yet with a single sword strike, he could precisely break through the earth-splitting beast's spirit core, achieving a one-hit kill. Although the ice dragon's assistance and Lin Yan's data-enhanced vision that could accurately locate the spirit core contributed, This still showcased the Light Spirit Master's astounding battle capability. At that moment, an electronic notification sounded in Lin Yan's ear. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the 5th level assessment. A special reward will be granted. Please collect it at the examination site later. A special reward? Just as Lin Yan was wondering, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and his consciousness was pulled from the virtual space back to his real body. Meanwhile, the examination hall erupted in an uproar. What? Passed already? I didn't see anything, one candidate exclaimed in confusion. Could there be some inside story? How did he pass without seeing anything? Voices of doubt rose one after another. I think there's something fishy too. Exactly. In an instant, the entire square descended into chaos. The battle ended unexpectedly quickly. From the appearance of the earth-splitting beast to the end of the fight, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The audience only managed to witness a transition of scenes. The earth-splitting beast had just emerged when the icy snow released by the ice dragon enveloped the entire world, turning everyone's view into a vast expanse of blinding white. Amidst this glaring whiteness, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. Before anyone could react, the green light beside the assessment screen lit up, announcing Lin Yan's successful completion of the 5th level assessment. This dramatic turn of events immediately sparked a wave of skepticism among the crowd. Two middle-aged men in charge of invigilation quickly stood up, their voices carrying an undeniable authority. Quiet down. Maintain order. As the invigilators who monitored the back-end data throughout the process, they could firmly confirm that the data was stable with no anomalies. They sternly warned, the system is absolutely faultless. Anyone daring to spread rumors will face serious consequences. The invigilator's statement gradually quelled the skepticism. The discussions shifted towards amazement and speculation about Lin Yan's abilities. I knew Lin Yan had this capability. Ha, you weren't saying that a moment ago. Wow, I didn't expect to witness him pass the 5th level assessment firsthand. His strength is incredible. I don't know his exact capabilities, but he could definitely take you down with ease. Oomph, as if you're any better. At that moment, Lin Yan opened his eyes and removed the simple helmet from his head. He thoughtfully touched his face, as if confirming he was indeed back in the real world. This virtual experience made him marvel. The realism of the virtual world was almost indistinguishable from reality, and long immersion in it might blur the line between the two. Several candidates from the Southern Wind Province also completed their assessments and removed their helmets. One of them, a companion of the man Lin Yan had previously defeated, immediately sneered. Heh, Lin Yan, it seems you're not that impressive after all, taking about the same time as us. This comment seemed to open the floodgates, and other uninformed candidates from the Southern Wind experiment joined in the mockery. Those special methods to enhance strength must have been banned during the assessment, right? Exactly. I said his underhanded methods were suspicious. Meanwhile, the man who had once been defeated by Lin Yan seized the opportunity to attack. Having already investigated Lin Yan's background, he was now smug and arrogant. Humph, I knew someone from our Southern Wind experiment couldn't lose. The Green Wind people must have covered for you. Just then, Jinan also completed his assessment. Seeing this, the man immediately sucked up to him like a sycophant. Brother Jin, look, this guy's results are similar to mine this time. He must have used some dishonorable tactics to beat you last time. Typically, everyone progresses through the assessment levels at a similar pace. When Jinan didn't see Lin Yan's name on the list of those who passed the 3rd level, he instinctively assumed that Lin Yan, like himself, had only passed the 2nd level. Just as he was feeling secretly pleased, a gaze that was both amused and knowing made him shiver. Lin Yan was looking at him with deep meaning. The look in Lin Yan's eyes instantly extinguished the small spark of joy that had just arisen in Jinan's heart. At that moment, an oblivious man suddenly spoke up mockingly. Without underhanded tactics, Lin Yan is just useless, not even as good as me. Slap. A loud smack interrupted him, and the man fell heavily to the ground. It was the 3rd time he had been hit that day, and what frustrated him even more was that 2 of those times were by his own brother, Jinan. Lying on the ground, he looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why Jinan had hit him again. Jinan glared down at the man on the ground, his anger unabated. He vividly recalled that when Lin Yan had defeated him, he hadn't used any special abilities. It wasn't until Fong took a forbidden drug that Lin Yan displayed his incredible power. If this man claimed that Lin Yan was useless without special abilities, didn't that imply Jinan was even less than useless? Get lost. Jinan spat coldly. The man scrambled away out of sight. Lin Yan watched the scene and let out a sigh of relief. The man's thought process was truly perplexing. Even if he couldn't use his innate abilities during the assessment, in reality, he could easily teach this arrogant guy a lesson. If the man hadn't left in time, Lin Yan might have lost his patience. The onlookers watched the man's retreating figure as if he were a clown, having witnessed firsthand how Lin Yan had passed the 5th level of the assessment step by step. Soon after, other assessors completed their tests and removed their helmets. Fong Ling bounced over to Lin Yan. exclaiming excitedly. Lin Yan, I passed the third level of the assessment. Great job, I knew you could do it, Lin Yan said, genuinely happy for her. At that moment, Muhi also exited the virtual space. Seeing the smile on his face, Lin Yan knew his assessment results were good. As a support-type Beastmaster, Muhi's assessment content differed from the norm, which was what Lin Yan was most concerned about. How did the assessment go? Lin Yan asked. Got lucky and passed the third level. Muhi replied with a smile. The third level? That's really impressive, Fong Ling exclaimed, covering her small mouth in surprise. For support-type Beastmasters, passing the third level indicates that their beasts have significant growth potential, as this type of assessment primarily tests the future development space of the beasts. Slowly, the other four also completed their assessments. For them, the process was a breeze while the third level was beyond their reach. The second level posed no real challenge. This martial exam, everyone delivered a satisfactory performance. Lin Yan looked at the smiles on his companions' faces, feeling a warmth in his heart. In Qingfeng City, these were his only friends. Just then, the figures of two examiners suddenly appeared in front of everyone, walking straight toward Lin Yan. Sorry to interrupt, one of the examiners said, prompting Tian Cheng and the others to respectfully make way. These two were prominent figures in the Nanfeng Beast Taming Association, with a status comparable to the governor of Nanfeng Province. One of the examiners, with a kind face, handed over an exquisite wooden box. Lin Yan, this is your reward for passing the 5th level assessment. Thank you, examiner, Lin Yan said, taking the box, aware that this was the reward mentioned in the virtual world. The box was weighty, indicating it contained something substantial, but with so many people around, he quickly stored it in his storage ring. After nodding slightly, the two examiners turned and left. It was only later that Lin Yan learned that the headquarters had just called to inform them of this unprecedented reward, prompting them to rush to the storeroom. Lin Yan, you actually passed the 5th level assessment. Fong Ling exclaimed, and the others were equally stunned. Although they knew Lin Yan was exceptionally talented, they hadn't expected him to achieve such a feat. Tian Qing eagerly asked, Boss, what kind of spirit beast did you face in the 5th level assessment? Tell us. Just a tier 3, level 4 spirit beast, Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. In reality, it was a fearsome earth-splitting spirit monster, but he didn't want to make it sound too terrifying. Tier 3, level 4. Feng Wu's eyes widened. Boss, what kind of miraculous elixir did your spirit beast take? Our beasts struggle with tier 2, yet yours defeated a tier 3, level 4. Haha, it was just luck, Lin Yan said, trying to downplay his achievement. I can't believe I'm teammates with someone who passed the 5th level. This is a story I'll be telling for the rest of my life. When Hong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. By this time, the surrounding crowd had also been drawn in by the news, gathering around them. Lin Yan, are you free tonight? A girl asked shyly. I'd like you to come over and help me with some cultivation questions. Before Lin Yan could respond, another, louder voice chimed in. Lin Yan, why not join my Shenghua Beast Taming store? We're a nationwide chain, and I'll cover all your training resources up to the 7th level. Lin Yan, my idol. Lin Yan, come to my place. My cat can do a backflip. The crowd around them grew larger, quickly surrounding Lin Yan and his companions, the scene far more lively than when he had defeated Li Dali. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Fong Ling decisively grabbed Lin Yan's hand and quickly led him out of the Beast Tamer Association. The others hurriedly followed, fearing they'd be swallowed by the crowd if they delayed even a moment longer. In the midst of the crowd, the man who had clashed with Lin Yan stood frozen, recalling Lin Yan's impressive 5th level assessment skills. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that if Lin Yan had pursued the matter, any faction could easily deal with someone as insignificant as him. Brother Lin Yan, your popularity is really off the charts, Fong Ling said, finally breaking free from the crowd. She glared at Lin Yan with obvious jealousy. I noticed your eyes lit up when you heard about the cat doing backflips. That's not true, Lin Yan said, sheepishly rubbing his nose. I was just curious about the cat. It better be just that. Fong Ling's expression softened slightly. Let's go, it's getting late. Lin Yan quickly changed the subject. Dinner's on me tonight. Let's find a nice restaurant and have a good meal. Once they settled in a nice restaurant, Lin Yan took the opportunity to ask, what are your plans for the future Beast Tamer University? I'm planning to apply to Nanfeng Beast Tamer University. Feng Wu was the first to answer. It's close to home, and with my preliminary exam results, it's the best choice. We're also going for Nanfeng Beast Tamer University, when Hong and 2 others chimed in. After all, we aren't as impressive as you, boss, who can choose any university in the country. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Nanfeng Beast Tamer University is definitely a great choice for you all. He then turned to Mu He. What about you? I'm thinking of going to Mufeng Beast Tamer University, Mu He replied. I was worried about my scores before, but since I passed the 3rd level assessment, I want to give it a try. Mufeng Beast Tamer University is an excellent choice, Lin Yan said approvingly. It's the best institution for support-type beast tamers in Yinxia, even better than Nanfeng Beast Tamer University. Passing the third-level assessment certainly qualifies you to apply. Fong Wu looked at Fong Ling and softly asked, "What about you?" Fong Ling lowered her head in thought for a moment before slowly replying, "I haven't decided which school to go to yet. I'm not sure which third-level Beast Master universities are good." Her eyes held a hint of hesitation, and there was an unspoken thought in her mind. She had originally thought Lin Yan's exam results would be similar to hers, both being at the third level. Then, she could just follow Lin Yan to the same school. But today, Lin Yan unexpectedly passed the fifth-level exam, completely disrupting her plan. "Since you haven't decided yet, why not join me at the Modu Beastmaster University?" Lin Yan suggested. "Huh?" Fong Ling's eyes widened. "Isn't Modu Beastmaster University known for requiring at least a fourth-level exam pass to be sure of admission?" Lin Yan patiently explained, "Modu Beastmaster University is one of the top 2 institutions in the country, the other being Kyoto Beastmaster University. I checked specifically, and the entry requirement is actually passing the third-level exam." He paused and continued, "Modu Beastmaster University is most suitable for students from ordinary backgrounds, unlike Kyoto Beastmaster University, which has many students from influential families. In Modu, everything is determined by ability. But their re-examination is notoriously strict," Lin Yan added. "It's one of the few schools that truly implements an elimination system. Although fourth-level candidates are more confident of passing, third-level candidates still have a chance. Even if you don't pass the re-exam, you can apply for adjustment." Fong Ling still looked worried. "But with my ability, I'm sure I won't pass the re-exam." Lin Yan's lips curled into a confident smile. "That's the most interesting part about Modu Beastmaster University's re-exam. It uses a free battle system, and the rules allow team formations. You can just team up with me. Won't that hold you back?" Fong Ling asked hesitantly. Lin Yan lightly tapped her forehead. "What are you talking about? You should know what my abilities are." Hearing this, it was as if a weight was lifted from Fong Ling's heart. She happily said, "That's great. This way, I can always be with you, brother Lin Yan." Saying this, she naturally linked arms with Lin Yan and rested her head on his shoulder. Those around them, seeing this intimate scene, cast envious glances. Feeling the warmth from his shoulder, Lin Yan's heart involuntarily beat a little faster, as a special feeling quietly grew within him. Leaning on Lin Yan's broad shoulder, Fong Ling felt an unprecedented sense of security. The worries about possibly parting ways with Lin Yan after attending the Royal Beast Master University vanished completely. With their future plans set, the atmosphere at the dining table became light and joyful, and everyone ended the meal amidst laughter and cheer. After spending the entire day exploring Nanfeng City, they reluctantly said their goodbyes as dusk settled in. "Fong Ling, do you have any plans for the coming days?" Lin Yan suddenly turned and asked as they walked down the hallway between their two homes. "No, Lin Yan, do you have something in mind?" Fong Ling asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. After a moment of thought, Lin Yan replied slowly, "If you have no other plans, why not join me in the primeval forest for a while to enhance your abilities?" Yes, of course." Fong Ling eagerly agreed. Being able to spend time with Lin Yan while improving her skills was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Although Lin Yan's help was crucial for her admission into the Magic City Royal Beastmaster University, she knew that once there, she would have to rely on her own strength to gain resources and couldn't depend on Lin Yan for everything. "Then get some rest early, and we'll set off first thing in the morning." Seeing Fong Ling agree, Lin Yan smiled. "You should rest early too, Lin Yan. See you tomorrow," Fong Ling said happily, looking at him. Lin Yan nodded and turned to close the door. Back in his room, Lin Yan immediately retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his spatial storage ring, a prize for passing the fifth-level assessment. He had been too busy during the day to check its contents. As he gently opened the lid, 3 beautifully crafted bottles of elixirs and a small note came into view. The note detailed the uses of the 3 elixirs: the Peiyuan pill, the pure spirit pill, and the nourishing pill. The Peiyuan pill and the pure spirit pill were for enhancing the physical and soul strength of a beast master, while the nourishing pill was meant to accelerate the growth of lower-level beasts. Lin Yan first took a red Peiyuan pill. Moments later, a wave of warmth surged from his dantian, spreading a pleasant sensation throughout his body. He couldn't help but hum softly as he felt all his pores open under the influence of the elixir. After about a minute, the sensation gradually subsided. He clenched his fist slightly, clearly feeling an increase in his overall strength. Next, he eagerly took the pure spirit pill. A familiar sensation immediately washed over him, similar to when he had used the soul crystal before, but since his soul strength had grown significantly, the feeling wasn't as intense as the first time. Lin Yan gazed at the pure spirit pill in his hand, feeling a sudden clarity. The core components of the pure spirit pill and the soul crystal were essentially the same. Having previously absorbed the soul crystal, he easily began to absorb the pure spirit pill this time. As the pill's power was gradually absorbed, Lin Yan was secretly astonished. The effect of the pure spirit pill was no less impressive than that of the soul crystal. despite containing noticeably less potency. He quickly realized that this was the genius of refining it into a pill form. Its easier absorption compensated for the lack of potency. His eyes fell on the last nourishing essence pill. After a moment of hesitation, he stored it in his spatial storage ring. I'll save it for the next time I get a new beast companion, he murmured to himself. The nourishing essence pill's effects are extraordinary, significantly boosting a beast companion's growth speed, but each beast can only use it once in a lifetime. For lower-tier beasts, especially those at level 5 of the first tier, it can even elevate them directly to level 9 of the first tier. However, its effects on second-tier beasts are greatly diminished, possibly only increasing their level by 1. Lin Yan understood well that, for him, the value of a first-tier beast advancing 4 levels was vastly different from a second-tier beast advancing 1 level. His beasts could evolve directly at the first tier, and after evolving at level 9 of the first tier, they would leap to level 5 of the second tier. Therefore, using the nourishing essence pill on a newly contracted beast was clearly more cost-effective. Additionally, Lin Yan had heard of an advanced version of the nourishing essence pill specifically for high-level beasts. If he used it on his ice dragon or light spirit now, they wouldn't be able to use the high-tier pill later. After this enhancement, Lin Yan could clearly feel his soul power approaching the 5th tier. At that point, he would naturally unlock the 3rd beast slot. Using the nourishing essence pill to let a new beast skip the early stages was undoubtedly the wiser choice. With these thoughts, Lin Yan opened his data panel. Name: Lin Yan. Gender: male. Age: 17. Occupation: Beastmaster. Rank: 2nd tier. Soul Arts: Soul Shattering Arrow, low level 70.25. Beast Companions: 1. Ice Dragon, 2nd tier level 4. 2. Light Spirit, 2nd tier level 3. Soul Power: 22.1. Constitution: 7.7. Innate Skills: 1 Data Eye. 2. Enhancement: consumes a certain amount of soul power to enhance the host's beast companions, with the duration and magnitude of enhancement determined by the host's soul power. Lin Yan was surprised to find that his soul power had increased to 22 points, reaching the mid-4th tier level. It was remarkable, considering his current actual rank was only that of a 2nd-tier beastmaster. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at how much his strength had multiplied. Lin Yan opened his eyes as the first rays of morning sun filtered through the curtains and touched his face. He quickly got up, freshened up, and headed straight to Fong Ling's house. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, and Fong Ling gazed at him in surprise. Lin Yan, why are you here so early? Fong Ling asked, astonished, as she had intended to wake him up herself. Lin Yan's eyes involuntarily fell on Fong Ling, who was evidently dressed up today, looking beautiful and captivating. Since we're all set, let's get going, Lin Yan said. They went downstairs and hailed a taxi. Driver, take us to the Beastmaster Association first, Lin Yan instructed. The driver acknowledged, and the car sped off like an arrow. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan, puzzled. Aren't we going to the primitive forest? I thought we could check for any available tasks and earn some extra money, Lin Yan explained patiently. Fong Ling nodded in understanding. Lin Yan skillfully made his way to the task hall, heading straight to the section for tasks related to the primitive forest. A myriad of task details appeared before him, guarding the forest exit, cleaning up trash, clearing beasts on the outskirts. Lin Yan scanned through them carefully and finally found a suitable task. The investigation of the reason behind the mass emergence of purple gold insects from the Purple Gold Canyon, and the clearing of those scattered outside. The task details caught Lin Yan's attention. He recalled his previous experience in the Purple Gold Canyon, where he obtained a wealth of resources and had a conflict with Liang Tian's Beastmaster group. Back then, the purple gold insects disappeared, and now they're suddenly emerging. There's definitely something going on here, Lin Yan mused, then clicked to view the task details. His mind was already formulating a plan of action. This task not only offered financial gain, but also the potential to uncover some intriguing secrets. The screen flickered slightly, and the task details became clear in front of Lin Yan. He carefully read the description of the abnormal behavior of the purple gold insects in the Purple Gold Canyon, his brow unconsciously furrowing. These social spirit beasts not only experienced sudden changes in their living habits, but also expanded their activity range, causing several vicious attacks outside the canyon. Lin Yan keenly sensed that the true purpose of the Beastmaster Association in issuing this task was not to investigate the cause, but to attract more Beastmasters to reduce the number of purple gold insects. He shook his head slightly, thinking that this task was just right for him and Fong Ling's current situation. Fong Ling, let's sign up for this task, Lin Yan said, turning to his companion and pointing at the information on the screen. Fong Ling nodded in agreement, but then showed a puzzled expression. Lin Yan, but I don't meet the level requirement of a mid-second-tier Beastmaster for the task. Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we can form a small team. With that, he skillfully operated the screen, quickly establishing a Beastmaster team. Our team will be called the Ling Yan Squad. Hee hee, Fong Ling said excitedly as he entered the team name on the screen, his face beaming with joy. After accepting the task, the two received a set of task-specific equipment resembling a watch from the association, used for real-time location tracking and data collection. Then, Lin Yan led Fong Ling out of the association building and headed towards the city outskirts. Upon reaching the outskirts of the primordial forest, Lin Yan noticed a significant increase in the number of guards, clearly influenced by the turmoil in the Purple Gold Canyon. They cautiously passed through the heavily guarded checkpoint and entered the dense jungle. As soon as they stepped into the forest, they immediately released their respective spirit beasts. Lin Yan carefully observed Fong Ling's Feng Wei Qingwan bird and noticed that its bloodline was noticeably richer than last time. Fong Ling, your Feng Wei Qingwan bird's bloodline is much richer than before. It must be close to evolving, Lin Yan remarked as he observed the elegant spirit bird. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction, genuinely pleased with his partner's growth. Really? Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan in surprise, admiration shining in her eyes. Ever since she followed the cultivation plan given by Lin Yan to feed the Feng Wei Qingwan bird, its growth rate had indeed accelerated significantly, reaching the second tier, level 2. In Fong Ling's heart, Lin Yan had become an omnipotent figure, seemingly able to solve any problem. Shortly after entering the Beastmaster Forest, Lin Yan and Fong Ling encountered a small squad of purple gold magic insects. Though not large in number, the formation was formidable. 1 second-tier purple gold magic insect general and 9 first-tier purple gold magic insects. The Ice Jiao and Feng Wei Qingwan bird worked in perfect harmony, swiftly eliminating the squad. It was then that Lin Yan realized why the Beastmaster Association required mid-second-tier Beastmasters or higher to take on this task. Even such a small squad would be difficult to handle without mid-second-tier strength, and any slight misstep could be life-threatening. During the battle, Lin Yan instructed the Ice Jiao to focus on controlling the second-tier purple gold magic insect general, leaving the others for Fong Ling's Feng Wei Qingwan bird to deal with. After the fight, Lin Yan was surprised to discover that Fong Ling's bird seemed to have a natural bloodline advantage over the purple gold magic insects, reducing their effectiveness to less than 80. No wonder so many people are eager to take this task despite the danger, Fong Ling remarked, watching the numbers on her watch account rise. In just this short time, we've earned 55,000 alliance coins. Although the amount was increasing in real time, the coins would only be released when they reported to the Beastmaster Association, currently held in the Ling Yan team's public account. Having been to the Purple Gold Canyon before, Lin Yan and Fong Ling navigated towards it with ease. Lin Yan noticed that the closer they got to the canyon, the more frequently and abundantly the purple gold magic insects appeared. Alright, let's hunt the purple gold magic insects within this range, Lin Yan suggested to Fong Ling. Going further won't help train our spirit beasts effectively. Got it, Lin Yan. Fong Ling nodded repeatedly. We'll maintain this distance from the canyon. Going deeper could be dangerous. They had just encountered a swarm formed by 3 squads of purple gold magic insects, forcing Lin Yan to use his special abilities to resolve the tricky situation. Lin Yan frowned slightly, pondering, where did so many purple gold magic insects come from? Given the long distance from the Purple Gold Canyon, the appearance of such a swarm was puzzling. Who knows what the situation might be closer to the canyon's entrance? No wonder the Beastmaster Association is taking the Purple Gold Insect Valley incident so seriously. If so many purple gold magic insects were to simultaneously rush the forest's edge and attempt to enter the city, the consequences would be dire. Typically, these insects are social creatures without a true leader, living in a state of disorder. They only unite to protect their territory, just like they did in the Purple Gold Canyon. After a moment of thought, Lin Yan felt relieved. The bigger issues should be handled by the Beastmaster Association, while he would focus on what he could do. For now, that meant killing as many purple gold magic insects as possible to reduce the threat of a future insect outbreak. After collecting the bodies of the purple gold magic insects, Lin Yan and Fong Ling promptly moved to a new location. After such a significant battle, it would be troublesome if another swarm surrounded them. The departing Fong Ling and Lin Yan didn't rush to continue their search for the purple gold demon insect swarm. Instead, they chose a secluded clearing in the forest to rest. In the primeval forest, where spirit beasts abound, it's crucial to manage the beast's stamina wisely to avoid encountering danger when their energy is depleted. Turning to Fong Ling, Lin Yan spoke with an experienced tone of guidance. Fong Ling, now is the best time to feed your beasts the spirit items from their cultivation plan. Right after a battle, their absorption rate is at its peak, he explained. This not only speeds up recovery, but also promotes growth. The only downside is that the spirit items will be consumed quickly. What could last a week might be gone in just 2 days. Seeing Fong Ling's hesitant expression, Lin Yan reassured her. Don't worry about the alliance coins. Investing more now means our spirit beasts recover faster, allowing us to hunt more purple gold demon insects and quickly earn it back. Fong Ling nodded and replied, Okay, Lin Yan. She bit her lip and retrieved the spirit items for the Fong-tail green lawn bird from her storage ring. Lin Yan also took out the spirit items for his Ice Jiao and Light Spirit Envoy and began feeding them. Lin Yan thought to himself, at this stage, it's crucial not to be stingy with investments. After all this time, he's come to deeply understand that saving money isn't the way. Enhancing strength is the only path to earning more alliance coins. In this era where strength reigns supreme, only the strong reap rich rewards, while the weak gain nothing. Sure enough, nourished by the spirit items, the beast's recovery rate was astonishing. In just over an hour, Lin Yan and Fong Ling's beasts were back to their peak condition. With their stamina restored, Lin Yan immediately led Fong Ling to continue their search for new purple-gold demon insect swarms. To his delight, he discovered that his data divine eye not only allowed him to see the attributes of spirit beasts, but also to track their trails. Following these traces, they easily found one purple-gold demon insect swarm after another. By the end of the day, Lin Yan and Fong Ling had wiped out 4 purple-gold demon insect swarms, one of which consisted of 30 insects. If it weren't for Lin Yan's beasts being enhanced to the level of 3rd-tier spirit beasts, they might have had no choice but to flee. As night fell, Lin Yan instructed the Ice Jiao to dig a deep hole in the ground for a temporary resting place. The Ice Jiao appeared reluctant, as if complaining. I'm a Jiao, not an earthworm. Why must I dig a hole? However, when it saw the spirit items Lin Yan took out, all its complaints vanished instantly. It even proactively formed ice blocks to reinforce the cave. In the heat of summer, this cool ice cave was especially pleasant. In the cave, Fong Ling was tallying their day's gains when she suddenly exclaimed, Lin Yan, we actually earned 350,000 alliance coins today. The number was hard for Fong Ling to believe. In just one day, they had reaped such a substantial reward, something she had never dared to imagine before. Lin Yan and Fong Ling's hunt for the purple gold demon insects was progressing smoothly, largely due to Lin Yan's exceptional insect tracking skills and his strength as a 3rd-tier beast master. They managed to capture 30 purple gold demon insects in a single day, far surpassing the capabilities of other beastmaster teams. The next morning, they rose early. Fong Ling was delighted to find that the bloodline of the phoenix tail azure lawn bird had become richer following intense battles. Lin Yan calmly explained that this was a natural result of high-intensity combat and the feeding of numerous spiritual items. After a night of rest and digestion, the ice dragon had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, 5th level, and the light spirit was on the verge of reaching the 2nd tier, 4th level. Lin Yan could sense the light spirit was about to break through. In the following days, the two maintained a cycle of tracking insects, battling, harvesting, feeding spiritual medicines, and recovering, steadily increasing their strength. On the 3rd day, Fong Ling suddenly noticed something unusual about the phoenix tail azure lawn bird and hurriedly called for Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately used his data eye to observe and discovered that the bird was radiating a vast amount of energy. Don't worry, this is a good thing, Lin Yan reassured her. The phoenix tail azure lawn bird is about to evolve. Quickly, get the prepared spiritual items. Fong Ling swiftly retrieved the spiritual items from her storage ring, and the phoenix tail azure lawn bird greedily devoured them, gradually stabilizing the energy it was emitting. Lin Yan explained that this was actually an ancestral bloodline reversion, as the phoenix tail azure lawn bird inherently possessed phoenix bloodline. In less than a minute, the transformation stopped, and the bird's aura suddenly became much stronger. It really evolved, Fong Ling exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. For most beastmasters, enabling a beast to evolve is a rare fortune. After evolving, a beast not only gains significant strength, but also sees its future potential and combat abilities greatly enhanced. At this moment, the rank of the phoenix-tailed green Luan soared like an arrow, suddenly reaching Tier 2 Level 6, an impressive leap of 4 levels. Such remarkable progress would have taken Fong Ling an eternity to achieve through conventional training. The phoenix-tailed green Luan underwent a form of ancestral bloodline purification evolution, second only to Lin Yan's beast's perfect evolution, enabling such a significant leap in an instant. Fong Ling was dumbfounded as she watched the sudden surge in her beast's power, her mouth agape in astonishment. Her phoenix-tailed green Luan even surpassed Lin Yan's beasts in apparent rank. However, Lin Yan hadn't been idle these past few days. As the Ice Jiao broke through to Tier 2 Level 5, his light spirit also advanced to Tier 2 Level 4, stepping into the mid-tier threshold. As the phoenix-tailed green Luan's aura gradually stabilized, Fong Ling eagerly approached it, gently stroking its lustrous wings. The evolved phoenix-tailed green Luan had grown more robust, with a broad back wide enough to accommodate 2 people sitting side by side. Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan with excitement, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Now I finally have the strength to face the entire purple gold insect squad on my own. Seeing Fong Ling so jubilant, Lin Yan smiled and suggested, let's go find a group of purple gold insects and test the phoenix-tailed green Luan's evolved strength firsthand. Alright, brother Lin Yan. Fong Ling agreed happily. The duo embarked once more on their quest to hunt the purple gold insects. It wasn't long before Lin Yan, using his Data God's Eye ability, detected the presence of a group of purple gold insects. It's a medium-sized squad. Fong Ling immediately recognized the scale of the purple gold insect group, consisting of about 20 insects. From their previous hunts, Lin Yan and Fong Ling had categorized the purple gold insect groups into 3 tiers based on their activity patterns: a small squad of 10, a medium squad of 20, and a large squad of 30. Upon seeing the purple gold insect group, the phoenix-tailed green Luan couldn't hold back and charged straight in. With its evolved and enriched phoenix bloodline, as a descendant of the king of all birds, it possessed a natural suppressive power over all insect-type spirit beasts. Under its pressure, the purple gold insects could only exert less than 70% of their strength. The Tier 2 Level 6 phoenix-tailed green Luan single-handedly subdued one squad of purple gold insects. Meanwhile, the Ice Jiao and Light Spirit combined forces to tackle another squad. Without Lin Yan's innate ability, a Tier 2 Level 6 phoenix-tailed green Luan could rival the combined might of the Ice Jiao and Light Spirit. This was due to the phoenix-tailed green Luan's evolution, which granted it a bloodline advantage comparable to that of the Ice Jiao and Light Spirit. With its enhanced strength, the phoenix-tailed green Luan's combat power had significantly increased. Each wind blade it unleashed effortlessly claimed the life of a purple gold insect. It's worth noting that the purple gold insects had incredibly strong defenses. After long-term consumption of purple gold stones, their shells were as tough as iron, yet under the phoenix-tailed green Luan's attacks, they seemed as fragile as paper. The body of the phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird suddenly emitted a faint green light. With a flap of its wings, a small whirlwind formed beneath them in an instant. This powerful gust of wind swept up 3 or 4 purple gold demon insects, tossing them high into the air. Seeing the formidable display of the phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird, the Ice Dragon and the Light Spirit Master were not to be outdone, speeding up their assault on the purple gold demon insects. The Light Spirit Master's blade glimmered with dazzling light, and each strike left shocking marks on the hard shells of the insects. The Ice Dragon's claws gleamed with a cold light, effortlessly tearing through the insect's defenses with each attack. The Ice Dragon opened its massive mouth and unleashed a snowstorm. The biting cold instantly enveloped the battlefield, causing the purple gold demon insects to move sluggishly and greatly reducing their ability to resist. The Light Spirit Master and the Ice Dragon seized this opportunity to unleash a relentless assault, and the purple gold demon insects fell one after another. This battle was exceptionally swift, and in less than 10 minutes, all the purple gold demon insects were slaughtered by the combined efforts of the 3 spirit beasts. The evolution of the phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird had clearly boosted the team's combat effectiveness significantly. Lin Yan mused that if they had encountered such a medium-sized squad of purple gold demon insects before, without him using enhancements, it would have taken them nearly half an hour to defeat all the enemies. After the battle, Fong Ling and Lin Yan skillfully collected the corpses of the purple gold demon insects. Fortunately, these insects were not as large as other spirit beasts. Otherwise, with the number they had killed in the past 2 days, their storage rings would have been full. Impressive results, Lin Yan said, nodding in approval as he looked at Fong Ling's phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird. With its current strength and natural advantage over the purple gold demon insects, it could handle a medium-sized group of them on its own. If it weren't for your guidance, Brother Lin Yan, my phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird wouldn't have evolved so quickly, Fong Ling said gratefully, looking at Lin Yan. There's no need to say that between us. Lin Yan waved it off, then thoughtfully added. But now that the phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird has evolved, we could try venturing deeper into this primordial forest and get closer to the exit of the purple gold gorge. We've killed so many purple gold demon insects these past few days, yet their numbers on the outskirts haven't decreased at all. They've even increased somewhat. Something's not right, and I want to see if we can find out anything by going deeper. As long as Brother Lin Yan thinks it's a good idea. Fong Ling quickly agreed with Lin Yan's suggestion. She had also noticed that despite their hunting over the past few days, the number of purple gold demon insects on the outskirts hadn't diminished, which was very unusual. All right then, we shouldn't delay. Let's find a place to rest for a bit, and once we've recovered our strength, we'll set off, Lin Yan said. He wouldn't have suggested this if the phoenix-tailed Qingluan bird hadn't evolved. Before its evolution, when faced with a large group of purple gold demon insects, Lin Yan would have had to split his attention to protect it. But now, Fong Ling had a certain degree of self-preservation even against large numbers of the insects, providing Lin Yan with some support. Without any delay, after resting for an hour, Lin Yan led Fong Ling toward the direction of the exit of the purple gold gorge. Lin Yan was convinced there was something wrong with the purple gold demon insects because, in the entire 3 days, they hadn't encountered any other species of spirit beast besides them. This was extremely abnormal, as this area was not within the territory of the purple gold gorge, yet no other spirit beasts were present. indicating that the purple gold demon insects were targeting and driving out other species. However, Lin Yan hadn't found any other spirit beast corpses. He deduced that some of these spirit beasts had likely been driven away, while others had certainly been killed by the purple gold demon insects, who had also taken the bodies with them. The aggression of the purple gold demonic worms was steadily increasing. Although this change was almost imperceptible to Fong Ling, it was crystal clear to Lin Yan's data-enhanced vision. These creatures were already in an unusually agitated state before encountering them. With the abilities of his data vision, Lin Yan could be considered an expert in spirit beast biology at this moment. He cautiously led Fong Ling toward the exit of the purple gold valley, wary of disturbing the swarm of demonic worms. However, the closer they got to the valley's exit, the heavier their hearts became. The sheer number of purple gold demonic worms was staggering, and Lin Yan even noticed signs of activities larger than typical large-scale colonies. Thanks to his data vision, Lin Yan skillfully avoided these gatherings. Their mission was not to eliminate the worms, but to gather information, so they avoided confrontation whenever possible. Observing the worms' tracks, Lin Yan formed a bold hypothesis. These creatures were not engaging in normal activities, but seemed to be guarding something, preventing other spirit beasts and humans from approaching the canyon. Without Lin Yan's powerful soul force and data vision, they wouldn't have been able to venture this deep. The situation here was unlike anything they had encountered before. Typically, at this depth, only a few second-tier spirit beasts would appear, not the current high density of purple gold demonic worms. Lin Yan even suspected that all the worms from within the canyon had swarmed out, leaving it empty. After 2 hours of stealthy maneuvering, Lin Yan and Fong Ling finally reached the outskirts of the purple gold canyon. Normally, it would take only a little over 10 minutes at full speed to get there. However, when Lin Yan looked up at the canyon's exit, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Fong Ling was also so shocked by the scene that she almost let out a cry, which Lin Yan quickly muffled. What lay before them was a vast, innumerable sea of worms. The entire exit of the purple gold canyon was completely blocked by the swarm of purple gold demonic worms, a sight sure to make anyone with a fear of crowds faint on the spot. More unsettling was the fact that these worms seemed to be transporting something. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan realized they were carrying the carcasses of various spirit beasts. Evidently, the spirit beasts killed by the purple gold demonic worms were being brought here. This revelation gave Lin Yan a sudden insight, but it also left him puzzled. The purple gold demonic worms were known not to consume blood. They only fed on purple gold stones. With this question in mind, Lin Yan continued to observe calmly, trying to unravel the mystery. Lin Yan observed intently for a minute or two and suddenly noticed a shocking phenomenon. Among the swarm of purple gold magic insects outside the canyon, there were a few light purple individuals. This discovery made his eyes widen and his heart race. This can't be. Lin Yan muttered to himself as he quickly activated his data analysis tool for a closer scan. As expected, these light purple magic insects were all Tier 3 Level 1 purple gold magic kings, clearly having just broken through recently. Lin Yan's mind raced, and a terrifying hypothesis emerged. Could it be that a Tier 4 insect emperor had been born in this purple gold canyon? He carefully analyzed the unusual occurrences before him. Multiple insect kings appearing simultaneously, leaving their nest, and the entire swarm exhibiting unprecedented order. These signs all pointed to a startling conclusion. Just as Lin Yan was deep in thought, Fong Ling suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Lin Yan, the little spirit's anxious voice, snapped him back to reality. Following Fong Ling's direction, Lin Yan witnessed an even more shocking scene. Several men in black robes, each emblazoned with a uniform emblem, appeared at the entrance to the purple gold canyon. The emblem seemed strangely familiar, and Lin Yan quickly searched through his storage ring, soon finding a black token. I should have realized it was man-made, Lin Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. This token was one he had obtained after defeating Liang Tian, the leader of the Liang Tian Beast Taming Group. Now it seemed that Liang Tian had deep ties with this mysterious organization, which was likely linked to the dark beasts. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, Lin Yan decided to retreat immediately. We need to leave, he whispered to Fong Ling, preparing to slip away quietly. However, at that moment, one of the men in black suddenly looked up, his gaze like lightning, sweeping toward Lin Yan's hiding spot. There's someone there, he shouted. Instantly, all the men in black focused their attention on Lin Yan's location. Worse yet, the surrounding purple gold magic insects also began to move in that direction. A chill ran down Lin Yan's spine, knowing the situation had become extremely dangerous. In an instant, Lin Yan was terrified to his very core. The sudden appearance of a fourth-tier beast master was like a heavy blow, shattering all his defenses. His soul power's coverage area was instantly exposed, and the man in the black robe quickly sensed the anomaly. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yan grabbed Fong Ling's hand and dashed towards the exit with the speed of the wind. Simultaneously, he drew his bow and released a soul-piercing arrow, carving a bloody path through the swarm of purple-gold magic insects ahead. The ice dragon carried the pair like an arrow shot from a bow, racing away. "Boss, should we chase them?" the other black-robed figures asked in unison. The leading man in the black robe pondered for a moment, then gestured with his hand. "No need to chase. Be cautious of a diversion tactic. The summoning ritual requires our presence. Let the purple-gold magic insects handle those two youngsters." By this time, Lin Yan and Fong Ling had already fled a considerable distance, but the swarm of purple-gold magic insects surged like a tide, surrounding them completely. Lin Yan dared not ascend into the sky, as it would only invite more insects to join the attack. The phoenix-tailed blue lawn bird and the light spirit blazed a trail ahead, bombarding the insects relentlessly. The ice dragon also released extreme cold, trying to slow down their pursuers. However, facing the overwhelming swarm of purple-gold magic insects, even two mid-tier, third-level spirit beasts struggled to hold their ground. This situation was far more perilous than when Lin Yan first entered the purple-gold gorge. The magic insects surged in from all directions, with new ones constantly blocking their path and slowing their escape. Fong Ling clung tightly to Lin Yan's waist, trembling with fear. After more than 10 minutes, the swarm was closing in, less than 10 meters from the ice dragon's tail. Screw it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, pulling out the token emblazoned with the black-robed man's insignia from his pocket, betting everything on this last resort. The token was clearly a symbol of the organization's identity, and Lin Yan was betting everything on the hope that it could control the purple-gold demonic insects. He took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, pulled out the token. In an instant, a miracle occurred. All the purple-gold demonic insects retreated like a tide, ceasing their attack on the ice dragon. "It really works," Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, his tense nerves instantly relaxing. Fong Ling also let out a sigh of relief, her chest heaving from the earlier fright. Although the demonic insects had stopped attacking, their massive presence remained intimidating. Lin Yan explained, "I didn't use the token immediately because I was worried those men in black robes would catch up. Even with the token, it would be useless against them." Fong Ling anxiously looked around, her voice still trembling. "Brother Lin Yan, we should leave quickly. These demonic insects are terrifying." Lin Yan nodded in agreement, unwilling to linger any longer. If those fourth-rank Beast Tamers pursued them, they would stand no chance. The gap between the third and fourth ranks couldn't be bridged by numbers alone. The ice dragon carried the two of them into the air, with Fong Ling clinging tightly to Lin Yan's clothing. Her phoenix-tail blue lawn bird was exhausted and had been returned to the beast space to rest. After about 10 minutes, they reached the edge of the primordial forest. Lin Yan immediately approached someone who seemed to be a squad leader at the defense line and urgently said, "Hello, I have important information to report. I need to see your commanding officer." The man responded arrogantly, "Just say what it is. Does everyone get to see our commanding officer?" Lin Yan frowned, his tone growing more insistent. "I told you it's crucial intelligence. Please report to your superior immediately." "I said, if you have something to say, tell me," the man replied impatiently, waving him off. Fury surged in Lin Yan, and the ice dragon behind him instantly exuded a powerful third-rank aura. The squad leader was stunned, realizing that the young man before him was an extraordinary force. "I'll report it right away," he said hastily, turning and running toward the military tent, no longer daring to delay. After the icy pressure from the Jialong subsided, Lin Yan stared at the departing back of the arrogant guard, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing across his brow. This scene shattered his impression of the city guards. The once revered image crumbled instantly. He pondered silently. How could such an undisciplined and cowardly team defend against the fierce spirit beasts of the primordial forest? Moments later, the same guard returned, panting as he informed Lin Yan, "Sir, please wait a moment. Our officer will be here soon." Lin Yan responded calmly, though he couldn't hide his disappointment. In less than a minute, a tall and imposing figure emerged from the military tent. As the distance closed, Lin Yan was surprised to recognize the newcomer instructor Wang Hong. That familiar aura of a battle-hardened soldier filled the air, bringing a sense of familiarity to Lin Yan. Wang Hong saw Lin Yan and smiled. "So it's you. I heard you have something important to report." He still held a certain appreciation for this former semi-student of his. Lin Yan skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Instructor Wang Hong, this place isn't ideal. Is there somewhere more private?" Noticing Lin Yan's serious expression and the slight disarray in his appearance, Wang Hong immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he led Lin Yan into the tent, closed the door, and activated top-notch jamming equipment. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" Wang Hong asked in a deep voice, his gaze intense. Lin Yan took a deep breath and slowly revealed, "It's about the Zijin Gorge." These words hit like a thunderclap, and Wang Hong's eyes widened in an instant, fully focused on listening. As the guardian of this area, he was well aware of the anomalies in the primordial forest. Lin Yan continued calmly and firmly. I suspect that a 4th-tier Zijin demon insect queen has appeared in the gorge, and there are traces of a 4th-tier beast master as well. Wang Hong's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Can you stand by your words? This is no small matter. This information far exceeded their expectations. Originally, they were only preparing for an ordinary insect tide, but the intelligence Lin Yan brought had completely disrupted their plans. Wang Hong silently heightened his vigilance, aware that the situation could be more dire than they had imagined. All of this was witnessed by Fong Ling and me firsthand, just this morning. Lin Yan detailed the entire process of how he and Fong Ling sneaked into the exit of the Purple Gold Canyon, were discovered by the men in black robes, and ultimately managed to escape. Inside the military tent, Wang Hong's brow furrowed deeper as he pieced together the entire situation with the additional intelligence he had. Could you show me that token? Wang Hong asked Lin Yan, his expression serious. At this critical moment, no detail could be overlooked. Lin Yan quickly retrieved the token from his storage space ring. The moment it appeared, Wang Hong's pupils dilated sharply. Please wait a moment, he said, striding to the corner of the tent to retrieve a complex communication device. The situation is urgent. I need to report to my superiors immediately and communicate with the Beastmaster Association. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Hong put down the communication device, his expression even more grave. Lin Yan promptly asked, "How is it?" "It's not good," Wang Hong replied solemnly. "Currently, only the sub-president of the Beastmaster Association in Qingfeng City, a 4th-tier Beastmaster, can arrive in time. Although the Nanfeng Province Beastmaster Association has agreed to send 2 second-tier Beastmasters to support us, it will take at least 2 hours for them to arrive." Hearing this, Lin Yan's brow also furrowed. Then we can only hope they won't launch the purple gold insect tide in the short term. That's impossible, Wang Hong immediately refuted. If I'm not mistaken, the insect tide will start in less than an hour. Seeing Lin Yan's puzzled expression, he explained, the men in black robes you encountered belong to the Red Moon organization. They are contractors of dark beasts and are targets of all official organizations in our country. Since you discovered their tracks, they will definitely launch an attack immediately, not giving us much time to prepare. Can we call in 4th-tier Beastmasters from neighboring cities? Lin Yan asked, thinking of the 2 relatively nearby cities surrounding Qingfeng City. Wang Hong shook his head. No. Apart from the provincial capital of Nanfeng, the other small cities only have 1 or 2 4th-tier Beastmasters. If they are transferred, the Red Moon organization might seize the opportunity to attack these cities that have lost high-level combat power, leading to unimaginable consequences. Lin Yan suddenly realized, regretting, I shouldn't have gone to investigate in the first place. Then the beast tide wouldn't have come early. Don't blame yourself, Wang Hong comforted. Although it came early because of you, it also gave us time to prepare and disrupted their plans. The fact that they haven't attacked yet means they still have unfinished preparations, and you essentially broke their deployment. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a significant reduction in his guilt, but he still looked worriedly outside the tent. Can the soldiers out there withstand the insect tide? Whether they can or not, they must, Wang Hong said with determination. Behind us are the people. For the insect tide to enter the city, it must first step over my body. Seeing the doubt in Lin Yan's eyes, he added, I know what you're thinking. To deal with the beast tide, we have indeed temporarily included some Beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association to assist in defense. But they are only here to help and are not formal members of our border defense team. The person who spoke rudely about the border defense team is, at best, a temporary worker and cannot be compared to our border soldiers. After listening to Wang Hong's explanation, Lin Yan's doubts immediately dissipated. He felt relieved that the border defense team was not as the man had portrayed, allowing him to relax a little. In that case, we need to prepare immediately, Wang Hong said as he quickly left the military tent to make emergency arrangements for the outer troops, ordering everyone to enter the highest state of combat readiness. Lin Yan found a secluded place to begin his training. He took out an exquisite pill bottle from his storage ring, a hint of resignation in his eyes. It seems plans really can't keep up with changes, he muttered, feeding the pill to the ice dragon. This vitality pill was originally meant to lay the foundation for his 3rd beast, but in the face of urgency, he couldn't be picky. After the ice dragon consumed the pill, its body emitted a faint blue light, and its aura quickly surged, soon reaching the peak of the 2nd tier, level 7. Just a bit more, it's not enough, Lin Yan anxiously watched the ice dragon. To evolve again, the ice dragon needed to break through to the 2nd tier, level 8, but it was stuck at the final step. At that moment, the tent was pushed open, and Fong Ling burst in with her phoenix-tailed Qinghuan bird. Fong Ling, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to go back? Lin Yan frowned. You still say that. Fong Ling puffed her cheeks, glaring at Lin Yan. You can't just leave me behind. It's dangerous here, Lin Yan explained helplessly. I'm already at the 2nd tier, level 6. I can protect myself. Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan with determination. Let me fight by your side, okay? Seeing Fong Ling's resolute eyes, Lin Yan finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, Fong Ling was no longer a child needing constant protection. Her strength could significantly contribute in resisting the insect tide. Fong Ling joyfully hugged Lin Yan, and at that moment, the phoenix-tailed Chameleon bird suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. The residual energy from its bloodline evolution, combined with the day's life and death struggle, allowed it to successfully break through its realm. Lin Yan, my phoenix-tailed Chameleon bird has broken through again, Fong Ling exclaimed, her joy evident as she celebrated her beloved pet's progress. Lin Yan gazed at the spectacle before him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Although the breakthrough of the Fengwei Qinghuan bird was exciting, in the current perilous situation, this small improvement might not be enough. How he wished it was the ice jiao that had broken through, as only it could truly resolve the crisis at hand. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The peculiar energy released during the bloodline awakening of the Fengwei Qinghuan bird triggered a reaction in the ice jiao, whose growth had previously stalled. The auspicious omen of a dragon and phoenix was something Lin Yan never anticipated. The bloodline power of the Fengwei Qinghuan bird had awakened the dormant dragon bloodline within the ice jiao. With the resonance of their bloodlines, the ice jiao seamlessly broke through to Tier 2, Level 8, entering its mature phase. Quick to act, Lin Yan retrieved a pre-prepared evolutionary item from his storage ring. Xiao Bing, eat up. The ice jiao's eyes lit up with excitement as it eagerly devoured the item. With the last piece consumed, its body began to undergo astounding changes. This perfect evolution process led to the emergence of a new species each time. The transformation began at its tail. Vibrant hairs akin to blue flames appeared on what was once a bare tail. Its scales became more translucent, its eyes enlarged, with wisdom gleaming in its pupils, and the dragon horns on its head grew rapidly, starting to fork. In just 3 minutes, the ice jiao completed its transformation, its aura surging. Satisfied, Lin Yan opened Xiao Bing's data panel. Species, Ice Spirit Divine Jiao. Attribute, Ice. Level, Tier 3, Level 4. Phase, Infant. Abilities, Ice God Breath, Reflective Ice Shield, Absolute Zero, Ice Dragon in the Sky, Ice Dragon Lock. Condition, Healthy, Excited. There are 2 evolution paths. Divine Dragon Evolution Path, enhances Dragon Bloodline, boosts all attributes. Next phase is Ice Spirit Divine Jiao, requiring mid-grade Ice Spirit Crystals, Jade Spirit Ice Flowers, etc., with evolution potential reaching Tier 9. Giant Serpent Evolution Path, enhances melee abilities. Next phase is Ice Giant Python, with evolution potential at Tier 7. Now transformed, Xiao Bing exuded a powerful and intimidating presence. Though still called a Jiao, its dragon bloodline had surpassed that of common hybrid dragons. Nearby, Fong Ling covered her mouth in disbelief at what she witnessed. Mastering 5 skills means Xiao Bing will have stronger sustained output in battle. In this level of spiritual beast combat, the number of skills often determines the outcome. Each skill has a cooldown period, so having more skills allows for greater damage in a shorter time. Seeing Xiao Bing successfully evolve, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This newly ascended 4th-tier force undoubtedly added some chances of success to the upcoming insect swarm defense. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the military tent. Lin Yan immediately rushed out, grabbing a passing soldier to inquire about the situation. Insect swarm attack. We're using thermal weapons for an initial strike, the soldier answered briefly before hurrying back to his post. Lin Yan's face darkened instantly. The advance of the purple-gold demon insect swarm was much faster than anticipated, reaching the edge of the primal forest in less than an hour. Let's go, support the front line. He quickly headed to the command center with Fong Ling. Upon arriving at the command center, Lin Yan saw Wang Hong busily issuing various orders. Seeing Lin Yan's arrival, Wang Hong quickly pulled him aside. You're just in time. There's a team of Beast Tamers that needs leadership, and I hope you can take on the role of their captain. Leave it to me, Lin Yan agreed promptly. Wang Hong then led him to a group of people accompanied by various spirit beasts. Some of these Beast Tamers were sent by the association to support us, while others are adventurers who withdrew from the primal forest after receiving the emergency notice. Wang Hong explained as they walked. Standing before the group, Wang Hong raised his voice to announce, "Attention everyone, this is Lin Yan, who will be your operations leader. You must follow orders without question. Anyone who disobeys will be subject to immediate execution by his authority." The announcement caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Clearly, Lin Yan's youthful appearance made these Beast Tamers skeptical. After all, a single mistake in command on a real battlefield could lead to loss of life. But under Wang Hong's piercing gaze, everyone temporarily suppressed their dissent. Once Wang Hong departed, Lin Yan looked directly at the crowd. Does anyone here not respect my authority? Yes, a man in his 30s stepped forward without hesitation. Next time, respond with report, Lin Yan said sternly. He knew the importance of discipline and leadership. Being too lenient would lead to chaos on the battlefield. State your reason. Report, because you're too young, sir. Oh, what's your name? Lin Yan asked, intrigued by the straightforward man. Report, my name is Li Gang. Li Gang, step forward. Lin Yan commanded sharply. The middle-aged man immediately stood before him. If you can defeat me, the position of commander is yours, Lin Yan declared with determination. The middle-aged man scrutinized the teenager Lin Yan, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Although his own talent was mediocre, it had taken him over 30 years to reach the mid-second tier level. Just release your beast, Lin Yan said calmly. In an instant, a massive earth bear appeared in front of the man, its formidable presence intimidating the surrounding air. This was a genuine mid-second tier beast. The crowd began to murmur. A mid-second tier earth bear, its defense is formidable. Without late second tier strength, it's impossible to take it down. This kid probably hasn't even reached the second tier. How did Wang Hong let such a youngster take charge of us? However, the next moment left everyone speechless. A colossal figure soared from behind Lin Yan. It was a majestic ice jiao. It lunged at the earth bear like lightning, subduing it with a single claw. Under the terrifying pressure of the ice spirit jiao, the once formidable earth bear trembled like a frightened chick. Do you yield? Lin Yan asked coldly, looking at the middle-aged man. I yield. I yield. The man nodded repeatedly, knowing full well that his beast would be torn apart by a single claw from the ice jiao. Lin Yan turned to face the crowd. What about you? His voice was like a shuro from the heavens, shaking their very souls. We yield. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resembling chickens pecking at grains. The power of a third-tier beast master was not something they, at best second-tier level 9 beast masters, could challenge. Seeing this, Lin Yan gestured for the ice spirit jiao to release the now limp earth bear. The middle-aged man hurriedly retrieved his terrified beast into its space. The group fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. Lin Yan understood that the only way to deal with these beast masters was through absolute strength. Split into 6 teams, Lin Yan instructed after a careful observation, distributing the crowd into different groups. Unlike regular armies, each beastmaster's beast had different attributes and combat styles. Mixing incompatible attributes, like ice and fire, could cause chaos before even facing the enemy. This grouping was essential to maximize their combat effectiveness. Lin Yan quickly led his team into position, standing ready by the defense line. He turned to Wang Hong and inquired about the estimated arrival time of the purple gold demon bug swarm. Wang Hong, eyes fixed on a radar-like monitoring device, responded, approximately 10 more minutes. At this moment, Lin Yan noticed an energetic white-haired elder standing beside Wang Hong, the president of the Qingfeng City Beastmaster Association, Hu Wenhua. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, President Hu praised him. I heard it was you who detected the swarm in advance this time. You've saved many lives. The association will surely reward you generously once the situation is under control. No reward is necessary, Lin Yan replied solemnly. I grew up in this city. Protecting it is my duty. President Hu nodded in satisfaction. While other geniuses were enjoying sheltered lives under the protection of their families, Lin Yan chose to fight at the city's front lines, which was truly commendable. Lin Yan felt slightly reassured. As long as they could hold out for an hour until 2 fourth-tier experts from the Nanfeng Province Beastmaster Association arrived, the situation could be controlled. But until then, they had to rely on their own strength. After quickly deploying a defensive plan, Lin Yan immediately led his beastmasters to the front line. The long-range firepower net was already in place, and it was up to them and the frontline soldiers to hold the line. Everyone, follow me into battle. For the protection of this land that nurtured us, charge. With Lin Yan's command, 6 Beastmaster squads spread out and rushed toward the outer defense line. The addition of over 100 Beastmasters significantly slowed the advance of the purple gold demon bugs, but faced with tens of thousands of these creatures, some Beastmasters still showed signs of fear. Do not fear. Form into battle formations. They cannot break through. Lin Yan's commanding shout steadied the troops' morale. He rode alone on the ice spirit dragon, weaving through the swarm. With his extraordinary strength, joining a battle formation would disrupt coordination, and he needed to be ready to support the 4th-tier Beastmasters at any moment. The ice spirit dragon, at 3rd stage and 4th level, was as powerful as an entire Beastmaster squad and fought effortlessly on its own. With a single breath, the temperature in a 100-meter radius plummeted, instantly turning large swathes of purple gold demon bugs into ice sculptures, while the weaker ones froze to death on the spot. Absolute Zero. After evolving, the ice spirit divine Jiao acquired a powerful domain skill in its Absolute Zero domain. The concentration of ice elements increases several times over. This not only significantly enhances the ice spirit divine Jiao's combat capabilities, but also exerts a strong suppression on enemies within the domain. High above the battlefield, Lin Yan rode the ice spirit divine Jiao, his gaze fixed on the 3 purple gold demon insect kings. Through observation, he realized that each demon insect king could significantly boost the combat effectiveness of the surrounding insect swarm. Upon seeing a team of Beast Tamers threatened by one of the demon insect kings, he immediately commanded the ice spirit divine Jiao to launch an assault. The situation on the field had become clear. One purple-gold demon insect king was being suppressed by the third-rank Beast Tamer Wang Hong, while another was being contained by the Wind Spirit Squad. Although they couldn't be killed in the short term, they were no longer a threat. Lin Yan was now attacking the last purple-gold demon insect king. Sensing danger, the purple-gold demon insect king retreated swiftly, trying to hide within the swarm. A large number of lower-rank purple-gold demon insects rushed forward, sacrificing themselves to form a living barrier for their revered king. Trying to hide? Not so easy. Lin Yan snorted, waving his right hand to unleash 3 soul-breaking arrows. Amid the explosive booms, the insect swarm guarding the demon insect king was instantly cleared, with one of the arrows directly hitting the demon insect king, severely wounding it. Seizing the opportunity, the ice spirit divine Jiao swooped down and captured the third-rank, first-level purple-gold demon insect king. In the face of the now third-rank, fourth-level ice spirit divine Jiao, the purple-gold demon insect king's proud defensive shell was effortlessly pierced by the sharp claws of the Jiao. The ice spirit divine Jiao now possessed the strength to challenge late, third-rank spirit beasts. With the fall of several purple-gold demon insect kings, the combat effectiveness of the entire insect swarm plummeted. These demon insect kings were the command hubs between the swarm and the purple-gold demon insect emperor. Without them, the swarm fell into chaos. The defensive line of the guards easily controlled the leaderless insect swarm. At this point, if the purple-gold demon insect emperor wished to regain control, it would inevitably reveal its location. The fourth-rank Beast Tamer Hu Wenhua had been holding back, waiting for this moment. If they could kill the purple-gold demon insect emperor, the entire swarm would collapse. Without the coordination of the swarm, even if the Red Moon sent fourth-rank Beast Tamers, they would not be able to break through this defensive line. In the depths of the primeval forest, a group of figures in black robes were huddled beneath a towering tree, plotting in secrecy. The tree's thick trunk and lush foliage provided them with a natural cover. "Boss, there's been a change," one of them whispered urgently. "A powerful third-level beast master has suddenly appeared at the front line. What's worse, their team includes a second-level beast master, whose beast happens to counter our purple-gold demon bug king." The leader of the group clenched his fist, his voice seething with anger. "Damn it. I thought the purple-gold demon bug swarm would be enough to deal with him. I never expected him to get hold of our token and escape." He paused, then continued. "Upon investigation, this token belonged to one of our lower ranks, Liang Tian, who we lost contact with long ago. Clearly, this third-level beast master dealt with him in secret." Mentioning Liang Tian, the leader gritted his teeth. "Useless fool. Not only did he fail, but he also ruined my plan. If he weren't already dead, I'd make sure he suffered the consequences of his incompetence." The surrounding figures in black shuddered involuntarily, clearly having witnessed their leader's methods firsthand. "Find out the identity of this third-level beast master," the leader commanded sharply. "Someone so young with such ability can't be an unknown. Anyone daring to oppose the Red Moon must pay the price." One of the black-robed figures immediately took out a communicator and began searching swiftly. 3 minutes later, he let out a sharp cry. "Boss, we've caught a big fish this time. This third-level beast master is named Lin Yan, the top scorer in the national martial exam, and he passed the 5th-level preliminary exam." He took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he added, "Importance level, S-class." "What? Say that again. What level?" the leader asked in disbelief. "S-class." The man turned the communicator screen toward the leader. Seeing the S displayed, the black-robed leader momentarily lost his balance. "They say he's the first person to pass the 5th-level exam since the martial exam system was established," the searcher added. The leader's voice trembled with excitement. "Today's objective has changed. Never mind whether the bug swarm reaches Qingfeng City. We have only one mission: to kill Lin Yan." His excitement was barely contained. Who would have thought that in a small place like Qingfeng, we'd encounter someone with the potential to become an S-class figure? It was known that their planned purple-gold bug swarm city massacre was only a class mission within the Red Moon organization. But killing Lin Yan was an S-class mission. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, the leader turned to the nearest black-robed figure. "You, go to Purple Gold Canyon immediately and bring the Blood Slaughter Beast." "But boss, the Blood Slaughter Beast still needs a week to hatch. It currently only has late 4th-level strength." "Stop wasting time. Time is of the essence. If we can eliminate Lin Yan today, the reward from above will be enough to create 100 more Blood Slaughter Beasts." "Yes, boss." Upon hearing the words of the leader in the black robe, he turned without hesitation and strode towards the direction of the Zijin Canyon. As time passed on the city's defense line, more and more beast masters who received the warning message about the city's defense crisis arrived one after another. The continuous reinforcements gradually stabilized the precarious situation. Among these supporters, Lin Yan unexpectedly spotted Lin Yan, a seemingly unremarkable colleague who had already reached the late third stage as a beastmaster. His two third-stage beasts darted through the swarm of Zijin demon insects, slicing through them like sharp blades. Without the command of the insect queen, the Zijin demon insect swarm was like a headless fly, showing signs of retreat under the siege of the crowd. However, Lin Yan couldn't relax, as an inexplicable sense of danger lingered in his heart. The whereabouts of the Zijin demon insect queen remained a mystery. The members of the Hongyue organization were nowhere to be seen, and the fourth-stage beast master had yet to appear, all of which made him wary. While Lin Yan was contemplating, his right eyelid suddenly twitched violently, and a strong sense of danger surged into his mind. Instinctively, he immediately activated a soul shield. In the next instant, a massive blood-red crocodile-like spirit beast and a mysterious black mist-like creature abruptly appeared before him. The ice spirit dragon returned in time to engage fiercely with the blood-red crocodile-like spirit beast. However, the mist-like creature was unchallenged, and the other supporters were too far from Lin Yan to provide timely assistance. Just when everyone thought Lin Yan was doomed, a golden light burst forth in front of him. A semi-ethereal figure, emitting a brilliant golden glow, wielded a golden sword, striking towards the black mist-like spirit beast. Surprisingly, even before the golden sword touched its target, the black mist-like creature began to dissipate under the radiance. The leader in the black robe's triumphant smile froze instantly. Damn it! How can there be a light element spirit beast, and an elemental light attribute beast at that? And what's the deal with that ice dragon blocking the blood slaughter beast? He roared angrily, then led 3 third-stage beast master subordinates in a fierce attack on Lin Yan. In an instant, 4 third-stage spirit beasts and 3 second-stage spirit beasts formed an encirclement, trapping Lin Yan. Just as Hu Wenhua was about to lend a hand, the black-robed leader let out a strange laugh, and the Zijin demon insect queen emerged from his sleeve. The moment the insect queen appeared, the Zijin demon insect army on the ground launched a counterattack. Hu Wenhua had to alter his plans, directing his 4th-stage beast to confront the insect queen, and could only send a 3rd-stage spirit beast to assist Lin Yan. The battle on Lin Yan's front had already begun. The late 4th-stage bloodslaughter beast was locked in an intense fight with the mid-4th-stage ice spirit dragon, which was only managing to hold its ground due to its powerful bloodline. On the other side, the newly advanced 4th-stage black mist spirit beast was entangled with the mid-3rd-stage light spirit envoy. Fortunately, the light spirit envoy naturally countered the black mist spirit beast, allowing it to hold its own for the time being. Lin Yan, with his 2 third-stage beasts, hurried over to reinforce, while the last third-stage beast was intercepted by the belated Wang Hong. The 4 second-tier beasts charged towards Lin Yan like arrows released from a bow. The leader in the black robe, eyes bloodshot and devoid of reason, shouted frantically, "Kill him!" This suicidal command sent a chill through everyone present. Although beast tamers are formidable in controlling beasts, they themselves are relatively fragile. Even though soul techniques can enhance their self-preservation capabilities to some extent, Lin Yan, a third-tier beast tamer, was still in grave danger facing so many beasts simultaneously. The others on the battlefield moved closer to Lin Yan, knowing that if anything happened to him, the hard-earned balance of power would collapse completely. However, 2 of the 4 beasts were ghost-type dark beasts, incredibly fast. They slipped past all obstructions like shadows and headed straight for Lin Yan. Just when everyone held their breath, expecting Lin Yan to be in peril, the 2 shadows abruptly stopped 10 meters away from him. Lin Yan remained calm and unmoved. Suddenly, 7 or 8 arrows of light shot out from in front of him with a piercing whoosh. In an instant, the 2 ghost beasts were pierced as if they were made of paper. It turned out that after Xiao Bing advanced to the 3rd tier, Lin Yan's soul power surged again, reaching the peak of the 4th tier, just a step away from the 5th tier. Such formidable soul power allowed his soul techniques to wreak havoc even on 3rd-tier spirit beasts. After being pierced by the soul arrows, the 2 ghost beasts paused momentarily before dissipating into thin smoke. The black-robed leader stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Ghost-type dark spirit beasts are known for their resilience, and spirit beasts like the black mist beast, without a fixed form, are renowned for their strong physical defense and recovery abilities. Lin Yan's ability to eliminate them in one strike was simply astonishing. What the others didn't know was that Lin Yan, with his data god eyes, could easily discern the weaknesses of these spirit beasts. With his immense soul power, he could even single-handedly take on a 3rd-tier beast without being at a disadvantage. The black-robed leader was at his wit's end, having exhausted all his tricks, yet still unable to shake Lin Yan. He gritted his teeth in fury. How is this possible? The intelligence clearly stated he was only a 3rd-tier beast tamer. So how can he suddenly fight on par with a late 4th-tier blood butcher beast? What infuriated the black-robed leader even more was that his 4th-tier black mist spirit beast was firmly entangled by Lin Yan's light element spirit beast, unable to break free. Faced with such a disparity in power, the black-robed leader could only watch helplessly as the situation spiraled out of control, unable to do anything. The Tier 4 Black Mist Spirit Beast was locked in a fierce battle with Lin Yan's Tier 3 Light-type Beast, and to everyone's surprise, they were evenly matched. This was unexpected because Light-type beasts usually have a significant advantage over Dark beasts. Seizing the moment, Lin Yan picked up the black orbs left behind by two Tier 2 Black Mist Spirit Beasts and skillfully tossed them to the Light Spirit. The Light Spirit slashed through the Black Mist Spirit Beast in front of it and deftly caught the orbs, swallowing them. Instantly, its previous exhaustion was largely recovered, and its aura continued to strengthen as the orbs were digested. Although the Light Spirit displayed Tier 3 combat abilities, it was fundamentally a Tier 2 beast, making the benefits of these Tier 2 orbs evident. Lin Yan keenly observed the remarkable effect of the black orbs and immediately turned his attention to the remaining black-robed figures on the battlefield. 4 of them were scattered around. The leader and a Tier 4 Mist Spirit Beast were entangled with the Light Spirit. 2 Tier 2 Black Mist Spirit Beasts had already been taken down by Lin Yan's Soul Breaker arrows. The last black-robed figure was engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Hong and a Tier 3 Black Mist Spirit Beast. Wang Hong, although possessing mid-Tier 3 strength, struggled against the Tier 3 initial stage Black Mist Spirit Beast. These beasts had extraordinary defenses and mysterious abilities, quickly regenerating even when torn apart. More troubling was their dark power, which, unlike ordinary dark beasts, was overwhelmingly advantageous against regular spirit beasts, though still countered by light-type beasts. As the battle wore on, Wang Hong was horrified to realize his beast was being corrupted by the dark power. This force clung like a persistent parasite, impossible to purge, forcing him to defend passively. At that moment, Lin Yan arrived just in time, unleashing a Soul Breaker arrow aimed at the Tier 3 Black Mist Spirit Beast. The black-robed figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, knowing Lin Yan wasn't his class target. Killing a weakened Lin Yan now could greatly elevate his status. He quickly commanded the Black Mist Spirit Beast to direct its dark power towards Lin Yan. Recalling his own terrifying experience, Wang Hong urgently shouted, "Lin Yan, watch out for that dark power. Once it touches you, it's unbearable." However, just as the dark force was about to reach Lin Yan, everything abruptly halted. Wang Hong watched in astonishment as the third-tier Black Mist Spirit Beast began to dissolve into large clouds of black smoke at a pace visible to the naked eye. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with disbelief as he realized, through his connection with the Spirit Beast, that Lin Yan's soul-breaking arrow had precisely struck the core of the Black Mist Spirit Beast. Although it didn't completely shatter the core, it had cracked several large fissures into it, severely wounding the Black Mist Beast. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man glared at Lin Yan, his heart filled with uncertainty. The core of the Black Mist Spirit Beast was usually well concealed, yet Lin Yan managed to strike it repeatedly, which was truly baffling. Lin Yan and Wang Hong didn't give the black-robed man any time to think. Wang Hong's beast seized the opportunity and pounced on the Black Mist Spirit Beast while it was gravely injured. Lin Yan was not to be outdone, unleashing several more soul-breaking arrows that whistled through the air, targeting the Black Mist Spirit Beast. Under their combined assault, the Black Mist Spirit Beast quickly dissipated into a wisp of smoke, and its master met his demise as well. The battle gradually shifted in favor of Lin Yan's side, and the black-robed leader's expression turned grim. He glared at Lin Yan with hostility, silently cursing the intelligence failures. However, a bigger problem loomed on the horizon. After the third-tier Black Mist Spirit Beast perished, it left behind a black orb. When Lin Yan picked up the orb, the black-robed leader's face changed dramatically, inwardly cursing his subordinates' incompetence. Previously, the Light Spirit had significantly increased its power by acquiring just 2 second-tier orbs, and if it were to absorb this third-tier orb, even a 4th-tier level 1 Black Mist Spirit Beast might find it hard to withstand. The black-robed leader made a quick decision, ordering his Black Mist Spirit Beast to tightly entangle the Light Spirit, preventing it from reaching the orb. Seeing this, Lin Yan said to Wang Hong, "Instructor Wang, go support them first. They'll handle things here." Wang Hong nodded in agreement, cautioning Lin Yan to be careful before rushing to aid other parts of the battlefield. With the addition of this third-tier Beastmaster, the pressure on the battlefield eased considerably. Lin Yan arrived at the scene where the Light Spirit was battling the Black Mist Spirit Beast. After numerous battles, he had realized that the Light Spirit and the Data Gods were effective against Black Mist Spirit Beasts. However, the Light Spirit's power was still lacking, only managing to barely suppress a 4th-tier level 1 Black Mist Spirit Beast through elemental advantage. Although it knew the source of the Black Mist Beast's power, it lacked the strength to destroy it. This won't work. The Light Spirit's current power isn't enough, Lin Yan pondered. Only by enhancing its strength can we hope to eliminate this Black Mist Spirit Beast. He carefully assessed his side's combat strength, contemplating the key to a breakthrough. Just now, the Light Spirit Master absorbed the black orb formed by two second-tier black mist beasts, and its power surged dramatically. Its level advanced from second-tier level 4 to second-tier level 6. With Lin Yan's enhancement, the Light Spirit Master's power was now comparable to that of a third-tier level 6 being. However, the gap between fourth-tier and third-tier beasts remained vast. If there was a 4-level difference within the same tier, the current Light Spirit Master might have been able to kill the opposing Black Mist Beast. Lin Yan calculated in his mind that he must find a way to create an opportunity for the Light Spirit Master to absorb the third-tier black orb in front of them. The Black-robed leader seemed to see through Lin Yan's intentions and commanded the Black Mist Beast to launch a fierce attack, giving the Light Spirit Master no chance. He sneered. "Humph, do you think you can use the same trick twice?" His eyes were fixed on Lin Yan. To the Black-robed leader's surprise, Lin Yan's next move was to release a soul-breaking arrow aimed at the Black Mist Beast. The Black-robed leader laughed disdainfully. "Huh? Do you think these little tricks will work on my fourth-tier Black Mist Beast?" Generally speaking, a Beast Master's soul magic is only effective against beasts one tier lower than themselves. Even the soul magic of the Black-robed leader, a fourth-tier Beast Master, would struggle to harm his fourth-tier Black Mist Beast. To him, Lin Yan's attempt to use soul magic against a fourth-tier beast was purely wishful thinking. Sure enough, Lin Yan's soul-breaking arrow was like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect on the Black Mist Beast. Lin Yan pondered to himself, "Is my strength still not enough?" Although his soul power was strong, it only reached the fourth-tier level and couldn't harm a fourth-tier beast. Moreover, the source of a beast's power is often more robust than other parts. Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. "But I don't need to kill the Black Mist Beast with soul magic." With that, he didn't stop, but instead released soul-breaking arrows at the fourth-tier Black Mist Beast even more rapidly. These arrows had as little effect as before. The black-robed leader watched Lin Yan with disdain. "Let's see how much soul power you actually have." Although he sensed that Lin Yan's soul magic was stronger than that of an average beast master, it was still useless against a fourth-tier beast. He planned to wait until Lin Yan exhausted his soul power and lost the protection of his soul magic shield, making it much easier to kill him then. However, Lin Yan's soul power seemed endless, and the soul-breaking arrows kept firing without pause. Lin Yan thought to himself, "Almost there." His hands continued to move, as if calculating something, paying no attention to the puzzled looks from others. Suddenly, after Lin Yan shot 5 more soul-breaking arrows, the dark power on the Black Mist Beast was miraculously interrupted for a moment. Although this moment was extremely brief, it was enough for the Light Spirit Master. The Light Spirit Master seized the opportunity and slashed at the Black Mist Beast the instant its power was cut off. The power-deprived Black Mist Beast could only retreat hastily. Surprisingly, the Light Spirit Master did not pursue, but instead turned and flew towards Lin Yan. The black-robed leader seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "No." He hurriedly sent out a light ball to try to stop the Light Spirit Master from reuniting with Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan simultaneously shot a soul-breaking arrow, precisely intercepting the light ball. With his powerful soul force, Lin Yan's soul magic was no less potent than that of the black-robed leader. Lin Yan effortlessly blocked the soul attack from the leader in the black robe. His soul power had reached the peak of the 4th tier, far surpassing the opponent's early 4th tier level. The black-robed leader watched helplessly as the Light Spirit Envoy took the black pearl produced by the 3rd-tier Black Mist Spirit Beast from Lin Yan and immediately consumed it. The Light Spirit Envoy's aura surged instantly, and Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. This 3rd-tier pearl not only elevated the Light Spirit Envoy by 2 levels, but also instantly healed his injuries and replenished his energy. The Light Spirit Envoy's combat power soared to the 8th level of the 3rd tier, and with his strong light attribute, he managed to suppress the 4th-tier Black Mist Spirit Beast. The situation took a drastic turn. The black-robed leader's eyes flickered with madness. "You forced me. Lin Yan, you'll regret this." He pulled out a blood-red pearl and crushed it forcefully. Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in a dense blood mist, rushing toward the blood slaughter beast, which was fiercely battling the ice spirit Divine Jiao. The wounds on the blood slaughter beast healed at a visible rate, and its aura grew stronger. Lin Yan watched in astonishment at the eerie blood mist, with the strong scent of blood assaulting his senses. Wang Hong quickly explained, "This is the Blood God Pearl, crafted from the flesh and blood of numerous creatures. It can greatly enhance the combat power of dark spirit beasts in a short time." Lin Yan frowned. The blood slaughter beast's power had reached the late 4th tier, and if it continued to strengthen, it might break through to the 5th tier, becoming unstoppable. Worse still, the corpses of the fallen beasts and the purple-gold demon worm on the ground began to emit blood energy, converging toward the blood slaughter beast. "Shao Bing absolute 0. Lin Yan ordered decisively. The ice spirit Divine Jiao immediately expanded its domain, covering the entire battlefield. The temperature plummeted by several degrees, with areas near the ice spirit divine Jiao approaching absolute zero. Were it not for the fact that all present were robust beast tamers, ordinary people would find it hard to withstand the sudden drop in temperature. Under the influence of the extreme cold domain, the blood mist convergence toward the blood slaughter beast slowed significantly, and the blood energy from the corpses was directly frozen. However, despite the slowdown, the blood slaughter beast's strength continued to grow, and the pressure on the ice spirit divine Jiao increased sharply. The blood slaughter beast's power surged forward, forcing the ice spirit divine Jiao into a retreat, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Lin Yan, though anxious, found himself powerless to assist, and could only hope to quickly defeat the fourth-tier black mist spirit beast. His hands moved like lightning, unleashing soul-breaking arrows in a torrential downpour, each arrow tracing a silver arc through the air. The leader in the black robe attempted to block the assault, but was overwhelmed, helplessly watching as the soul-breaking arrows pierced the black mist spirit beast's body like a swarm of locusts. While a single arrow couldn't inflict lethal damage, the sheer volume of arrows accumulated, gradually weakening the beast's fighting capacity. In a flash, after another fierce barrage from Lin Yan, the black mist spirit beast's dark energy suddenly faltered. This seemingly insignificant pause became a fatal flaw in the heat of battle, seized upon by the light spirit envoy who had been poised to strike. Her sword thrust out like lightning, precisely piercing the source of the beast's power. The black mist spirit beast vanished instantly, leaving only a black orb, several times larger than before, falling to the ground. Lin Yan hesitated over whether to allow the light spirit envoy to consume it immediately, but she had already begun absorbing the dissipating dark energy. This energy, which should have faded away, unexpectedly became nourishment for the light spirit envoy, propelling her to break through to the third-tier 9th level. Lin Yan collected the orb, his mind swirling with questions. A spirit beast with a light attribute, yet advancing by absorbing dark energy, this anomaly puzzled him greatly. But with the battle raging, there was no time for deep contemplation. His gaze shifted to the distant, embattled ice spirit divine Jiao, and Lin Yan made a swift decision. Since the light spirit envoy had reached the evolution threshold, it was best to let her evolve before providing support. He quickly retrieved the necessary spirit item for evolution, which the light spirit envoy consumed without hesitation. In an instant, the light spirit envoy underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once a youthful figure rapidly grew, like a fast-forwarded image, into the form of a graceful adult woman. Her body, no longer ethereal and elusive, became more solid, as if she had transformed from a mystical spirit into a tangible warrior. At this moment, the wings of the light spirit rapidly became fuller and more solid. In less than a minute, she completed an astonishing transformation, evolving from a naive girl into a graceful young woman. Lin Yan watched this unfold, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing a child through hardship. The aura of the light spirit had reached a staggering level, surpassing even the ice spirit dragon. The black-robed figure on the opposite side observed the light spirit's incredible rise in power, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He thought to himself, is this evolution during battle? Such a rare phenomenon, with less than a 1 in a million chance, and it happened right before me. Even more surprising is that this seems to be the rarest perfect evolution. The black-robed figure stared in shock at the light spirit, or rather, now the angel of light. After her evolution, Xiaowang had transformed from a light spirit into a powerful angel of light. Her race attribute was light, reaching the 3rd tier, level 5, in the growth stage. She possessed abilities such as Angel's Judgment, Angel's Divine Sword, Angel's Protection, and Angel's Holy Light, and was in a healthy, active, and excited state. Xiaowang's evolution path branched into 2 directions, one towards becoming a goddess of light, transforming into a master of light, with absolute control and unparalleled melee abilities. The next stage would be evolving into a 4-winged angel, requiring high-quality light spirit crystals, a heart of light, and advanced light cores, with an evolution potential up to the 9th tier. The other path was towards becoming a photon sprite, an ultimate light attribute energy form with absolute control over light. The next evolution stage would be a light crystal, with a potential of the 7th tier. Under the influence of enhancement, the Angel of Light's level jumped directly from the 3rd tier, level 5, to the 4th tier, level 5. While everyone marveled at the Angel of Light's appearance and power, a mournful dragon's roar suddenly echoed around them. It was then that Lin Yan snapped back to reality, turning his gaze to the ice spirit dragon locked in fierce combat with the blood beast. The ice spirit dragon was now battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. Its large dragon eyes were filled with grievance as they stared straight at Lin Yan. Lin Yan coughed lightly with a blank expression, then ordered Xiaowang, "Xiaowang, go help Xiao Bing vanquish the demon." He felt a pang of regret, having been so caught up in the moment that he forgot about the struggling ice spirit dragon. Once Xiaoguang, now transformed into the Angel of Light, joined the battlefield, she immediately suppressed the Blood Beast. Although the Blood Beast was not a spirit-type beast, it still couldn't escape being countered by Xiaoguang. The Angel of Light's restraint over dark beasts was even more pronounced, with her angel's divine sword shining with the unique holy light of an angel. Xiaoguang raised the divine sword, her expression solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. Even before the angel's divine sword touched the Blood Beast, its radiant light began to scorch the creature. The Blood Beast's tough scales gradually melted under the influence of the angelic light. Angel's judgment, Xiaoguang exclaimed softly, as the divine sword sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant trail in the darkness, striking fiercely at the Blood Beast. The seemingly impenetrable scales were effortlessly cut through by the sharp blade, as if they were made of paper. The sword swept through like lightning, slicing a large chunk of flesh from the blood-slaughter beast's back. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground around it. Roar! Roar! The wounded beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, its eyes turning blood-red with rage. It spun around suddenly, its thick tail swinging towards the Angel of Light like a massive flail. The tail was covered in hard scales, each glinting coldly, capable of smashing any enemy to pulp. The terrifying tail had already left several gruesome scars on the ice spirit dragon. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the Angel of Light showed no sign of retreat. Instead of dodging, he raised his sword to meet the attack, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the beast. Witnesses to the scene were startled. Although the Angel of Light had the upper hand, the beast's tail was still a formidable force. Just as the tail was about to hit the Angel of Light, a golden shield suddenly appeared 3 meters in front of him. Boom! The sound of a massive impact rang out, yet the seemingly fragile shield held firm against the powerful strike. This was one of the Angel of Light's ultimate skills, Angel's Guard. Taking advantage of the moment when the beast's attack was thwarted, the Angel of Light unleashed his long-prepared strike. The sword's edge gleamed with a blinding chill, aimed directly at the beast's tail. The blood-slaughter beast tried to evade, but its previous attack had drained its energy, leaving it unable to avoid the deadly strike. Slash! The sharp blade cut through the air, severing the beast's tail in an instant. The massive severed tail soared into the air, with blood gushing like a fountain. The Angel of Light, knowing the principle of better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 10, had deprived the beast of its most powerful weapon with that strike. Now, without its tail, the blood-slaughter beast, already at a disadvantage, found it even harder to defend itself. At this moment, the ice spirit dragon, having recovered somewhat, eagerly rejoined the fray. Seeing its enemy, it attacked with renewed fervor. The overwhelming cold flowed through the beast's tail wound, instantly freezing its blood. For the blood-slaughter beast, which relied on its blood to maintain its strength, this was a fatal blow. The freezing of its blood cut off its power instantly. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Angel of Light drove his divine sword into the beast's skull without hesitation. The blood-slaughter beast struggled briefly, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "This is impossible," the black-robed leader exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. "Nothing is impossible," Lin Yan replied coldly, staring at the leader with anger in his eyes. If it weren't for him, so many warriors wouldn't have sacrificed themselves today. Although they were winning against the insect swarm, the casualties were still heavy. With that, Lin Yan directed the ice spirit dragon to approach the black-robed leader. At this point, all of the leader's beasts had perished, and even his prized blood-slaughter beast was now a cold corpse. "No, you don't dare kill me. If you do, the Red Moon won't spare you," the leader stammered in fear, stumbling backward as the ice spirit dragon advanced. "Then let the Red Moon send more people. Otherwise, there won't be enough for me to kill," Lin Yan sneered. If he spared this culprit out of fear of the Red Moon's retaliation, he wouldn't be Lin Yan. In the next moment, the ice spirit dragon unleashed a blast of piercing cold. The black-robed leader had no time to respond before he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Moments later, the lifeless sculpture shattered into ice shards on the ground. After the leader in the black robe turned into an ice sculpture and dissipated, a simple storage ring lay quietly on the ground. Lin Yan, quick-eyed and nimble, immediately stepped forward to pick it up. He knew that a ring that could survive the terrifying attack of the ice spirit dragon must be extraordinary. Lin Yan calmed his mind and slowly extended his soul power into the ring. The soul imprint of the original owner was like a thin veil in front of his powerful 5th-level soul power and was easily erased. Just moments ago, Xiaoguang had broken through to the 3rd level, which also caused Lin Yan's soul power to leap, simultaneously unlocking the 3rd beast slot. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yan opened the data panel to carefully check his latest status. Name: Lin Yan. Gender: male. Age: 17. Profession: Beastmaster. Level: 3rd level. Soul skills: Soul Piercing Arrow, low level 100.00. Beast Companions: 1. Ice Spirit Dragon, 3rd level, 4th grade. 2. Angel of Light, 3rd level, 5th grade. 3rd Beast Slot, none. Soul Power, 25.7. Physique, 9.9. Innate Skills, 1. Data God's Eye. 2. Enhancement, consumes a certain amount of soul power to enhance the host's beast companions, with the duration and magnitude of enhancement determined by the host's soul power. As Lin Yan's soul power entered the storage ring, he was stunned by its contents. A large amount of purple gold stones and a pile of value cards came into view, making him suspect that these black-robed figures might have emptied the entire purple gold gorge. He casually picked up a value card, and his heartbeat quickened at the sight of the long string of zeros on the back. Each card was an unregistered, password-free card with a denomination of 1 million alliance coins, meaning he could use these funds freely. After carefully counting, Lin Yan found there were 13 such cards. 13 million alliance coins plus a large amount of purple gold stones. Lin Yan roughly estimated that his gains this time amounted to at least 17 million, not including the rewards soon to be given by the Beast Master Association. After a brief moment of joy, Lin Yan quickly secured the storage ring. "Let's go, Xiao Guang, Xiao Bing," Lin Yan decisively ordered. "Let's go help President Hu." At this moment, President Hu of the Qingfeng Beast Master Association was locked in a fierce battle with a purple gold demon insect emperor that had broken through to the 4th level. Although President Hu was stronger, the purple gold demon insect emperor had countless minions willing to sacrifice for it, causing the battle to stagnate. As soon as the ice spirit dragon joined the fray, the situation was immediately reversed. The overwhelming cold devastated the surrounding purple gold demon insects, exposing the demon insect emperor to everyone. Sensing danger, the purple gold demon insect emperor immediately turned and fled towards the primal forest. With the demise of the black-robed leader, the commands on it had also become ineffective. Trying to escape? Not so easy, Lin Yan sneered. The Angel of Light spread its wings, instantly appearing on the escape path of the purple gold demon insect emperor, cutting off its retreat. Although the purple gold demon insect emperor had no deep-seated hatred for humans, once it joined the siege army, there was no turning back. Under the attack of 3 fourth-order beasts, the massive insect quickly fell, its golden carapace shattered, and purple body fluids splattered everywhere. Without their leader, the swarm of purple gold demon insects plunged into chaos, scattering like headless flies. Lin Yan sat on the back of the ice spirit dragon, overlooking the chaos below. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, how can we allow others to snore beside our sleeping spot? Since these purple gold demon insects dared to leave the purple gold gorge, let's ensure they never return. All soldiers, follow me to kill. Kill. Avenge our fallen comrades. Charge." Lin Yan's earlier feat of slaying 3 fourth-order beasts had already ignited the fervor among the warriors below. At this moment, his status in their hearts reached unprecedented heights. With Lin Yan's rallying call, all soldiers and beast tamers surged towards the enemy, driving the purple gold demon insects to flee in disarray. Riding atop the ice spirit dragon, Lin Yan seemed like a god descending to earth, charging through the swarm of purple gold demon insects. Against these insects, which were at most second order, Lin Yan was an unstoppable force. Each of his attacks claimed the lives of dozens of demon insects, with the ice-blue scales glistening under the sun, leaving frost and carnage in his wake. In less than an hour, Lin Yan led his troops from the edge of the primordial forest to the heart of the purple gold insect's lair purple gold gorge. The insect swarm was nearly annihilated, with only a few stragglers managing to escape, posing no further threat. "Our Qingfeng city has achieved a great victory," Lin Yan shouted towards the sky on the return journey. "Victory! Victory!" Everyone echoed Lin Yan's cry, their cheers echoing to the heavens. Just then, 2 figures appeared belatedly on the horizon. These were the 4th-order Beast Tamers from the Southern Wind Province Beast Tamer Association, who had rushed over after receiving the urgent report from Qingfeng City. They had been Lin Yan's examiners during his initial martial exam. "Chairman Hu, what's the situation? Has the insect tide been repelled?" The 2 inquired urgently upon seeing Chairman Hu among the crowd. They had expected a scene of devastation, but instead found one of triumph. Chairman Hu briefly explained the situation. This time, it was the Red Moon faction causing trouble behind the scenes. No less than 3 fourth-order spirit beasts appeared, 2 of which were ferocious dark spirit beasts. 3 fourth-order spirit beasts? But the 2 fourth-order beast tamers looked around in disbelief at the scene before them. Chairman Hu continued, "It was thanks to Lin Yan stepping up at the critical moment, defeating the 2 dark spirit beasts and slaying the purple gold demon insect emperor." As he spoke, he glanced towards Lin Yan. The 2 fourth-order beast tamers were filled with astonishment upon hearing this. They remembered Lin Yan displaying only 3rd-order strength during the initial martial exam, and now he had managed to defeat 4th-order beasts. Such rapid progress was hard to believe. Seeing this, Lin Yan respectfully greeted the 2 seniors. Lin Yan greets the 2 seniors. It wasn't until Chairman Hu Wenhua recounted the entire event in detail that the two Fourth-Order Beast Tamers began to grasp the situation. They realized that Lin Yan's light spirit had evolved into the Angel of Light during battle. Though they still had many questions, such as how the Ice Dragon had reached Fourth Order, they refrained from further inquiries. After all, every Beast Tamer has their secrets. Hu Wenhua looked at Lin Yan with a serious expression and announced, Lin Yan, in recognition of your significant contribution to Qingfeng City, and considering your earlier task of clearing the purple-gold demonic insects, we have decided to reward you with 10 million Alliance coins. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he accepted the prestigious black gold card from Hu Wenhua's hand. He was secretly delighted, as this substantial amount would perfectly meet his needs after advancing to the 5th level of soul power training his third beast, and acquiring high-grade spiritual items for the enhanced abilities of his Ice Spirit Dragon and Angel of Light. All required substantial financial support. Hu Wenhua continued. Moreover, based on your performance, I have applied for the title of Honorary Vice President of the Nanfeng Province for you. Hearing this, Lin Yan showed a troubled expression. He wasn't planning to join any organization yet. Seeing Lin Yan's hesitation, Hu Wenhua quickly explained, don't rush to decline. The Beastmaster Association is different from other organizations. We are practically part of the official sector, specifically handling Beastmaster affairs. Even as the honorary vice president of the Qingfeng Beastmaster Association, you can still freely join other organizations. Wang Hong, standing nearby, hurriedly chimed in. Lin Yan, have you considered joining our military? If you come, I guarantee you could lead the entire Nanfeng army in the future, and with good performance, you could rise even further. Lin Yan smiled slightly and politely declined. I appreciate the kind offers from both seniors, but I am accustomed to my freedom and might not be the best fit. He knew he couldn't join Wang Hong, as he still needed to attend the Beastmaster University. As for the Beastmaster Association, although there were no constraints, holding such a title would naturally bring additional responsibilities. Hu Wenhua nodded in understanding. That's fine too. With your talent, Lin, your future achievements are boundless. I was thinking too simply. Nonetheless, the doors of the Beastmaster Association are always open to you. Before parting, Hu Wenhua specifically reminded him, Lin Yan, you must be cautious of the Red Moon organization. Despite the government's intense crackdown, they have yet to be eradicated, which speaks to their formidable strength. The members of that organization are all madmen. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Yan headed into the city with Fong Ling. The continuous battles had left him utterly exhausted, and if it weren't for the soul-nourishing jade talisman he carried, he would have long been overwhelmed. At this moment, all he wanted was to find a place to rest and recover his depleted soul power. Lin Yan gazed at the spirit-nurturing jade talisman in his hand, feeling a surge of emotions. During the harrowing battle, if it weren't for the talisman continuously replenishing his soul power, he might have already collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Yan, we earned 3 million Alliance coins this time. Fong Ling exclaimed excitedly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the numbers in the team account. To her, this amount was astronomical. Just as Fong Ling was about to transfer half of the money to Lin Yan's account, he raised his hand to stop her. No need to give me any. Keep it all for yourself. The Beastmaster Association has already given me a separate reward. Really? Fong Ling eyed Lin Yan skeptically, wondering if this was just an excuse for her to keep the entire prize. Lin Yan smiled and pulled out a black gold card from his pocket, waving it in front of her. Really? See for yourself. Wow, a black gold card. Fong Ling gasped in surprise, instantly believing him. She knew that such a card required a minimum deposit of 10 million Alliance coins. Lin Yan watched Fong Ling's astonished expression with a sense of satisfaction. In reality, the 10 million was an extra reward he received, and half of the 3 million Alliance coins should have been his. But to ensure that Fong Ling accepted the entire prize without guilt, he chose to keep this information a secret. Lin Yan understood Fong Ling's proud nature. If he directly told her not to split the money, she would surely refuse. Walking side by side on their way home, after this life-threatening adventure, the bond between them had quietly deepened. Fong Ling, your current strength should be on par with the 4th level martial exam standard by now, Lin Yan observed, impressed by her progress. Thanks to your guidance, Lin Yan. If it weren't for the training plan you gave me, my Phoenix Tail Green One wouldn't have evolved so quickly, Fong Ling said admiringly, looking at Lin Yan as if he were capable of anything. Those who have passed the 4th level Beastmaster exam are surely improving as well, Lin Yan reminded her. But don't worry, I'll give you a new training plan for your evolved Phoenix Tail Green Wand when I return. Make good use of this alliance money to continue strengthening yourself. Okay, Lin Yan. Fong Ling agreed, full of confidence in his plan. They chatted all the way to their doorstep, reluctantly parting ways. Goodbye, Lin Yan, Fong Ling waved. Yeah, goodbye. Get some good rest, Lin Yan advised before turning to his room. After a brief rest and a sip of water, Lin Yan summoned the Ice Spirit Dragon and the Angel of Light. Despite the grueling battle, the rewards were substantial, and he was determined to convert these gains into strength as soon as possible. The ice spirit dragon shrank down, curled up beside him, eagerly waiting to be fed. Lin Yan took out the spirit resources prepared specifically for it, and the dragon devoured them voraciously. Such a glutton, Lin Yan remarked with a shake of his head. Next, he placed 2 black beads in front of the Angel of Light, who had transformed into a beautiful maiden. These are the essences of the Blood Beast and the 4th-tier Black Mist Spirit Beast, Lin Yan explained. Without hesitation, the Angel of Light swallowed the 2 black beads. In the blink of an eye, the Light Angel's power surged, skipping 2 levels to reach Tier 3, Level 7. Lin Yan watched in amazement as the Light Angel's level skyrocketed, thinking to himself, could the spirit core of the Dark Beast really be this miraculous for the Light Angel? He started to consider whether he should hunt more members of the Red Moon Group in the future to help his Light Angel level up. After all, the Red Moon Group was like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to get rid of them, and killing them was almost a public service. With the Light Angel, Lin Yan was undoubtedly the biggest nemesis of the Red Moon, as the Light Angel had a much greater restraining effect on the Red Moon's dark beasts than ordinary spirit beasts. At this moment, the Tier 3, Level 7 Light Angel, under the influence of its enhanced power, was even capable of challenging a Tier 5 dark beast. However, the rapid increase in the Light Angel's power caused some discontent from the ice spirit dragon nearby. It began to chirp and whine, seemingly complaining about Lin Yan's favoritism. Why only give good things to the Light Angel? Is it just because it's more beautiful? Prioritizing beauty over friendship. Faced with this situation, Lin Yan felt quite helpless. Originally, Little Ice was his first tamed beast, but who would have thought that Little Light, a newcomer, would surpass the elder brother Ice Spirit Dragon by sheer luck, breaking through continuously by absorbing the spirit core of dark beasts. Lin Yan could only shrug, indicating that he had tried his best to provide the Ice Spirit Dragon with the best spirit items, and its growth rate was already impressive. It was just that the Light Angel had been extraordinarily lucky. After the Light Angel finished upgrading, Lin Yan began to inventory all his gains from this venture. Besides the storage ring of the Black-Robed leader, he also took the storage rings of the other 3 Black-Robed members. Although the wealth of each individual ring was not as significant as the leaders, combined, they amounted to a considerable sum. In addition, there were countless various spirit items. These Red Moon Beast Tamers would cultivate an ordinary spirit beast for disguise alongside their dark beasts. After completing his inventory, Lin Yan was overjoyed. He thought to himself, it looks like I have enough to cover the expenses for my 3rd tamed beast. With his soul power reaching Tier 5, Lin Yan had unlocked a 3rd beast slot. He planned to settle the matter of his 3rd beast, and then head to the Beast Tamer University in the Magic City with Fong Ling. Soon after, Lin Yan arrived at a Beast Tamer shop in the Southern Wind Province. As this seemingly harmless young man stepped into the store, a saleswoman in uniform warmly greeted him, not underestimating him due to his age. Hello, is there anything you need? I'd like to sell some spirit items, Lin Yan replied calmly. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The saleswoman immediately led Lin Yan to the counter and said, Sir, you can now show me the spirit items you wish to sell, and I'll appraise their value for you. Lin Yan smiled slightly. You're going to appraise them? You might want to call the manager. I have quite a bit to sell. Lin Yan calmly observed the sophisticated saleswoman in front of him, and without hesitation, took out a storage ring. The ring made a faint clinking sound on the counter, catching the saleswoman's attention. Huh, you're quite the joker, sir, she smiled, a hint of professional insight flashing in her eyes. We've been trained in appraising items before starting our jobs. I have the authority to set prices for any spiritual item valued under 5 million alliance coins. She reached for the ring, and the moment her fingers touched its surface, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The ring's texture and pattern were unusual, clearly not an ordinary piece. She was secretly surprised that this young man possessed such a valuable item, indicating he might be from a prominent family. Could you please grant me access to the storage ring? The saleswoman asked gently, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. With a mere thought, Lin Yan allowed the soul imprint on the ring to create a small opening for her. The next moment, a startled cry broke the store's silence. Oh, she exclaimed, her expression shifting rapidly from surprise to shock. Her consciousness had barely entered the ring when she was astounded by the vast space inside. More astonishing was the sight of purple gold stones piled like a mountain within. She took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure. Clearing her throat, she asked as calmly as possible, Sir, are you looking to sell everything inside the storage ring? The amount is quite substantial, and I need to confirm. Yes, Lin Yan replied succinctly, having anticipated her reaction. Realizing she couldn't handle the transaction alone, the saleswoman apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Please pardon my ignorance. I'll fetch our manager right away. She hurriedly made her way upstairs, the sound of her heels tapping rapidly on the floor. Moments later, a sharply dressed middle-aged man arrived with 3 accountants in tow. Apologies for the delay, sir, the manager said respectfully, bowing slightly. He signaled the accountants to begin inventorying the items in the ring. As the accountants got to work, the saleswoman returned to Lin Yan's side. Sir, given the vast number of items you've brought, the inventory process will take some time. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Lin Yan glanced around and said, take me to your spirit pet section. His visit to the Beastmaster store in Nanfeng province was not only to sell spiritual items, but also to check out their spirit pet inventory. During his last visit to Qingfeng City, he had already seen all the spirit pet cubs there. Not much time had passed, so the stock in Qingfeng City likely hadn't changed significantly. Certainly, sir, please follow me, the saleswoman said respectfully, sneaking a few more glances at Lin Yan. This young man, who seemed only 17 or 18, had not only presented priceless spiritual items, but was now looking to purchase spirit pet cubs. This suggested he had reached the stage where he needed a new spirit beast. As she led the way, she wondered to herself, could this young man be a newly advanced third-tier beastmaster? Coupled with such substantial wealth, could he be a talented disciple from a hidden family? Otherwise, why hadn't she heard of such an outstanding individual before? Despite her curiosity, her professionalism kept her smiling gracefully as she continued to serve the mysterious guest. Lin Yan arrived at the beast nursery and immediately activated his data eye to start scanning. His goal was clear: to find a young spirit beast with a hidden evolution path that could reach the 9th tier. However, as time ticked by, nearly an hour passed without any success. Not a single one. Lin Yan muttered, feeling a bit frustrated as he tapped his head. Well, if spirit beast cubs with 9th tier potential were that easy to find, they'd be everywhere. Realizing he wouldn't be able to purchase a suitable beast cub this time, Lin Yan shifted his focus to other resources. He called over the saleswoman, who had been waiting by his side, and said, I'd like 100 portions of advanced light attribute spirit liquid, 100 portions of ice attribute spirit liquid, and 100 ice crystal leaves, along with 50 light spirit stones. Hearing this long list of orders, the saleswoman covered her fiery red lips in surprise, but quickly regained her professional demeanor. Of course, sir, I'll prepare them right away, she replied, turning towards the spirit goods section, her figure gracefully moving as she walked. At the checkout counter, the manager was already waiting. He politely informed Lin Yan, Sir, the total value of the spirit goods you brought out is approximately 15 million alliance coins, while the total value of the goods you need is 5 million alliance coins. After deduction, we owe you 10 million alliance coins. All right, no problem, Lin Yan agreed, doing some mental calculations. The price was close to what he had anticipated. This time, he only dealt with a portion of his purple gold stones and some in used spirit goods. He planned to sell the remaining half of the purple gold stones in the Magic City. After all, the market in Nanfeng was only so big, and selling too many purple gold stones at once could disrupt the local market. As Lin Yan was about to leave, he suddenly turned to the saleswoman. Noticing his gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Yan's handsome appearance and displayed wealth were enough to make any woman swoon. However, his next question left her a bit disappointed. Is there any place around Nanfeng where I can capture some rare spirit beast cubs? Lin Yan asked. Since he couldn't buy any at the Beastmaster shop, he figured he'd have to find them himself. Though a bit disappointed, the saleswoman patiently replied, There are no wild spirit beast habitats within Nanfeng City. Our supplies are captured from outside the city or shipped in from other cities. Outside Nanfeng City, Lin Yan murmured to himself, then turned and left the Beastmaster shop. For Lin Yan now, finding and starting to train a third beast companion was crucial. He was well aware that after this incident, the Red Moon organization would surely have him in their sights. The next time they came for him, it wouldn't be just a few third-tier and 1 4th-tier beastmasters. Time was of the essence. Lin Yan needed to enhance his strength as much as possible before the Red Moon struck again to catch them off guard. After some twists and turns, Lin Yan arrived outside Nanfeng City. With his 4th-tier beastmaster strength, he was relatively safe outside the city. After all, a beastmaster of this level could travel freely between cities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan embarked on his adventure to find a suitable beast companion in the wild. Lin Yan murmured to himself as he rode the ice spirit dragon deeper into the area outside Nanfeng City. Unlike Qingfeng City, this region was an endless expanse of grasslands and rolling hills, rich in spiritual energy that nurtured more powerful and diverse spirit beasts. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan's data gods tirelessly scanned each spirit beast he encountered, hoping to find a suitable third soul pet. However, after a thorough search, he still came up empty-handed. If I can't find one here, I'll have to head to the magic capital, Lin Yan calculated. It had been a while since the preliminary martial arts exam ended, and if he didn't find a suitable soul pet within 3 days, he would need to leave for the Beastmaster University in the magic capital. As he arrived at a pond to rest, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. Lin Yan, with his keen soul power, immediately sensed the anomaly. He picked up the spirit-nurturing jade talisman, feeling a gentle warmth in his palm, as if it was responding to something nearby. Could there be a relic nearby? Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. A relic capable of producing such a large spirit-nurturing jade must be extraordinary, and exploring it would surely yield great rewards. For the moment, the thought of finding a third soul pet was set aside as Lin Yan began searching for the source of the talisman's reaction. However, all around him was flat grassland, showing no signs of a relic. With a mindset to give it a try, Lin Yan carefully probed with the talisman. After over an hour of confirmation, the spirit-nurturing jade pointed directly to the pond in front of him. Could the relic be underwater? Lin Yan speculated and immediately commanded the ice spirit dragon to dive in. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary pond was unfathomably deep, like a gateway to another world. Just as Lin Yan prepared to follow the ice spirit dragon into deeper exploration, a deafening roar erupted from below, as if a giant beast had been awakened. A terrifying pressure bore down on Lin Yan like a massive stone. At the same time, he sensed that the ice spirit dragon, exploring underwater, had encountered something terrifying and was frantically swimming back to the surface, filled with uncontrollable fear. Soon, the frightened ice spirit dragon emerged and collapsed on the shore. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yan's mind. Whatever lurked beneath the water had the power to terrify a fourth-tier ice spirit dragon. Seeing the ice spirit dragon incapacitated, Lin Yan quickly recalled it into the beast space. At this point, he could no longer concern himself with the relic. Survival was paramount. Lin Yan turned and sprinted away from the pond, fearing the unknown powerful creature might pursue him. It's possible the relic is already occupied by a powerful wild spirit beast, Lin Yan thought as he ran, deciding not to take any more risks. After all, his life was more valuable than any treasure. Lin Yan had just sprinted away from the pond when a thunderous roar erupted behind him. He whipped around to see the entire pond violently churning, with massive splashes of water shooting into the air. In the next instant, a streak of blue-purple lightning flashed, and a colossal creature, crackling with electricity, leapt out of the water and landed right in front of him. "Little one, you woke me up and think you can just run away?" An ancient and commanding voice resonated in Lin Yan's ears. The sudden turn of events filled Lin Yan with terror, making his hair stand on end. His mind raced. A spirit beast that can speak. This requires at least a 7th-tier level of power, and it must possess a noble bloodline to achieve this. Even the most intelligent beings like the Light Angel can't do this below the 7th tier. Suppressing his fear, Lin Yan stammered, "I meant no harm. I accidentally disturbed you. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he quickly retrieved a spirit-nurturing jade talisman from his waist and carefully placed it in front of him. At this moment, Lin Yan could only hope that this formidable spirit beast was the guardian of the relic and would spare him in light of the talisman. Upon seeing the talisman in Lin Yan's hand, the lightning-clad spirit beast refrained from further action. Only then did Lin Yan breathe a slight sigh of relief, though he dared not relax completely. "I see. This entrance is so well hidden, and yet you found it. You possess a token of the Heavenly Palace Gate. In that case, follow me." The spirit beast's tone softened noticeably. Heavenly Palace Gate. Lin Yan was filled with confusion. He had never heard of this organization, but he dared not ask further questions and quickly followed the spirit beast. As they walked, Lin Yan discreetly raised his head and used his data eye to analyze the terrifying beast. When the data panel appeared, he nearly gasped. Species, Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger. Attribute, Lightning. Level, 9th tier, 1st level. Phase, complete. Lin Yan's mind was in turmoil. A 9th tier spirit beast. And it was a Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger, known for its combat prowess. Among all attributes, Lightning was recognized as the most powerful. The mere presence of this guardian spirit beast gave Lin Yan a glimpse of how formidable the Heavenly Palace Gate must be. Following the Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger deeper into the relic, Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at the scale, which far exceeded his previous expectations. His heart was a mix of tension and excitement, unsure of what surprises or dangers lay ahead. Passing through the deep pool, Lin Yan stepped into the mysterious ruins. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered another dimension. The world before him was vastly larger than the outside, and to his astonishment, there was a sun hanging high in the sky, with a sky as blue as a clear day. He marveled at the grandeur of it, loosing spirit-nurturing jade as a token, a 9th-level spirit beast as a guardian, and an entire sect hidden within a separate space. Just as Lin Yan was absorbed in the wonders of this small world, a 9th-level Thunder Punishment Spirit suddenly spoke, its voice booming like thunder. "Old Wooden One, come out. There's a newcomer." Before the words had even faded, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished into the sky, leaving Lin Yan standing alone. In a blink, a wooden puppet appeared out of thin air before Lin Yan. Even more surprising, the puppet spoke, its voice cold and mechanical. "Please present your token." Lin Yan hurriedly handed over the stone charm from his waist, remaining vigilant, knowing that a speaking puppet must be extraordinary. The wooden puppet took the stone charm and, after sensing it for a moment, announced, "Token verification successful, assessment qualification granted." With that, it returned the stone charm to Lin Yan. Relieved to have the precious spirit-nurturing jade back, Lin Yan let out a small sigh of relief. The puppet continued. "Now, the first test begins, the puppet mechanism chamber. Pass 4 stages to become a registered disciple of Tianmin Palace." "What if I can't pass?" Lin Yan asked anxiously. "Death." The puppet uttered the single word before disappearing instantly. Lin Yan stood there, stunned, the cold word death echoing in his mind. Suddenly, everything spun around him, and he was teleported to a vast chamber. As he looked around, the smooth walls showed no sign of any puppets. As Lin Yan stood puzzled, a mechanical voice announced, "Detected candidate's level is Tier 3, adjusting assessment difficulty to Tier 3. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a little reassured. Fortunately, it was determined by the Beast Master's level. If it were based on soul power, he would have been in deep trouble. Meanwhile, the wooden puppet and the Thunder Punishment Spirit met elsewhere. "You old wooden block," the Thunder Punishment Spirit chided. "Why did you tell him he'd die when failing the test just means being expelled? Aren't you breaking the rules?" The wooden puppet explained, "Don't worry, if he fails, I'll send him out. I just said that to put some pressure on him. Do you really want to stay in this place forever?" "Oh, I see," the Thunder Punishment Spirit realized. "You old wooden block are quite cunning." The wooden puppet sighed. "There's no choice. Who knows when we'll find the next person to come here if we miss this one? Our requirements aren't even that high," the Thunder Punishment Spirit complained. "Just pass 5 stages to become a registered disciple. The last one we got was useless, couldn't even pass the second stage." "Exactly," the wooden puppet agreed. "Only after becoming a registered disciple can they re-enter here, giving us a chance to help them within the rules." Boom. A sudden, intense rumble came from ahead, causing the walls to shake violently. Lin Yan instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings with eyes as sharp as lightning. In the next moment, the wall in front split open, revealing a deep, dark passage. From its depths, the faint roars of beasts could be heard. Boom, boom. 2 puppet tigers charged out from the passage, their presence imposing. They were so lifelike that Lin Yan felt as if he were facing real tigers. He marveled at the Tianmin Palace's mastery of mechanical puppet techniques. "These 2 puppet tigers are both at the early stage of the 3rd tier," Lin Yan observed. "Xiao Bing, it's your turn." The ice spirit Divine Jiao let out a roar and dashed forward from Lin Yan's side, heading straight for the puppet beasts. As a divine beast at the 4th level of the 3rd tier, the ice spirit Divine Jiao, with its powerful bloodline, was more than capable of handling the early 3rd tier tigers with ease. Whoosh! A vast chill emanated from the ice spirit Divine Jiao, instantly filling the entire chamber. For the ice spirit Divine Jiao, this enclosed space was an ideal battlefield to showcase its power. The concentrated cold air not only reduced energy consumption, but also significantly enhanced its combat effectiveness. Before the puppet tigers could get close, they were already covered in thick frost, their speed drastically reduced. The ice spirit Divine Jiao leaped forward, pinning one of them down. Hiss! Ice God's breath. A blast of extreme cold shot from its mouth, directly hitting one of the puppet tiger's legs. That leg was instantly frozen, causing the tiger to hobble awkwardly. The other puppet tiger immediately lunged at the ice spirit Divine Jiao, attempting to assist its companion. Although the ice spirit Divine Jiao was unafraid, it wasn't reckless either. Having been with Lin Yan for some time, it had learned how to win with minimal effort. After all, this was only the first of 5 challenges. The ice spirit Divine Jiao deftly evaded the dual attack from the puppet tigers, suddenly radiating a brilliant blue light. Instantly, the battlefield's temperature plummeted once more. Absolute zero. It activated its domain skill, transforming the entire chamber into a world of icy mist. The movements of the puppet tigers slowed immediately, especially the one with its leg frozen, as the frost spread across half its body, rendering it nearly incapacitated. The ice spirit Divine Jiao seized the opportunity to engage fiercely with the other puppet tiger. Lin Yan carefully observed the battle, noting that while the puppet tiger's attack power was average, their defense was extraordinarily resilient. "These puppet tigers are made of some extraordinary material," he pondered, keeping a close eye on the fight's progress. Compared to normal spirit beasts, puppets lack intelligence, but they compensate for this shortcoming with their formidable defense. However, when faced with the formidable combat power of the ice spirit Divine Jiao, the 2 puppet tigers were clearly inadequate. The ice spirit Divine Jiao darted around the chamber like lightning, exuding an icy chill. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 puppet tigers were frozen and shattered, turning into a heap of scrap metal scattered on the ground. Just as Lin Yan was about to step forward to inspect, the remnants on the ground suddenly vanished. His eyes lit up, and his interest in the puppet mechanism room deepened. "They can be recycled," he thought to himself. "This means that the puppet remnants can be reused by the puppet mechanism master." Otherwise, consuming a batch of puppets with each challenge would be unsustainable, no matter how wealthy one is. Lin Yan nodded, feeling a slight sense of loss, as he had intended to claim these rare materials for himself. But he quickly shifted his focus to the next challenge. In less than a minute, the chamber walls cracked open once more, revealing a passageway. This time, 2 more puppet tigers appeared before Lin Yan, now at the peak of the early 3rd tier. The ice spirit divine Jiao showed no fear and was even more excited. Since Xiao Guang's appearance, it had been particularly vigorous in battle. Moreover, the cold air lingering in the chamber provided it with a significant combat boost. Although the new puppet tigers were stronger, the ice spirit divine Jiao had already figured out their combat patterns. Lin Yan also noticed the fatal weakness of the puppet spirit beasts. Their combat patterns were too predictable, making them vulnerable once their strategies were understood. With its understanding of the puppet tiger's tactics and the advantage of the icy environment, the ice spirit divine Jiao dealt with these 2 peak early 3rd tier opponents in just over 10 minutes. The 3rd challenge began swiftly. 2 staggering puppet brown bears emerged from the passageway. Sensing their presence, the ice spirit divine Jiao became cautious. Mid-3rd tier. This matched the ice spirit divine Jiao's own strength, making it challenging to face 2 opponents of the same level alone. Lin Yan was about to summon the light angel for assistance when the ice spirit divine Jiao suddenly turned and let out a series of urgent cries. Roar! Roar! Surprised, Lin Yan looked at it. You want to take on these 2 puppet brown bears by yourself? The ice spirit divine Jiao nodded quickly. Roar, roar. All right then, just be careful. Lin Yan decided to trust it, easing the restrictions on the ice spirit divine Jiao. After all, mutual trust was crucial between a beast master and their beast. Since the ice spirit divine Jiao was confident, he decided to give it the opportunity. Reassured, the ice spirit divine Jiao turned back, focusing intently on the 2 mid-30-year puppet brown bears, ready to engage. In the chamber stood 2 puppet brown bears, their combat prowess far surpassing that of the previous puppet tigers. The icy chill released by the ice spirit divine Jiao enveloped the bears, but they easily shattered it. These power-type spirit beasts were indeed formidable, yet Lin Yan keenly noticed their weakness, their sluggish speed, especially when hindered by the cold. The ice spirit divine Jiao soared upwards, heading straight for the chamber's ceiling. Its dragon horns emitted a dazzling blue glow as a phantom ice dragon began to take shape. In an instant, the entire space's frigid air surged towards the Jiao's head, solidifying the ice dragon's apparition, and its oppressive aura rapidly intensified. Sensing the impending threat, the 2 puppet bears lunged towards the ice spirit divine Jiao, hoping to interrupt its attack. However, their speed was significantly reduced by the cold, and despite their full sprint, it took nearly a second to reach their target. Just as the bears were about to reach the Jiao, a massive ice shield suddenly materialized in their path. Unable to dodge, the bears crashed directly into the shield, getting bounced back and shattering the shield in the process. As the bears recovered and prepared to advance again, the ice spirit divine Jiao unleashed the ice dragon with a deafening roar. This massive dragon exuded a suffocating pressure as it charged towards the puppet bears. Unable to evade due to their forward momentum, the bears were struck heated by the destructive ice dragon. Boom! Boom! The chamber erupted with a terrifying blast, filling the space with swirling ice crystals. The 2 puppet bears were instantly buried beneath the avalanche of ice and snow. As the icy debris gradually settled, the bear's dire condition was revealed to Lin Yan. The bear directly hit by the ice dragon was encased in a thick layer of ice, trapped within a massive frozen block. Although it still had some movement, it struggled to break free in the short term. The other bear, though still mobile, was in poor shape, half its body weighed down by heavy ice, the other half covered in wounds. Seizing this perfect opportunity to defeat them individually, the ice spirit divine Jiao found it much easier to deal with the injured bear. Without hesitation, it launched an attack, taking just 3 minutes to completely disable the puppet bear's energy. 3 obstacles overcome in succession. At that moment, Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised to notice that the aura of the ice spirit divine Jiao had slightly strengthened. It had broken through during the battle, reaching the 3rd tier 5th level. The ice spirit dragon had been stuck at the 3rd tier 4th level for quite some time, but now it had finally made a breakthrough. Lin Yan immediately summoned the Angel of Light. Despite the ice spirit dragon's increased power, he knew that without using enhanced strength, it would still be difficult to pass the 4th trial. In this unknown ruin, he decided to conserve his soul power as much as possible to face greater challenges ahead. The walls opened once more, revealing 2 puppet lion beasts in front of the ice spirit dragon and the Angel of Light. The craftsmanship of these puppets was astonishing. Aside from the slightly mechanical joints, they were almost indistinguishable from real lion spirit beasts. What shocked Lin Yan even more was that both puppet lions had reached the late 3rd tier level. This Heavenly Gate Palace's trial is far tougher than I imagined, Lin Yan thought to himself. Encountering late third-tier puppets at the fourth trial, what kind of strength will the fifth trial and the ones beyond require? The battle erupted instantly. The Ice Spirit Dragon, now stronger after its breakthrough, fought one of the puppet lions to a standstill. Meanwhile, the Angel of Light was performing remarkably well, wielding the angelic divine sword and suppressing the other puppet lion with ease. In no time, the majestic puppet lion had one of its legs severed, signaling the battle's conclusion. Meanwhile, in another space, a towering ninth-tier Thunder Punishment Spirit Master stood alongside a wooden puppet, watching Lin Yan's battle through a massive light mirror. Old wood, the Thunder Punishment Spirit Master remarked, impressed by the Angel of Light's formidable performance. Do you think Lin Yan can make it through the fifth trial? The bloodlines of these two spirit beasts are quite impressive. If his third spirit beast can also reach the late third tier, he should be able to pass. Purple Thunder, 300 years have passed, yet you haven't changed a bit, still as impatient as ever. The wooden puppet turned to the Thunder Punishment Spirit Master. You're lucky enough to occasionally get some fresh air. In these 300 years, you've only had 3 chances. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Master fell into reminiscence, then asked gravely, do you really lose all emotions after becoming a puppet? You used to be just as impatient as I am, but now you're so composed. Haha. The wooden puppet sighed deeply. What's good about becoming a puppet? This half-human, half-ghost state is devoid of knowledge, sensation, and taste. Only when reminiscing can I barely remember that I was once human. In the chamber, Lin Yan easily dealt with 2 latest-stage third-tier puppet lions. The Ice Spirit Dragon and the Angel of Light returned to his side, vigilantly watching the front, ready for the next challenge. The passage ahead opened again, but this time the aura emanating from it was suffocating. Each step caused the passage to tremble slightly, as if a giant beast was about to emerge. Lin Yan frowned. Using his powerful soul force and the Eye of Data, he sensed that what was approaching was a 4th-tier spirit beast puppet. In the next moment, a red fire monkey, engulfed in roaring flames, appeared from the passage. The black patterns interwoven in the flames made the monkey appear even more terrifying, as if it could devour one's soul. Lin Yan's first reaction was that it was a living creature, but he quickly realized it was a puppet, crafted with extreme realism. Without the Eye of Data, it would have been nearly impossible to tell. As soon as the red fire monkey stepped into the chamber, the temperature soared, causing the ice to melt at a visible rate. Although ice should counter fire, the overwhelming power disparity completely overturned this relationship. The Ice Spirit Dragon decisively abandoned maintaining absolute zero, otherwise its spiritual energy would be exhausted in an instant. Facing the 4th-tier puppet fire monkey, Lin Yan chose to let his 2 beasts fight with their original strength, without enhancement. The Ice Spirit Dragon charged forward fearlessly, the Angel of Light followed closely, wings spread wide as it advanced swiftly. The puppet fire monkey's flames surged, rushing toward the 2 spirit beasts. In an instant, the 3 engaged in a rapid battle, their speed making it hard to follow. Blue, gold, and red lights intertwined, making it difficult to discern the detailed battle situation. With its 4th-tier strength, the puppet fire monkey temporarily held the upper hand, suppressing Lin Yan's 2 spirit beasts. A transparent shield appeared around the Angel of Light, barely withstanding the black-red flames spewing from the monkey. The Ice Spirit Dragon condensed its ice attributes into a solid ice armor, resisting the extreme heat emanating from the monkey. Despite this, the Ice Spirit Dragon and the Angel of Light struggled to hold on under the puppet fire monkey's ferocious attacks. The gap between the 4th and 3rd tiers was immense. Even though this puppet fire monkey was only at the initial stage of the 4th tier, it was not an opponent they could easily defeat. The battle grew increasingly intense, the chamber filled with the sound of ice and fire clashing, alongside the beating of the Angel of Light's wings, as the life-and-death struggle continued. Crossing the threshold from the 3rd tier to the 4th is a significant leap for spirit beasts, marking their transition from low to mid-level. At this critical moment, Lin Yan made his move. Soul Break Arrows. 5 Soul Break arrows shot out like lightning towards the puppet flame monkey. The speed of the arrows was astonishing, and the puppet flame monkey, entangled by the Ice Spirit Divine Jiao and the Angel of Light, had no chance to dodge. Whoosh! The 5 arrows hit the joints of the puppet flame monkey with precision. Instantly, the monkey's movements became sluggish. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts that rely on muscle power, the puppet's operation relies on energy supply at its joints. Despite the puppet's defense surpassing that of spirit beasts of the same level, the Soul Break arrows successfully disrupted its internal energy flow. The Ice Spirit Divine Jiao and the Angel of Light seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the puppet flame monkey. Their situation immediately improved. Notably, the arrow that struck directly at the monkey's chest caused the intense flames on the puppet to weaken significantly. With his Data God's Eye, Lin Yan had a considerable advantage over these puppet spirit beasts. To him, the energy flow within the puppets was crystal clear, allowing him to easily pinpoint their weak spots. The ice spirit divine Jiao took the chance to unleash absolute zero once more. In an instant, ice and snow covered the entire chamber, and Lin Yan felt the heat brought by the puppet flame monkey dissipate significantly. Ice God Breath. The ice spirit divine Jiao exhaled a breath of cold air, directly hitting the puppet flame monkey. Typically, this move would be melted by flames before reaching the monkey. But this time, the ice god breath penetrated through the surrounding flames and struck the monkey's chest. Lin Yan had already informed the ice spirit divine Jiao that the source of the puppet flame monkey's fire was slightly to the right of its chest. This strike alone wasn't enough to cause severe damage to the puppet, but upon hitting, the flames that had already diminished on the monkey's body weakened further. The black-red flames were suppressed to the point where they were almost invisible, barely clinging to the surface. Suddenly, the ice spirit divine Jiao soared into the air, forming an ice dragon's shadow behind him. The angel of light rushed to the front of the puppet flame monkey, holding it off to buy time for the ice spirit divine Jiao to unleash his skill. Although it had lost the ability to release flames, the puppet flame monkey still retained the strength of a fourth-tier spirit beast. After breaking free from the ice spirit divine Jiao's restraint, it pressed the angel of light hard. The transparent shield on the angel of light's body fluctuated under the monkey's fierce attack, on the brink of shattering. At this critical juncture, Lin Yan raised his hand once more. 3 soul break arrows shot through the air, all hitting the puppet flame monkey at the left of its chest. In an instant, the flames on the monkey were completely extinguished. What incredible defense! Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes flashing with surprise and admiration. If an ordinary early 4th-tier spirit beast were hit in the chest by Lin Yan's arrows, it would likely have been severely injured and fallen to the ground. However, the puppet flame ape before him still maintained an astonishing fighting capability, having lost only less than half of its strength. As Lin Yan marveled at this, a dazzling phantom suddenly burst from behind the ice spirit divine Jiao. An ice dragon roared out, crashing directly into the puppet flame ape that Lin Yan had struck. In an instant, a thick layer of frost covered the puppet's surface, with cold air seeping into its body through the wounds Lin Yan had inflicted. Meanwhile, the angel of light was not to be outdone. Raising its divine angelic sword high, it brought it down with great force. This powerful strike caused the already injured puppet flame ape to stagger. Yet, the angel of light did not cease its assault. Chanting incantations, the next moment, the angelic sword erupted with blinding light. Angelic holy light. The brilliant golden light pierced the puppet flame ape like a sharp sword, its power so immense that signs of melting appeared on the puppet's surface. Without sufficient spiritual energy to sustain it, even the finest materials could not withstand the fierce attacks imbued with spiritual power from the spirit beasts. The puppet flame ape was at its limit. Under the combined assault of the ice spirit divine Jiao and the angel of light, it collapsed in less than a minute. As the puppet fell, the passage at the front of the chamber suddenly opened. A mysterious voice echoed from deep within the passage. Congratulations on passing the 5th test of Tianmin Palace. You have earned the qualification to become a registered disciple of our Tianmin Palace. Do you accept? Lin Yan gazed at the white phantom emerging from the passage, thinking to himself, a spirit within the artifact? I didn't expect this puppet mechanism chamber to be a spiritual artifact, and it even has a spirit. He pondered briefly. Since this is an ancient sect, joining shouldn't pose any issues. I am willing, Lin Yan replied, bowing slightly. He understood that since he had come to the ruins for the test, refusing after passing might be seen as a provocation, leading to immediate retaliation. The white phantom continued. Do you choose to continue the challenge? Startled, Lin Yan quickly asked, if I continue the challenge, are there any additional benefits? He contemplated that since the 5th test featured an early 4th-tier spirit beast puppet, the subsequent challenges would only become more difficult. Considering he was participating in a 3rd-tier beast master test, having stages exceeding even the early 4th tier was unexpected. The phantom responded, passing the 6th test will make you an official disciple of Tianmin Palace. Passing the 7th test will grant you the status of a core disciple and the eligibility to be elected as the Holy Son of Tianmin Palace. Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. Given this increasing difficulty, passing the 7th test would require at least late 4th-tier combat strength. Yet, this only secured core disciple status and Holy Son election eligibility, suggesting that Tianmin Palace's Holy Son at its peak likely possessed strength far beyond those who passed the 7th test. At this moment, Lin Yan's curiosity about the mysterious sect known as Tianmin Palace deepened. With 9th-tier spirit beasts as guardian beasts, high-level puppet mechanism chambers, and the potential for a Holy Son with at least late 4th-tier strength at the 3rd-tier level, just how profound were the foundations of this sect? If it were in its prime, I wonder what kind of colossal force it would be, Lin Yan thought to himself, his gaze firm as he looked ahead. Such a powerful sect, if he could become a core disciple or even a Holy Son, wouldn't that be like reaching the heavens in a single bound? He had absolutely no reason to give up on continuing the challenge. All right, the sixth test will now commence, the phantom said, and with a flicker, vanished at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, in a hidden monitoring room, the ninth-rank Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy excitedly turned to the wooden puppet beside him. He really succeeded. The violent crackling of lightning around him betrayed his inner shock. If I'm not mistaken, he just used some kind of low-level soul technique. To wield a low-level soul technique to such an extent, this kid must have remarkable talent and soul power. The wooden puppet remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by it all. However, it suddenly spoke. Why is he continuing the test? His strength was already at its limit passing the 5th level. He can't possibly pass the 6th. What if he's accidentally killed by the 6th level puppet? Don't worry, the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy reassured. I'll notify the puppet room to ensure Lin Yan's safety. Maybe he's been hiding his true strength. With that, the wooden puppet closed its eyes, appearing to communicate with something far away. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy suddenly remembered. My memory. It's been so long. I almost forgot the puppet room is your domain. He scratched his head and continued. But this kid's level can't possibly pass the 6th test. As a beast master, getting through the 5th level was already beyond my expectations. However, if he can become a registered disciple, he might be able to help me with some tasks. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy mused as he stared at the screen. Unaware of the conversation between the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy and the wooden puppet, Lin Yan focused intently on the mid-4th rank puppet White Rhinoceros that had just appeared. This puppet White Rhino was enormous, much larger than the previous puppet spirit beasts, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Yet Lin Yan showed no sign of tension, instead wearing a confident smile. Go, Xiaoguang, show it your true strength. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yan activated his innate ability enhancement. The aura of the Light Angel surged instantly, jumping from the 3rd rank, level 7 to the 4th rank, level 7. With the late 4th rank realm and the Light Angel's powerful innate abilities, it could easily handle even a peak 4th rank spirit beast, let alone this mid-4th rank puppet White Rhino. The Light Angel's wings fluttered gently, and it instantly appeared in front of the puppet White Rhino. Wielding the divine sword, the Light Angel made a light slash, sending the puppet White Rhino flying several meters, a deep gash appearing on its body, revealing its mechanical innards. Seeing the intricately arranged components inside the puppet White Rhino, Lin Yan couldn't help but admire the advanced technology behind these puppet spirit beasts. Even after such damage, it could still function normally. However, in the face of absolute strength, these intricate designs were futile. The Light Angel quickly followed up with another slash. This time, the puppet White Rhino completely lost power and collapsed to the ground. The White Phantom reappeared, announcing, "Congratulations, you have earned the status of official disciple. Would you like to proceed to the 7th challenge?" Challenge? Lin Yan answered without hesitation, his tone filled with determination. In the monitoring room, the wooden puppet and Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy stared in disbelief at the screen displaying Lin Yan's battle. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, stunned, turned to the wooden puppet beside him, stammering. Did Lin Yan hide his rank before? Is his true rank actually a 4th rank Beastmaster? Impossible. The mechanized puppet chamber is a top-tier spiritual treasure and cannot make mistakes. The wooden puppet man shook his head firmly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Even if someone had the means, they could at most conceal their own level, but could never directly deceive the mechanized puppet chamber. No sooner had he spoken than the scene inside the chamber changed abruptly. The 7th trial's puppet spirit beast slowly appeared before Lin Yan, its aura reaching the late 4th tier in strength. However, the Angel of Light, also at the late 4th tier, showed no sign of tension. Instead, its eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit. At the same level, the Angel of Light found few opponents, let alone defeating the puppet stone monster standing before it. The 7th trial's assessment puppet was a stone giant, its dark rocky skin exuding an aura of invincibility, with top-notch strength and defense. Yet, all of this seemed insignificant before the Angel of Light's divine sword. The sword's edge gleamed sharply in the air, and as the Angel of Light swung it, the divine sword sliced through the air and struck the puppet stone monster heavily. The sharp blade cut into the stone monster's rocky exterior, leaving deep gashes. Angel's Judgment. The Angel of Light radiated dazzling golden light, raising the divine sword high and chanting softly as it slashed down. With a resounding crash, the sword carved a deep, bone-revealing wound on one of the stone monster's arms, clearly damaging its internal structure. The stone monster's right arm instantly lost its mobility. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the Angel of Light relentlessly concentrated its attacks on the now immobile right arm of the stone monster. After 3 strikes, the stone monster's right arm broke off, exposing its intricate mechanical structure. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, realizing this was a perfect chance. No matter how powerful a puppet, its internal structure was always its weakest point. He raised his right hand slightly, and 3 soul-piercing arrows shot out instantly. The stone monster seemed to sense the power of the soul-piercing arrows and raised its still functional left hand to block. However, the Angel of Light wouldn't allow it the chance. The divine sword, swift as lightning, cleaved through the stone monster's left hand. With 2 loud crashes, Lin Yan's 3 soul-piercing arrows accurately drilled into the wound on the puppet's right arm. Almost simultaneously, the stone monster's whole body shuddered violently and then lost all power, collapsing with a thud. With his data eye, Lin Yan could directly perceive the internal structure of the stone monster. The soul-piercing arrows had precisely destroyed the energy core within, delivering a fatal blow. To Lin Yan, the puppet stone monster was like transparent glass, with all its weaknesses laid bare, allowing him to effortlessly dismantle it. Congratulations to disciple Lin Yan for passing the 7th trial and earning the status of a core disciple of Tianmin Palace. A phantom floated before Lin Yan, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. In the next moment, Lin Yan found himself transported out of the mechanized puppet chamber, back in front of the wooden puppet man and the 9th-tier lightning punishment spirit envoy. Honored mentors, Lin Yan greeted the wooden puppet man and the 9th-tier lightning punishment spirit envoy with a respectful bow. No need for formalities, said Lei Fa Lingshi with a smile, his eyes bright as he looked at Lin Yan. You are now the only core disciple of Tianmin Palace, directly promoted to a candidate for the Holy Sun, a status equal to ours. Lin Yan was taken aback by these words, looking at the wooden puppet and Lei Fa Lingshi in astonishment. He thought to himself, had he really become someone of equal standing with these powerful figures? Did this mean he was now one of the highest-ranked individuals in the Tianmin Palace relics? Seeing his reaction, the wooden puppet quickly explained, you can call me Elder Wu. This is Lei Hufa, the guardian spirit beast of our Tianmin Palace. Before Lin Yan could recover from his shock, the wooden puppet had already taken out a golden space ring. Here are your daily resources as a candidate for the Holy Sun, it said. Later, you can follow me to the Spirit Fire area to select a Spirit Fire. Spirit Fire? Lin Yan was puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. The wooden puppet shook its head at his confusion. It seems you know nothing about artifact refining, it sighed. Normally, even with exceptional strength, being so unfamiliar with artifact refining would disqualify you as a Holy Sun candidate. But given the current special circumstances of Tianmin Palace, we're not being picky. I'll give you a brief explanation to prevent you from embarrassing our Tianmin Palace due to ignorance when you leave. First, take a look at what's inside the space ring, the wooden puppet instructed. Lin Yan immediately opened the storage ring. The first things he saw were a golden robe and a golden orb, followed by 3 purple gold jade slips and a bottle of pills. As he focused on the golden robe, information about it suddenly appeared in his mind. Earth-level spiritual armor. Lin Yan exclaimed, guessing by intuition that it was similar to spiritual artifacts in fantasy novels, though he wasn't very familiar with it. The wooden puppet explained, this golden robe and golden orb are both Earth-level spiritual artifacts. Once you bind them with your blood, you'll understand their functions. Following the instructions, Lin Yan bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on each of the spiritual artifacts. Instantly, he felt as if these items had become a part of his body. With a thought, the golden robe transformed into the style of his everyday clothes. What shocked Lin Yan even more was that he discovered the robe's defensive power, requiring only a small input of soul power, was stronger than his fully executed soul protection technique. This is incredible, he thought. With this spiritual armor, a beast master's survivability will be greatly enhanced. Next, Lin Yan infused a trace of soul power into the golden orb. Immediately, he sensed a change in his soul technique. Raising his right hand, he released a soul break arrow, which blasted a massive crater into the ground. How is this possible? Lin Yan was stunned by the power of the soul break arrow, unable to calm down for a long time. This significant enhancement far exceeded his expectations, filling him with anticipation and curiosity for the new chapter about to unfold. The power of the soul-piercing arrow left Lin Yan astounded. Compared to when he usually released it, its power had doubled, escalating from merely being a threat to 4th-level spiritual beasts to inflicting significant damage on them. Noticing Lin Yan's surprised expression, the wooden puppet explained in detail. This is the effect of the spiritual armor and the heart of soul arts, both spiritual artifacts crafted by our Heavenly Palace sect. Our sect is renowned for our expertise in artifact crafting, and every disciple is equipped with a spiritual flame. As the wooden puppet led Lin Yan toward the area with the spiritual flames, it continued to narrate the history of the Heavenly Palace sect. Our sect has a profound foundation. Even before other realms invaded Blue Star, we were one of the dominant forces in this world. Before the invasion of other realms, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Does that mean it predates the emergence of Beast Tamers? Exactly. The profession of Beast Tamer only appeared at the beginning of the Realm Wars, the wooden puppet explained. Before that, powerful spiritual beasts were rare on Blue Star. It wasn't until other realms connected with Blue Star that a large number of powerful spiritual beasts began to appear. Every disciple of the Heavenly Palace sect is skilled in artifact crafting and puppet making, making them top-notch artifact craftsmen and puppet masters. The wooden puppet continued. The strength of a puppet master cannot be measured solely by level. Gifted puppet masters generally have combat power a full level higher than Beast Tamers of the same rank, which is why our assessment standards are so stringent. Lin Yan suddenly understood. This explained why even becoming a named disciple required the ability to fight opponents a full level higher. But then he had a new question. If puppet masters are so powerful, why are there more people on Blue Star practicing as Beast Tamers instead? Puppet masters are indeed formidable, essentially invincible at the same level, and skilled in artifact crafting, the wooden puppet explained. But the key is that the time and resources needed to train a puppet master are more than 10 times that of a beast tamer. By the time you become a 3rd level puppet master, others might already be 5th level or even higher level beast tamers. However, in the ancient times when spiritual energy was scarce, puppet masters actually grew faster. The wooden puppet retrieved a rustic book from somewhere and handed it to Lin Yan. This is 100 Solutions to Artifact Crafting, which records the fundamental knowledge of our sect. As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace sect, even if you're not an artifact craftsman, you need to understand these things. I was going to say it's not to be passed outside, but its tone carried a hint of sadness. Given the current state of our sect, you have the right to decide whether to pass it on. We've arrived, the wooden puppet finally said. Looking up, Lin Yan's gaze was drawn to an ancient stone tablet in the distance. The tablet stood on a platform as white as jade, its surface etched with intricate and mysterious patterns. Almost involuntarily, he stepped forward, his feet touching the jade, and gently placed his hand on the tablet's surface. Following the guidance of the wooden puppet, Lin Yan cautiously directed a strand of his soul force into the tablet. In an instant, the world spun around him, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into an entirely new space. As his vision refocused, Lin Yan was astonished to find himself in a vast expanse of starry sky. Countless twinkling points of light surrounded him, each representing a precious spiritual flame. This discovery left him in awe outside. Even the lowest grade yellow-tier spiritual flame was worth millions of alliance currency, let alone the thousands of flames here. Lin Yan couldn't help but calculate silently. If he could exchange these spiritual flames for resources, they might be enough to support his cultivation to the 9th tier. However, he quickly calmed himself, recalling the earlier expression of the wooden puppet and realizing the importance of these flames to the Tianmin Palace. To rashly covet them might instantly provoke the wrath of the two powerful figures. Composing himself, Lin Yan activated his data eye, carefully searching for a spiritual flame suitable for him. Soon, he noticed an earth-tier flame nearby. Tentatively, he extended his soul force, surprisingly passing through the flame's protective barrier without resistance. This meant the earth-tier flame did not reject him and could be claimed at any moment. Yet Lin Yan did not act hastily. Through the data eye, he discovered 5 heaven-tier flames in this space. He decided to attempt contact with the heaven-tier flames first and only consider the earth-tier flame if unsuccessful. After some searching, Lin Yan approached a particularly powerful-looking heaven-tier flame. He extended his soul force again, encountering some resistance, but he soon broke through the protective barrier. His heart leaped with joy. Possessing a heaven-tier flame would significantly enhance his abilities in crafting and combat. Just as he was about to claim ownership of the heaven-tier flame, an unexpected event occurred. A seemingly unremarkable small flame suddenly rushed towards him at high speed. This sudden change startled Lin Yan, leaving him unsure of how to deal with this peculiar small flame. Lin Yan had entered the spiritual fire space with just a trace of his soul's power. If the spiritual fire were to attack suddenly, his soul's power would likely dissipate instantly. He was puzzled. Weren't all spiritual fires supposed to be sealed? Why was there one here moving freely? Just as the small spiritual fire was about to touch Lin Yan, it abruptly stopped. Seeing that this lively, dancing flame seemed harmless, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This spiritual fire stayed close, joyfully circling around him, appearing to possess a certain liveliness that others lacked. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan noticed that this spiritual fire was only of the Xian rank, yet it seemed to possess more intelligence than the average Tian rank spiritual fire. Despite its uniqueness, it was still just Xian rank, and Lin Yan was reluctant to give up the Tian rank spiritual fire before him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan refocused on the most powerful Tian rank spiritual fire. "You'll be my spiritual fire," he murmured, extending his soul's power once more. However, the peculiar Xian rank spiritual fire beside him seemed displeased, its flames flickering intensely. Ignoring it, Lin Yan continued to reach for the protective barrier of the Tian rank fire. Just as he was about to touch it, the small Xian rank flame suddenly became extremely agitated, rushing toward him. The spiritual fire moved too quickly for Lin Yan to evade. In his urgency, he retracted his soul's power from the Tian rank fire to shield himself. Yet, instead of a burning sensation, he was hit by a wave of dizziness. As the world spun around him, Lin Yan found his consciousness had returned to his physical body. Staring at the small Xian rank spiritual fire before him, Lin Yan felt a mix of emotions. Moments ago, he could have tamed a Tian rank spiritual fire, but by a twist of fate, he had left the spiritual fire space with this Xian rank fire. The real issue was that disciples of Tianmen Palace only had one chance to enter the spiritual fire space, meaning this Xian rank fire would be his companion from now on, with no possibility of change. Huh? A Xian rank spiritual fire. The wooden puppet beside him looked at the small flame with surprise, demanding, with so many powerful spiritual fires in the space, why did you choose this Xian rank one? Lin Yan emerged from the spirit fire space, holding a mysterious grade spirit fire in his hands, which caused the wooden puppet to frown. Given Lin Yan's talent, he should have at least obtained a powerful earth-grade spirit fire, and possibly even earned the recognition of a heaven-grade spirit fire with ease. Noticing the wooden puppet's confusion, Lin Yan quickly explained, Elder Wu, it's really not my fault. I had already gained the approval of a heaven-grade spirit fire in the spirit fire space. But at the critical moment, this mysterious grade spirit fire suddenly appeared and forcibly bonded with me. He shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. What? It bonded with you on its own? The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy nearby asked in disbelief. He knew that each spirit fire in the spirit fire space was tightly sealed within formations to prevent them from devouring each other and causing explosions. Even if the formations had aged over time, a mysterious grade spirit fire shouldn't be able to break free. Moreover, spirit fires are typically passive, accepting human taming but incapable of initiating a bond, as they lack intelligence, except for the most elite heaven-grade spirit fires, which might possess a hint of wisdom. The wooden puppet looked serious and asked, are there other spirit fires like this mysterious grade 1 roaming freely in the spirit fire space? Although the formation seemed intact, he wanted to be cautious and confirm. Lin Yan immediately shook his head. No, this is the only mysterious grade spirit fire outside of the protective barrier in the entire space. The wooden puppet relaxed slightly and said, since the formations are intact, it's not a major issue. Let me take a look at this mysterious grade spirit fire. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the small flame in Lin Yan's hand. However, as soon as the wooden puppet's fingers made contact with the spirit fire, an unexpected change occurred. Within a minute, he hastily returned the fire to Lin Yan, exclaiming, how is this possible? Lin Yan looked up in surprise to see burn marks on the puppet's hand. This was astonishing, considering the puppet was made from top-tier puppet materials and should not have been harmed by even an uncontrolled heaven-grade spirit fire. This fire is unusual, the 9th-level Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy remarked in shock. The wooden puppet stared intently at the mysterious grade spirit fire and solemnly said, this isn't an ordinary mysterious grade spirit fire. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary spirit of alien fire. Spirit of alien fire. Lin Yan and the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy both showed puzzled expressions. The wooden puppet explained, I read about this in an ancient book. The spirit of alien fire is said to be a special spirit fire formed under extreme conditions, embodying the essence of the world's spirit fires. This mysterious grade spirit fire of yours closely resembles the legendary spirit of alien fire. The words of the wooden puppet acted like a soothing balm, instantly dispelling the gloom in Lin Yan's heart. The puppet continued to explain that the unique aspect of the spirit of the alien fire is its autonomous intelligence, allowing it to change according to its master's will without requiring much effort to control. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doesn't this mean that the master of the spirit of the alien fire can easily achieve perfect control over the flames? The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy nearby appeared confused and asked, what use is that? The wooden puppet, with a hint of disdain, turned to the 9th-rank Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy and said, it's surprising that you, as the guardian spirit beast of the Heavenly Gate Palace, don't even know such basic knowledge. However, Lin Yan patiently explained to the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, in the process of crafting artifacts, controlling the intensity of the spirit fire is a crucial step. With spirit fire, an artifact refiner can achieve perfection in terms of intensity, allowing them to focus more on crafting spiritual artifacts and significantly enhancing their refining abilities. Exactly, the wooden puppet commended. Talking to smart people is simple, they understand immediately. However, this ability is even more effective in alchemy, Lin Yan added. Indeed, alchemy requires even more precise control over the fire, and the quality of the pills mainly depends on the control of the spirit fire. The wooden puppet nodded in agreement. All right, the spirit fire has been claimed. You still have a final reward of 10,000 contribution points. You can check this exchange list and choose what you want to redeem. Once you've made your choice, you can leave. As he spoke, a thick exchange book appeared out of thin air in the wooden puppet's hand. Lin Yan took the exchange book and immediately began to browse through it carefully. As a powerful sect, the Heavenly Gate Palace would certainly not be stingy with the rewards for its core disciples. Upon opening the book, Lin Yan was almost dazzled by the array of spiritual items. 10,000-year-old primordial spirit grass, 1,000-year-old fire star flower. However, seeing the exorbitant prices of these items, Lin Yan quickly dismissed any unrealistic thoughts. He turned to the pages featuring items suitable for him, carefully observing and searching for treasures that could enhance his strength. Although he didn't find items that directly increased his power, Lin Yan noticed some spiritual items priced significantly lower than their value outside. One contribution point in the Heavenly Gate Palace was equivalent to 1,000 alliance coins outside, meaning Lin Yan's 10,000 contribution points were roughly equivalent to spiritual items worth 10 million alliance coins. However, some items that were already extinct outside had values that could be 2 or 3 times higher. In other words, Lin Yan had the opportunity to exchange for rare spiritual items worth nearly 30 million alliance coins. Just as Lin Yan was about to make an exchange, he noticed the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy next to him seemed hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but was unsure. As the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy hesitated, the wooden puppet couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Lin Yan, I see that your soul power is already sufficient to contract a spirit beast. Are you interested in exchanging for a spirit beast? Lin Yan stared blankly at the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy and the wooden puppet, tightly clutching the exchange manual. He flipped through it carefully for a long time, but found no options related to spirit beasts. Spirit beast? Is there a spirit beast option in this exchange manual? Lin Yan asked in confusion, his brow furrowed. The wooden puppet's voice was calm and mysterious. This spirit beast isn't in the exchange manual, but if you wish, I can make it appear there. Lin Yan was even more puzzled and asked, what kind of spirit beast? Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. The wooden puppet replied indifferently. Ah. Lin Yan gasped, almost losing his breath. He looked at the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy beside him in shock, his voice trembling. Thunder Guardian, it can't be, but my strength is not enough to match the seniors. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy quickly clarified. It's not me, don't overthink. It's my son. To be precise, he's not a complete Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. Never mind, come with us and you'll see. Lin Yan was bewildered, filled with questions. A Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, yet not a complete one, and the Thunder Guardian's son? Suddenly, the wooden puppet grabbed Lin Yan, and the space around them distorted. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a deep canyon. Lin Yan's gaze was immediately drawn to the scene before him. A Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, its body flickering with sky blue lightning, appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan realized it was not a pure-blood Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, but a hybrid. Even more surprising was that this spirit beast was bound by special chains, confined within a sealed energy barrier. Before Lin Yan could ask, the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy began recounting the past. He reminisced about his youthful romance with a female thunder spirit named Xiangxiang. He left the tribe in pursuit of strength and eventually became a 9th-rank Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. Upon returning to the tribe, he reunited with Xiangxiang, who had been waiting for him. However, their happiness was short-lived, as Xiangxiang succumbed to an old ailment from her early cultivation. Before passing, Xiangxiang bore him a son, the hybrid spirit beast before them. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy's eyes glowed red, his voice somber. I feel indebted to Xiangxiang and have been too indulgent with my son, which led to his spoiled nature. Once, he damaged an important spiritual artifact of the sect leader, inciting the leader's anger. The leader ordered him to be confined here, not to be released without permission. However, before the leader could release him, a great battle erupted, so he has remained imprisoned until now. Lin Yan finally understood the situation and nodded thoughtfully. The wooden puppet solemnly said, now, only the sect leader, the law enforcement elder, or I with a physical body can open this barrier. You just need to exchange 10,000 contribution points for this spirit beast, and I can release it through the sect system. Lin Yan finally understood the intention of the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. He curiously used his data god's eye to scan the small Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy before him and was astonished. This seemingly weak creature contained incredible potential. Species, Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, with impure bloodline. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Stage 1, Level 6, in its infancy. It possessed the ability to wield dazzling lightning, but was currently weak and on the brink of death. What excited Lin Yan even more was that this spirit beast actually had the Thunder Spirit God's bloodline, allowing it to evolve along the Thunder Spirit path. In the future, it could evolve into an ancient Thunder Spirit God, mastering infinite lightning with earth-shattering power. The next evolution target was the Greater Thunder Spirit, requiring mid-grade Thunder Spirit crystals and high-grade Thunder Spirit liquid. Despite its impure bloodline limiting its potential to a maximum of Stage 7, it was still an incredibly valuable companion. Lin Yan immediately made up his mind and turned to the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, saying, I am willing to exchange contribution points for this spirit beast. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy looked at Lin Yan gratefully. The wooden puppet then requested Lin Yan to present his identity token. Lin Yan took out his now golden spirit nurturing jade talisman and handed it to the puppet. After deducting the contribution points, the transparent shield began to dissipate. The wooden puppet solemnly reminded Lin Yan, once the shield disappears, you must immediately form a contract with the small Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. It is very weak now and needs the contract to sustain its life. Lin Yan nodded seriously, forming hand seals and focusing entirely on the moment. As soon as the shield completely vanished, he swiftly released the long-prepared Spirit Beast contract. The small Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy accepted the contract without any resistance. At the moment the contract was established, the small Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy's condition immediately improved, no longer on the verge of death. Lin Yan felt a connection with it through the contract and was overjoyed. Mission accomplished, Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly, looking at the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. The Stage 9 Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, seeing the small one's life force stabilize, was also thrilled, with lightning around it crackling even more intensely. This scene marked the beginning of a new adventure. Great, no need for too many words of thanks. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger finally felt relieved seeing its descendants safe and sound. It said with satisfaction, if you ever have any enemies, just bring them to the gates of the Heavenly Palace. Old Lei will take care of them for you. No matter how strong they are, they won't cause any trouble once they reach my domain. Lin Yan nodded in gratitude, and with a wave of his right hand, the small Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger vanished into his Spirit Beast space. Although he lost 10,000 contribution points, acquiring a spirit pet with such immense potential filled him with joy. He knew that even with money, it would be difficult to obtain a spirit beast of such potential in the outside world, as these rare creatures typically appeared only in major powers or top-tier auctions. What thrilled Lin Yan even more was the certainty that under the cultivation of his Data Spirit Eye, this spirit beast with 9th-tier potential would undoubtedly grow into a true 9th-tier beast. In contrast, in others' hands, a 9th-tier potential spirit beast might only reach the 7th tier if not properly nurtured. The wooden puppet, seeing that Lin Yan had received all the benefits, said, in that case, I'll send you out of the Heavenly Palace gate. Just as Lin Yan was about to agree, he remembered he had lingered in the ruins for quite some time. With little time left before he needed to head to the Magic City Beastmaster University, he feared that Fong Ling might be getting anxious. As the wooden puppet prepared to cast its spell, the Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger suddenly spoke. Wait. It took out 3 Thunder Talismans and handed them to Lin Yan. These contain my Thunder incarnations. To use them, simply activate with your soul power. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he accepted the talismans, fully aware of their value. Thunder incarnations of a 9th-tier spirit beast were bound to be incredibly powerful. These 3 talismans were akin to 3 life-saving charms. The Thunder Punishment Spirit Messenger waved its hand, showing a trace of concern in its voice. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. You saved my descendant, so I naturally have to repay you. As soon as it finished speaking, the wooden puppet waved its right hand, and Lin Yan felt the world spin. When his vision cleared, he found himself back by the pool where he had entered the Heavenly Palace gate. Lin Yan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Not only had he acquired a 3rd spirit beast, but he also gained many unexpected rewards, making the trip very fruitful. His storage ring still contained 3 unused soul techniques and a bottle of elixirs, rewards from joining the Heavenly Palace gate. Summoning the ice spirit Divine Jiao, Lin Yan decided to return to Qingfeng City immediately. He mounted the Divine Jiao, soaring into the sky and flying over vast plains. From outside Qingfeng City to the primitive forest of Nanfeng City, the strongest spirit beast was only 4th tier. The mid-4th tier ice spirit Divine Jiao, with its powerful bloodline aura, was enough to deter most spirit beasts. Lin Yan thought that if any spirit beast dared to block his path, he wouldn't mind having a spirit beast feast for dinner. With that thought, he continued flying homeward, anticipating the warmth of returning home. Ping An returned home, and just as Lin Yan was about to sit down and rest, his communicator rang urgently. He looked at it, and saw it was a call from Fong Ling. Lin Yan, are you back? I've been trying to reach you for days, and was so worried. Fong Ling's voice was filled with relief and excitement. Lin Yan rubbed his temples, apologetically replying, sorry, I just got back. I was out handling some things and got delayed. He didn't mention that the powerful concealment array of the Heavenly Palace gate had blocked communications. It's okay, Lin Yan, Fong Ling said gently. I just wanted to remind you that the day after tomorrow is the enrollment day at the Beastmaster University in the Magic City, so we need to set off tomorrow. No problem, I'll be on time, Lin Yan assured her, then ended the call. Leaning back in his chair, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming martial arts exam retest. With his current strength, Lin Yan felt confident and was more focused on how to digest the gains from his recent trip and turn them into even greater power. Thinking of the newly acquired Little Thunder Punishment Spirit, a slight smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. This would be a powerful weapon against the Red Moon organization, particularly effective against dark attribute creatures. Lin Yan waved his hand to summon his 3 spirit beasts, the Ice Spirit Dragon, the Angel of Light, and the Little Thunder Punishment Spirit. They appeared in the room, making it feel a bit cramped. Lin Yan couldn't help but remark, "In just a few months, I've acquired 3 beasts. At this rate, this little room might not be able to hold them." He took out prepared spiritual items from his storage ring. The Ice Spirit Dragon swallowed its portion directly, chewing slowly. The Angel of Light ate gracefully in small bites, while the new Little Thunder Punishment Spirit struggled, nibbling hesitantly. Lin Yan keenly noticed this and said to the Ice Spirit Dragon, "Little Ice, help it out." Understanding, the Ice Spirit Dragon flicked its tail, breaking the spirit item in front of the Thunder Punishment Spirit into smaller pieces. The little creature ate more easily now, a hint of pleasure in its eyes. Observing the Little Thunder Punishment Spirit, Lin Yan realized it seemed to have developed a psychological shadow from long-term captivity, making it timid around the outside world. Only near him did it feel secure. After feeding them, Lin Yan returned the 3 spirit beasts to their space. He muttered thoughtfully, "The Little Thunder Punishment Spirit's current state is quite similar to when the Ice Spirit Dragon was just a cold ice snake. Both had congenital deficiencies, or they'd be much stronger." However, Lin Yan saw this as a positive thing. He knew that during the process of supplementing its nutrition, the Little Thunder Punishment Spirit would grow faster than usual. After all, compensating for congenital deficiencies often showed quicker results than mere growth. A glint of anticipation appeared in Lin Yan's eyes as he began planning how to cultivate this promising new partner. After tending to his beast companions, Lin Yan took out the standard storage ring given to core disciples by the wooden puppet. Carefully opening the ring, he found 2 spiritual artifacts, 3 jade slips, and a bottle of pills inside. As he examined them closely, his mouth fell open in astonishment. "Soul Arts," Lin Yan exclaimed quietly. All 3 jade slips contained soul arts, and they were all mid-tier. In the outside world, even beginner-level soul arts were hard to come by, let alone more advanced mid-tier ones. Typically, only families and major forces with long-standing legacies possessed mid-tier soul arts. The fact that Tiangong Sect provided 3 mid-tier soul arts at once showcased its considerable resources. What delighted Lin Yan even more was that these 3 soul arts formed a complete set: the offensive piercing spirit sword, the defensive golden light shield, and the supportive soul binding lock. This set could significantly enhance a Beastmaster's combat and survival abilities. Lin Yan quickly understood the sect's intention. Since puppet masters are physically vulnerable, the sect provided these spiritual items to strengthen the core disciples' survival capabilities. He calculated that mastering these 3 soul arts, combined with his soul armor and golden soul pearl, might even allow him to confront a 4th-tier spirit beast. With this thought, Lin Yan eagerly infused his soul power into the jade slips. Thanks to his mid-5th-tier soul power, learning these mid-tier soul arts was not difficult. Within just 3 minutes, he had absorbed the knowledge of all 3 soul arts. Despite the manageable learning curve, the complexity of mid-tier soul arts far exceeded that of beginner ones. Lin Yan decided to set them aside for now, planning to delve into them more thoroughly later. He placed the now-dull jade slips aside and picked up the mysterious bottle of pills. Opening the exquisite pill bottle, a crimson pill came into view. A faintly metallic scent wafted out, causing Lin Yan to wrinkle his nose. The smell reminded him of the aura of the blood slaughter beast. With limited knowledge of pills, Lin Yan immediately activated his data eye. A transparent data frame appeared next to the pill. "Ah, that explains the strong metallic scent. It's a dragon blood pill," Lin Yan realized, his eyes fixed on the data frame in front of him. The dragon blood pill is particularly suited for spirit beasts with dragon lineage, significantly enhancing the strength of their dragon bloodline and thereby boosting their power. As soon as Lin Yan saw the data on the dragon blood pill, the image of the ice spirit divine Jiao appeared in his mind. Being his first spirit beast, they shared a deep bond. Seeing the ice spirit divine Jiao's abilities gradually fall behind those of the light angel, Lin Yan had been searching for a solution. However, Lin Yan wasn't in a rush to have the ice spirit divine Jiao consume the dragon blood pill. As a divine elixir that enhances dragon bloodline concentration, its effects would be optimal if used just before the ice spirit divine Jiao's evolution. He planned to wait until it reached the 3rd stage, level 6, before administering it, allowing it to break through to the 3rd stage, level 8, and enter maturity in one step, ensuring a qualitative leap in power. After taking stock of all his gains, Lin Yan laid down on his bed to rest. He stared at the ceiling, imagining the wonderful university life that awaited him. In the morning, sunlight bathed the city early, and the streets buzzed with activity once more. Lin Yan, however, was still sound asleep, completely relaxed and recharged after a good night's rest. "Lin Yan, wake up," As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Fong Ling calling from outside the door. He dressed and opened the door to find Fong Ling standing there, fresh and ready. Is it that early? Lin Yan asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. It's not early. We need to check in at the airport in advance, Fong Ling gently reminded him. All right. Wait for me on the sofa for 2 minutes while I freshen up, Lin Yan said, heading to the bathroom. 2 minutes later, Lin Yan was ready. Let's go. Okay, Lin Yan, Fong Ling replied, bouncing along behind him. As Beast Tamers, they both had spatial storage rings, making travel especially convenient without the need for large bags. They drove to the provincial capital of Nanfeng, the only place in the province with a spaceport for skyplanes. All passengers taking skyplanes need to check in here. Once inside the airport, Fong Ling excitedly shared, Lin Yan, I've broken through again. Lin Yan, surprised, used his data eye to scan Fong Ling. Your Fengwei Qinghuan bird's progression is impressive. It's already at the second stage, level 9. I remember it was only at the second stage, level 7, when we dealt with the purple gold demon worm in the primordial forest. Fong Ling, full of admiration, explained, I'm not sure why, but ever since its bloodline evolution, the Fengwei Qinghuan bird has been advancing rapidly. Plus, with the abundant resources we gained from the purple gold demon worm, it managed to break through 2 levels in such a short time. Since teaming up with Lin Yan, Fong Ling's abilities have improved by leaps and bounds, which makes her increasingly amazed at Lin Yan's strength and mystery. Although she is very curious, she understands that every beast master has secrets they don't share. Since Lin Yan chooses not to mention it, he must have his reasons. Therefore, she wisely refrains from asking about the rapid improvement in Lin Yan's abilities. After a moment, the massive skyplane slowly lands. Fong Ling excitedly pulls Lin Yan aboard, while Lin Yan is taken aback by the sheer size of the craft, letting out a gasp. His gaze is drawn to the large cannons on either side of the plane, and he can't help but remark, no wonder this skyplane can withstand beasts below the 7th tier. Even if a 7th tier beast attacks, it could probably hold its own for a while. This skyplane is completely different from ordinary planes of the past. After the global mutation, numerous flying spirit beasts appeared in the sky, making conventional planes unable to guarantee safety. They were replaced by these skyplanes, which integrate artifact crafting technology and consume a large amount of energy for each flight. The ticket for this journey alone cost Lin Yan over 10,000 alliance coins, but considering the vast distance they had to cover, it was undoubtedly the most practical choice. After a long flight, they finally arrived at the Sky Airport in the Magic City. Fong Ling let out a sigh of relief as soon as they disembarked, while Lin Yan stretched his arm, which was a bit sore from being held tightly by Fong Ling for so long. If it weren't for his strong physical condition, his arm might have gone numb. The two then took a taxi straight to the Magic City Beastmaster University. Standing at the entrance of the university, they were awestruck by the enormous gate, hundreds of meters tall, and paused for a long time. Does the school really need such a big gate? Fong Ling murmured. Even riding a beast through it would be more than enough. On the stone pillar beside the gate, the words Magic City Beastmaster University are deeply engraved in golden letters. When Lin Yan's gaze fell on these words, he suddenly felt a blinding sensation. Immediately, the enormous shadow of a 9-headed golden lion lunged at him, triggering his survival instincts. At that critical moment, the thunder talisman on Lin Yan's body glowed faintly, and the terrifying shadow shattered. The familiar voice of the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy echoed in his ear. No worries, it's just a mental illusion, causing no real harm. It took Lin Yan a while to recover from the shock. He quickly checked the 3 thunder talismans on his body, and, seeing they were intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been a huge loss if a casual glance had cost him one of his precious talismans. Recalling the shadow, Lin Yan still felt a lingering fear. He was certain it was a projection of a 9th-tier spirit beast, with an aura even more terrifying than the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy's. After all, the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy had never shown him true hostility, whereas, in that instant, Lin Yan felt as if the entire world was against him. Soon, Lin Yan collected himself. He thought to himself, I am merely a 3rd-tier beast master now, but when I become stronger, I must personally test the true power of that spirit beast. Suddenly, Lin Yan developed a keen interest in the 9-headed golden lion. Standing before the grand entrance of the Beastmaster University in the bustling city of Modu, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. This vast institution seemed to silently proclaim that as long as you are willing to strive, endless opportunities and resources await your exploration. Clenching his fist, Lin Yan silently vowed to himself, Beastmaster University, here I come. The image of the 9-headed golden lion's apparition lingered in his mind, fueling Lin Yan's desire for immense power. As they stepped through the gates, Lin Yan and Fong Ling found the campus already bustling with people. They were relatively late arrivals, as the retests were set to begin the next day, and most other students had arrived days earlier. After wandering through the intricate campus for a while, Lin Yan and Fong Ling finally located the registration area. Before them stood a 3-story building, and Lin Yan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. The short tour around the campus left him with the impression of affluence. In the land-scarce city of Modu, this university sprawled over a vast area, far exceeding his expectations. It admitted only about 2,000 students annually, yet its grounds were several times larger than those of a typical Beastmaster university. Passing through the spacious hall, the two arrived at the new student reception area. Lin Yan politely addressed a laid-back, middle-aged female staff member. "Hello, we are new students here to register." The woman lazily gestured towards an electronic kiosk in front of her and said, "Enter your name here, find your assigned accommodation, and you're good to go." Lin Yan and Fong Ling quickly checked their dormitory information. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Yan hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, where do we complete the enrollment procedures?" The middle-aged woman glanced at him, her tone indifferent. "There's no need for enrollment procedures. Just head to your accommodation. You're not officially students here until you pass the retests tomorrow. Most people will be eliminated anyway, so we don't bother with the paperwork." "Okay, thank you, ma'am," Lin Yan replied, thanking her before pulling Fong Ling away from the reception, exhaling deeply. Beastmaster University in Modu truly is a place filled with formidable individuals. "Even the receptionist is so strong," Lin Yan remarked, feeling the pressure from the woman they encountered. Fong Ling looked puzzled. "Brother Lin Yan, what do you mean? I didn't sense anything special about her." Lin Yan explained seriously. "She's not an ordinary 5th-level Beastmaster. She's at the late stage of the 6th level. My soul power has reached the mid-5th level, and a regular 5th level wouldn't have put me under such pressure." "Wow," Fong Ling exclaimed. "If a regular staff member is that powerful, the actual teachers must be even stronger." At a less prestigious university for Beast Tamers, a person with latest-stage 6th-tier strength could easily become the president. However, at the Magic City University for Beast Tamers, such a person is merely a regular teacher. This fact left both Fong Ling and Lin Yan in disbelief. Although the university is renowned, it is, after all, just an educational institution, yet it boasts such a formidable faculty lineup, which is quite puzzling. Lin Yan pondered to himself, thinking that a latest-stage 6th-tier powerhouse could dominate a region outside, yet willingly stayed here, which was truly baffling. However, he quickly dismissed these doubts. After all, the stronger the school, the more advantageous it was for him. Lin Yan once naively believed he could soon surpass the teacher's strength at the school, but now that thought seemed overly ambitious. At least in the short term, a 6th-tier Beast Tamer remained an unattainable target for him. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Lin Yan and Fong Ling temporarily parted ways. Fong Ling waved goodbye with a smile. "Lin Yan, you go find your dorm first, and we'll meet for dinner tonight." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "Sure, just message me if anything comes up." Entering the dormitory area, Lin Yan was stunned by the sight. Towering buildings stood before him, resembling luxury hotels. It didn't look like a school dormitory at all, but rather a super city filled with Beast Tamers. Lin Yan estimated that the number of powerful Beast Tamers in just one of these buildings might surpass the entire Qingfeng city. As he stepped into the dormitory area, a rich aura enveloped him, several times denser than the outside world. Lin Yan marveled at the grand scale. Through his data vision, he vaguely saw that the entire dormitory area was shrouded in a massive formation. If he guessed correctly, it was an enormous spirit-gathering array. In such an environment, Beast Tamers could absorb external spiritual energy more efficiently, accelerating the growth of their beasts within their beast-taming space. After some searching, Lin Yan finally found his dormitory. To his surprise, his dormitory occupied an entire floor. At this moment, he noticed 2 other men nearby, who also seemed to have just been assigned to this building. One of the slender men exclaimed, "Each person gets a whole floor. Magic City University for Beast Tamers truly lives up to its reputation." The slightly plump, well-dressed man beside him scoffed. "That's nothing. If you make it into the top 100 of the school, you get an entire building as your dormitory." From his demeanor, it was evident that he came from a prominent family. The two soon noticed Lin Yan. The well-dressed man warmly greeted him. "Are you also assigned to this building, brother? Where are you from?" "Qingfeng City, Lin Yan," Lin Yan replied succinctly. "So, you're from Qingfeng," the plump man said enthusiastically. "You're practically a fellow countryman with this brother here. He's from Nanfeng Province. I'm Zhu Minglang, from the capital." Despite Lin Yan being from a smaller place, Zhu Minglang showed no condescension and remained friendly. A plump man dressed in lavish attire approached Lin Yan with a warm smile on his face and said, "I wonder if you'd be interested in teaming up tomorrow to aim for a good ranking." Lin Yan frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden invitation. You don't even know my strength, yet you're inviting me to join you," he thought. While having a strong member could enhance the team's combat capabilities, adding someone who wasn't up to par could be a burden. Sensing Lin Yan's hesitation, the plump man quickly explained, "It seems you aren't familiar with our school. Our dorm is in District 1, where most students are capable of passing the level 4 assessment. I see. Thanks for clearing that up, Lin Yan replied, suddenly understanding the man's friendliness. However, he politely declined the invitation. I'm sorry, but I already have a partner, so it's not convenient for me to join another team. With that, Lin Yan waved his hand and walked into the dormitory building. Lin Yan knew well that with his strength, he didn't need to team up with anyone. He was only with Fong Ling to help her get into the school. After her enrollment, Lin Yan didn't plan to assist Fong Ling further, as the path of a beast master was ultimately one that required personal effort and reliance on others was not a long-term solution. Upon reaching the dormitory, Lin Yan quickly organized his bed. Just as he finished, his communicator lit up. Lin Yan, I've finished organizing. Where are you now? Fong Ling's voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, I've just finished too. Let's meet directly at the school cafeteria, Lin Yan replied. Okay, Lin Yan, Fong Ling responded. Shortly after, in the cafeteria of the Beastmaster University in Magic City, Lin Yan sat at an elegantly decorated table waiting for Fong Ling. Soon, Fong Ling arrived with 2 plates of food. Lin Yan, this is yours. I thought you hadn't arrived yet, Fong Ling said, handing 1 plate to Lin Yan. Lin Yan took the plate and explained, I've been here for a while. I saw there was a long line, so I went ahead and got the food. He tasted the food and nodded in approval. It's really good, much better than the average restaurant outside. Fong Ling looked at Lin Yan expectantly and then asked, by the way, Lin Yan, have you decided which college to apply to? I'm planning to apply to the Beastmaster Academy. After a moment of thought, Lin Yan replied, I'm planning to apply to the Alchemy Academy. Fong Ling looked puzzled. Why would you want to go to the Alchemy Academy? Aren't you joining me in the Beastmaster Academy? Lin Yan knew that the Beastmaster University in Magic City had 4 main academies: the Weaponry Academy, Alchemy Academy, Beastmaster Academy, and Tactical Command Academy. Typically, the Tactical Command and Beastmaster Academies were the most popular, with the most applicants each year. In contrast, the Weaponry and Alchemy Academies focused more on technical skills, often chosen by those whose combat potential wasn't particularly high. In response to Fong Ling's question, Lin Yan casually explained, I've recently taken an interest in alchemy and want to develop a secondary profession. He didn't mention obtaining the spiritual fire, simply stating his choice. For the exceptionally talented Lin Yan, choosing which academy to attend doesn't make much of a difference. With his abilities, even if he joins the Alchemy Academy, the resources he receives wouldn't be much less. More importantly, with the advantage of the Data God's Eye, he has already mastered the best beast taming strategies, and the alchemy knowledge from the Alchemy Academy is actually more appealing to him. Fong Ling was surprised when she heard Lin Yan chose the Alchemy Academy, but she said nothing. She knew Lin Yan always thought things through carefully and must have weighed the pros and cons to make the best decision. After dinner, the two strolled around the campus. The vastness of the school was astonishing. Even after walking for 2 hours, they had explored less than a quarter of the area. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yan didn't rest but focused on studying the soul techniques imprinted in his mind. After some research, he discovered that the soul-piercing sword was quite similar to the soul-breaking arrow he had practiced before. Although the soul-piercing sword was more complex, there was indeed a similarity between the two. However, considering that using offensive techniques in the dormitory area might cause unnecessary trouble, Lin Yan decided to wait until he officially started school the next day to try it out in a designated practice room. He lightly waved his right hand, summoning the small, Azure Thunder Spirit Messenger. In just 1 day, this spirit beast had recovered most of its energy, advancing from level 6 to level 8 of the first tier. Lin Yan observed its condition through the data while taking out specially prepared spirit items from his storage ring. Upon seeing the food, the Thunder Spirit Messenger devoured it ravenously. As its body gradually recovered, it could now consume the spirit items directly without needing to break them apart. Lin Yan was about to remind it to slow down, but then recalled that this little creature hadn't eaten in a long time. As he understood, this Thunder Spirit Messenger had reached the 3rd tier strength before being imprisoned, but long-term captivity had damaged its essence, causing its level to drop. Fortunately, it was an energy-type spirit beast. Otherwise, it might have starved to death long ago. Soon, the Thunder Spirit Messenger had devoured all the spirit items in front of it. Subsequently, its aura began to increase slowly, and a few minutes later, it broke through a critical point, and its strength suddenly surged. Mature stage, Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly. After this feeding, the Thunder Spirit Messenger had advanced to level 9 of the 1st tier, officially entering the mature stage. This meant it could continue to enhance its strength following the hidden evolution path provided by the Data God's Eye, and its power would soon reach new heights. After the aura of the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy stabilized, Lin Yan quickly retrieved the evolution material he had prepared from his storage ring. The newly advanced little creature, having expended a great deal of energy, began to devour it greedily. As the last piece was consumed, lightning began to surge violently around the little Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy, causing its form to change rapidly. Lin Yan looked at the increasingly unfamiliar creature with some guilt, worrying to himself. If Lei Hufa finds out I altered its descendant's race, will it kill me? Lin Yan had chosen the Thunder Spirit God evolution path for the Little Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy. As the evolution commenced, the creature began to transform, embracing the Thunder Spirit God lineage from its maternal side. Within just a minute, the evolution was complete. A tall and robust Thunder Spirit, clad in lightning armor, stood before Lin Yan. Although its appearance was somewhat fierce and menacing, it exuded an imposing majesty. Comparing silently, Lin Yan thought that the semi-transparent, amber-like form of the Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy was more aesthetically pleasing. However, this was not the time to dwell on appearances. He quickly opened the data panel to check the latest stats of the Thunder Spirit. Species, Thunder Spirit. Attribute, Lightning. Level, Tier 2, Level 5. Stage, Infant. Abilities, Thunder Web, Clear Sky Thunderbolt, Lightning Ball. Status, Healthy, Furious, Eager to Battle. Evolution Path, Thunder Spirit Evolution Path. Possessing Thunder Spirit God Bloodline. Capable of evolving into an ancient Thunder Spirit God, with unlimited control over lightning, possessing destructive power beyond imagination. Next species evolution, Thunder Spirit Warrior. Evolution materials, high-grade Lightning Spirit Crystal, Lightning Essence Liquid. Evolution potential, Tier 9. Not bad, it's increased by 5 levels, directly advancing to Tier 2, Level 5, Lin Yan thought with delight. With the powerful combat abilities of the Thunder Spirit, it should have no problem handling Tier 2, Level 7 or 8 Spirit Beasts. Looking at his newly transformed companion, Lin Yan pondered. You've changed species, so you can't be called Thunder Punishment Spirit Envoy anymore. You need a new name. After a moment of thought, he said, I'll call you Xiaolei. The Thunder Spirit let out 2 dissatisfied growls. Woo-woo. But Lin Yan chose to selectively ignore these protests. Xiaolei, you need to train well. Tomorrow's battle will require your strength, Lin Yan said seriously. Battles are the best way to train beasts. Those that frequently engage in battles grow much faster. He was eager to quickly enhance Xiaolei's strength to form a strong support. The next morning, the opening day of the Magic City Beastmaster University arrived as scheduled. Feeling invigorated, Lin Yan rose early, had breakfast, and headed to the school's field. Xiaolei's breakthrough had also given him some feedback, significantly improving his physical fitness. Like everyone else, he stood on the field waiting for the assessment retest to begin. As time passed, more people arrived, filling the field with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Lin Yan was leisurely standing by the side of the sports field when suddenly, a figure of impressive presence caught his eye, instantly invigorating him. That's a 7th-tier Beastmaster, Lin Yan exclaimed in a low voice, surprised to encounter such a formidable figure on his first day at school. Just then, the chubby guy who had invited him yesterday approached again, with a sycophantic smile on his face. Hey, buddy, you're here early. Lin Yan frowned slightly, and pointed to the wind spirit not far away. I already have a partner, so I can't join your team. I see. The wealthy chubby guy gave an understanding look. I knew it. Lin, you're loyal to your original team. Lin Yan ignored the chubby guy's teasing, his gaze fixed on the 7th-tier Beastmaster. What happened next shocked him even more. The 7th-tier master walked straight onto the podium, where several other equally imposing figures were already seated. What was even more astonishing was that the aura of the person in the middle surpassed that of all the others combined. An 8th-tier Beastmaster, Lin Yan gasped. At the Beastmaster University of Magic City, high-tier Beastmasters were so concentrated that there was even an 8th-tier master capable of overseeing an entire region. Seeing Lin Yan staring at the podium, the chubby guy quickly warned, Don't stare, buddy. Those people up there are deans of our secondary colleges, all 7th-tier masters, and they can easily notice you. Especially the dean of the Beastmaster College in the middle. He's rumored to be close to breaking through to the 8th tier. Lin Yan nodded silently, knowing that the dean had already reached the 8th tier some time ago. Moments later, when most of the students had gathered, the dean of the Beastmaster College stood up and announced, Thank you all for choosing the Beastmaster University of Magic City. However, our resources are limited, and we only admit 2,000 students each year. The next step is the retest, and only the top 2,000 will officially become students of our university. As soon as he finished speaking, a 5% high portal of light suddenly appeared in front of the field. The crowd immediately became restless, and Lin Yan watched the space gate with a serious expression. It was through such portals that alien races invaded Blue Star. Silence. The dean's voice commanded the entire field. If you wish to become students of our university, how can your courage be so small? If aliens were to emerge from there, your first thought shouldn't be fear, but how to kill as many of them as possible. The students' shock spread like a tidal wave. The appearance of a foreign space gate at the opening ceremony of the Magic City Beastmaster University was beyond belief. Just as everyone was caught in a mix of confusion and uncertainty, a refined middle-aged man with metal-framed glasses calmly stepped forward. Students, please remain calm. he said with a steady and powerful voice. I am Wen Yimo, the Dean of the Tactical Command Academy. This space gate leads to a micro-world we have already conquered and is entirely under our control. It will serve as the venue for your upcoming retest. Wen Yimo's words hit the students like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar. The strength of Magic City Beastmaster University was far beyond their imagination. Using an entire world as a test venue for the martial exam was truly awe-inspiring. Lin Yan was deeply shocked as well. Even though it was just a micro-world, the idea of using it as an examination site was astonishing. He secretly wondered which strong figure had come up with such an incredible plan. When Yimo continued, next, please proceed into the small world in an orderly manner. You will be randomly transported to various locations. The task is simple. Hunt as many spirit beasts as possible within 2 hours. Now, let me announce the scoring rules. He cleared his throat. First-tier spirit beasts are not scored. Early second-tier spirit beasts are worth 1 point. Mid-tier 2 points. Late-tier 4 points. Early third-tier spirit beasts are worth 10 points. Mid-tier 20 points. Late-tier 40 points. Upon hearing the rules, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. The high standard, where even first-tier spirit beasts weren't scored, was astonishing. Lin Yan made a swift decision and immediately summoned his Ice Spirit Dragon and Thunder Spirit. He knew that danger could arise as soon as he entered the micro-world, so he had to be prepared. At the entrance, a staff member handed Lin Yan a watch equipped with a camera. After examining it closely, Lin Yan realized it was likely a combat recording device similar to those used by the Beastmaster Association, meant to tally the number of spirit beasts defeated. Lin Yan made a strategic decision. He would send the Thunder Spirit to accompany Fong Ling into the micro-world, while he would enter with the Ice Spirit Dragon. This arrangement was due to the random nature of the space transmission, and through the Spirit Beast contract, he could locate Fong Ling if she encountered danger. Although Fong Ling already possessed second-tier level 9 strength, making her one of the top candidates, Lin Yan decided to have the Thunder Spirit assist her just in case. This way, even if Fong Ling accidentally encountered a third-tier spirit beast, she could handle it with the enhanced Thunder Spirit's help. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan stepped into the space gate. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically, revealing a vast forest. He immediately sensed the location of the Thunder Spirit to ensure a smooth connection. Given the distance, Lin Yan decided to postpone his search for Fong Ling. He knew that with the help of Delay Ling, things should be under control there. Meanwhile, this miniature world was rich in resources, making it an ideal time to gather spiritual herbs. Riding atop the Ice Spirit Dragon, Lin Yan soared into the sky. His gaze swept over the lush forest below. As his keen data god, I searched for rare spiritual herbs. The so-called no-flee restrictions were meaningless to him, as the strongest spirit beast here was only at the late 3rd stage, posing no real threat. Suddenly, several reckless spirit beasts leaped into the air, attempting to challenge him. Lin Yan casually waved his hand, saying, Xiao Guang, take care of them. The Angel of Light responded swiftly, driving back the overconfident creatures. Lin Yan continued his journey on the Ice Spirit Dragon. Based on his experience, the deeper he ventured into the heart of the forest, the higher the chances of encountering advanced spiritual herbs. Naturally, this also meant encountering more powerful spirit beasts. Xiao Bing, head east, Lin Yan instructed, having sensed a concentration of spiritual energy in that direction. Such places often harbored precious spiritual herbs. As they neared the location, the Ice Spirit Dragon descended slowly. Lin Yan gracefully dismounted, casting a transparent soul technique shield around himself. Although he hadn't fully mastered this mid-level defensive soul technique, the current shield was sufficient for the situation. Lin Yan signaled the Ice Spirit Dragon and the Angel of Light to conceal their presence. Experience taught him that spiritual herbs were often guarded by spirit beasts. Disturbing them could lead to the herbs being prematurely consumed, which would be a significant loss. While Lin Yan cautiously explored the secret realm, several deans and numerous school teachers outside were intently watching the large screen before them. It displayed real-time footage of the students' actions in the miniature world. Lin Yan glanced at his score sheet and noticed several names had already emerged. Hulia Jiao with 4 points, Tuoba Yu with 3 points, and Gao Wuxin with 3 points. It seemed this batch of new students had hidden talents, as some had succeeded in defeating spirit beasts within just 10 minutes. Defeating a mid to late 2nd stage spirit beast in such a short time required at least early 3rd stage strength. However, these achievements were trivial to Lin Yan. As the only person to pass the 5th level martial exam's initial test, he knew his strength was already at the mid-3rd stage. Even if someone broke through during this time, they would at most reach the mid-3rd stage, posing no real threat. At this moment, Lin Yan's focus was already beyond these newcomers, targeting the more senior and talented students. As for these newly admitted rookies, they weren't even worthy of his attention. In the conference room of the Magic City Beastmaster University, several school leaders were intently focused on the screen. A teacher broke the silence. I heard that this year's top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam has applied to our school. Is that true? That's right. A colleague responded immediately. He passed the 5th level assessment. His name is Lin Yan, if I'm not mistaken. The dean's eyes were all fixed on the scoreboard. However, the expected stellar performance was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Only 7 points? He's ranked in the 20s? A teacher exclaimed in surprise. Logically, the top scorer should at least be in the top 3. The deputy dean of tactical command scoffed. Humph, top scorer in martial arts exams. It's just an empty title. The preliminary martial arts exam was a while ago. Surely several students have already had the strength to pass the 5th level assessment by now. The deputy dean of the Beastmaster Academy immediately retorted. You can't say that. Do you think Lin Yan has just been standing still during this time? If it were that easy, why is he the only one who passed the 5th level assessment during the martial arts exam? Voices of argument rose and fell, and finally, the dean of the Beastmaster Academy spoke up. Stop arguing. Switch the video feed to Lin Yan. Let everyone see for themselves. The scene shifted, and everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Yan on the screen. Surprisingly, Lin Yan was not like other students, fervently hunting spirit beasts for points, but was instead focused on digging up a spirit herb. Is this kid crazy? A teacher exclaimed. Everyone is desperately trying to earn points, and he's here digging up a spirit herb. Another teacher tried to defend Lin Yan. Maybe he discovered it by chance while hunting beasts? Look, there's a spirit beast carcass behind him. Perhaps it was the guardian of the herb. However, Lin Yan's next move shocked everyone again. After picking the herb, he unhesitatingly mounted his ice spirit dragon and soared into the sky. Doesn't he know flying is prohibited in the forest? How dare he take off? Everyone exclaimed in shock. The dean of the Beastmaster Academy, however, was deep in thought. He carefully observed Lin Yan's expression and noticed that the young man's face showed no signs of nervousness or panic, but rather an air of confidence. This composure wasn't feigned. To remain so calm in such an important assessment, knowing he's trailing in the rankings, he must either have enough strength or be a complete fool. The dean pondered silently. Could someone who broke the long-standing martial arts exam record be a fool? As Lin Yan's figure disappeared into the sky, the conference room fell silent once more, with everyone contemplating the true capabilities of this mysterious top scorer. Just as all the teachers were busy criticizing Lin Yan for not understanding the most basic survival rules, a thrilling battle suddenly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Right in front of Lin Yan, several ferocious spirit beasts appeared, charging at him with fierce momentum. The ice spirit divine Jiao halted its steps alertly, staring intently at the enemies before it. 2 at the early stage of the 3rd tier and 3 at the late stage of the 2nd tier. Such a lineup would be enough to intimidate any newcomer, causing them to flee in panic. However, Lin Yan remained calm and composed, his gaze steady as he watched the spirit beasts rushing toward him. With a gentle lift of his right hand, 3 spirit exterminating swords instantly formed in the air. The swords gleamed, slicing through the sky like meteors, targeting the vital points of the 3 second-tier latest-stage spirit beasts. After 3 loud explosions, the beasts fell to the ground, their heads pierced, life instantly extinguished. A mid-tier soul technique, exclaimed a Sharpie teacher, and others nodded in agreement, marveling at Lin Yan's mastery of soul techniques. However, Lin Yan's performance was far from over. With a wave of his right hand, he softly commanded, Xiao Guang, finish them. Before his words had even faded, a radiant angelic figure appeared, wielding a divine sword and rushing toward the remaining 2 third-tier spirit beasts. Another third-tier spirit beast. The crowd gasped once more, astonished that Lin Yan could command 2 such powerful spirit beasts, both of which seemed formidable. The battle ended as swiftly as it began, and Lin Yan was back on the ice spirit divine Jiao, continuing his exploration. Time was precious, and there was no room for waste. Using his data god's eye, he had already pinpointed another spiritual herb gathering site ahead. In no time, the ice spirit divine Jiao sprinted to the destination. Lin Yan gently patted its scales and softly instructed, Xiao Bing, be careful. The ice spirit divine Jiao, in perfect harmony, immediately concealed its aura. Using the data god's eye, Lin Yan discovered a formidable spirit beast lurking behind the spiritual herbs. He knew well that unless this threat was eliminated first, collecting the herbs would be a fool's dream. He promptly unleashed his soul power, enveloping himself and the ice spirit divine Jiao, stealthily approaching while masking their presence. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan finally saw the colossal creature guarding the Herbsa lion-like spirit beast covered in fiery red scales. Dragon Scale Lion. Lin Yan's pupils contracted as he thought to himself, this is a powerful lion with dragon bloodline, and it's already at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. This suggests the spiritual herb below is likely dragon spirit grass. Lin Yan murmured softly, dragon scale lions favor spiritual herbs rich in dragon bloodline, which can enhance their bloodline strength. Let's hope this herb hasn't been tainted by its fire attribute. If it remains pure, It could significantly boost the ice spirit divine Jiao's power. After a brief contemplation, he decisively said, "Regardless, we must first deal with this dragon scale lion." As soon as he spoke, Lin Yan led the ice spirit divine Jiao in a fierce assault on the dragon scale lion. The ice spirit divine Jiao opened its mouth to unleash a blast of extreme cold, its signature move, the divine ice breath. However, the dragon scale lion's defense was formidable, leaving only a fleeting pale mark on its body. Lin Yan understood that the dragon scale lion, with its dragon bloodline, was a formidable opponent. Even more challenging was its powerful fire attribute, which naturally countered the ice spirit divine Jiao's attacks. This battle would not end easily. With a roar, the dragon-scaled lion sensed the sudden attack and became furious. It swiftly turned around, opening its massive jaws and lunged ferociously at the ice spirit serpent. However, the serpent was agile, effortlessly dodging the lion's sharp teeth. This scene clearly highlighted the disparity between the two beasts. The land-bound dragon-scaled lion was at a disadvantage against the airborne ice spirit serpent. Yet, the lion did not concede defeat. It roared to the sky, with a flicker of fire faintly visible in its throat. In the next instant, a searing fireball shot from the lion's mouth, hurtling towards the serpent like a small meteor. The air sizzled with the intense heat, producing a sharp hissing sound. The ice spirit serpent, unwilling to be outdone, raised its long neck and let out a piercing screech, followed by a blast of chilling, icy breath. Ice spirit's breath. The blue-white frost and the fiery red fireball collided violently in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion. Ice and fire, blue and red, two contrasting energies clashed fiercely, creating a tempestuous energy storm that sent nearby vegetation swaying wildly. In this encounter, the two beasts were evenly matched. Lin Yan was secretly amazed, thinking, "It seems the dragon-scaled lion's bloodline is incredibly strong." He calculated that, theoretically, the ice spirit serpent, having undergone 2 bloodline enhancements, should easily suppress an opponent across 2 or 3 minor levels. A third-tier, level 5 ice spirit serpent should have no trouble defeating a late third-tier spirit beast. Yet, this third-tier, level 6 dragon-scaled lion was holding its own against the serpent, which was truly surprising. This discovery made Lin Yan even more eager to see the effects of that spiritual herb. The ice spirit serpent was clearly displeased with the outcome. It soared into the sky, with a faint ice dragon's silhouette gradually forming behind it. The dragon-scaled lion, acutely aware of the mounting pressure, immediately began to gather strength, attempting to interrupt its opponent's attack. Just as the icy dragon's silhouette behind the serpent was solidifying, the lion launched a preemptive strike. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a thick column of fire aimed directly at the serpent, which was in the midst of summoning the ice dragon. The fire column was formidable, clearly the result of the lion's long-prepared effort. However, as the fire column was about to reach the serpent, a crystalline ice shield appeared out of thin air in front of it. Reflective ice shield. The ferocious fire column was completely blocked by this magical ice shield. Immediately after, the ice dragon's silhouette behind the serpent finally took shape, shooting forward like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for the dragon-scaled lion. The lion, having just expended a significant amount of energy on the fire column, was now exhausted and unable to withstand the oncoming attack. Boom. In desperation, the lion managed to spit out a fireball, attempting to thwart the serpent's assault. Yet, the ice dragon silhouette, fully powered by the serpent's efforts, was not something that could be easily dispelled. Ice dragon ascends. The fireball was as insignificant as a firefly hitting a boulder in front of the ice dragon, extinguishing without leaving a trace as the dragon charged through. Crash. The ice dragon's silhouette slammed into the dragon-scaled lion. In an instant, a mist of ice enveloped the lion, submerging it in a wintry landscape. The dragon-scaled lion never anticipated that the ice spirit serpent, with its horn, could simultaneously release other skills while gathering strength. This critical oversight proved costly in their fierce confrontation. On the battlefield, a breathtaking showdown was unfolding. The dragon-scaled lion, which should have been evenly matched with the ice spirit serpent, found itself in a perilous situation due to a moment of carelessness. Struggling out of a pile of snow, the dragon-scaled lion had half its body frozen by the ice dragon, while the other half was covered in wounds, its scales shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the ice spirit serpent delivered a fatal blow, ending the battle. Lin Yan's scorecard suddenly flickered, and his name shot up to second place. On the leaderboard, Wan Wuing led with 65 points, followed closely by Lin Yan with 59 points, and Huo Liejiao in third with 50 points. This change caught everyone's attention, sparking a flurry of discussions. Who is Lin Yan? He seems to be the top martial arts exam candidate from Nanfeng province. How did he suddenly surpass Huo Liejiao? The wealthy, plump Zhu Minglang turned to the lean man beside him and asked quietly, "Is this Lin Yan the one we met yesterday?" The lean man pondered for a moment before replying, "It should be. If I remember correctly, There was indeed a genius from Nanfeng who passed the 5th level assessment, named Lin, from Qingfeng City. It's likely the guy we encountered yesterday. Hearing this, Zhu Minglang made a hand gesture, and his spirit beast was suddenly enveloped in the spectral images of armor and sharp claws. A spirit weapon used by a spirit beast, the lean man exclaimed. Meanwhile, Huo Liejiao glared at the scorecard, burning with anger. Damn it, where did this Lin Yan come from again? She turned to her 3-headed fiery serpent and commanded sternly. Liang, keep attacking for me. Wan Wuying also noticed Lin Yan's sudden rise. Dressed in a white Taoist robe, he sat atop a giant turtle with the faint silhouette of a giant serpent behind him. He calmly remarked, Lin Yan? Now this makes things interesting. Otherwise, this retest would be too dull. Lin Yan murmured to himself. It must be that Xiao Wang succeeded as well. His gaze quickly shifted to a newly discovered spirit herb. Approaching the plant, he noticed the dragon-shaped red totem on its stem and smiled with satisfaction. It really is dragon spirit herb. Now, Xiao Bing's strength can surpass that of the light angel. Lin Yan patted the head of the ice spirit serpent beside him. Hearing this, the ice spirit serpent, which had been frustrated by being outmatched by the light angel, happily wagged its tail, as if already envisioning its future surge in power. Lin Yan gently patted the head of the ice spirit dragon and said earnestly, using the dragon spirit herb to break through now would be wasteful. Wait until you've naturally advanced to the 3rd tier, level 6, use the dragon blood pill, and then use it. The effect will be much better. The ice spirit dragon nodded in agreement, secretly vowing to quickly reach the 3rd tier, level 6, and then surpass the 4th tier, outdoing the Angel of Light. After collecting the dragon spirit herb, Lin Yan rode the ice spirit dragon and continued to soar into the sky. The abundance of spiritual herbs in this microworld far exceeded Lin Yan's expectations. With proper use of the 2 hours available, he could gather a considerable amount of spiritual resources. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the examination room was tense. Lin Yan's steady second-place position on the leaderboard was a heavy blow to the teachers who had doubted him. Everyone knew that with Lin Yan's strength, first place was easily within reach. His current second-place standing was only because he hadn't deliberately hunted spiritual beasts for points. His score came naturally from collecting herbs. A teacher who supported Lin Yan couldn't help but say, Lin Yan's abilities far surpass those of the other students. He is undoubtedly the top candidate for first place in this retest. Some people's judgment is really. Before he could finish, the teachers who had doubted Lin Yan immediately retorted, we only said he wasn't taking the retest seriously, not that we doubted his abilities. Yet this feeble defense only highlighted their earlier skepticism. The head of the Beast Taming Academy quickly intervened to stop the pointless argument. All right, let's switch to the next candidate. The screen then switched to show Huo Liejiao, who was ranked just below Lin Yan. She was commanding her 3 fiery serpents to hunt spiritual beasts aggressively. This Huo Liejiao is impressive as well. Her 10-headed sun snake is quite powerful, commented one teacher. Others agreed, though they couldn't help but compare her to Lin Yan, concluding that there was still a gap. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was leisurely collecting spiritual herbs. This resource-rich micro-world, which opened only once a year, was full of rare species not found in the outside world. However, just as Lin Yan was absorbed in gathering herbs, a minor problem arose: a late, 3rd tier, giant eagle spiritual beast. Though the giant eagle was no match for Lin Yan's Angel of Light, it managed to snatch Lin Yan's herbs with incredible speed and swiftly escaped. Lin Yan frowned slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes, clearly not taking this small incident too seriously. Upon receiving the urgent message from the Angel of Light, Lin Yan immediately rode his ice spirit dragon towards the battlefield. The giant eagle spirit beast before him displayed a puzzling ability. Although it was wind elemental, it could unleash powerful lightning, significantly hindering Lin Yan and the Angel of Light's actions. Fortunately, the Angel of Light had already marked the bizarre giant eagle with a flare, preventing it from escaping. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yan said, I refuse to believe that such a feathered beast can escape us. With that, he slightly raised his right hand, and a spirit-extinguishing sword shot out like lightning. However, just as it was about to hit its target, a formidable lightning bolt suddenly erupted from the giant eagle, deflecting Lin Yan's attack off course. This scene left Lin Yan greatly shocked. His spirit-extinguishing sword was a powerful technique capable of damaging 4th-level soul arts, yet it was easily neutralized by this unexpected lightning. Lin Yan immediately activated his data god Eye to closely observe the giant eagle's attributes, only to find that its attribute panel displayed only wind. If he hadn't witnessed the lightning emanate from the eagle, he might have thought it was a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. You've forced my hand, Lin Yan said, seething with anger, as he retrieved a golden orb from his storage ring. He thought to himself, I never imagined my first use of a spiritual weapon in battle would be against a 3rd-level feathered creature. This giant eagle dared to snatch a spiritual herb right in front of him, something Lin Yan could not tolerate. Initially, Lin Yan only needed to use enhancement to elevate any of his beasts to 4th level strength to easily handle the giant eagle. However, just as he began the enhancement and the Ice Spirit Dragon's power reached the early 4th level, the surrounding space started to fracture. Lin Yan then realized this microworld lacked 4th level spirit beasts not because they were regularly culled, but because the world itself was incomplete, only capable of sustaining 3rd level beings. Thankfully, Lin Yan stopped the enhancement in time, or both he and the Ice Spirit Dragon could have been consumed by the spatial fragments. Quickly adjusting his strategy, Lin Yan linked his soul power with the golden orb. He raised his right hand again, sending forth an enhanced spirit extinguishing sword towards the giant eagle. As the attack was launched, a small rift appeared in the air, causing Lin Yan's heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, the space did not collapse, indicating that while the space couldn't support beings above the 4th level, it could withstand a brief 4th level attack. As the more potent spirit extinguishing sword neared the giant eagle, it once again released a lightning bolt to block it. However, this time, the outcome was far beyond the giant eagle's expectations. The soul art, seemingly unchanged, had its power significantly boosted. The lightning only slightly altered the sword's trajectory, not affecting its forward momentum at all. Realizing the danger, the giant eagle frantically attempted to evade, but the speed of the soul art was too rapid for it to escape with a mere flap of its wings. A streak of cold light cut through the sky, feathers falling like snowflakes, speckled with crimson. Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of triumph flickering in his eyes. The speed of the giant eagle spirit beast had sharply decreased, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Humph, let's see where you can escape to now, Lin Yan murmured, then urged the remaining frost spirit dragon to pursue at full speed. The distance between them closed rapidly, and the giant eagle spirit beast was now heavily wounded. Lin Yan felt a secret delight. His soul technique could harm even a 4th-tier spirit beast, making a mere 3rd-tier one easy to handle. If this small world didn't suppress power beyond the 4th tier, this strike would have been fatal. The frost spirit dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a blast of extreme cold straight at the giant eagle spirit beast. Ice spirit breath, Lin Yan commanded. Instantly, the already battered giant eagle spirit beast slowed even further. The angel of light arrived swiftly, wasting no time in delivering a powerful angelic sword strike that smashed into the giant eagle spirit beast, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yan immediately ordered, "Little Ice, hold it down for me." The frost spirit dragon understood, releasing a torrent of extreme cold to encircle the giant eagle spirit beast. The anger from being previously taunted now erupted fully. Not only had the beast stolen his spiritual medicine, but it also dared to provoke him. "Run, keep running," Lin Yan sneered. The chase had exhausted him, but at last, he had subdued the feathery creature. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yan waved his right hand, sending a spirit-extinguishing sword streaking through the air towards the immobilized giant eagle spirit beast. The sword's light flashed, piercing the beast's body and extinguishing its last breath. Panting, Lin Yan muttered to himself, "If only my auxiliary soul technique, the spirit-binding lock, was perfected, you wouldn't have escaped for so long." He resolved to master the remaining mid-tier soul techniques as soon as the retest assessment was over. However, a more urgent matter awaited. Lin Yan turned to the Angel of Light, instructing, "Little Light, investigate why this feathery beast could wield such powerful lightning." The Angel of Light nodded obediently, cautiously approaching the giant eagle spirit beast's corpse. Just as it was about to touch the body, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Fortunately, the Angel of Light reacted quickly, raising a transparent defense shield to block the lethal attack. Narrowly escaping, the Angel of Light retreated swiftly, warily watching the area ahead. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "This can't be." His data god's eye clearly showed that the giant eagle spirit beast was indeed thoroughly dead, with no chance of feigning it. Faced with this sudden and bizarre attack, Lin Yan dared not be careless, quickly pulling back and vigilantly observing the unusual situation before him. From the very beginning, the giant eagle spirit beast exhibited odd behavior, prompting Lin Yan to remain vigilant. As soon as he distanced himself from the eagle, a sudden and violent surge of lightning erupted from the creature. Quick to react, Lin Yan immediately cast a defensive soul technique, enveloping himself in a transparent shield. To his surprise, the powerful lightning force abruptly contracted into a small orb and shot skyward. Lin Yan, with keen eyes, gave it no chance to escape. With a flick of his fingers, a spirit-extinguishing sword shot out, pinning the lightning orb to the ground with precision. "So that's it," Lin Yan realized, muttering to himself. "I wondered how this eagle could wield lightning power. It was you, little thing, causing trouble." As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on the lightning orb pinned by the sword. Still, it's surprising that such a peculiar object could emerge from this miniature world. The true nature of the lightning orb left Lin Yan astonished at it was a rare lightning elemental spirit, known as the lightning essence. Once acquired, it could channel energy to wield lightning power. The earlier attack was the lingering spiritual power of its previous owner. As time passed, Lin Yan noticed the spiritual energy within the lightning essence rapidly diminishing. With the eagle spirit beast dead, the energy, like water without a source, would soon be depleted. Indeed, without energy, the lightning essence no longer emitted wild lightning, but transformed into a translucent azure gemstone, lying quietly on the ground. Unexpectedly, this lightning essence has some intelligence, Lin Yan thought to himself. To be able to launch an attack even after the eagle's death almost caught me off guard. Seeing the essence's energy depleted, he cautiously approached to collect it. This treasure could not only grant spirit beasts the ability to control lightning, but also significantly enhance his great thunder spirit's power. To be safe, Lin Yan did not dispel his soul technique shield, wary of any residual energy in the lightning essence. Only after securing it in his storage space ring did he fully relax, a victorious smile spreading across his face. The greatest gains from this trial were undoubtedly the dragon spirit grass and this lightning essence. With it, the great thunder spirit's strength would experience a qualitative leap. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's score soared to the top of the leaderboard. The giant eagle spirit beast he had just slain was a latest-stage third-tier beast, earning him a substantial 40 points. Scanning the leaderboard again, Lin Yan finally spotted Fong Ling's ranking among the top 100. Clearly, Fong Ling's assessment was progressing smoothly as well. Although there was still a gap between them, through the spirit beast contract with the great thunder spirit, Lin Yan could vaguely sense Fong Ling's status. The spirit beast contract between Lin Yan and Ling provided him with a unique advantage. No matter the distance, as soon as Ling encountered danger, Lin Yan could immediately sense it and use his innate abilities to enhance its power. This ability, unrestricted by distance, gave Lin Yan a significant edge in the retest. Fong Ling's performance was even more surprising. This seemingly adorable little creature was incredibly powerful, just below a third-tier beast master, and it easily passed the assessment. Lin Yan glanced at the time. There were less than 15 minutes left. He made a decisive choice, opting not to search for spiritual herbs anymore, but instead to lead Bing Ling Xinjiao and the Angel of Light in a large-scale hunt of the surrounding spirit beasts. Although he was already in the lead, Lin Yan decided to accumulate more points just in case. Time's up. With the examiner's announcement, Lin Yan felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained his bearings, he found himself standing on the field. Other candidates were also being transported there one after another. Lin Yan immediately spotted Fong Ling and approached with concern, asking, "Was the assessment smooth for you?" Fong Ling replied with delight, "It went very well. This little thing looks cute, but its strength is impressive." Looking around, Lin Yan noticed that only a portion of the participants had been transported to the field, and many of those who had joined the retest earlier were nowhere to be seen. As he pondered this, a deep and commanding voice from the podium caught his attention. It was the headmaster of the Beast Master Academy. "Those who were eliminated have been transported outside the field. They are not from our Magic City Beastmaster Academy, and naturally, they don't have the right to stand here." These words left the present students astonished. They had heard about the rigorous standards of Magic City Beastmaster Academy, but they hadn't expected it to be this uncompromising, leaving no room for leniency. The headmaster continued, "Those of you remaining on the field are now members of our Magic City Beastmaster University. From now on, your conduct must reflect your identity as students of this university." The students below the stage wore solemn expressions. Being part of Magic City Beastmaster University was a source of honor and pride for them. After all, graduates from this institution often went on to become leaders in their fields. The headmaster then announced, "Next, please choose the academy you wish to join. Beastmaster Academy with 600 spots, Tactical Command Academy with 400, Weaponry Academy with 300, and Alchemy Academy with 300. The students began murmuring among themselves, wondering what would happen if the numbers exceeded the limit. A vice headmaster stepped forward to clarify, "The numbers we provided for each academy are just guidelines. However, if the number of students exceeds our guidelines, those ranked lower will not receive resources for the first month. Moreover, based on the monthly assessments, those exceeding the guideline numbers will also not receive resources." The severity of this policy left everyone gasping. The hardcore approach of Magic City Beastmaster University once again impressed upon the new students a strong sense of pressure. Lin Yan couldn't help but express his opinion. "It seems like there's a choice, but in reality, there's almost no room for one." His gaze swept over his classmates as he continued to explain, "Once a college reaches its capacity, students with lower rankings can still choose it, but they won't get resources for the first month. Only those who rank within the normal admissions range can access resources later. For students already ranked lower, it's nearly impossible to surpass those ahead with even fewer resources. So, when a college is full, students are unlikely to choose it. As Lin Yan finished speaking, the field had been divided into 4 areas, each representing a different college. He turned to Fong Ling beside him and nodded. All right, you head to the Beast Taming College first. Fong Ling waved goodbye to Lin Yan and headed towards the Beast Taming College. Lin Yan, on the other hand, started walking towards the far right area, the Alchemy College, thinking to himself, as long as I'm strong enough, the resources in Alchemy College won't be any less than those in Beast Taming College. Besides, the teachers at Beast Taming College barely helped me. Lin Yan's decision caused quite a stir among the observing teachers. One Sharpie teacher exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Lin Yan heading towards the Alchemy College?" Another teacher confirmed, "It's not just that, he's already in the Alchemy College's area." A teacher from the Beast Taming College, puzzled, said, "His talent for beast taming is exceptional. If he joins our college, he could become a powerful beast tamer in less than 10 years. Why choose Alchemy College?" Hearing this, the vice principal of the Alchemy College retorted, "Who says only by joining your beast taming college can one become strong? Coming to our Alchemy College won't hinder him." Yet, even he was surprised by Lin Yan's choice. Typically, top-ranked students choose the Beast Taming College, where they can access more resources and competitive opportunities, aiding in rapid skill enhancement. Although Alchemy College's resources might be more valuable overall, they are more focused on improving alchemy skills. In the current era, most beast tamers pursue higher realms and greater power, so fewer students opt for alchemy or weaponry colleges. The college population distribution policy is intended to aid these 2 colleges in enrollment, as they might struggle to fill even 200 spots otherwise. Upon learning of Lin Yan's choice, the Beast Taming College dean simply nodded and said, "No matter, respect the students' choices." Apart from Lin Yan, nearly all of the top 5 students joined the Beast Taming College. To Lin Yan's surprise, the wealthy, chubby Zhu Minglang, who had previously invited him to form a team, ranked 5th in the entire school. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, a top 5 student wanting to team up with others, isn't that just having too much free time? Zhu Minglang walked with determined steps towards the direction of the Weaponry Academy. His presence caught the attention of the deputy dean of the academy, who turned slightly to the dean and whispered, "That young man, if I'm not mistaken, must be from the capital. The Zhu family is renowned for their expertise in crafting. Logically, he should have gone to the capital Beastmaster University. Why is he here with us?" The dean smiled slightly, his gaze still following Zhu Minglang's figure, and replied with a composed tone, "No worries. Although we are in competition with the capital, our overall goals are aligned. If they can learn from us, it is to their credit." As time passed, all the students selected their desired academies according to their rankings. As usual, the Beastmaster Academy and the Tactical Command Academy remained the most popular choices among the students. However, unexpectedly, when Lin Yan, the top-ranked student, chose the Alchemy Academy, it inspired many others to follow suit. This shift made the atmosphere in the Alchemy Academy exceptionally lively, with students filled with anticipation. In contrast, the situation at the Weaponry Academy was somewhat awkward. Many students ended up there because the other popular academies were already full, which inevitably meant that the overall strength of the Weaponry Academy's students was a bit weaker. The dean of the Alchemy Academy stood before the new students, wearing a gratified smile but speaking in a very stern tone. "I'm delighted that you've chosen the Alchemy Academy, but please remember, our standards are equally strict. Over the next 4 years, if you don't work hard to improve your skills, you won't be able to graduate." Next came the highly anticipated mentor selection process. The Magic City Beastmaster University is famous for its ample faculty, with each mentor responsible for only 5 or 6 students on average, and their strength is at least at the late 5th stage. Students saw over 40 teachers standing in front of their respective tables, which displayed the number of students they planned to recruit. The dean and deputy dean usually don't take on students, but this year, the dean of the Alchemy Academy made an exception by writing 1 on his table, indicating he was planning to personally mentor 1 student. When Lin Yan noticed this detail, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Having the dean personally guide him in alchemy would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. However, just as Lin Yan was about to approach the dean of the Alchemy Academy, his attention was suddenly drawn to a figure not far from the dean. This unexpected discovery made Lin Yan pause and fall into brief contemplation. In front of the desk of the stunningly beautiful female teacher, there was only the number 1 written. Lin Yan's gaze was captivated by the dazzling aura emanating from this ice-cold beauty of a teacher. Through his unique data-seeing eyes, Lin Yan was astonished to discover an 8th-tier beast master. Lin Yan's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at this gorgeous teacher. This aura was visible only to him. Others were completely unaware. It was known that even the dean of the Alchemy Academy was only a peak 7th-tier beast master, yet here was an 8th-tier powerhouse hidden in plain sight. Originally, Lin Yan had wanted to apprentice under the dean of the Beastmaster Academy. After all, although an 8th-tier Beastmaster is only 1 level higher than a 7th tier, the difference in strength is significant. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, could join the Alchemy Academy and also study under an 8th-tier Beastmaster. Why not take it? Lin Yan denied to himself that he was drawn by the teacher's beauty and was about to approach her. At that moment, the dean of the Alchemy Academy noticed Lin Yan's gaze wasn't directed towards him. Following his line of sight, the dean's expression turned extremely unpleasant. Ling, what are you doing here? This is ridiculous, the dean suddenly shouted. Students and teachers nearby turned to look. Upon seeing Ling, several teachers stepped back in fear as if they had encountered a plague. Lin Yan was puzzled. Why was such a beautiful teacher not admired but rather feared? Ling was unfazed by the dean's questioning and instead looked directly at Lin Yan. What's the matter? I'm a teacher at the Alchemy Academy now, so why can't I take on a student? You come here. With me, you can learn the best alchemy techniques. Lin Yan hesitated. The situation was clearly complicated, and it seemed that the ice-gold beauty Ling had some hidden secrets. However, the 8th-tier Beastmaster's strength and her claim of the best alchemy techniques deeply intrigued him, especially since the dean didn't refute her statement. After a moment of hesitation, the dean said, "You're not in a teaching position, so you can't take on students." Ling casually replied, "I can just take a teaching position, can't I?" Not approved. The dean firmly refused. At this point, not only Lin Yan but all the students were confused. Why was the dean so adamant in preventing this teacher from teaching? Ling suddenly exploded. "I'm an honorary vice dean now. You can't control me, humph." Just as the dean was about to say something more, Ling lost all patience and roared, "Li Chongwu, what do you mean by this? Are you determined to stop me from taking on a student today? Don't push me to the edge." The previously ice-cold beauty Ling had now become so volatile, leaving everyone present utterly shocked. Ling's irritable demeanor forced the dean of the Alchemy Academy to back off. At that moment, the dean of the Beast Taming Academy noticed the commotion and ascended into the air with the skill of an 8th-level beast tamer. He landed lightly on the ground and asked quietly, "Chongwu, what's going on here?" The dean of the Alchemy Academy explained the situation in detail to the dean of the Beast Taming Academy. Lin Yan observed from the side and noted the high status of the Beast Taming Academy's dean within the school. Turning to Ling, the dean of the Beast Taming Academy said calmly, "Ling, you used to be solely focused on your research and never involved yourself in teaching affairs. What sparked your sudden interest in taking on a disciple?" Ling retorted sharply, giving no quarter. "They'll take on a disciple if I want to. Who are you to interfere?" The dean of the Beast Taming Academy maintained his composed demeanor and replied slowly, "With the principal and vice principal absent, I am in charge of all school affairs. Why shouldn't I be involved?" Ling's attitude softened slightly at these words, but she remained firm. "Don't try to pressure me with the principal. Humph, am determined to take on this disciple today." At this point, Li Chongwu proposed a compromise. "In that case, why not hear Lin Yan's own opinion? If he wishes to become your disciple, you can take him on. If he prefers to study under another teacher, then you must let it go. If you continue to be unreasonable, I'm not afraid to stand up to you." The dean of the Beast Taming Academy agreed with this proposal, and Ling tacitly accepted it. All eyes turned to Lin Yan. The dean of the Beast Taming Academy said gently, "Lin Yan, whom do you wish to have as your mentor? There's no pressure, just express your true thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan solemnly replied, "Thank you all for your kindness. I wish to become a disciple of teacher Ling." Though Ling's temperament was somewhat different from what he had anticipated, during the conversation, no one had questioned her alchemical prowess. Lin Yan's main goal in coming to the Beast Taming Academy was to learn alchemy, so he chose Ling as his teacher. Other factors were not currently his concern. Upon hearing Lin Yan's decision, the dean of the Beast Taming Academy decisively concluded, "All right, then let's leave it at that for today." Li Chongwu shook his head, a hint of concern in his voice. "In that case, I won't say more. But Ling, make sure to ensure the safety of your student." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a chill run through him, suddenly realizing that no one had previously mentioned safety. He paused, thinking to himself, why should there be safety concerns when taking on a mentor? Ling quickly picked up on her new disciple's change in expression and immediately reassured him. "Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. My student's safety is always guaranteed. It's just that my alchemy methods are a bit risky." Ling casually told Lin Yan, her tone tinged with a hint of impatience. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yan felt somewhat reassured, though a faint sense of unease still lingered within him. Ignoring Lin Yan's thoughts, Ling retrieved a small jade talisman from her storage ring and tossed it to him. "You have 3 days to handle your enrollment matters and familiarize yourself with the campus. After 3 days, bring this talisman to my lab to find me." With that, she turned and left, leaving Lin Yan standing alone. Although the apprenticeship ceremony was only halfway through, Ling had already found the disciple she wanted and was uninterested in the remaining students, so she simply left. Lin Yan held the jade talisman, deep in thought. I need to find someone to understand why the dean doesn't allow teachers to take on apprentices, he murmured to himself. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. After all, Ling will be my mentor for the next 4 years. It wouldn't hurt to know more about her. Lin Yan understood that the mentor system at the Beastmaster University differed from the traditional master-apprentice relationship. Typically, a mentor was only responsible for a student's 4-year academic life, and the relationship wasn't as close after graduation. After all, each mentor took on a new batch of students every year and couldn't treat everyone as a personal disciple. However, some mentor-apprentice relationships were exceptionally good, like family. It all depended on how both parties interacted. After obtaining the token, Lin Yan left the field and headed straight to the school's logistics office. He wanted to check the enrollment rewards he had received and see if there were any spiritual items that could enhance his abilities. At this time, there were no teachers in the logistics office, only 2 students from the Beastmaster University in charge. After the semester started, many positions in the school were taken over by students. Hi, I'd like to check my account balance, Lin Yan said. Sure, could you please show me your student card? One of the students took Lin Yan's card and checked it on the machine. Suddenly, his expression turned surprised. Hello, your account balance is 300 points. Lin Yan knew that at the Beastmaster University, 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 alliance coins outside. If converted into spiritual items, the value could be even higher. This meant that by merely participating in a retest, he had earned points worth 3 million alliance coins. This further broadened Lin Yan's understanding of the school's wealth. Can points be exchanged for alliance coins? Lin Yan curiously asked. Upon hearing this, the 2 students widened their eyes as if they'd seen something extraordinary. However, maintaining their professionalism, they managed to suppress their amusement and answered Lin Yan's question. Sorry, the school doesn't support exchanging points for alliance coins, one of them explained. The school provides points to help students enhance their abilities, not to convert them into alliance coins. You should cherish every point you earn at school. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yan suddenly understood. The school had prevented the exchange of points to alliance coins to stop people from using them for other purposes. This regulation ensured the rational use of resources and reflected the school's emphasis on student growth. When Lin Yan was about to exchange his points for alliance coins, a senior nearby quickly advised him, don't rush to exchange them. Every point is incredibly valuable. As freshmen, you still enjoy free resources provided by the school. By sophomore year, you'll realize how precious points really are. Another senior added, that's right. After your first year, the school stops giving out points. You'll need to earn them by completing tasks. Plus, items in the school's exchange system are cheaper than outside, and some rare resources aren't available elsewhere. Lin Yan suddenly understood and thanked the seniors. He decided against exchanging for alliance coins and instead checked the list of items available for exchange. The next moment, Lin Yan was amazed by the dazzling array of spiritual items on the list. It included all sorts of rare spiritual items, and even mid-tier essence nurturing pills, which significantly enhanced the strength of second-tier and above spiritual beasts. The price of the mid-tier essence nurturing pill was exactly 300 points, which was precisely the amount Lin Yan had. Lin Yan found himself in a dilemma. His Thunder Spirit could benefit from the mid-tier essence nurturing pill, but spending all his points on it would mean he couldn't purchase other spiritual items. He scratched his head and asked, can alliance coins be exchanged for points? The seniors explained, no, that's not allowed. The school prohibits exchanging alliance coins for points to prevent students with wealthy backgrounds from using alliance coins to acquire a large number of points and excessively depleting resources. Lin Yan inquired further, then how can one earn more points? You freshmen can only earn points by taking on tasks or achieving good results in the monthly assessments, the seniors patiently answered. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan decided, then I'll exchange for that mid-tier essence nurturing pill. The seniors were a bit surprised. Are you sure you want to exchange for an essence nurturing pill? At your stage, most students use the majority of their points to exchange for yuan stones. It's rare for our academy to allow lower-tier students to access yuan stones. Yuan stones? What are those? Lin Yan felt confused again. In just 2 days, he had encountered many things he had never heard of before. The seniors exchanged glances and patiently explained. Yuan stones are stones formed from highly concentrated spiritual energy. They help Beast Tamers enhance their physical strength and accelerate the growth of their spiritual beasts. Although they were initially reluctant to elaborate, seeing that Lin Yan had already earned so many points at the start of the school year indicated he was likely an outstanding freshman. They decided to offer more information in hopes of forming a good relationship. Lin Yan's ignorance only highlighted his potential. Coming from a resource-poor area to the prestigious Beast Taming Academy in the capital, Lin Yan's strength would surely improve rapidly with ample resources. In the world of Beast Tamers, elemental stones are the real hard currency. Although Lin Yan possessed a significant amount of alliance currency and purple gold stones, his gaze was fixed solely on the precious mid-grade yuan nurturing pill. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. but I'll go with the mid-grade Yuan nurturing pill, Lin Yan said firmly, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. A minute later, two students retrieved an exquisite jade bottle from the back and handed it to Lin Yan. As he took the bottle, he could feel the powerful spiritual energy contained within the pill, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Back in his dormitory, Lin Yan eagerly opened the jade bottle and presented the mid-grade Yuan nurturing pill to Lei Ling. Here you go, little Lei, he said softly. Without hesitation, Lei Ling swallowed the pill, and its aura immediately intensified. A few minutes later, a transformed Lei Ling stood before Lin Yan. Feeling its aura, Lin Yan was taken aback. Tier 2, level 8, he exclaimed, realizing that a single mid-grade Yuan nurturing pill had elevated Lei Ling by a full 3 levels. Seeing this result, Lin Yan felt that the 3 million points were well spent. He thought to himself that if he were to purchase this pill on the outside, it would cost at least 10 million alliance currency. Fortunately, the Magic City Beast Tamer University had its own pill academy, allowing them to sell it at such a low price. Lei Ling was now just 1 level away from evolving to Tier 2, level 9. Lin Yan decided to give it another push, so he took out the Lei essence from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the Lei essence, Lei Ling became instantly excited, even more so than when it had taken the Yuan nurturing pill. This Lei essence held an irresistible allure for all thunder-type spirit beasts, not only enhancing their power, but also increasing their affinity with the thunder element. Go ahead, little Lei, this is for you, Lin Yan said. Lei Ling immediately absorbed the Lei essence, but soon felt its resistance. Even with the bloodline of the thunder spirit god, Lei Ling found it challenging to fully refine the Lei essence right away. Come back, little Lei, and take your time to digest it, Lin Yan said, withdrawing Lei Ling back into the spirit beast space. He knew that there, Lei Ling's refining speed would be enhanced. Lin Yan eagerly anticipated the remarkable improvement once Lei Ling completely absorbed the Lei essence. After dealing with Lei Ling, Lin Yan turned his attention to his other spirit beasts. He first summoned the ice spirit divine Jiao and the angel of light, carefully feeding them. However, he chose not to give the ice spirit divine Jiao the spiritual item that could enhance its power. Through the data divine eye, Lin Yan clearly saw that the ice spirit divine Jiao was just 1 step away from advancing to Tier 3 level 6, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Lin Yan's gaze then shifted to the angel of light, and he contemplated exchanging for a high-grade Yuan nourishing pill for it. Having witnessed the astounding effects of a mid-grade Yuan nourishing pill today, he developed a keen interest in these pills. Recalling the unremarkable results when the ice spirit divine Jiao took a low-grade Yuan nourishing pill at Tier 2, Lin Yan was determined to let every spirit beast try one. However, the exorbitant cost of a high-grade Yuan nourishing pill of full 1,000 points made Lin Yan gasp. He shook his head with a wry smile, unsure of when he could amass such a fortune. Meanwhile, the powerful spiritual tools designed specifically for spirit beasts by the logistics department also caught his eye. These tools could significantly enhance the combat abilities of spirit beasts, but their price was equally daunting. Lin Yan suddenly felt the pinch on his wallet. The 2 to 3 million alliance coins he once thought plentiful now seemed like a drop in the bucket. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the mid-tier soul techniques he had yet to fully master. Due to his recent busy schedule, Lin Yan had only managed to learn the extinguishing spirit sword. The remaining defensive and auxiliary soul techniques were only superficially understood, not yet at a usable level. However, the formidable power of the extinguishing spirit sword displayed during the re-examination piqued his curiosity about the other 2 soul techniques. Without much hesitation, Lin Yan decided to first learn the auxiliary soul technique he had never encountered before the spirit lock. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, thinking that if he had mastered this soul technique during the re-examination, he might not have been toyed with by that giant eagle spirit beast for so long. In comparison, the defensive mid-tier soul technique was not his immediate priority. With a ground-tier spiritual armor for protection and the enhancement of low-tier defensive soul techniques by the spiritual tool Golden Pearl, he could manage for now. Lin Yan closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness in the soul technique content of the spirit lock, beginning to study it intently. The night quietly descended and then receded. The next morning, the sky was tinged with a faint light. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but marvel. Time flies so fast. A night of focused study felt like just an instant. Last night, Lin Yan stayed up all night, fully engrossed in studying the soul technique known as the spirit lock. After a whole night of research, he had achieved a basic understanding of this auxiliary soul technique, just 1 step away from mastering it. In the morning, after a quick breakfast, Lin Yan hurried to the classroom, eager for his first college lecture. Today's class was about the fundamentals of alchemy, taught by a seasoned instructor from the Academy of Alchemy. As the teacher explained, Lin Yan gradually learned about the 3 key steps in alchemy: extraction, purification, and refinement. Each step is closely linked to the power of the soul, which explains why a strong soul force is a prerequisite for becoming an excellent Beastmaster. The stronger the soul force, the more adept one becomes at refining elixirs. The more precise the control over soul force, the higher the quality of the elixirs produced. Besides soul force, controlling the heat is also an indispensable element in the alchemy process. Ordinary flames are difficult to control accurately, so alchemists typically choose from three special sources of fire: soul fire, Beastmaster fire, and spirit fire. Soul fire is the most common choice, but consumes a lot of soul force, so it's less used in high-level alchemy. Alchemists with fire attribute spirit beasts can use Beastmaster fire, which not only shares the energy consumption, but also makes the process easier. Spirit fire, although the rarest among the three, is also the most ideal choice, usually only possessed by high-level alchemists. After the class ended, Lin Yan, still eager to learn, quickly caught up with Teacher Wang to humbly inquire more about spirit fire. Hello, Teacher Wang, I'm Lin Yan. I heard you mention that spirit fire is the best source for alchemy. Could you tell me how to control it? Lin Yan asked respectfully. Although Lin Yan already possessed a different kind of fire spirit, he realized during the class that he knew nothing about using spirit fire. To avoid appearing clueless when he meets his teacher in 3 days, he decided to enrich his alchemy knowledge as much as possible. After all, Ling, a rank 8 powerhouse, surely values her time, and it would be a pity to waste it on teaching basic knowledge. Teacher Wang patiently replied, "Controlling spirit fire is still premature for you. Acquiring spirit fire is no easy feat. For now, you should focus on practicing with soul fire." Being a latest stage rank 6 Beastmaster and alchemist himself, Teacher Wang had only managed to acquire an early-stage spirit fire of the Xian rank, which is why he only briefly mentioned it in class. Lin Yan, however, persisted. "Teacher Wang, I actually already have a spirit fire, so I'm particularly eager to learn how to use it." Teacher Wang, surprised, looked at Lin Yan incredulously and asked, "You really have a spirit fire?" "Yes, teacher," Lin Yan replied, summoning his unique fire spirit. To avoid causing too much of a stir, he deliberately suppressed its aura, making its energy intensity appear to be only at the mid-level of the Huang rank. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.